travelers sat on Enel and even snatched the rumble fruit. Qin Yun opened his eyes. Conis' small face leaned in. Lord God, it's time for breakfast. 6 angel maids lined up, directly feeding him. This treatment is even better than an emperor's. Who would have thought? 2 years ago, he was still watching Luffy fight Kaido. Suddenly pulled into a black hole. When he opened his eyes, he was sitting on a head. It was Enel. He was directly sat to death, and the power of the rumble fruit was snatched away by him. The original text states, after rendering Gon falls Mount Pierre unconscious with electricity, he thought about how he could plunder Enel's fruit, and kept trying to see if he had the ability to plunder fruits. In the end, he succeeded. He used a white lightning bolt to plunder the horse fruit and stored it in a fruit, keeping it in his collection room. What's even more absurd is, he can soak in seawater without any issue, directly ignoring the drawbacks of the devil fruit. He conquered Conis. His body can still gradually grow stronger. Even mastering Haki. Old God Gonfall not convinced, just sent away. The 4 priests were completely subdued by him. Now the Scipians have submitted. The Sky Island has completely become his domain. Luffy hasn't arrived yet. The flying arc hasn't been completed. Qin Yun holds the rumble fruit. Is he planning to turn the Sky Island into an empire in advance? In the next chapter, is he going to snatch more fruits? Will Luffy get stunned by lightning when he arrives? The Scipians can't hold on anymore. They actively send the cool goddess to his door. Qin Yun sits on the throne. Lightning flashes and he appears. The Scipian chief bows. We submit, after 400 years of war. In the end, they still have to bow down. Qin Yun crosses his legs. Would have been better if it was like this earlier. No need to be stubborn, but he made the Scipians and Scipians pay to rent land to live. The Scipians were ecstatic. Although the Scipians felt aggrieved, they had no choice but to accept. The original text states, Qin Yun looked at the names and images above, and memories about her came to mind. It seems he can grow stronger again. The list of divine attendants was presented. Only one name, He. Qin Yun's eyes lit up. This mature woman vibe is just to my liking. The chief hurriedly explained. She's the best in the tribe. A few days later, He was brought to the divine palace. With a high ponytail and purple clothing, her figure was curvy. Your Majesty, I am He. Her voice carried a hint of nervousness. Qin Yun leisurely replied, if you behave, they'll make you a divine consort. He bit her lip. She could only agree. What's even more absurd is, Qin Yun's observation Haki can read minds, and even foresee the future. The entire Sky Island is under his surveillance. Who dares to cause trouble? A lightning strike will take care of them directly. Luffy hasn't arrived yet. Qin Yun has already turned the Sky Island into his empire. If they meet, can the rubber man withstand the rumble fruit? In the next chapter, will He be trained? Is Qin Yun starting to expand? Will He wear Chong Sam to meet the god? The Sky Island has actually built a lightning spaceship. He changed into a light purple Chong Sam, shyly calling out, Lord God. Qin Yun's eyes brightened. Come here, let's chat, I'll guide you. He looked up and was immediately mesmerized. This looks better than the Scipian men by a mile. Instantly feeling she struck gold. The original text states, now he has already achieved Haki hardening. The amount of Haki is enough to cover his hands. It's not that he doesn't work hard, it's just that people's physical structures are different. The next day, Qin Yun gripped his solid Haki. Nodding with satisfaction, Conis softly said, the small arc is ready. With a flash of lightning, Qin Yun brought the 2 women to the cave. The enormous flying arc was still under construction. The nearby small spaceship was on standby. Exclusively for users of the rumble fruit, the captain of the divine troops shouted, Lord God, everyone stopped working. Qin Yun walked to the small arc. Is he going to fly the spaceship to the blue sea with this thing? He can go wherever he wants. Much better than Enel. He followed behind Conis, starting to learn to manage the divine palace. The cool, mature woman instantly turned into an apprentice. This contrast is just too cute. Luffy is still wandering in the EC. Qin Yun is already taking the spaceship to cause trouble. The gap is just too big. In the next chapter, where will the small arc land? Who will be the first target? Qin Yun strikes Icolum with lightning. Princess Vivi trapped in the forest. Qin Yun was bragging to Conis. I can circle this planet several times in a day. Turning around, he gave her 2 remote control switches. Press this and it'll come back immediately. There's actually a little white mouse tied to the other end. When it explodes, there will be a reaction. Little white mouse. Who did I offend? Conis suddenly blushed and acted coy. Can we? Tonight, Lockheed nodded along. Qin Yun decisively agreed. Who could resist such good fortune? The next day, the little proverb flew to Whiskey Peak. Qin Yun used his observation Haki and scanned the area. He spotted Vivi. The spaceship crashed directly into the forest. A bolt of lightning struck down. Ikaram was scorched black. Karu fainted with his feet in the air. The original text states, Vivi's eyes widened, looking at them with a face full of worry. What are you going to do? Why are you attacking us? Vivi looked at Qin Yun in fear, stepping back while stuttering her questions. Vivi was so scared that she kept retreating. What do you want? Qin Yun landed in front of her. His observation hockey had already detected her thoughts. This was the princess of Alabasta, with a sandglass figure and a light blue high ponytail. Qin Yun's eyes went wide. Was his first target upon arriving in Qinghai her Crocodile was still plotting. But now he was intercepted by Qin Yun. The plot was about to get completely chaotic. In the next chapter, what will Qin Yun do to Vivi? Will Crocodile come knocking? Princess Vivi agreed to be the divine consort. Qin Yun struck with lightning and created a huge pit that stunned her. Nefertari Vivi, be my divine consort. Qin Yun's words left Vivi in shock. How do you know my name? This guy even knew her identity. Qin Yun was too lazy to waste words. He raised his hand and unleashed a massive lightning bolt. It struck a nearby forest, creating a bottomless pit. The heat rushed toward Vivi's face. Her hair was frizzed by the electricity. Crocodile is just a worthless chicken, Vivi swallowed hard. As long as she could save Alabasta. What was sacrificing herself? I agree, but you must first help us quell the internal strife. The original text states. Vivi nodded, saying that what she said was not important. The real action was the key. Time is of the essence. It'll take you to eliminate Crocodile right now. Qin Yun delivered an electric shock, waking Ikaram and Karu. Vivi, in a moment of inspiration. This is the divine being from the heavens. Come to help us. Ikaram was confused, but could only obediently comply. With a flash of lightning, Qin Yun embraced Vivi and boarded the little proverb. Heading straight for Alabasta. Old Sam was still happily plotting. He probably didn't expect to be confronted by a lightning man flying a spaceship. Vivi looked out the window. Her heart was racing. Was this the right move? Could Qin Yun really defeat the 7 warlords? In the next chapter, will Old Sam be defeated instantly? Vivi will witness the power of the divine being. Qin Yun forcefully flirted with Robin. The 30 million volts lightning cage trapped her. Vivi sat on Qin Yun's lap. We need to find evidence to expose Old Sand. Qin Yun sneered. The strong have the final say. Just pin a crime on him. His hand was still rubbing her waist. Vivi's face turned completely red. The little proverb suddenly turned toward Magnet Drum Island. A chase was unfolding there. Tina was leading the Navy to chase Robin. Surrender, Robin calmly commanded the Sea King. She was about to escape into the archipelago. A massive thunderbolt struck the warship, creating a large hole. The Navy fell over. Qin Yun suddenly appeared at the bow of Robin's ship. Nico Robin, be my divine consort. Robin was startled. Directly activated her second round of flower locks, but ended up getting shocked and shivering. The original text states, Qin Yun did not miss a single thought of hers, naturally knowing her intentions. However, he was not in a hurry. It was better to deal with the Navy first. Robin's eyes turned. Help me drive away the Navy first. Qin Yun saw through her mind. He raised his hand and unleashed the 30 million volts lightning cage, trapping Robin inside. Once you become mine, then I will trust you, with a flash of lightning. Qin Yun appeared on the Navy warship. Tina took off her sunglasses. Tina is very angry. The pink-haired queen faced off against the lightning man. This fight was on. Robin looked at the lightning cage. Her heart was racing. This man was too domineering. Could she escape? In the next chapter, will Tina be knocked out? Will Robin obediently comply? Qin Yun plans to abduct Tina as his divine consort. The Navy collectively furious, but gets electrocuted. Tina, be my divine consort. Soon as Qin Yun said this, the Navy erupted. You will not touch our colonel. Step over our corpses. One by one, they stared with wide eyes. But Qin Yun ignored them. If you don't agree, they'll let you sink with the warship. Tina was both embarrassed and angry. Join the Navy, and you'll have the chance to pursue me. Qin Yun sneered. I'm informing you, not asking for your opinion. Lightning crackled at his fingertips. The Navy was so scared they didn't dare to breathe. One Navy soldier couldn't help but shout, "Don't agree to him." Qin Yun raised his hand and unleashed the 30 million volts lightning bird, instantly turning the soldier into charred remains. Tina's eyes turned red. You're going too far. The original text states, Tina couldn't bear to see the Navy's tragic state, turning her head away in distress, glaring fiercely at Qin Yun. If it weren't for her lack of domineering presence, she would have charged at him. Qin Yun threw out the lightning chains, binding the remaining Navy and electrocuting them unconscious. They just fainted. He also used Admiral Zifa's incident to threaten them. Don't want to follow in his footsteps, right? Tina gritted her teeth. I agree, but you can't harm my people anymore. Qin Yun laughed heartily. Dark lightning crackled from both hands. It's just a necessary measure to prevent you from committing suicide. He pushed the dark lightning seed forward. What kind of ruthless move was this? Tina looked at her unconscious subordinates. Her eyes filled with helplessness. Was the pink-haired queen really being controlled like this? Qin Yun's operation was too wild. In the next chapter, what use is the dark lightning seed? Will Robin take the opportunity to escape? Qin Yun picked up the corpse of Borky. Buy one get two free. The dark lightning drilled into the hearts of the Navy. Tina was completely under control. Is it necessary to be this ruthless? Qin Yun laughed. This shows how much I care. He raised his hand, activating his magnetic attraction ability. Tina was directly pulled into his embrace. Her cheeks flushed so red they could bleed. Qin Yun wandered through the ship's cells, recognizing the unconscious Borky at a glance. With indigo hair and wearing pink, she was pure, yet exuded a hint of confidence. Buy one get two? What a steal. As soon as the thunder struck, the iron bars turned into molten iron, directly pulling the person out. Tina followed behind, smoking. These are for the foxy pirates. Qin Yun casually unleashed another bolt of lightning, sending the other pirates away. There's no need to send the trash to impel down. Tina was startled. There's still Silver Foxy behind. He has the slow fruit. The original text states, Qin Yun's eyes flashed the slow fruit. That's a decent ability worth his effort to seize. He continued to respond nonchalantly. Oh, you want me to take action? That would require another reward. Qin Yun's eyes lit up. If you behave, it'll help you out. He held Balky in one arm and wrapped his other arm around Tina, a flash of lightning illuminating the small prophecy, while Robin below watched with a twitch at the corner of her mouth, thinking this divine consort had too many. Qin Yun returned to unlock the lightning cage. Let's go, my divine consort, Robin. Robin rested her chin on her hand. I'm a 79 million bounty criminal. Aren't you afraid of the world government? Qin Yun scoffed. World government? Haha, Sky Island God versus world government. This conflict is bound to escalate. Can Foxy's slow fruit keep him safe? Is Robin really willing to be a divine consort? In the next chapter, will Qin Yun go after the slow fruit? Is the Navy headquarters going to mobilize? Qin Yun sees through Robin's little thoughts at a glance. He snatches the slow fruit. Robin wants to buy time. Help me interpret the history text, and it'll be the divine consort. Qin Yun nodded directly. Kill Crocodile, and he'll take you to sea. Robin teased. You brought two women on board. Are you also greedy for beauty? Qin Yun replied frankly. They can help me get stronger. Once we develop this, you'll understand. Robin blushed and turned to pack her things, eye in the distance. The Foxy pirates were secretly watching the Navy warship. Captain, it seems the Navy is all dead. Foxy picked up the telescope, but before he could see clearly, a bolt of lightning struck him. The thunderous giant foot stomped him into the deck. It'll take the slow fruit. The original text states, Qin Yun slowly took an apple from his pocket, placing the ability of the slow fruit inside it. Watching the apple change, he smiled with satisfaction. It was time to head to Alabasta. Qin Yun's eyes shot out electric sparks as the pirates screamed and fell. The ship was set ablaze. He shot out white lightning, extracting the pale pink fruit's ability and stuffing it into the apple. The entire operation seamless. Divine judgment. With a flash of lightning, Qin Yun disappeared. A real man never looks back at explosions. He didn't even bother to take Foxy's millions of berries. On the small prophecy, Tina, Robin, and Balky, three beauties gathered, making for a lavish lineup. Is Qin Yun forming a divine consort team? In the next chapter, is Alabasta about to change? Is Old San going to cry? Wait until he has spatial abilities, like after snatching the door fruit. Then he'll be able to easily retrieve the spoils. 3 days later at Navy Headquarters Marineford in the Marshal's office. Sengoku, wearing frog-eyed glasses with his long beard braided, was deep in thought as he held some documents. In front of him, Akiji, with an eye patch, lounged lazily on the sofa, crossing his legs on the coffee table, clearly on a paid vacation. Suddenly, a high-pitched urgent call from a din mushy interrupted Sengoku's thoughts. He frowned and quickly picked up the intercom. Bang! Sengoku! Urgent intel. A user of the thunder fruit has appeared. He has kidnapped Colonel Tina. The din mushy mimicked the urgent expression of the intelligence officer perfectly, and the words made Sengoku's pupils constrict. Thunder fruit? Sengoku furrowed his brows tightly. This fruit could rival the light fruit. Even if the user of the thunder fruit was useless, they would at least have the strength of a Navy rear admiral. Akiji was disturbed by his exclamation and slightly lifted his eye mask, half awake, glancing at Sengoku. Why did he abduct Tina? The surviving Navy personnel said that they had discovered Nico Robin's whereabouts at that time and were pursuing her. However, they were attacked and stopped by the Thunderfruit user. Upon boarding the ship, he claimed to be a god and wanted Colonel Tina to become his divine consort. Nico Robin? Akiji's gaze instantly cleared, and he continued to eavesdrop discreetly. A god? One audacious claim. It seems to be another lawless pirate. Sengoku snorted coldly, his tone filled with displeasure. Why are all these good fruits being consumed by pirates? Has the intelligence department not investigated his identity? As soon as the Navy returned, we had them describe the man's appearance and ultimately sketched a portrait for your review. The intelligence officer said as he passed over the image of Qin Yun. The image bug beside Sengoku widened its eyes, projecting a portrait of Qin Yun onto the wall screen. He looked at the image and sighed, this gentle appearance. No matter how you looked at it, he didn't resemble the random-looking pirates. How did he end up on the path of abducting female Navy officers? Sengoku, we are still working hard to investigate his identity. So far, we have not found a single piece of information about him. It's as if he appeared out of nowhere, with no records in the database. We are dispatching the Navy to investigate his information in the surrounding sea areas of the incident. A flicker of memory crossed Sengoku's eyes. It had been many years since he had heard about the Thunderfruit. Even its user had appeared out of thin air. Sengoku, after the discussion of the intelligence team, considering the uniqueness of the Thunderfruit user and his malicious behavior of attacking the Navy as soon as he appeared, we unanimously decided to set his bounty at 100 million berries. 100 million berries? That's a bit low for a Thunderfruit user. Sengoku murmured, pondering for a moment before slowly speaking. First, investigate his background. Do not issue his bounty notice yet. I will give further instructions later. Yes, Pada, the Thunderfruit user. Another troublesome character. Akiji's lazy voice sounded as he closed his eye mask again. Sengoku sighed, feeling somewhat helpless in these past 2 years. There have been quite a few new pirates. I wonder what kind of trouble this Thunderfruit will stir up. Speaking of which, didn't that guy car plan to return to the East Blue a couple of days ago? I wonder if he will encounter him. Who knows? The Thunderfruit is a significant matter. It seems I need to meet with the GoroGoro. Sengoku crumpled the papers on the table and handed them to a nearby goat, which gobbled them up eagerly. He straightened his face and walked toward the door. Holy Land Mariehua, the realm of power. The Thunderfruit, exclaimed the Saint Vacheli, who had 2 whiskers shaped like an 8. Sengoku. Yes, he appeared out of nowhere, abducted a female Navy colonel, and then vanished without a trace. The GoroGoro exchanged glances, and the blonde-haired St. Peter said lightly, the speed of the Thunderfruit user is unmatched. Even sending Borsalino to capture him would just be a waste of time. Capturing a Navy colonel is nothing to worry about. Let's not bother with him for now. If he threatens the world government in the future, we will deal with him then. St. Nasu sure rubbed the original ghost slash in his hands, barely lifting his eyelids. It's probably lustful interest. Before St. Maz's words could finish, he was interrupted by the Saint Satan, who wore a flat hat. That won't do. The Scientific Defense Force needs to study the Thunderfruit. If we can obtain his bloodline factor, the combat power of the Seraphim will surely reach new heights. Then recruit him. Let him join the 7 warlords. Aren't the 7 warlords already full? That's no problem. We could just make it the 8 warlords. With the GoroGoro's chatter, they reached a final decision. Since that's the case, let the Navy contact him. Isn't he fond of beautiful women? Send a few CP spies or Navy personnel to tempt him to join the 7 warlords under the guise of sending beautiful women. This, Sengoku's expression darkened. What about the previously abducted Navy colonel? He's just a Navy colonel. Sengoku, remember your identity. Sengoku's face turned ashen, but he did not voice any objections. Then I will go issue the orders. After saying that, he turned and left, but his expression became even more grim and terrifying. The Grand Line, Alabasta. Crocodile was also a character killed by the plot. In his early years, he could fight Douglas Barrett to a standstill, and after being defeated by Whitebeard, he managed to escape safely, making his strength very ambiguous. Because he appeared too early, he didn't even learn hockey. For Qin Yun, this was undoubtedly a beginner-level dungeon. Ahead was the rain ground, and Crocodile was right there. Robin stood at the bow of the ship, pointing the direction for Qin Yun. Now, under Qin Yun's strong arrangements for communication, she had reconciled with Vivi. After all, they would be living together as sisters in the future. And Robin had no subjective intention of harming Alabasta. Vivi was kind-hearted and understanding, so she naturally wouldn't hold a grudge against Robin. I've spotted him. Qin Yun chuckled lightly. Robin teased with a smile. Need help? Lord God? No need for that. After speaking, Qin Yun stood up and walked to the bow, looking at the rain ground ahead. Qin Yun, you need to be careful, Vivi said with concern. At this point, Qin Yun had become her last hope. Qin Yun nodded, casting a glance at Tina, who was secretly watching him, and gave a mischievous smile. Tina rolled her eyes at him. She was currently in a state of being kidnapped. But Qin Yun confidently did not restrict her personal freedom. Ashamed of being captured, she wrapped the shawl with justice written on it around her waist, defending her last bastion of purity. Little did she know, this action only piqued Qin Yun's interest even more. You all stay on the ship. I'll go down and have some fun with Crocodile, Qin Yun said, raising his arm and swinging it upwards with force. Now it was time to greet. Judgment of the gods. The next moment, a thick bolt of lightning crashed down, piercing through the crocodile-shaped roof in the center of the rain-soaked ground. Is it thundering? Is it going to rain? People walking around the street stared at the massive pillar of lightning, stunned. Crocodile was lying on a soft sofa, planning his ideal world in his mind, when suddenly an alarm went off in his head. What? The lightning pillar kept enlarging above him, blinding him and forcing him to instinctively use his elementalization to dodge to the side. However, his speed was too slow. The lightning pillar ruthlessly struck him, carrying his body downward and ultimately creating a bottomless pit. As the Sandman, Crocodile was immune to electric shocks from lightning. However, he could not ignore the impact and high temperature of the lightning pillar. Hiss! Beneath the giant pit, Crocodile groaned in pain. At this moment, he felt as if his internal organs were shattered by the shock of the lightning, and his already disfigured face, along with his body, was burned beyond recognition. His willpower was astonishing, and despite the situation, he managed to struggle to his feet. Then, he elementalized his lower body and flew out of the giant pit. Who is it? Crocodile gritted his teeth and swept his gold-hooked hand from left to right, only to find that the gold hook had directly sublimated, revealing a bloodied and mangled hand inside. The people in the rain-soaked area were jolted awake by the intense thunder, and upon seeing Crocodile, they suddenly realized the situation was dire, hurriedly fleeing in all directions, wanting to escape this land of turmoil. In an instant, screams and sounds of struggle rose and fell, creating a chaotic and noisy environment. Why didn't the sand crocodile work hard to improve his strength and seek revenge on Whitebeard as soon as possible, but instead remained a useless schemer in this tiny, insignificant country? Qin Yun stood in the air, suddenly unleashing a powerful electromagnetic field that quickly enveloped the entire rain-soaked area. Domain electromagnetic field. Subsequently, all electronic devices in the rain area suffered irreversible damage. Moreover, as long as Qin Yun focused his mind, he could teleport to any position within the electromagnetic field. I don't think I've seen you before, have I? You have no grievances with me. So why are you looking for trouble? Crocodile's face turned pale with humiliation as he looked at the unfamiliar face in the sky, clenching his fists and forcibly suppressing the urge to fight. At this moment, he was covered in injuries from the sneak attack, and the situation was too unfavorable for him. Just looking for some fun. Qin Yun chuckled lightly, and with a flash of lightning, he appeared behind Crocodile. He lifted his foot and delivered a side kick. His fierce foot wrapped in armament hockey, striking towards Crocodile's back with tremendous force. Have you ever been struck by lightning? Crocodile was startled, feeling a pain in his waist as his body was kicked into the air and sent flying. Along the way, he smashed through several walls and rolled on the ground for several turns before barely coming to a stop, utterly defenseless. Damn it, Thunderfruit. Crocodile spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling extremely frustrated. He never expected to have such a bad day, encountering such a powerful enemy in paradise. Erosion reincarnation. He placed both hands on the ground, and the surrounding buildings gradually turned to sand, sinking into the earth, making the ground appear lifeless and cracked like a desolate wasteland. His complexion improved slightly as moisture was absorbed. However, the people in the rain were suffering. Those who ran slowly were forced to sink into the sand, facing imminent death. Crocodile glared fiercely at Qin Yun, and suddenly his body began to spin violently. Super heavy sandstorm. The sand around him surged towards Crocodile, attempting to form a massive sandstorm. But this wasn't a turn-based game. Qin Yun wouldn't foolishly wait for him to make a move. Too slow. Qin Yun took advantage of his attacks, wind up to accumulate a vast amount of thunder in his hands. He spread his arms forward, and a Thunder Qilin stepped into the void, charging towards Crocodile. Thunder Magic, Jade Qilin. The sandstorm, which had been difficult to condense, was easily shattered by the Thunder Qilin, and Crocodile was caught in its grasp, being hurled toward the ground, ultimately resulting in a thunderous explosion. In the rain, there were no strong figures, only Crocodile. The casino he operated here, Rain Feast, attracted countless criminals and gambling addicts. At this moment, They were all wiped out by the shockwaves from the battle between Qin Yun and Crocodile, leaving no survivors. The thunderstorm eventually calmed, and Qin Yun gathered the lightning, appearing before Crocodile. Gwahaha, my utopia, the king of the underworld. At this point, Crocodile was already disoriented and on the brink of death. Unfortunately, he never understood, even in death, why he was targeted and hunted down in the desolate desert. Qin Yun expressionlessly rubbed the white thunder with his hands and slapped it on a Crocodile, stripping him of his sand fruit and placing it into a pineapple that had already been prepared nearby. The pineapple quickly transformed, eventually becoming a cactus with outstretched hands, which was somewhat cute. So this is the sand fruit. It's indeed a good choice for Desert Princess Vivi to have this ability, but now is not the time. Qin Yun's eyes flickered. He needed more devil fruits for his experiments. At this moment, Crocodile's corpse appeared even weaker and more withered due to the removal of the devil fruit. Qin Yun raised his hand and grasped the air. Electric sparks continuously flickering in his hand, forming a ball of flame. He casually tossed it, turning Crocodile's corpse into ashes. Qin Yun. As soon as Qin Yun returned, Wei Wei couldn't wait to rush over. He quickly held her steadily in his arms. She breathed in his masculine scent and felt extremely lucky in her heart. Qin Yun. Thank you. Qin Yun smiled slightly and said, it's still a bit early for thanks. Once we return to the palace, you'll have plenty of opportunities to express your gratitude to me. Wei Wei's face turned red, and she murmured softly, Qin Yun stroked her light blue hair, turned his gaze to the crowd, and said, Robin, Crocodile is dead. Go inform all the chief commanders of Baroque works to gather in Aruba within 5 days. All right, Lord God, Robin's teasing voice followed. Kateria, the rebel army's base. Kosha, we're out of water again. That damn king. When will we rescue everyone? Not yet. Kosha's face was full of seriousness. His father still held trust in the king and urged him not to take action. But he had already become the leader of the rebel army, and he had to think of his subordinates. However, Alabasta is a member country recognized by the world government. Even if he could successfully rebel, he would not gain the recognition of the world government. In a few days, he would be eliminated, which is also why he had not taken action yet. That damn king. If it weren't for his dance powder, how would we have fallen to this state? Divine judgment. Kosha was startled. Why did the whole world suddenly light up? It was nighttime. He instinctively looked towards the light, and a pillar of lightning descended from the sky, growing larger in his eyes. How beautiful. Boom! The massive lightning and thunder drew the attention of all the rebels, who looked in horror at the giant pit left behind by the disappearing lightning, dumbfounded. All rebels come out. At that moment, a cold voice echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up to see a spaceship slowly descending. It's Princess Vivi. Princess Vivi. What's she doing here? Is she here to kill us? The rebels gasped in shock, whispering among themselves. But without exception, their eyes were fixed firmly on the little princess. Everyone, I am Nefertari Vivi, the princess of this country. The culprit behind Alabasta's drought, Warlord Crocodile, has been defeated, and rain will soon come. You will no longer lack water resources. The crowd below whispered among themselves, no one daring to speak out, their eyes filled with distrust. Seeing this, Vivi had to continue shouting. Who is the leader here? The rebels below began to stir. Where's the leader? I don't know. With such a commotion. Where is Kosha? Where did he run off to? Could it be? Some sharp-minded individuals looked at the giant pit nearby. The hot air seemed to carry a hint of burning smell, but they did not dare to voice their suspicions. Kosha's death was certainly intentional by Qin Yun. How could his divine judgment miss? As the leader of the resistance, Kosha organized large-scale rebellions whenever the country faced any issues. Such a rebellious person is an extremely unstable factor for the entire country. Others may live, but someone with a rebellious heart like him must die. If the leader is not here, you could just pick a representative to come forward and speak. Qin Yun's voice echoed, sending a chill through everyone's hearts, making them dare not defy him. Soon, the rebel army elected Falafora as their representative. However, he looked somewhat dim-witted. Princess Vivi, isn't Crocodile a hero of the nation? How could he be the culprit behind the country's drought? He secretly used dance powder to curse our nation. This is what I discovered when I secretly joined his faction. Falafora was momentarily at a loss for words. Just one person's claim would surely not convince the rebel army. I don't have time to waste with you. If it weren't for Vivi kneeling before me and pleading hard, which pleased me, I wouldn't let you unstable element survive. Remember, it was Vivi who gave you a chance to live. Of course, the words in parentheses were just Qin Yun's thoughts and were not spoken out loud. As his voice fell, lightning raged in the sky, and a lightning dragon surged toward the crowd. However, at the last moment, it changed direction and returned to the sky. The rebels felt their scalps tingle from the influence of the lightning and dared not move. How could human strength compete with the terrifying power of lightning? At this moment, they already understood that if Qin Yun wanted to kill them, he only needed to wave his hand. Lord Thunder God, Princess Vivi, we believe you. But Falafora gritted his teeth and bravely spoke up. Could you perhaps bring us rain right now? It's been a long time since we've had fresh water. I can understand everyone's thirst. How about this? We'll let it rain here for a while. When I return today, I will discuss it with my father. And for the next month, Alabasta will be shrouded under a large cloud, enjoying the blessing of rain. Vivi readily agreed to their request. Seeing this, Qin Yun gathered some clouds to cover the area, and the thunder dragon in the sky dove into it, with thunder rumbling. In no time, the rebel army was caught in a heavy downpour. Lady Wei Wei, Lord Thunder, the rebel soldiers expressed their gratitude, saying that having milk is like having a mother. Kusha? Not familiar at all. Who would seek trouble and rebel when they could live in peace and stability? Thus, the rebel army disbanded and returned to the civilians. Wei Wei and Qin Yun played their roles, one as the good cop and the other as the bad cop, one offering sweet dates and the other wielding a big stick, and with just a few words, they made the rebel army yield. The reason they went to the rebel army's base with such effort was partly due to their concern for Wei Wei's feelings. Another reason, from Qin Yun's perspective, was that Alabasta had already become his for the taking. These rebels would be his future cheap labor force, helping to build his country. So it was better if fewer of them died. He only needed to eliminate the main unstable factors. In the royal capital, Alabasta, in the palace, the night was enchanting. Upon returning to the palace, Wei Wei naturally first met with Cobra. At this moment, Cobra was holding a document, but his expression was worried, still preoccupied with the willful Wei Wei who had gone abroad. Father, who in the palace doesn't he know Princess Wei Wei? Qin Yun and Wei Wei made their way to the main hall of the palace without any hindrance. Cobra was startled and looked up to see Wei Wei's cheerful figure. Before he could smile, he noticed her hand was being held by a young man beside her. Their relationship was clearly evident, causing him to freeze. Wei Wei, you actually know to come back. Cobra reacted and pretended to be angry. Father, the culprit behind the drought has been dealt with. It was Crocodile. Wei Wei was not angry. After all, she was the one being willful. What? So it was him. Cobra naturally unconditionally believed Wei Wei's words, but his focus was not on that now. What's going on here? He's someone I met while undercover outside. Qin Yun is my true love, and we are mutually affectionate, having expressed our love for each other and become partners. Wei Wei smiled shyly, tightly holding Qin Yun's hand and slightly leaning against him. She didn't want Cobra to worry, so she didn't mention the contract between her and Qin Yun, or else he would definitely blow up. This Cobra was somewhat bewildered. Although he could tell they were in a romantic relationship, hearing Wei Wei say this made him feel uncomfortable. How many years had Cobra been king? He had long become wise to the ways of the world, so he quickly noticed something was off. Although he could see that Wei Wei's joy and the love in Qin Yun's eyes were genuine, the suddenness of this news left him with many doubts. Perhaps he would only be able to guess the approximate truth after Ikelam returned. However, by then, everything would have already been set in stone. Qin Yun nodded slightly and said, "We both fell in love at first sight." Knowing about Wei Wei's situation, I will naturally take the initiative to help her eliminate the difficulties in Alabasta without her saying anything. Father, Qin Yun can bring rain, Wei Wei added. Zen. Cobra was overjoyed. This was truly their lifeline. Father, you should issue a notice to the citizens tomorrow, placing all the blame on Crocodile. By noon tomorrow, Qin Yun will bring a month-long rain. This way, we won't have to worry about water resources for a long time. As Wei Wei spoke, she yawned. We'll head back to rest now. You take your time. After saying that, she didn't wait for Cobra's agreement and hurriedly pulled Qin Yun's hand to walk out of the palace. Cobra nodded in agreement, still immersed in the joy of saving the nation. After a moment, he realized, rest? Wait, they wouldn't have already. Thinking of this, Cobra felt even worse, as if the little cotton-padded jacket he had raised with great difficulty was about to be taken away. In the palace, Wei Wei's bedroom, Xiao Zhenyan was stopped by Qin Yun in the courtyard of Wei Wei's palace, and Robin and the others were arranged by Wei Wei to stay next door. Today's protagonist, of course, is the kind-hearted Princess Wei Wei. Qin Yun had long planned to discuss a beautiful future with her in her princess room, talking about marriage. In his view, this was particularly meaningful or ceremonial for Wei Wei. For Qin Yun, it was also very interesting, satisfying his unique interest in getting to know the princess. At this moment, Wei Wei was lying in Qin Yun's arms, drawing circles on his chest with her fingers. Why did you choose me? specifically coming from afar to help me. Wei Wei suddenly looked up, blinking her innocent big eyes, gazing affectionately into Qin Yun's eyes. Of course it's because I like you. Otherwise, how could I have made a contract to make you my divine consort in the name of helping you? Oomph. You really don't understand romance if you don't pursue me. Oh, didn't I pursue you? He. Wei Wei smiled and said nothing. Qin Yun curved his lips and buried his head in Wei Wei's beautiful hair. His thoughts were very real, since he had the special ability to chat and interact with female protagonists or supporting characters from the pirates. His plans were obvious. As long as they met his aesthetic standards and earned his recognition, he would take them into his fold. Now, he was not only a deity of the divine kingdom, but also the emperor, and having a harem of 3,000 beauties might not just be a hollow phrase. For those who could be won over, like Wei Wei and Robin, it was naturally best to win them over. For those who were harder to sway, such as Tina, and in the future, Dasky, Peach Rabbit, Cheyenne, and Big Mom's daughter, he would first bind them to him and then think of ways to win their hearts later. Don't ask Qin Yun if he would get tired of having so many divine consorts. Since he was living in an extraordinary world, he was undoubtedly aiming for immortality, and he would find ways to achieve it. According to his plans, in the end, he might really be able to attain eternal life. If by then, he had too few divine consorts to get along with, leading to a slowdown in his progress toward immortality, he would definitely regret it. The next morning, Wei Wei woke up slowly. As she opened her eyes, she immediately saw Qin Yun's gentle gaze. She shyly smiled and offered her cherry-like lips. After a long while, Qin Yun finally let go amidst Wei Wei's reluctant eyes. At that moment, she felt incredibly happy, as if her whole being was filled with energy. The two helped each other pack their things, and after some time, Qin Yun finally walked out of the room with Wei Wei snuggling against him. Oh, our lovely princess has awakened. I wonder what time you two chatted until last night? Robin, ever the schemer, started to tease as soon as she saw the joy on Wei Wei's face. Oomph. Sister Robin, you're so bad. Wei Wei retorted weakly, unwilling to back down. All right, I won't tease you anymore, Robin said with a charming smile, sparing the shy Wei Wei. Qin Yun kept moving and led her to the dining table to sit down, playfully teasing the happy Balki, who was enjoying the delicious food nearby. That's annoying, I still want to eat. Balki pouted, but didn't retaliate. Instead, she took the food and brought it to Qin Yun's mouth. Qin Yun was eating while holding her hand, which led to her playfully complaining. Tina was so sleepy. Tina's room was right next to theirs, so it was no wonder she had such grievances. All right, I'll make you feel more awake later. Qin Yun teased her as she dared to complain. Tina wouldn't agree to that. Tina had a stubborn expression, but her tone sounded a bit uncertain. You have no say in this. Qin Yun chuckled to himself, already thinking about how to tease the adorable Tina. At noon, when the heat was at its peak, Cobra's efficiency was astonishing, having already notified the entire nation overnight. However, this also meant that the reporters from the World Economic News Agency had learned of this news. A few days later, the news of the disappearance of the warlord Crocodile, suspected to be killed, would spread throughout the world. Back to the main topic. Qin Yun summoned a thick mass of dark clouds, enveloping the entire Alabasta. Soon, heavy rain began to pour from the sky, and under Qin Yun's fruitability, this downpour could last for a month. Of course, Qin Yun had already awakened his fruit and could directly and permanently change the environment here, plunging it into eternal rain or thunder. However, no place could withstand continuous rainfall. It is not said that natural-type devil fruits can awaken, but both paramecia and zoan types can. As fellow devil fruits, it makes no sense for natural types to be exempt, as seen with the Kainu and Akiji permanently altering the environment to form ice and fire islands. Now, Vivi had truly become his divine consort, and Alabasta had also become a force under his command. Since she was Cobra's only descendant, after Cobra's death, Vivi, or her child with Qin Yun, would inevitably become queen. Vivi had also been fulfilling her responsibilities as queen, seeking reign and prosperity for Alabasta and quelling internal strife. Now, she only needed to serve Qin Yun well and request more rain from him. However, Qin Yun had many considerations. Alabasta was too vast, and he needed to carefully manage when to release electricity, when to release water, etc., all requiring his exquisite operation and keen observation of timing to complete. Fortunately, Qin Yun did not feel tired. In fact, he found joy in it, as it lifted his spirits. In the royal tomb of the West Palace, Qin Yun took Robin to find the second piece of the historical text. Previously, he had used his observation hockey to locate another piece of historical text and had shown it to Robin. Robin read the historical text before her with a blank expression, but her heart was in turmoil. How could this be? This piece of historical text recorded the location of the ancient weapon Pluton, which was not the history she wanted to understand. No need to rush, Robin. Qin Yun held up the image snail. I've already taken a picture of the historical text. You can go back and look at it slowly. Robin turned her head and asked curiously, aren't you curious about what the historical text says? I'm not an archaeologist like you. Qin Yun replied with a faint smile, waving his hand nonchalantly. History is written by the victors. The content here is merely remnants of the defeated. I'm not interested in that. You can say what you want. If you don't want to, that's fine too. My goal from the beginning has always been you, not these trivial things. Robin was taken aback. She didn't understand. Qin Yun didn't lack women. So why was he fixated on her? Was she really that attractive to him? She thought for a moment and suddenly chuckled lightly. That's because you don't know what is recorded in there. If you did, you probably wouldn't be so relaxed in your words now. Oh, don't keep me in suspense. If you want to test me, just give me a few keywords. Qin Yun certainly knew what was recorded above. His actions were merely to further win Robin's heart. Robin's expression turned serious, her eyes fixed on Qin Yun, trying to find a flaw in his face. What was recorded above was the location of the ancient weapon, Hades. As soon as the words left her mouth, she was met with Qin Yun's scoff. Is that it? You really aren't interested? Robin was astonished, seeing that he didn't seem to be lying. According to legend, Hades had the power to erase an entire island with a single shot. Crocodile had schemed for many years for it. If the legendary power is so weak, one can imagine that the real Hades is no different. With my strength, I can easily accomplish all of this. Do you think I still need to covet the power of Hades? Qin Yun is just bluffing. Hades has never made an appearance, and he doesn't know its power. Of course, he has the opportunity to take it if he can. He knows the locations of both Hades and the Hades blueprints, so he could just go and retrieve them when the time comes. Robin was taken aback, and only then did she realize that the man before her was a thunder fruit user, and his terrifying level of fruit development always left her impressed every time she saw him in action. Compared to Aokiji and Akainu, she couldn't tell who had developed their abilities better with her experience. But for her, they were all top-tier existences. Since you've finished watching, let's go. It's time for you to fulfill your duties as a divine consort. Qin Yun noticed that she was no longer reading the historical text, so he proposed the idea of shoulder-to-shoulder combat. Robin's expression stiffened. She had thought that Qin Yun would also be upset because of Pluto's ruthless actions against her. Unexpectedly, he not only showed no interest in hearing her talk about the historical text, but instead reminded her of her duties as a divine consort and urged her to return to do what he loved. Was there no escaping it? Robin bitterly chuckled to herself. Under the world government's bounty, she had cleverly evaded one assassination after another. She was still an inexperienced maiden, thinking that her life would always be like this. She never expected to encounter someone as overbearing and domineering as Qin Yun, who forcefully summoned her as a divine consort upon their first meeting. She joked about Pokey and Vivi, but when it came to her, she still felt a wave of shyness and embarrassment. She asked herself if she had much animosity towards Qin Yun. After all, he was domineering but not forceful, and he treated her with respect. It was only after making her read a few historical texts that he attempted to extend his magical hand to her. In her view, he had been extremely restrained. Now, there was no escaping, and she had no idea where to go. So she could only obediently accept Qin Yun's arrangements and become his divine consort. What? Have you not been ready after all these days of being together? Robin came to her senses and responded with a complex expression. I am ready. I was just feeling a bit sentimental for a moment. That's good. Qin Yun has successfully gained the opportunity to interact with one of the two main female leads from the pirates. If he were to evaluate it, he could only say, this is much better than issuing orders in the court of Sky Island. Robin understood why Qin Yun was willing to go to great lengths to recruit the goddess and realize his urgency. The next morning, Qin Yun yawned while having breakfast, estimating the amount of his haki. Previously, his armament haki could only cover 2 hands, but now he could cover both arms. Moreover, he felt his stomach as big as an ox, and his body's digestive capacity had improved significantly. Although he couldn't compare to Luffy, the big eater, his appetite had definitely reached the level of a strong warrior. In the East Blue, at the Marine branch in Lowtown, what? Smoker's face turned red as he slammed 3 cigars down on the table, shouting in anger. What were the higher-ups doing? Tina had been inexplicably kidnapped, and they were still thinking about persuading the other party to join the 7 warlords. Smoker had repeatedly disobeyed orders from superiors without being dismissed. On one hand, it was because of his strong natural smoke fruit powers, and on the other hand, it was due to his powerful connections within the Marines. Colonel Smoker, calm down. Anger won't solve anything. What you need to do now is to find the person who kidnapped Colonel Tina. Smoker took a deep breath to calm himself and reluctantly issued an order. Jim, you're right. Have the brothers keep an eye on the news. Notify me as soon as there's any trace of Tina. Unfortunately, by the time he saw Tina again, it would already be too late. Once recognized as the absolute goddess of the Marine School, she had now become a treasure in Qin Yun's hands, gently cared for by him. Not only that, even his cute and somewhat confused subordinate, Dashki, had caught Qin Yun's attention and would soon be leaving him behind. Meanwhile, at the Marine School, Zifa furrowed his brows, silently making a firm resolution. If the one who kidnapped Tina became a warlord, he would have to establish his own faction. He fixed his expression and shouted loudly, Benz, go check Tina's whereabouts. Yes, teacher. At the same time, in a conference hall somewhere in the capital of Alabasta, a large conference table was set in the center, with the chief commanders of Baroque works seated in order of their code names on both sides. At the head of the table was a main seat and a vice seat, with Robin sitting in the vice seat, watching everyone with great interest. Her mindset was no longer stagnant like before, as Qin Yun continuously injected vitality into her. On the left side sat Mr. One Daz Bones, Mr. Two Bon Clay, Mr. 3 Galdino, Mr. 4 Bub, and Mr. 5 Gem. On the right side were Miss Doublefinger, Miss Golden Week Marianne, Miss Christmas Nico Robin, and Miss Valentine's Machida. They had been summoned to obey the vice president's orders and to catch a glimpse of the president behind her. Indeed, they only knew the vice president and not the president. Crocodile's orders were conveyed by Robin, making it convenient for Qin Yun to seize the influence of Baroque works. Mr. One Daz Bones also didn't know who the president was. If you don't believe it, you can check the comments here. Yaha, Vice President. How come you seem even more beautiful than the last time we met? The speaker was Machida, tall and with short blonde hair, her light green eyes exceptionally charming. Always smiling. You just know how to flatter. Robin chuckled lightly, aware of her own changes. The slightly dull skin she had from living in Alabasta was now healed by Qin Yun. She now had fair skin, beautiful and charming. Just like she was 2 years after the Paramount War. I'm serious. Vice President, don't hide it. If you have good stuff, let us share it together. Machida insisted, wanting to pry more. If you want to become more beautiful, I can draw for you, said the little lowly Marianne, maintaining her usual expressionless demeanor, going about her own way without external influence. No way. Robin looked her up and down, speaking in a strangely reassuring tone. Don't worry. I'll share it with you, just not now. You'll be able to enjoy it soon. Is that so? Machida laughed, no longer thinking deeply, but then asked, Vice President, what kind of person is the president? Robin pondered for a moment. He should not be here, right? He is a domineering person. So you all should be a bit accommodating to him later. Otherwise, if he gets upset, people might die. Hey, Robin. It's not something a secretary should do to talk bad about someone behind their back. As soon as she finished speaking, a bright figure appeared at the head of the table, and as soon as he arrived, he pulled the smiling Robin into his arms. President. The crowd was shocked. They were not inexperienced underlings. As soon as Qin Yun appeared, they recognized that this was indeed the power of the Thunder Fruit. Qin Yun raised his hand to gesture for everyone not to panic. That's right, he is the behind-the-scenes boss of the Baroque studio, Mr. Zero. Robin explained at the right moment. Qin Yun glanced around and secretly complained that Crocodile was really too poor, not even having a single devil fruit in his collection. Even the many chief commanders present had unimpressive fruit abilities. Wow, I didn't expect our president to be a Thunder Fruit user. My backing is so strong. Phone Cly was full of excitement, jumping up and happily dancing an angel dance. The president decided not to hide his identity any longer, letting everyone know who the true leader was. Robin broke free from Qin Yun's embrace and stood up to speak eloquently. Of course, the purpose of this gathering was not just that. You must have already formed impressions of each other. In the future, when carrying out missions, we won't have the situation of a flood washing away the Dragon King's temple. Now, I will issue the future action direction for the Baroque works. First is the assignment of work. Machida and Marianne will follow me and the president from now on, obeying our orders. The rest will focus on gathering wealth and devil fruits in the first half of the Grand Line. In the near future, the president's kingdom of God will envelop the new world, where we will plunder the territories of the 4 emperors. Kingdom of God? After Robin finished speaking, Caldino voiced his confusion. I am the emperor and deity of the kingdom of God. When the time is right, you will know everything. Bonus nodded. He was usually quiet and loyally executed orders. After Robin explained some details, everyone was no longer confused and understood their responsibilities. Finally, Phone Cly passionately shouted, Now, let's take action and turn this world upside down. Qin Yun curled his lips. The Baroque studio in Alabasta marked the beginning of his reach towards Qinghai, but it was definitely not the end. His ambitions were vast. Becoming a god and emperor of the Sky Islands was not enough, and having Alabasta in his grasp was still insufficient. He wanted to occupy more and more territory, seize greater and greater power. He aimed to become the god of the entire world, to replace or marry and become the supreme being of the world, achieving immortality and eternal indulgence. With the matters of Alabasta settled, it was time for Qin Yun to embark on the journey to capture the divine consort. However, there was one troubling point. The little proverb was still too small, about the same size as the merry ship of Luffy's crew. It was built by Qin Yun's divine guard, who were not specialized shipwrights and could not compare to the Carrera Company of Water 7. Currently, there were 6 divine consorts on the ship, plus Qin Yun, making a total of 7 people. Apart from the conference room, kitchen, bathroom, helm, and warehouse, there were only 2 rooms. With 7 people resting together, it was just at capacity. Adding more would make it feel cramped. However, Qin Yun quickly thought of a solution. Everyone could rest on the deck, and when the deck was full, the additional divine consorts could rest inside the cabin. The little proverb had a sliding cover with lights on top, and once covered, the deck became an indoor space. Anyway, the little proverb flew in the sky all day long, undisturbed, making it suitable for rest and very safe. The detestable capitalist Qin Yun did not think about expanding the size of the little proverb. Instead, he made the lovely girl suffer with him on the deck. Machida, tall, with short golden hair, charming looks, always smiling, and has a unique laugh, yahaha. Mariano, the wise one, always with a blank expression while eating senbei. A hypnotist, little lowly. The 2 newly joined girls, Machida and Mariano, had not yet undergone Qin Yun's transformation to become true divine consorts, and it was clear they were still holding back, although they accepted the identity of divine consorts under Robin's persuasion. As long as Qin Yun did not extend his magical hand towards them, they were happy to be at ease. Soon, under Qin Yun's guidance, the group crossed the doldrums and arrived at the East Sea. Then the question arose, how did Creek return to the East Sea from the Grand Line? Did he get chased back by Mihawk? This question had been bothering Qin Yun for a long time. The only explanation he could think of was that Creek was lucky enough to have a super explosion. As soon as he entered the doldrums, without any delay, he was kindly sent to the East Sea by the Sea Kings. The upside-down mountain had 5 waterways, shaped like a V, with 4 inlets and 1 outlet. Swift currents, perennial storms, and extremely high altitude, making it impossible to return from there. What Qin Yun did not expect was that as soon as they left, the Navy arrived at Alabasta, searching for his whereabouts. Alyabarna, Royal Palace. Your Majesty Cobra, have you seen this person? Rear Admiral Weasel of the Navy headquarters pointed at a portrait and said seriously. No, Cobra replied with great certainty. Weasel frowned, his small mustache twitching. He was a user of the rumble fruit. If I'm not mistaken, the continuous heavy rain in Alabasta was caused by him. Oh, I see. Cobra was indeed a crafty old fox. Weasel's intimidation could not scare him. He was very grateful, but unfortunately, he hadn't seen me. Otherwise, I would have definitely given him some reward. Seeing that he was so unyielding, Weasel had no choice but to leave. He had scoured Alabasta, but his observation hockey had not detected any trace of Qin Yun. He now seriously doubted that Qin Yun was flying in the sky with Tina or had some flying transportation. Otherwise, in such a vast ocean, with the Navy's information network, it would be impossible to find no trace at all. Sigh, Your Majesty Cobra, we're not looking to capture him. Otherwise, we would have issued a bounty for him long ago. Fleet Admiral Sengoku spoke, wanting to recruit him into the 7 warlords. If he agreed, there would even be a beautiful woman as a reward. If you know him, please pass on this message. If he is willing to join, let him give us a position, and we will personally go find him to sign the agreement. After saying this, Weasel left the palace in disappointment with the Navy. Subsequently, after waiting several days in Alabasta without receiving any news from Cobra, they set off to continue their search. Of course, Cobra did not dare to contact Qin Yun, fearing that the Navy would monitor him. After waiting for the Navy to leave for a while, he finally dared to tell Qin Yun that the world government wanted to recruit him into the 7 warlords. East Sea, Konomi Islands. Qin Yun has already received the message from Cobra. Joining the 7 warlords? The right to legally plunder means nothing to Qin Yun. He plunders whenever he wants anyway. Who in the world government can match his speed besides Admiral Kizaru? No one can catch up to him. He no longer thinks and continues to use observation hockey to search the islands. They are now high above Cocoa Village. With Robin, a versatile talent, it would be hard for them to get lost. As the undisputed first female lead among pirates, his first target upon arriving in the East Blue is naturally her. Moreover, she is quite easy to win over. He just needs to rescue her from Arlong's brutal rule, and he can easily capture her heart. Why hasn't observation-He detected Nami? Qin Yun felt a bit helpless. It seemed Nami had gone out to earn money. After a short while, he flew to Nami's home and landed the small aircraft in an empty space next to the orange grove. This area was ruled by a group of fishmen, but their strength was average, and your strength was enough to handle them. After explaining, he left the spot to look for Nojiko, who was diligently farming in another orange grove. The girls, upon hearing this, did not disembark. They were all busy with their own hobbies. Sigh, that damn Arlong. When will these days end? Nojiko complained in her heart. She was bold and kind-hearted, having experienced unimaginable suffering early on. But for her sister Nami, she had always been strong in seeking a way to survive, taking care of Nami and supporting her. Nojiko. Nojiko instinctively turned her head, feeling an unprecedented, overwhelming aura that made it hard for her to open her eyes wide. Such a grand entrance clearly indicated that this was no ordinary person. Who are you? I'm the god Qin Yun, here specifically for you and Nami. Qin Yun started off as straightforward as ever. God? For me and Nami? Nojiko was taken aback. She rarely left her home. How could anyone know her? Could it be that someone was looking for her because Nami stole money from them? Where is Nami? I didn't find her on Konomi Island. Sure enough, Nojiko let out a bitter laugh. She had long anticipated this day. Walking by the river often, how could one avoid getting wet shoes? Nami had been careless and ended up being found at her lair. Nami went out to work. How much money did she take from you, big brother? We will definitely pay you back. Pay back. Qin Yun chuckled, realizing the misunderstanding. Well then, just compensate me with yourselves. How about both of you becoming my divine consorts? Huh? Nojiko looked at him oddly. Divine? Divine consorts? How does it feel like you're more noble than Arlong's self-proclaimed fishman lineage, while human lineage is deemed lowly? Big brother, don't joke around. She responded with a forced smile, thinking of herself as just a girl who grew oranges, and the years of hard labor under pressure had tanned her skin. In contrast, the man before her looked like he came from wealth. How could he be interested in her and Nami? I'm serious. Qin Yun's tone held a hint of undeniable authority. If you agree, I can help you eliminate all the fishmen here. What? Nojiko exclaimed, quickly looking around, then breathed a sigh of relief that no one was nearby. She leaned closer to Qin Yun and whispered, Big brother, keep your voice down. It's fine to talk about this privately. If someone hears. Before she could finish, she was taken aback by Qin Yun's indifferent gaze, realizing he was not joking. She regained her composure, thinking of the people who had suffered under the oppression of the fishmen, thinking of herself, thinking of Nami, and especially thinking of their adoptive mother. Belmir. A flicker of determination crossed her eyes as she murmured, Can you really kill the fishman Arlong and his gang? Easy as pie. Qin Yun spoke, opening his right hand, with lightning flickering and jumping in his palm, making a sizzling sound. This is... Nokigao looked at his hand in shock, instinctively taking a step back. Nokigao, independent and strong, caring for Nami, a pure land and refuge in Nami's heart. The comm belt on both sides of the Grand Line is band-shaped. As for the devil fruit abilities, it doesn't matter if you don't know. You just need to know that my strength is formidable enough to easily wipe out the fishmen. Nokigao nodded, pondering for a moment, realizing she had encountered a critical turning point in her life. Although the man before her had a mysterious background, she had no choice but to trust him, agreeing to spare Nami the despair after handing over 100 million berries to Arlong. Thinking of this, she fixed her gaze on Qin Yun and replied, I'm sorry. I can't make the decision for Nami. I can only try my best to persuade her. If you agree, I can become your divine consort. The words were spoken, but she felt a bit ashamed in her heart. I see. Upon hearing this, Nokigao's heart suddenly raced. Then it settled. Qin Yun chuckled lightly, directly pulling her into his embrace. Amid her exclamation, flashes of lightning appeared, and they arrived at Arlong Park. Nokigao was astonished by his extraordinary abilities when she heard his domineering voice. Let me show you how these ugly fishmen meet their end. Without further ado, he began his merciless slaughter. Who are you? Damn human. Nokigao. She is Nami's sister Nokigao. I recognize her. The fishermen lackeys in the area were utterly unable to resist Qin Yun's killing spree. Without even being able to utter a word, they were violently struck down by the lightning, turning to ashes. Am I dreaming? Nokigao could hardly believe what she was witnessing. She had only dared to dream of becoming a Navy officer to rescue them, because her adoptive mother had been a Navy officer. She couldn't imagine someone so powerful. No, He is a god. He is her deity, come to redeem her and Nami. Six sword style, six sword waltz. Fishman Xiaobao watched as his companions fell one after another in death, and in anger, he unleashed his strongest sword technique. However, what responded to him was a bolt of lightning as thick as a baby's arm. Why? He is too weak. Qin Yun didn't even pay special attention to him, and he was annihilated by the automatically targeting lightning. At this moment, Arlong was disturbed by the screams and thunder from outside, and he walked out of the house to see the horrifying scene. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and shouted angrily, "Where did this lowly human come from?" Qin Yun sneered. What a foolish and ignorant fishman he was. Unlike his half-sister Madame Shaylee, who was the complete opposite. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. He raised his hand and formed a lightning sphere quickly, flicking it lightly. It shot straight at Arlong. Lightning technique, lightning sphere. Ugh. Arlong was tortured by the electric current, convulsing madly, and the large saw blade, chopping peak, fell to the ground. Just as he was about to faint, he suddenly felt his body lighten. He struggled to keep himself from collapsing to the ground, looking at Qin Yun with difficulty, threatening ominously. "Human, my brother is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The sea hero Jinbei. You better think carefully about the consequences of attacking me." He. Qin Yun dismissed him. "Foolish Arlong, you can rest assured. I will take good care of your mature and voluptuous sister Shaylee, making her happily and blissfully sink into my hands for the rest of her life." "You?" Arlong's eyes widened in disbelief. How did this man know about his sister? But there was no time for him to think. He saw the other party's hand shaped like a gun, seemingly about to shoot, and in a fit of rage, he shouted, "Fishmen are nobler than humans." Lightning gun. In the next moment, a sharp electric light burst from Qin Yun's fingertips, piercing through Arlong's head in an instant, sending him into eternal sleep to meet the fishman Fisher Tiger. The fishmen in the area were either dead or fleeing. Some clever fishmen took advantage of him, teaching Arlong a lesson, and had already dived into the water. Little did they know that water conducts electricity far better than air. Lightning technique, water walk. Soon, the fishmen were electrocuted to death, floating belly up to the surface. Even the sea beast, Moo Moo, couldn't survive in the electrified water. And perhaps when it was discovered, it would become a delicacy on the tables of the villagers of Coco West. Qin Yun turned his head to look at Nokigo, only to discover that she was already in tears. It was understandable. The culprit who had killed their adoptive mother was being tortured to death right in front of her, and anyone would surely cry out in relief. She didn't make a sound, probably out of fear that it would upset him. Thinking of this, he gently stroked Nokigo's sky-blue hair and softly comforted her. "If you want to cry, just let it out. You don't have to worry about me." Hearing this, Nokigo glanced at him gratefully and then cried out loudly, "Belmel, did you see it? Eren is finally dead. Nami, you don't have to suffer and endure humiliation to steal money from the sea anymore. We are free." Qin Yun suddenly remembered that Colonel Mouse had not been dealt with yet. After she had cried for a while, she finally spoke up to remind, "That's not enough. They still have a mastermind behind the scenes." "Huh?" Norky was taken aback and quickly asked, "Who is it?" "It's Colonel Mouse from the Navy's 16th Division. He colluded with Eren in secret, which is why the news from here couldn't get out. Don't worry, I have already seen him." As she spoke, Qin Yun raised her hand towards the direction of the Navy's 16th Division, pressing down as if to firmly lock on a mouse's aura, and unleashed a pillar of heavenly thunder. Divine judgment. The thunder roared, and even the village of Coco Shia could faintly hear some sounds. There was no doubt that Colonel Mouse was dead, and the building he was in had been replaced by a large pit, with only a few Navy personnel outside the building managing to survive. Qin Yun's observation ability has a long range, and since Coco Village is not large, it is easy to imagine that the pirates, with Nami just returning not long ago, were quickly followed by the mice who came to dig for her treasure. It is not hard to guess that the Navy's 16th Division is not far from Coco Village. "Let's go, I'll take you home," Qin Yun said, extending his hand to her. Noki instinctively responded, suddenly realizing that she hadn't delivered the good news to the villagers yet. "I need to inform the villagers. They don't know that the fishmen are all dead." "There's no need for that. Isn't it more surprising for them to discover it themselves?" Qin Yun didn't want to find himself caught up in a crowd of people crying and wailing. That makes sense. Noki felt that he had a point and didn't dare to go against his words. Seeing his hand still in the air, she was startled and quickly leaned in. Qin Yun was finally satisfied, and with a flash of lightning, she returned to her home. Kekaksia Village, Nami's house. "Norki, now you can tell me where Nami has gone, right?" Qin Yun gently shook the orange juice in his hand, resting his head back on the soft cushion, enjoying the attentive service from Machida. Hearing this, Nokigao paused his busy actions and softly said, Nami set off toward the Kotivo Islands a few days ago, and she should have been there for a few days now. Kotivo Islands? Qin Yun knows this place. After playing with Robin, he once heard her talk about the layout of the islands in the East Sea. The Kotever Islands are located to the northeast of Koko Village. The country of Kijia is also there. This is the nation that once fought against Germa 66, and Sanji was let go by Reiju at the beginning of the war. This means that Nami's return to Koko Village is still uncertain, and if I go to look for her, I might come up empty-handed. After all, who knows when she will come back and from which direction? Yes, Noki said hesitantly. Qin Yun pondered for a moment and came up with an idea. He took out a phone bug and placed it on the table. Borki, Tina, Marianu, you three stay here to protect Nokigao. As soon as you have news about Nami, notify me immediately. Vivi, Machida, Robin, come with me to the Kotivo Islands to look for Nami. Yes, Lord God. Everyone either responded or nodded in agreement. Tina had already become immersed in his help and was now able to use the two-colored hockey. The East Sea was weak and peaceful, making her practically invincible here. Moreover, with Borki and Marianu, the two unexpected troops, she felt very reassured. Both had considerable combat power and could perform hypnosis. Qin Yun was also eager to separate Machida and Marianu to seize the opportunity to make Machida submit to him. Kotivo Islands, Parevo's Island. This was the territory of treasure hunter Traeger. At this moment, in a dense forest, little thief Nami was hurriedly fleeing with little fox Karina. Little fox, if this continues, we will definitely be caught. Nami felt a bit desperate. She and Karina were both rivals and teammates. They had come to Parevo's island to steal from Traeger's pirate crew, but were unexpectedly caught. Fortunately, they were quick-witted and managed to escape to the forest. However, Traeger and his subordinates had lived here for many years and were extremely familiar with every tree and shrub. How long could they last? The little thief didn't expect that Karina, who has roamed for so many years, would fail today. Karina sighed lightly, but her feet didn't slow down. Don't joke around. You're only 2 years older than me, and we will definitely escape, Nami retorted unhappily. However, just as she was speaking, she suddenly tripped over a vine and fell heavily to the ground. Little thief, Karina exclaimed, quickly stopping to help Nami up. Hurry, this way, over here, they're right behind us. The sounds of pursuit were getting closer, and both women's expressions changed dramatically. Run, Karina helped Nami move quickly forward, using the natural cover of the woods to hide their figures. I'm sorry, Karina, I've dragged you down. You should go. Nami knew that if this continued, they would definitely be caught, so she resolutely said her farewell words. What nonsense are you talking about? The phantom thief Karina, would never abandon my companions. You really make me feel touched. Just then, a burly man with red, explosive hair stepped out. It was Traeger. I say, you too. Stealing some of my treasures isn't enough, and you want to come back to rob my vault? You really are two reckless fools who don't know how to die. He wielded a long iron chain that clinked with a sharp metallic sound as he swung it. Don't be agitated. Let's talk it out nicely. We won't run. Karina chuckled awkwardly, shielding Nami behind her. Not running? I think you two won't be able to run away. A large group of dark-skinned primitive natives surrounded them. Seeing his subordinates arrive, Traeger grinned ominously, lifting the iron chain to swing at the two women, intending to teach them a lesson first. Divine Judgment White Murray. At this critical moment, a gigantic lightning pillar suddenly appeared in the sky above everyone, striking down violently. Nami instinctively closed her eyes when the chain was about to hit her, but she felt no pain. Curiously, she opened her eyes to find everything around her white and misty, with Karina looking around in fear, desperately holding her in place. What's going on? Nami exclaimed, still trying to comprehend the situation. As soon as her voice fell, the lightning pillar vanished, along with Traeger and his subordinates, leaving behind a large circle of craters and the earth pillar they were standing on. How do we escape this dangerous place? Jumping over the giant pit was impossible. It was too far, and if they missed grabbing the opposite earth wall, they would fall to their deaths. It seemed they could only slide down the earth pillar to the bottom and then climb up the surrounding earth walls. Karina then realized her back was drenched in cold sweat. She gravely explained, it thundered. Huh, thunder? Nami thought she had misheard. Oh, two lost little lambs. Are you scared? Indeed, it was just in time to intercept Nami and Karina before they were caught in the original timeline. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good to let misunderstandings arise between them. The void in front of Nami and Karina flickered with blue light, and Qin Yun appeared, sitting cross-legged, watching them with great interest. In fact, he had already discovered Nami's whereabouts. He just wanted to wait for the right moment to make his move. playing the hero, saving the beauty. Nami was the first to react, realizing it was the other party's attack that had killed Traeger and his crew. No, no, big brother, are you here to save us? Thank you so much. She smiled playfully, her eyes filled with gratitude towards Qin Yun. Karina beside her also chimed in, smiling sweetly. Big brother is so handsome and strong, and so kind-hearted. Can you take us out of here? There are big pits all around, and we two little girls can't get out. Qin Yun looked at the smiles on their faces and smiled back. He could see that the gratitude in their eyes was feigned, their bodies slightly trembling from intense fear, and they probably didn't even know how scared they truly were. Oh, why is it that as soon as I save you, you're starting to make demands? That won't do. Nami, seeing he had no intent to kill, breathed a sigh of relief and mustered her courage to act cute, saying, So how can Big Brother take us out? If it's about treasure. At this point, a hint of struggle flashed in her eyes. Being someone who valued money as life, she hesitated to let the words slip out. But Karina was not as obsessed with wealth as she was. Nami, clever, lively, capable, exceptionally talented, and fond of money, the little thief, FJ. Karina, beautiful with purple flowers. A melodious voice, quick-witted, skilled in thievery, adept at gathering intelligence. The charming little fox, ready to emerge. Of course, treasures wouldn't be lacking for Big Brother. As Karina picked up the conversation, she gently patted Nami, signaling her to understand the situation. Treasures? I certainly don't lack those. I am the divine Qin Yun, serving as the deity and emperor of a divine kingdom. In my palace, there are golden glimmers everywhere and countless jewels and gemstones. Divine kingdom? Deity? Emperor? Nami and Karina were taken aback, as the other party didn't seem to be bragging. Could he really be that significant? Not lacking treasures. Does that mean he has his eyes on me? No, it should be on Nami, Karina. No need to guess in your hearts anymore. I have my eyes on both of you. Be my divine consorts. Qin Yun saw that they were not taking the initiative, so he had to throw out a direct proposal once again. The two women were taken aback. Could it be that their thoughts had been guessed? He couldn't possibly read minds, right? No, that's impossible. It must be just a coincidence. Nami thought, wait, I can agree to him first, using his strength to drive those fishmen away. 100 million berries is a long way off, so why not take advantage of this handsome big brother? Sacrificing myself to save the whole village would be worth it. Karina thought, this is getting serious. It seems that there's no escaping the crisis at hand. Facing the other party's powerful strength, my wisdom seems unable to help me out of this predicament. Forget it. I'll agree to him first. If his situation is truly as he says, and he can provide me with a stable and wealthy life, then I would have already started living the future I want. The thoughts in the minds of the two women surged rapidly like lightning, and within a few seconds, they came up with a response plan. They exchanged glances and nodded. I can agree to you, as long as you can help me drive a group of fishmen away from my hometown. Nami gritted her teeth, her tone incredibly firm. She was still so kind, even though Arlong and his gang had bullied their village and even killed her adoptive mother. She never thought of killing the fishmen for revenge. Seeing this, Karina continued, I can agree too, but you need to prove that you really are the emperor of a country, able to provide a life for me and Nami without worrying about money. As Qin Yun expected, given the current situation and their personal experiences, as long as they weren't completely lacking in common sense, they wouldn't refuse. None of these are problems. Then it's settled. Qin Yun was very satisfied. He straightened up and flew in front of them with his arms wide open. Come on, I'll take you away from here. Your sisters are waiting for you above. Wait, we haven't taken the treasure with us. The two little treasure lovers still couldn't forget the riches here. How much can there be? How are the two of you going to carry it? Qin Yun was indifferent. Aren't you here? Brother Qin, please. Just take the treasure with us. We worked so hard to get it, Nami and Karina said, hugging and tugging at his arm while shaking it. Qin Yun couldn't stand the two beautiful girls' coquetry. After pretending to be conflicted for a moment, he finally nodded in agreement. All right, you two are really little troublemakers. First, come back to the spaceship with me, and then you can lead the way. The two girls then smiled brightly. It was simply harder for them to throw away the money they had just obtained than to be killed. Ouch, that hurts. Nami groaned in pain after taking a step, and only then did she remember that she had just twisted her ankle. Seeing this, Qin Yun approached with concern to observe the injured little foot. Nami's face turned bright red under his gaze, and it seemed he wanted to help. So she dared not say much, and could only endure the unusual sensation in her ankle. Qin Yun nodded, lifted her foot, and gently massaged it for a while, then used electrical stimulation to promote blood circulation and reduce bruising. The tingling sensation made Nami bite her lip lightly. but she knew in her heart that Qin Yun was treating her. All right, take a look and see how it feels. Finally, Qin Yun completed the treatment. Nami let out a sigh of relief, and seeing Karina's teasing gaze, she shot him a fierce glare before trying to take a couple of steps, realizing it didn't hurt anymore. So amazing. I didn't expect Brother Qin to be skilled in medicine, Nami exclaimed in surprise, thinking that Qin Yun was trying to take advantage of her under the pretense of treating her injury. Of course, I'm a deity, so I naturally know a thing or two. Qin Yun felt the fragrance emanating from Nami, lingering at the tip of his nose. It seemed like the scent of oranges, yet also reminiscent of sunflowers. Seeing that the two were ready, he embraced them and returned to the small ship amidst their delicate calls. The three women on board, having seen him bring back two beautiful girls before, were unfazed and came over to greet them, introducing themselves to one another. So you are Nokigo's sister, looking so beautiful. No wonder Qin Yun can't stop thinking about you, Robin said, covering her mouth with a light smile as she praised Nami. No way. My sister is much prettier than I am, Nami exclaimed. Nokigo, how do you know my sister's name? Nami felt a bit embarrassed by what she said, but quickly realized that the other party mentioned Nokigo. Oh, didn't Qin Yun tell you? He really has a wicked sense of humor. Robin was taken aback and glanced sideways at Qin Yun. Could it be? Nami turned back to Qin Yun in disbelief, murmuring, That's right. All the fishmen from Kokoyashi village have been killed by me. Our agreement has already been fulfilled ahead of time. Qin Yun nodded, confirming her suspicions. Huh? Nami was momentarily stunned by the sudden joy, and after a while, she finally reacted, her eyes filled with tears as she murmured, The fishmen who brought us pain. Belmir's fishmen are all dead. As soon as she finished speaking, her tears burst forth, as she turned to throw herself into Karina's arms. Nami. Karina's expression was moved. Just then, Qin Yun suddenly focused his gaze. In the sky to the southeast, pieces of soil, large and small, were falling, landing in the sea. Who is throwing objects from the high sky? Are there sky islands in the East Sea? Qin Yun felt a bit confused. This was not without reason. There was more than one sky island among the pirates, including his own divine kingdom. He knew of at least 4. Although the East Sea had never mentioned sky islands among the pirates, one could not conclude that there were none. Sky islands, wait, could it be Shiki the Golden Lion? Qin Yun remembered that after the Golden Lion escaped from Impel Down, he discovered an island called Vermio. There were many animals that had become ferocious due to consuming plants containing IQ. He and his subordinate doctor, Indigo, studied IQ while plotting revenge in the skies over the East China Sea. Oni-chan, big brother, what's wrong? Vivi asked with concern, moving closer. Her heart had long been placed on Qin Yun, and she immediately noticed his subtle changes. Qin Yun smiled slightly and naturally embraced her, discovering a good place where he might encounter an extraordinary person. I see. Wei Wei did not resist and quietly waited with him for Nami to calm down. I'm sorry. Nami was still a bit choked up. I'm just so happy I lost my composure. Qin Yun knew that what she needed most was rest, so he instructed, Makita, help Nami to the cabin to sleep for a while. Okay. Thus, under Karina's guidance, Qin Yun took them and Savage's treasure aboard the little proverb. Afterwards, he gazed at the sky in the southeast direction, controlling the little proverb's course, and flew away slowly. At an altitude of 50,000 meters, Qin Yun stood in midair, using his observation haki to scan the floating islands below. It really was the base of the Golden Lion. He was immensely surprised at this moment. The location was in the northwest of the East Sea, close to the Red Earth continent, posing a risk of being discovered by CP0. When he came to the East Sea, he thought the Golden Lion would plunder the small nations in the northeast, but he didn't expect to encounter him here. He was so certain because he discovered that there were a large number of unusual creatures on these islands, which are the products of consuming IQ. Since he encountered the Golden Lion, he wouldn't let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. He pondered for a moment, considering the information about the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion had 50 pirate crew captains and 2,000 crew members, which sounded impressive, but they were just a bunch of small fry. In the face of his Thunderbolt ability, numbers had never been a problem. With a single strike of thunder, how many would survive? That was his plan. Before fighting the Golden Lion, he needed to create a favorable environment. While he was deep in thought, a massive amount of dark clouds gathered around him, creating a scene of apocalyptic destruction by his own hands. At this moment, in the Central Island's monitoring room, a large group of pirates dressed in work uniforms were puzzled as they watched the footage on the monitor. Their surveillance was an automatically advancing image snail. Why had it been fine just a moment ago? And suddenly, it was overcast with clouds. The weather forecast clearly said it would be sunny today. What are we afraid of? We're the Flying Sky Pirates. We've seen thunderstorms countless times. Unfortunately, the captain couldn't use Haki anymore. Otherwise, a burst of Conqueror's Haki would instantly disperse the clouds. Divine Judgment. Boom! The lightning bolt emitted by Qin Yun pointed directly at the Golden Lion, illuminating the dim sky with dazzling lightning. This was definitely abnormal. The clever pirates had already begun to prepare to escape the scene, wanting to hide in a safe place. What is this? The Golden Lion was currently with Indigo, and they were in a laboratory observing a newly cultivated species, a blue rabbit that could breathe fire. Crackle, crackle. This was a great masterpiece. Unfortunately, its lifespan was too short. It could only survive for 3 days before dying. Don't get me wrong. This fart-like sound was produced by Indigo walking, and he shouted, "Mika, breathe fire." Boom! Mika stood still, but a tremendous roar erupted. This wasn't right, was it? Was this really breathing fire? Although the Golden Lion's mind was filled with thoughts of the ship's helm, he still had some common sense. "Captain, behind you," Indigo shouted and immediately turned to run. The Golden Lion looked back, and his jaw dropped in shock. The room they were in was enveloped by a massive fortress, which he had painstakingly forged using the abilities of the float fruit, capable of withstanding heavenly thunder without leaving a trace. Unexpectedly, a huge hole appeared above, revealing the majestic sight of dark clouds pressing down on the city outside. He kept moving, casually dodging the falling rocks, and squeezed out through the hole. Looking at the thick, dark clouds above, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he quickly darted towards the clouds. Lion's Might, Thousand Cuts Valley. The Golden Lion spun around, using his legs, which were the cherry blossom tin and dry wood, to fiercely slash at the dark clouds. His movements were extremely fast. In an instant, he kicked and slashed dozens of times, and over 10 large sword energies shot up into the sky, about to pierce into the thunderclouds. But suddenly a dramatic change occurred. Thunder Law, Myriad Thunder. Qin Yun had long been accumulating energy, and, at this moment, he released all the thunder he had been brewing, colliding with the sword energy of the Golden Lion, producing a deafening explosion of energy. In the next moment, the sword energy and thunder erupted violently, emitting waves of intense shock that damaged many buildings on the island. The Golden Lion squinted his eyes. How could it be such a coincidence? It seemed that someone was secretly sabotaging him, preventing him from destroying the thunderclouds. Once the thunder was released, it would unleash relentless devastation. However, it was not chaotic. Under Qin Yun's control, it would prioritize attacking charged objects. The Golden Lion, being accompanied by Sakura Ten and the Withered Tree, and flying so high, was a natural target for the thunder strikes. He quickly noticed this, but he had no opportunity to learn physics, and thought he was being targeted by the controller of the thunderclouds. He could only continuously unleash slashes to counter the incoming thunder, shouting angrily, "Damn it, who is causing trouble in the shadows? If you have the guts, come out and face me. What kind of hero is sneaking around for a surprise attack?" Qin Yun did not respond. Instead, he chuckled as he watched the Golden Lion's awkward attempts to dodge under the thunder. This was merely an appetizer before the battle, a way to grind down the Golden Lion's temperament. When the real fight began, there would be more chances of victory. He had never underestimated the Golden Lion. If it weren't for that ship's wheel on his head, he would naturally keep his distance. However, the current Golden Lion had long been reduced to a mere dog, unable to use even the basic forms of Haki, let alone the Conqueror's Haki. Nevertheless, even in this state, the Golden Lion, with the power of the float fruit, was still a force to be reckoned with. "Ha ha ha, you've successfully angered me. If you have the guts, don't come out. Otherwise, I'll chop you into 8 pieces. The Golden Lion laughed in anger, spreading his arms wide. In the distance, a massive island rapidly rose under the power of the float fruit, charging towards the thunderclouds with a booming sound that quickly echoed throughout the sky. Qin Yun's expression froze. What a Golden Lion. This move was indeed somewhat unsolvable. Although the lightning was fast, the thundercloud could not escape. It seemed that the only option was for both to perish together. "No, Admiral." The pirates on the giant island saw the thundercloud rapidly enlarging in their eyes and instantly realized the Golden Lion's plan. They were swept into the thundercloud by the giant island, undoubtedly facing a life-or-death situation. Since it was like this, 10,000 thunder gathering. Qin Yun looked down at the Golden Lion with indifference, raising his hand to wave. The thundercloud suddenly burst forth with even more brilliant lightning. Millions of thunders converged, ultimately forming a massive thunderball that buzzed with sound. The giant island accelerated rapidly, and the massive thunderball let out a shrill cry, swallowing the thundercloud that birthed it, growing even larger. In the next moment, the giant island collided with the thunderball, and the entire world was enveloped in blinding white light. With the sound of explosions ringing out incessantly, the area of destruction continually expanding. Qin Yun's expression changed, and he quickly flashed toward the sky. The golden lion did the same. He had already activated his lion's power and buried his body deep within the thick earth. Due to the overwhelming noise, the pirates could only hear a deafening explosion, quickly covering their ears. Some pirates were too slow, causing their eardrums to rupture, and they writhed on the ground in pain. After an unknown amount of time, the aftermath of the battle gradually calmed down. The giant island disappeared into a cloud of dust, and the pirates and those who had consumed IQ perished on the spot. Even the surrounding floating islands were left pockmarked and unrecognizable from the shockwaves. Boom! The golden lion moved the lion's power in front of him aside and flew back into the sky. At this moment, the entire sky was clear, allowing him to see far into the distance. Thus, he immediately spotted Qin Yun high above. The golden lion waved his hand vigorously, igniting the cigar in his grasp from the rapid friction. He took a deep drag of the thick smoke and laughed loudly. "Huh, kid, let us see where you hide this time." With a flash of lightning, Qin Yun appeared not far above him in the sky, chuckling lightly. "I'm quite lucky to run into you here, the flying pirate golden lion Shiki. Haha, so you're the user of the thunder fruit. Where did you come from, little brat? Knowing my name, you don't think to run away, but instead come towards me?" The golden lion had a look of arrogance on his face. In his eyes, only Roger could be considered his opponent. "I'm pleased to see a worthy target. If you can become my subordinate, I want to hold a grudge over your earlier attack." Qin Yun was fixated on the fluffy fruit on the golden lion, as well as his many years of treasures. How could he agree? "Oh, golden lion, even at this stage, you are still so naive? No bundigoldi." Roger looks down on you and refuses to team up with you. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his left hand and pulled, while his right arm surged with thunder as he punched forward, emitting an imperceptible magnetic explosion. Thunder turn, magnetic attraction, divine judgment. You, what a sharp-tongued little brat. When I was dominating the seas, you didn't even know where to suckle. The golden lion's two sword legs were pulled by the electromagnetic force, involuntarily flying towards him. Seeing the swift and gigantic lightning column in front of him, he immediately exerted all his strength to break free from the restraints, narrowly brushing past the lightning column, only to have his cigar burn to ashes. "Good kid, is this still the thunder fruit? How can it generate suction?" The golden lion exclaimed in confusion. But what responded to him was an unending stream of lightning. Qin Yun wouldn't explain the physical phenomenon of electromagnetic induction to him. Thunder law, Thunderbird, lion's might, mountain range. The many floating islands had already been gathered together under the golden lion's control. Countless rocks and soil rose from the ground, piling up into 8 mountains shaped like lion heads, charging toward Qin Yun. A portion of them was surrounded around him, constructing a circle of defensive walls. Qin Yun dodged effortlessly with a flash of lightning, possessing speed like that of a bolt. Even when faced with an onslaught of attacks, he was confident he could emerge unscathed. Thunder Law, Thunder Dragon, what a cunning little brat. At this moment, the golden lion felt incredibly challenged. He was experiencing the feeling his former enemies had when facing him. Being the one being kite in such a one-sided battle was quite frustrating. Looking at the defensive wall reduced to dust by the Thunderbird and Thunder Dragon, he knew he couldn't continue like this. The opponent was as fast as lightning, with powerful attacks, while his own attacks, though wide-ranging and strong, were ineffective if they couldn't hit. "Golden Lion, is this all you've got? Do you really think you could be compared to the Pirate King, Roger? Have you forgotten what hockey is just because you have a ship's helm stuck in your head?" Qin Yun looked at his frustrated expression and calmly mocked him. How could the Golden Lion tolerate being compared to Roger? He immediately glared back in anger and raised his foot to deliver a fierce and massive slash. Slash wave. Useless, your speed is too slow. Qin Yun avoided the lightning strike effortlessly. The Golden Lion's slashing momentum did not diminish, cutting through the sea surface for hundreds of kilometers with ease. Qin Yun gathered his hands, forming a thunder sword, and waved it a few times at the Golden Lion. Several sharp, sword energies swept through, clashing against the Golden Lion's sword, causing his thigh to tingle. The Golden Lion was taken aback, not expecting that his opponent was also a master of swordsmanship. He steadied himself and shouted loudly, "Kid, I acknowledge you. State your name. I, the Golden Lion, do not slay nameless individuals." In truth, Qin Yun could only unleash sword energy. As long as he didn't engage in close combat, no one would notice that his swordsmanship was mediocre. There's no need for that. Golden Lion, you're getting old. Let me, a stranger, play the melody of a new era for you. Ah, you boastful little brat. Let me show you why the Navy fears me so much." The Golden Lion roared, and the surrounding rocks and soil quickly gathered towards him, while several islands in the distance rushed forward, transforming into a torrent of mud and stones that continuously flowed into his body. Amid the cries of pirates on the islands, the Golden Lion was ultimately enveloped by a 70-meter-tall rock giant. Such a massive figure would likely scare ordinary pirates to the point of losing their bowels at just a glance. It should be noted that even the ancient giant Ors was only 67 meters tall. "Kid, do you still dare to say you can keep me here?" The Golden Lion's voice had grown heavy, but his tone remained as arrogant as ever. Qin Yun sneered contemptuously. After his size increased, his corresponding speed slowed down, making him easier to hit. "What is there to fear? Golden Lion, today is your day of death." Dharma form of the Thunder God. Boundless thunder erupted from Qin Yun, surging and expanding into the surroundings, causing the air to become distorted due to the high temperature. In the next moment, the blue lightning seemed to be tainted by something indescribable, turning into a more violent purple. Crackle, crackle. The electric arcs rampaged, and the thunder roared. The Golden Lion's expression changed drastically as he immediately controlled the rock giant to raise its massive hand and strike at Qin Yun. Boom! Beyond the Golden Lion's imagination, one of the rock giant's arms was blasted into powder, and as the electric arc passed, the powder vanished without a trace. As the smoke cleared, a 10-meter-tall image of the Thunder God appeared in the arena. This height was not the Thunder God's limit. 10 meters was simply his most concentrated state. In this state, his speed, attack power, defense, and many other attributes were maximized. Even if Kaido came, he was confident that he could pierce a large hole through Kaido with a full-strength blow. A flash of purple light. And Qin Yun controlled the Thunder God to appear above the rock giant's head, his wrist forming a cannon-like shape as a purple lightning cannon, imbued with a sense of destruction, shot out. Fast. Too fast. Time seemed to freeze as the Golden Lion stared blankly at the rapidly enlarging purple lightning, replaying his entire life in his mind. He couldn't react in time and bore the blow head-on, the rock giant being violently pierced through. Have my era come to an end? The sea without Roger is so dull. Roger. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair, and could only vent his emotions through a mental shout in the blink of an eye. Soon after, his true body lost consciousness. For a moment, all the floating islands seemed to lose their support and began to fall into the sea. As the purple light faded and the Thunder God disappeared, Qin Yun appeared beside the Golden Lion, panting heavily as he placed the sea stone shackles on him. Qin Yun knew that the Sea Tower Stone would not make the ability user lose their powers, but it would render them powerless, unable to actively use their abilities. Moreover, it could temporarily turn the ability user into an ordinary person. For example, a natural element user would be unable to actively or passively elementalize upon contact with the Sea Tower Stone. However, the abilities that fundamentally alter the user's human nature could still be retained. Therefore, he needed to take additional measures to ensure that the Golden Lion would have no power to resist. Subsequently, Qin Yun grasped the bloodied head of the Golden Lion with one hand, and after a moment of electric current surging, he awakened him from his coma. The value of the Golden Lion had not yet been taken by him. He couldn't just take the ability and leave easily. As the Golden Lion's consciousness returned, the island group also stopped descending and began to float again. The Golden Lion slowly awakened. He wanted to open his eyes and speak, but found himself filled with a sense of powerlessness, unable to control his body. "Little ghost, you win," he could only murmur in his heart. This was, of course, Qin Yun's masterpiece. He had electrocuted the vital points of the Golden Lion's body, turning him into a state where he retained consciousness but could not control his body, akin to a vegetable. Qin Yun took a deep breath to calm his breathing. The Thunder God stayed awakened by the fruit was too exhausting. He felt unable to hold on much longer. However, the power was impressive. From now on, the sky in this area would be filled with dark clouds, continuously striking down thunder upon the sea below. Many pirates, navy, and even merchant ships will be caught in this sea area, undergoing the baptism of thunder. Qin Yun took a moment to pause, then grasped the Golden Lion's neck, and with a flash of lightning, reappeared on the central island. At this point, the Golden Lion's subordinates had suffered heavy casualties, and some not-so-bright pirates even jumped off the floating island, thinking they could survive by jumping into the sea. But at a height of 50,000 meters, no matter what position they took, they would die. Next, Qin Yun imprisoned the remaining pirates in the dungeons of their respective islands, and under his vast observation haki, no one could escape his control. Nami and the others had already been placed on an uninhabited, deserted island, where he had enveloped them in a lightning cage. Even if Sea Kings came, they would meet their end on the spot. Whether he could become a user of multiple devil fruits would depend on the success of the upcoming experiment. Qin Yun knew very well that relying solely on the thunder fruit, he would absolutely not be able to become the one true god of this world. Even with the advantage of his experiences from the blue planet, it was impossible, not to mention the countless mythical bee species. Just the fact that the yellow ape's Pika Pika no Mi and his thunder fruit could be developed to their peak simultaneously would only lead to a situation where neither could do anything to the other. He had to conduct various experiments on the guinea pig to have any chance of becoming a multi-fruit user. Trying it on himself was out of the question. His body was the capital of revolution, and if something went wrong, he would have no place to regret it. In fact, he wasn't even sure if the white lightning he used to plunder fruits was brought over by his crossing or was a development of his thunder fruit ability. Because the pirate world is more like an idealistic world, the stronger your heart and the greater your imagination, the more likely you are to reach the corresponding height. The hockey power system illustrates this point, especially with the emergence of Conqueror's hockey. Perhaps it was his strong desire for the ability to plunder fruits that led him to develop white lightning through constant experimentation. Who can say for sure? But no matter what, he had to make full use of this ability. Once there was a possibility of becoming a multi-fruit user, the next step would be his hunting time. Cat fruit, tabby cat form, dog fruit, great tongue dog form, rabbit fruit, pudding fruit. Qin Yun nodded in satisfaction. There were a total of 8 fruits, and he didn't recognize all of them. Bruce. With the 3 trophies in his hands and the unclaimed Piao fruit, he was truly wealthy. He used his observation hockey to read the minds of the Golden Lion and his subordinates, gathering all of the Golden Lion's devil fruits, treasures, and other collections into his possession. However, there was something he wanted to say to the Golden Lion. Hey man, aren't you a bit too stubborn? With so many devil fruits in hand, and 50 pirate captains along with 2,000 crew members, yet not a single one of them has a power? Isn't that a bit pathetic? Next came the experimental phase. Qin Yun brought several pirates into the fortress of the Golden Lion, with white lightning swirling around his hand. He pulled at the Inu no Mi, and the fruit's abilities were absorbed into his palm. Without the power it relied on, the Inu no Mi quickly wilted and, after a while, became completely rotten. He tried to return the abilities to the fruit, but the Inu no Mi showed no response. So he attempted to put it into another prepared fruit nearby, and, effortlessly, the fruit quickly transformed into the shape of the Inu no Mi. It seemed that the absorbed abilities could not be returned to the original fruit. Qin Yun once again took the power of the dog fruit and transferred it to pirate number 1. Allowing him to use the fruit's abilities, everything was normal. Even with sea prism stone handcuffs on, there was no effect. He was still able to use his abilities. When he jumped into the sea, there was no effect. With the cooperation of pirate number 1, he quickly reached an astonishing conclusion. The ability he plundered with white thunder was not affected by the drawbacks of the devil fruit. He also found that pirate number 1 could not see the white thunder in his hand. Qin Yun speculated that there is indeed a demon residing within the devil fruit, and the nemesis of this demon is pyrobroin and the sea. Sea stone contains this component, exerting energy similar to that of the sea. Once a user comes into contact with it, the demon will act up, causing them to be suppressed. His white lightning not only robbed the ability, but also eliminated the demon. This is what allowed this pirate to avoid the drawbacks of the devil fruit. That said, it seems that the drawback of a person not being able to hold 2 abilities at the same time might also be eliminated. The experiment was not over yet, and Qin Yun casually sent pirate number 1 into the sky. White lightning swirled around his hand as he sensed the ability within pirate number 1. After about 3 minutes, Qin Yun felt the ability of the Inu no Mi beginning to dissipate from pirate number 1, and he quickly snatched the ability away and transferred it to pirate number 2 beside him. 3 minutes, huh? After repeating the above experiment with pirate number 2, the result was the same. Qin Yun was constantly on the move, stealing the ability of the cat fruit and transferring it to pirate number 2. There was no explosion. Looking at the image of pirate number 2 with a human head, dog body, dog paws, and tail, Qin Yun instantly understood that he could use 2 devil fruits simultaneously. After having pirate number 2 switch forms a few times, Qin Yun became even more certain. After knocking out pirate number 2, Qin Yun attempted to steal the ability and succeeded. 2 devil fruits formed beside him. Pirate number 2 didn't die. He just felt completely drained and incredibly weak when he woke up. As for how long he could live, Qin Yun couldn't tell. After giving him the dog fruit, he returned to normal. If 2 fruits were not a problem, what about 3? After multiple attempts by Qin Yun, pirate no. 2 achieved the feat of wielding 8 fruit abilities. However, Qin Yun only had 8 fruits in hand and couldn't immediately conclude the upper limit of how many devil fruits a person could possess. But that was enough. The 8 fruits collected by the Golden Lion were mostly worthless, with only the Dragon fruit, Ancient type, Spinosaurus form, and the Natural type, Cloud fruit being of great use. After sending Pirate number 2 to meet Pirate number 1, Qin Yun approached the Golden Lion. "Goodbye, Golden Lion, go meet Roger." There was no response, and he couldn't respond either. Qin Yun sent him away with a blank expression. Then his hand flickered with white lightning, plundering his abilities. Is this the float fruit? Under the display of the Golden Lion, the float fruit resembles more of a control over objects. Anything that comes into contact with him, non-living entities, he can control, making them fly, change shape, flow, etc. He can even control seawater, with functionality and power that is beyond extraordinary. It's important to note that the ability of the float fruit consumes almost no physical strength. Otherwise, how could he effortlessly suspend countless massive islands in the sky for decades? These abilities are incredibly convenient. With this power, Qin Yun wouldn't need the Arc Maxim at all. He could directly go to Fishman Island and take Noah away. Of course, the speed would definitely be faster with the Maxim. While pondering, Qin Yun flashed several times with lightning, making contact with the falling islands one by one, allowing them to continue floating. These can also be considered existing land resources. He just needed to let them slowly fly toward the land of the gods. After experimenting with the float fruit's abilities for a while, Qin Yun discovered that the ability could be transmitted between objects. What does that mean? For example, if Qin Yun controls object A with his ability, and then controls object A to touch object B, then object B will also come under his control. This is also why the ability displayed by the Golden Lion resembles more of telekinesis. This point is crucial, especially when combined with the Thunder Fruit. In actual combat, it would be devastating. Very good. Qin Yun was extremely satisfied. So, the Golden Lion's subordinates were of little use now. They had followed the Golden Lion for many years, and the likelihood of them yielding was minimal. Even if someone did yield to Qin Yun, they would only be sent as slaves to develop the cloud mines. With limited value created, and there was a possibility of rebellion, it would be better to let them accompany the Golden Lion. With this thought, Qin Yun raised his right hand and clenched it. Fluat. In the next moment, the earth churned, the ground dragon surged, and a rumbling sound echoed, startling the bizarre creatures on the floating islands to flee in panic. All the prisons were crushed and buried underground. The pirate screams were muffled by the heavy earth and could not be heard. Sakura-ten and Withered would also became his spoils of war. After being baptized by lightning, Qin Yun suddenly realized that these 2 swords were of no use to him. He wasn't a swordsman. However, his swordsmanship was not too low either. He could wield the Thunder Sword, using the power of the Thunder Fruit to unleash powerful Thunder Sword energy. These 2 famous swords could only be kept for collection. It would be nice to give them to a goddess who knows how to use swords in the future. Qin Yun waved his hand, collecting all the spoils into a treasure chest. Then, he connected to the signal network of the surveillance phone bugs, allowing them to monitor the direction of the Sky Island. After that, he directed the floating islands to fly towards the Sky Island, enabling him to accurately track their movements. Once all of this was done, Qin Yun took the treasure chest and returned to find Robin and the others. The moon was high in the sky, and the small tavern was bustling with activity. Why? Because Qin Yun was back. How was it, big brother? Did you find the person you wanted to meet? Vivi joyfully rushed over. Seeing Qin Yun's relaxed expression and obvious joy, but noticing he hadn't brought back a new goddess with him, she couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Haha, I did meet her, and this time, I gain a lot. Perhaps, once I finish the tasks at hand, I can directly march into the new world. Qin Yun took advantage of the situation to hold Vivi in his arms and walked her to the dining table. He really liked this considerate and obedient little princess. The new world? The new world refers to the sea area in the second half of the Grand Line, which is dominated by the 4 emperors. Robin should know about it. That's right, the Great Treasure One Piece is located in Raftel in the New World. However, do you want to enter the New World to become the Pirate King? Robin asked curiously, picking up the conversation. Pirate King? I'm not a pirate. Whoever wants to be, that can be. If I can get One Piece, great. If not, it doesn't matter. My goal is the entire world. If One Piece could conquer the world, Roger would have overthrown the world government long ago. In the end, it all depends on oneself. Robin nodded thoughtfully. To conquer the world? Such ambition indeed. Why didn't the president bring back the goddess this time? Did she refuse? Machida asked with a playful smile as she set the table for Qin Yun. As the temporary chef on the ship, she had prepared a delicious feast for everyone. No goddess, but there are plenty of treasures. The person I found today is the Golden Lion Shiki. Lucky for me, he is already dead at my hands. The Golden Lion? Are you talking about that great pirate, the Flying Admiral? Robin exclaimed instinctively, her pupils constricting. That's right. Who else would dare to call himself the Golden Lion? The Golden Lion? Who is that? Vivi asked, confused. He is someone who can be compared to the pirate King Roger. Crocodile wouldn't even be worthy of carrying his shoes. Robin explained. Onyi-chan, you actually managed to kill the Golden Lion? He was the first pirate to escape from impelled down in history. Karina found it hard to believe, but she knew Qin Yun lied to her. So, does that mean the Golden Lion is very rich? Brother, does all his money belong to you now? Can I take a look at it just for a thrill? Nami leaned close to Qin Yun, her eyes sparkling with the shape of berries. Her focus was always on treasure. She had already spoken to Noki, confirmed the situation in Kokoyashi village, and learned that both of them had become Qin Yun's goddesses. Given the circumstances, Noki had no choice but to praise Qin Yun profusely on the phone, urging her not to be temperamental and to behave as Qin Yun's goddess. Qin Yun played with her orange hair and laughed, scolding, "Isn't the gold and jewels in the warehouse enough for you? You're such a little money grubber. The more, the merrier." Nami chuckled, patting the treasure chest at Qin Yun's feet, and asked, "Is this treasure? It feels a bit scarce." "That's my loot, a devil fruit and 2 famous swords. Do you want to eat it? There's a fruit in there that's perfect for you. Can I sell it? I heard a devil fruit is worth at least 100 million berries." "Of course not." "Well, you definitely won't harm me, so I'll eat it." Hearing this, Qin Yun released Wei Wei and opened the treasure chest. He looked at the women and explained, "Most of these fruits are ordinary, but the Yin fruit and the long fruit, along with the ancient thorn dragon form, are quite good. Nami has exceptional talent and is very sensitive to changes in the weather, so acquiring the Yin fruit ability is a good choice." Naturally, the women had no objections to his decision. "Come on, Nami, let's go inside and eat." Qin Yun, hearing Nami's exclamation, bent down to pick her up and walked toward the cabin. "Let's put the treasure in the storage room first." "All right," the Divine Lord Robin said with a smile, knowing Qin Yun's plan. 2 hours later, "Brother Yun, is this the Yin fruit?" Nami couldn't help but ask as she saw the true form of the devil fruit. Qin Yun nodded, his tone very certain, showing no signs of deceiving Nami. "You must have heard that eating a devil fruit feels like eating feces. To prevent you from experiencing such torment, I can only have you eat some delicious desserts first, so I can awaken my divine power to grant you abilities." Nami understood Qin Yun's good intentions and immediately obeyed the order. After a while, Qin Yun held the white thunder and, as promised, transferred the cloud fruit's ability into her body. After a moment of familiarization, Nami transformed into mist, filling the entire room, and excitedly shouted, "Is this the ability of the cloud fruit? After elementalizing into mist, my body feels like it's ascending to the heavens. It's so comfortable." Qin Yun half closed his eyes, enjoying the embrace of the clouds and mist. These clouds were soft and fluffy, as if countless delicate little hands were massaging him, which felt extremely comfortable. Remember, although you won't be affected by the drawbacks of the devil fruit, you can still be hit by Haki. As a Logia-type user, if it really comes to the point where you have to take action, you must avoid close combat. It's best to trigger your abilities from distance. Develop your fruit's abilities towards long-range attacks, manipulating existing clouds, creating clouds, mist, thunder, rain, and storms. In short, the abilities of the cloud fruit are very comprehensive. Once I find Viscaria, I'll have the meteorologists there compile books on this subject, and you'll have plenty to do then. Viscaria, a small sky island, the place where Nami was hit by Kuma. "Thank you, my dear husband. You are so good to me." Nami looked very satisfied, retracting her fruit abilities and diving into Qin Yun's embrace, feeling incredibly lucky. Qin Yun smiled without speaking. Now Nami has officially become his divine consort. And coupled with the joy of becoming a user of the Mogu fruit, he is extremely pleased at this moment. But is that enough? Of course, it's not enough. In the East Sea, in the northern waters of Moonlight Island, Xiao Xinyan is flying at an altitude of about 20 meters above the sea surface. With Robin's identification, Qin Yun found that the location where he killed the Golden Lion was not far from the north of Moonlight Island. So they decided to fly south directly, wanting to head to West Rob Village. "Brother Yun, Oni-chan." At that moment, Nami rushed into the cabin with great momentum, excitedly shouting, "Oni-chan, there's a pirate crew ahead." So what if there is? What does it have to do with us?" Qin Yun put down Karina and responded somewhat unhappily, saying that the pirates in the EC are too weak and there are few fruit users, so he has no interest at all. In contrast, he currently prefers to be with Karina. She used to tie her hair up which somewhat concealed her beauty. So after Karina became his divine consort at his request, she no longer tied her hair up, and her beauty instantly rose to another level, making him unable to resist. Nami, you and T want to fight right after eating the Yun fruit, would you? Oni Ai-chan, 1T agreed to that. Karina wasn't angry when Nami interrupted her. She was just a bit tired, and it was fine to let Nami play with Qin Yun for a while. If you have that time, you might as well spend more time with Oni Ai-chan, and after improving your physique, you'll have more stamina to train your fruit abilities. I don't want to. Nami immediately rejected and turned to run away, but was suddenly pulled back by Vivi. Great, you're here too. Hee. Once you come, don't think about leaving. Vivi and Nami laughed and played around. Qin Yun looked at this scene and couldn't help but smile, thinking that perhaps the pirates ahead had devil fruits, and he might have an unexpected gain. He casually unleashed his observation haki and scanned towards the front of the ship. Qin Yun was taken aback. He had not discovered the devil fruit, but rather recognized a few acquaintances, Crocodile and Zango. It was mainly Zango's unique appearance that he recognized at a glance. Strange? According to the timeline, Crocodile should have faked his death and been acting as a butler in Kaya's house. So how could he be here? Speaking of Crocodile, this person was quite unreasonable. He had clearly become the butler of the Kaya family 3 years before the pirate storyline began, but had not made any moves to kill. He only assassinated Kaya's parents a year before the story began, and his purpose was to legally inherit the Kaya family's fortune. Then, when Kaya was devastated and gravely ill, he still did not act. When the main characters arrived, he became excited, stopped hiding, and foolishly summoned the Black Pirate crew to find death. Over the past 3 years, he had countless opportunities to easily seize the wealth of the Kaya family, but he just wouldn't act, just waiting. Could it be that today is the day Crocodile assassinates Kaya's parents? Thinking of this, he looked toward another merchant ship and indeed found a man on board who bore a slight resemblance to Kaya. However, he was now gravely injured and on the brink of death, being ruthlessly trampled by Crocodile. Interesting, I've stumbled upon such a plot point, saving me a trip to Syrub village to kill Crocodile. You two, stop messing around and come help me with Karina. Qin Yun smiled lightly and stood up, signaling a few girls to help him put on his clothes. Wei Wei and Nami quickly stopped their playful antics and came to Karina's side. Damn it, big brother, you won't let me go, but you go yourself. Nami muttered softly, not daring to look Qin Yun in the eyes. Qin Yun remained silent. After putting on his clothes, he disappeared in a flash of lightning, leaving the ship. In the next moment, Qin Yun appeared not far from Keilu, and without any nonsense, unleashed a storm of lightning that sent the Black Pirate crew spiraling into the sky. Cough, cough. The man who had just been under Keilu's foot coughed up a few mouthfuls of black blood, but still stubbornly got up and leaned against a nearby pillar. Qin Yun looked at him and couldn't help but exclaim, the people in the pirate world are really resilient. The man quickly discovered that Kuro had already died in a cloud of black smoke. No matter who you are, thank you, young man, for avenging us. He endured his physical discomfort and expressed his gratitude to Qin Yun. A hint of struggle flashed in his eyes, but in the end, he mustered the courage to ask, could I trouble you for a favor? I know this is very abrupt, but I cannot imagine how my daughter will survive in this chaotic world without me. I have my life's savings at home. Please take it. Consider it a reward for raising Kuya. Rest assured, she is very well behaved, but her health has not been good since she was young. What's her name? Qin Yun interrupted him with a question. The man felt a surge of joy, knowing that the other party was inclined to agree, and hurriedly responded, her name is Kuya, and she is in the village of Shiluo, to the south. He really is Kuya's father. Qin Yun pondered for a moment and decided to record a video for him. As a thought for Kuya, he took out a recording shell and let it float beside him. I, God Qin Yun, can promise you your request. However, just by my words alone, Kuya may not believe me. It would be more appropriate for you to say it yourself. You can now speak your last words to the recording shell, and when Kuya sees it, she will naturally understand your intentions. This can be considered as the last thing you leave for her. Thank you, brother. The man held back his tears and tidied up his appearance. He knew he must not appear too miserable, or else Kuya would be very sad. Brother, I am ready. Qin Yun nodded. Kaya, if you see this video, it means I have permanently left this world. Don't be afraid. Your mother and I will always watch over you. From now on, live well with brother Qin Yun. The butler, Crocodile, is the one who killed us, and it was brother Qin Yun who avenged us. You must listen to brother Qin Yun, eat well, and live well. The man spoke many words, and only when he felt he could no longer hold on did he wave his hand to say goodbye to Kaya behind the video. He watched as Qin Yun put away the video, finally feeling a sense of relief. Brother, I leave Kaya in your hands. If possible, please send my body to the embrace of the sea along with my treasure ship." He hadn't finished speaking when he coughed up a few mouthfuls of black blood and slumped weakly onto the deck, his soul departing. Thus, Qin Yun first obtained the bounty notice for Crow from the Black Pirate Crew's ship and began to activate the power of the Thunder Fruit. Soon, dark clouds gathered in the sky. Lightning struck, igniting the two ships, turning them to ashes that fell into the embrace of the sea. A day later, in Syrup Village. "Pirates are coming! Pirates are coming!" Usopp was shouting in the village as usual. The villagers had long since grown accustomed to it, treating his daily lies as jokes over tea. "Everyone believe me. Pirates are really coming. They are flying here in a spaceship." "Ha ha ha, Usopp. Your lies are getting more and more outrageous." "A spaceship? Why don't you say a dragon flew by?" The villagers scoffed at Usopp's words, mocking him mercilessly. "I'm not lying. It's true. I saw the pirate flag." Seeing that Usopp was still chattering away, the villagers ignored him and went back to their work in the fields. Kaya's home was separate from Syrup Village, a relatively luxurious manor named the Yakin Manor. At this moment, Qin Yun had already parked the small boat at the door. "Who are you?" Mary looked at Qin Yun and the others with a panicked expression. If it weren't for seeing Nami and the others looking friendly, she would have shouted for the lady to run. "We're here to see Miss Kaya," Robin's gentle voice sounded. Mary breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from her brow, and raised her voice. "I'll go notify the lady." "No need." Qin Yun stepped over him and walked up the stairs behind him. "This." Meili wanted to stop him, but found that her body couldn't move. "It's okay. He won't hurt Miss Koya." Robin comforted her at the right moment. Meili helplessly watched as he stepped up the stairs one by one. "Who are you?" Koya lay on the bed, looking at Qin Yun entering her room with a puzzled expression. She had fair skin and shoulder-length light golden hair, parted in the middle, clearly a beauty. She was wearing a light blue ankle-length dress that outlined her slender figure, evoking a strong sense of protectiveness. "I am Qin Yun, Koya. Don't be afraid. I come at the request of your father." Qin Yun walked over to the bedside in just a few steps. "My father? I'm not scared. Big brother, you're so good-looking. You can't be a bad person." However, Kuya blinked her innocent big eyes and, seeing Qin Yun coming closer, even moved to make some space for him to sit down. Looking at Kuya's two cute big eyes, Qin Yun felt a bit reluctant to hurt her, but some things had to be made known to her. Kuya, with fair skin and big eyes, gentle and elegant, a beautiful sickly girl, blooming yet shy. "Kuya, do you recognize this person?" Qin Yun took out the bounty notice for Chloe and showed it to her. "Is this the butler, Crocodile?" Kuya's heart began to sense something was off. She still had common sense and knew that the paper in front of her was a bounty notice issued by the Navy. "His real name is Chloe. 2 years ago, he was accepted as the butler by your father and has been plotting to take your family's wealth. A few days ago, he harmed your parents at sea. I happened to pass by and killed Chloe. But your father has already been severely injured and is on the brink of death." "No, big brother. You're lying to me, right?" Kuya's face was filled with disbelief. Her pale little face turned as white as a sheet due to the pain. Her whole body trembled as she gasped for breath, her small chest rising and falling irregularly. Qin Yun sighed, reaching out to wrap his arm around her fragrant shoulder, a current of energy flowing through, easing her physical and mental state. "Woo-woo." Kuya turned and buried herself in Qin Yun's embrace, softly sobbing. Even though she kept telling herself that this was all fake, she knew deep down that Qin Yun had no reason to deceive her. After a while, seeing that she had calmed down a bit, Qin Yun took out the recording pearl. "This is the last thing your father left for you. It contains the words he wanted to say to you." Upon hearing this, Kuya shuddered, her tear-filled eyes staring blankly at the recording pearl floating in the air, too afraid to reach out and take it. Qin Yun's thoughts stirred, activating the recording shell. In the next moment, the appearance of Kia's father was projected into the void. His voice, strained yet trying to sound normal, echoed. "Kia, if you see this." Kia remained silent throughout, gazing at the image projected by the recording shell. Tears flowed uncontrollably down her face. Her entire body went limp, leaning her weight on a Qin Yun. Although she came from a wealthy family, her parents often went out to earn money, so at a young age, she had already become a sensible girl. As the footage came to an end, the light in Kia's eyes faded, and she weakly leaned her head against Qin Yun's chest, fainting from the overwhelming shock. Qin Yun remained silent, holding her petite body, waiting for her to awaken. Time quietly passed, and after a while, Yi slowly came to her senses. She furrowed her brows in pain and opened her eyes. Looking at Qin Yun, who had his eyes slightly closed, she whispered, "Thank you, Brother Qin." As her words fell, she lifted her delicate neck and offered him a soft kiss as a gesture of gratitude. Qin Yun was certainly not asleep. He was just developing his fruit abilities in his mind. He wouldn't awkwardly pull away and hurt Koya's rare willingness to reciprocate. As the warm feeling on Qin Yun's face faded, Koya saw his eyes open, and a shy blush suddenly spread across her face. Qin Yun smiled gently, raising his hand to stroke her pretty face, wiping away the tears on her cheeks. "Are you hungry, Koya? Let's go out for breakfast." He tried to engage Koya, not letting her remain lost in the pain of her parents' death. Koya nodded in agreement. So, Qin Yun picked her up, intending to head outside. Koya felt even more shy from his actions, but she didn't dare to resist, mumbling, "Brother Qin, I can walk by myself." "You're weak and frail. Let me carry you," he replied. Seeing that Qin Yun wouldn't agree, Koya had no choice but to go along with his actions, allowing him to carry her downstairs for breakfast. She faced a sudden change. Without Qin Yun, she would have been overwhelmed with grief upon hearing that her parents had passed away due to illness, leading to excessive sadness that would leave her bedridden, perpetually gloomy, which would only worsen her already weak health, and thus she would never have met Usopp. Qin Yun has already regarded Kuya as his divine consort in his heart. Afraid that she might repeat past mistakes, he naturally wants to take care of her in every way. He has also considered sacrificing himself to help her heal, but the timing is not quite right, and her body is too weak to withstand his intense treatment methods. He can only wait until her health improves before daring to help her strengthen her physique, alleviate her worries, and provide her with abundant joy. After everyone finished their meal, Qin Yun carried Kuya back to her room, asking Robin and Nami to gather around to take care of her and chat with her about women's topics. Previously, he had shown Robin the video of Kuya's father, with her assisting in the persuasion, so Kuya would surely be able to quickly uplift her spirits and look towards the future. Robin understands that the more divine consorts Qin Yun has, the stronger he becomes. Even though his methods are often a bit extreme, he treats his divine consorts extremely well. She has no reason or desire to stop Qin Yun. On the contrary, she aims to be a good supportive wife, stabilizing his harem and advising each new divine consort. In her view, the actions of the divine consorts captured by Qin Yun are acts of redemption, helping them escape from their previous quagmires and live carefree, happy lives. Qin Yun left the Kaya family and flew to the sky to develop his fruit abilities. In an instant, thunder rumbled endlessly, and the winds and clouds changed unpredictably, swirling tumultuously. There were sword energies emitted from the thunder sword, cleaving through thousands of miles of ocean with a single strike. A thunderball brewed, crashing into the water and creating a massive circular shockwave. After a while, he dove into the sea again, using the abilities of the float fruit to push aside the water, freely darting through the seabed. Qin Yun's mastery of armament hockey has progressed rapidly. He can now cover half of his body with it, but he still needs to work harder and train more. Hockey relies on both physical strength and heart, and only when both are strong can hockey be powerful. He is an outsider. His vision and perspective naturally transcend the world. After acquiring the thunder fruit, his heart has expanded to limitless bounds. Immortality, power, wealth, and beauty, all of them belong to me. He does not merely say this. At this stage, continuously capturing goddesses serves both his selfish desires and his determination to grow stronger and achieve his goals. His fruit abilities require his own creativity and practice for further development. Now, with the thunder fruit and the float fruit, he needs to invest more energy into the fusion techniques between the two fruits. And he has already come up with many brilliant ideas. For example, the lightning he releases, when combined with the power of the float fruit, can control all unconscious beings it comes into contact with. The two fruits are not the end. He needs more powerful devil fruits to handle various situations, such as Kaido's fish fruit, mythical Zoan, azure dragon form. After a long time, Qin Yun finished developing his fruit abilities, returning to his small sanctuary with a slightly heated and sweaty body. Qin Yun washed his body and then, dressed in a bathrobe and looking tidy, arrived at Koya's room. Onyihan, Sama. As soon as Nami saw him, she happily transformed in a mist and wrapped around his body. At this moment, Vivi and Robin were on either side of Koya. It seems you all get along quite well. Qin Yun used haki to cover his large hand and grasp the elemental Nami. Ouch! Nami pretended to be in pain, letting out a delicate exclamation. I didn't use much strength, Qin Yun said helplessly. Koya is very smart, knowing that we are all your divine consorts. She has been clamoring to be one of your divine consorts. Robin chuckled softly, directly revealing Koya's thoughts. As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Yun instantly knew everything was stable. It seemed Robin had done enough psychological preparation for Koya, and Koya must also know that chatting with him could strengthen her physique. Ah, Sister Robin, I didn't say those things. Koya blushed deeply, her delicate body beginning to tremble, although she thought this way in her heart. How could she let it be said out loud in public? Koya, Sister Robin is just being mischievous. Don't get too excited. Just ignore what she said. Vivi hugged Koya, calming her nerves. Oh. Qin Yun looked at Robin's sly expression and knew she was deliberately teasing Kia, giving him a way out. So he smiled at Kia and said, if I didn't say those words, then you must be thinking that way, right? Kia didn't know how to respond, so she could only grab the corner of the blanket and cover herself completely. Seeing this, Qin Yun glanced at the 3 divine consorts and stated his next plan. We will leave Zilabu village tomorrow, so you can go back to Shaojinyan and prepare. Okay, the 3 women instantly understood his meaning and responded in unison. Nami transformed in a mist and descended from Qin Yun, then left with Robin and Vivi. Now, only Qin Yun and Kaya were left in their own world. Qin Yun did not hesitate, directly coming to Kuya's side, extending his hand to hold her small hand. At that moment, Kuya visibly trembled and leaned towards him. 2 hours later, Oni-chan, Kuya timidly called out. Why are you calling me Oni-chan now? Didn't you always call me Big Brother before? I learned it from Sister Nami. She is 1 year older than me, so I thought I would try her way of addressing you to feel closer. Seeing his smile still there, Kuya felt relieved. As long as you're happy. Qin Yun freed one hand to pinch her cute little nose. Onyi-chan, will you take me away tomorrow? Of course. Not just you. I will take the entire Yuqin Manor with me. Huh? How can we manage such a big place like Yuqin Manor? They should have told you, right? I am a deity. Taking away a small manor is a piece of cake. I thought you were joking. So what am I to you now? Kuya suddenly asked after a moment of silence. What? Am I your friend or your divine consort now? Divine consort? Qin Yun replied decisively, getting the answer she wanted. Kuya happily hugged Qin Yun's arm and fell asleep. The next morning, Qin Yun woke up to the loud shouts of Nami outside. By noon, Kuya, radiant, had lunch with Qin Yun and the others. Afterwards, she overpaid Mary a year's salary, ending his career as a servant in the manor. Once everything was ready, Qin Yun waved his hand, and a rumbling noise came from the bottom of Yuqin Manor, causing the entire manor to tremble as if trying to break free from the earth's constraints. In no time, the entire manor lifted off the ground, leaving behind a deep circular pit. Under Qin Yun's superb control, the outer surface of Yuqin Manor was smooth and neat, resembling a cylinder, qualifying it as a miniature island. Others may not have seen much, but Robin and Kalina were well informed and quickly realized that Qin Yun was not using the Thunder Fruit S ability, but more like the Float Fruit S ability. Robin's eyes were filled with curiosity, deciding to ask Qin Yun about it the next time they chatted. Kalina was extremely happy. For her, the stronger Qin Yun was, the happier she became. As for why he was so powerful, that was beyond her concern. The huge commotion from Yuqin Manor did not go unnoticed by the villagers of West Rob Village. When they looked up, they saw the flying island in the sky. That must be Li Qin's, Kuya's father, manor, right? Should we call the Navy? Forget it, it's better not to stir trouble. The villagers mostly chose to pretend they didn't see the sudden change, but there were always some eager ones wanting to investigate. Charge! Fight the pirates! Usopp, along with Pepperhead, Radish Head, and Onion Head, charged towards the island with great momentum. However, their running speed could not compare to the flying island. What awaited them was only a giant circular deep pit. In the East Sea, in the four-leaf island waters, the weather was stormy with thunder booming. In a room of Yuqin Manor, Robin suddenly straightened her delicate figure, looking puzzled as she asked Qin Yun, who was sitting by the window, "My dear divine husband, the Yuqin Manor we are in, it shouldn't be the effect of the Thunder Fruit, right? Did you find a float fruit after defeating the Golden Lion? No, I used divine power to seize his float power. Huh, divine power? You really are a god. Of course, you don't think I'm self-proclaiming, do you?" Robin certainly didn't believe he was a god, but the current situation made her a bit doubtful of herself. Onyi-chan, Onyi-chan. At that moment, Nami burst into their room excitedly. As soon as she entered, her big eyes wildly darted between Qin Yun and Robin, only to get a disappointing answer. Even Robin found her gaze unusually speechless, turning her eyes away from her. "What's wrong now? You didn't discover the pirate crew again, did you?" Qin Yun casually guessed. Nami had a strong talent, and with him guiding her, she had developed some basic functions of the Cloud fruit in just a few days. Controlling clouds, creating clouds, making it rain, thunder, storms, etc. The most crucial ability was cloud manipulation. Now, she could receive messages transmitted to her by a wide range of clouds through the power of the Cloud fruit, and her perception range was now comparable to Qin Yun's. "How did you know?" Nami said, but there was no surprise on her face. Qin Yun can no longer afford to ignore the news she brings. Last time, she discovered Closed Group, allowing him to easily win Koya's heart. In his eyes, Nami is the daughter of destiny in this world. After becoming his divine consort, she could bring him luck and opportunities. Come, let me see. Qin Yun extended his observation haki and scanned the sea. That was the red-haired pirate crew? Shanks? His expression changed slightly. He didn't expect to encounter Shanks at this point in time. Logically, he should be in the new world right now. The moment Qin Yun detected the red-haired pirate crew with his observation haki, Shanks and Beckman seemed to sense something as well, quickly lifting their heads to look at the blue sky. Unfortunately, thick layers of fog, created by Nami, obscured their vision and observation haki, preventing them from locking onto the Yakin Manor. They could only sense that someone was using observation haki to spy on them. Shanks' smile froze, and he felt a surge of alarm. Who is observing from the shadows? What profound observation haki is this, that even my observation haki can't detect the opponent, leaving me only with passive defense? Shanks, you sensed it too, didn't you? I didn't expect such a figure to exist in the weakest sea. Beckman said seriously, exhaling smoke rings. Hey, there are still people from the East Blue here. How can you mention the weakest sea? Jesus Burgess laughed and retorted. Ha ha! The other pirates laughed loudly, raising their cups to drink joyfully. Unfortunately, Shanks' crew doesn't eat devil fruits. Before that thought could finish, Qin Yun had a flash of inspiration. Wait, I almost forgot about Conqueror's haki. Shanks' Conqueror's haki is among the best in the pirate world. If I spar with him, I might awaken it. With that in mind, he hesitated not at all and began to act. He first flew the Yakin Manor a bit further, estimating that he had left the combat range, and then, with a flash of lightning, he arrived above Shanks and his crew. Dark clouds began to gather at the horizon, and the originally clear weather turned unstable, with a heavy atmosphere starting to spread. After Qin Yun appeared, he elegantly reclined back, sitting on the throne formed by gathered lightning, and said calmly, "One of the four emperors, red-haired Shanks. I didn't expect to encounter you here in this small East Blue." Shanks was taken aback, and after confirming he didn't recognize the other person, he laughed heartily and replied, "Oh, this friend suddenly appears. Are you looking to join our party?" He maintained his smile, and his casual, rustic attire might lead those unaware to mistake him for an unassuming street lad. The members of the red-haired pirates remained unfazed, as subordinates of Shanks. They were already accustomed to facing great storms. It would take Whitebeard himself to make them feel a sense of urgency from just one person. A party? Qin Yun glanced around and noticed plenty of food and drinks on the deck. He had been too focused on improving his strength to pay attention to these. No need for a party, Shanks. Let's have a fight instead. Encountering a powerful opponent like you makes me a bit restless. Oh, kid, are you provoking us? Beckman looked at him with interest, blowing smoke rings, while pointing his flintlock rifle at Qin Yun, as if ready to shoot him down at the slightest wrong word. Qin Yun felt a chill down his spine. Under Beckman's gunpoint, he actually had a feeling of being locked on, as if any movement would result in being hit. However, he knew very well that this was impossible. He possessed lightning-fast speed, and only Kizaru's light speed could rival him. This scene reminded him of the Marineford War, when Beckman pointed at Kizaru, who humorously raised his hands, proving once again that he was indeed the famous acting ape. Provocation? Well, Beckman, you could think of it that way. Qin Yun glanced at Beckman indifferently, a flash of red light appearing in his eyes, and a pair of electric beams suddenly shot out from his eyes. Lay Fa Electric Eye. The manifestation of Kin Bunchika haki predicting the future is generally characterized by a flash of red light in the eyes. A flash of red light appeared in Beckman's eyes, and he fired several shots in quick succession, resulting in a massive explosion between the two. Qin Yun wanted to dodge the dual-color haki bullet made of sea prism stone, but he found that all his escape routes were blocked. However, the bullet was too slow. With a flash of lightning, he swiftly retreated, then traced an arc in the air as he kicked towards Beckman from the side, murmuring, "Have you ever been struck by lightning?" Beckman didn't even look, simply raising his foot to kick. The two powerful haki-infused kicks collided, unleashing a surge of purple-black lightning that changed the colors of the world, ultimately presenting a black-and-white painting. Beckman was forced to move 2 steps sideways due to the fierce force, but then he halted. A shockwave rapidly spread outwards, scattering countless clouds in the sky. "Not bad for a character like you. Yet you still don't have a bounty?" Beckman grinned, beginning to take Qin Yun seriously. "You're not bad either, with such strength. You're willing to be the vice captain under Shanks." Qin Yun has also refreshed his understanding of Beckman. He should have thought of it earlier. In his progress of watching One Piece, Beckman has never made a move. Generally speaking, the later one makes a move, the more impressive their strength is. Even if he is not as strong as Shanks, he is infinitely close to the level of the four emperors. Haha, you just don't know the charm of Shanks. If you could stay on our ship for a few days, it wouldn't be long before you would willingly join us. Qin Yun remained silent. His use of armament hockey was still too limited. After just a short exchange of blows, his armament hockey had already run out. He immediately changed direction, releasing their combined force into the sky, then instantly elementalized and teleported to the distant horizon. The fierce and unpredictable force exploded in the sky, shattering the black and white world, and the shockwave affected the sea, causing the red force to sway unsteadily. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Qin Yun continued to summon lightning, striking at Beckman. Beckman's expression remained unchanged as he fired several shots, dispersing the Thunder Dragon. Thus, Qin Yun launched his long-range attacks, God's Judgment, Thunder Dragon, Thunderbird. All of them bombarded Beckman without hesitation. Beckman either dodged or shot back, parrying Qin Yun's attacks, but his counterattacks were all in vain against Qin Yun's extreme speed. After a few exchanges, the red light in both their eyes flickered, exiting the foresight of the future. At this moment, Qin Yun was still seated on his Thunder Throne, looking at Beckman with an inexplicable expression. Beckman no longer appeared as relaxed as before and spoke with a complex tone. What an extraordinary person. Shanks. Neither of us can do anything to the other. His Thunderfruit ability is too abnormal, and his speed. I've only experienced it with Kizaru. Haha, I see it now, Beckman. You two are really in a bind. Shanks, with the red light in his eyes retracted, teased the two playfully. Hey, Shanks. This isn't the time for jokes. Beckman had already turned back to his seat, taking a swig of strong liquor before feigning displeasure in his response. It's your turn now, Shanks. Let us fight. Qin Yun interrupted the couple's flirtation, his main goal being to awaken the Conqueror's hockey. Such an opportunity was rare, and he didn't want to miss it. He had gained a lot from the battle he had just foreseen, and fighting against these top-tier powerhouses had made him more aware of the importance of devil fruits and hockey. Friends, why resort to fighting and killing? It's still too early for you to try and take me down here. Shanks implied that he didn't want to engage in a fight because battling Qin Yun held no significance for him. How about giving me a favor? Let's sit down together, have a feast, chat a bit, and make friends. What? The favored devil fruit has activated? Qin Yun checked his body for any abnormalities, but found none. The face fruit is fake. Boss, just agree to him. I can see that this guy is a battle maniac, the kind who won't stop until he achieves his goal. At this moment, Ricky Lu was holding a large piece of meat, eating while loudly advising. Just as Shanks was about to respond, he was interrupted by Qin Yun's indifferent voice. Shanks, in this duel, you have no right to refuse. Qin Yun said, without waiting for his consent. A flash of red light appeared in his eyes, and a divine judgment struck towards him. Observation Kill. It seemed to be a derivative ability obtained after mastering the Conqueror's hockey to its peak. A hint of crimson flashed in Shanks' eyes as he unleashed the ultimate secret of Conqueror's hockey. An inexplicable force instantly swept across the entire world, causing Beckman and his crew to involuntarily show smiles. Because only Qin Yun was affected by this force. The red light in Qin Yun's eyes faded, and his ability to foresee the future failed. However, a smirk appeared on his lips. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. He forcefully steadied his mind, carefully sensing the overwhelming pressure that was intensely palpable. This feeling was akin to countless people wielding hammers, striking his heart fiercely, or being submerged in an oppressive, despairing, boundless deep sea, with endless pressure crazily compressing his mind. Bang! In an instant, it was as if something shattered within Qin Yun's mind. Buzz! The next moment, a pressure that was not only equal but surpassed Shanks Conqueror's hockey swept across the battlefield, forcing Shanks Conqueror's hockey to retreat step by step. Ultimately, the sky was divided into two parts, with the purple-black section occupying 60% and the red section taking up 40%. Buzz! The winds roared as the two emperors clashed, but unfortunately, the sky was already devoid of clouds. Otherwise, it would have been another scene of wind sweeping away the remnants. Bang! There was no need to continue. The clash of their Conqueror's hockey came to a close. Qin Yun's smile could no longer be suppressed, while Shanks' face was filled with seriousness. Just having awakened the Conqueror's hockey, does he already possess such a powerful deterrent? Friend, what kind of ambition do you have? Ha 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 ha. Qin Yun laughed heartily without saying a word. Seeing this, Shanks drew his griffin, pointing the sword at Qin Yun, and shouted loudly, Come on, let me see just how great your ambition is. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force with his legs, causing the deck beneath him to shatter under his immense strength. In the next moment, he closed the distance to Qin Yun, slashing down with incredible speed, igniting the air into a blazing fire. God's avoidance. Zulfust. Qin Yun was shocked. As expected of red-haired Shanks, he was domineering and decisive in action. For some reason, a phrase inexplicably echoed in his mind at that moment. I want to avoid God's avoidance. I'm cooler than God. Of course. He was a god and needed to avoid it. It was impossible to take it head-on, never in this lifetime, unless he could strengthen his physical body through exercise to the point where he could use Conqueror's He to wrap around. Then he would be interested in clashing with Shanks' God's avoidance. Thus, Qin Yun dissipated the lightning and instantaneously moved to an altitude of 10,000 meters, leaving behind a single sentence before disappearing without a trace. His speed was so great that even top-tier observation hockey users like Shanks and Beckman could not catch his trace. Shanks, Beckman, it's not yet time for us to decide the victor. Perhaps the next time we meet, there will be a different scenery. Ha ha ha. What a guy. He.S. treating me as a tool for awakening Conqueror's He. Shanks returned to the ship with a tone of helplessness. Beckman tossed over a huge barrel of wine with a smile, which Shanks caught steadily, sitting cross-legged on the deck and drinking heartily. Shanks, a character like this, is undoubtedly someone who will change the world. There is no need for us to fight him. Beckman took a deep puff of smoke, his tone somewhat unpredictable. Is that so? Tu bang. Shanks took a big gulp and slammed the wine barrel heavily on the deck, excitedly saying, to celebrate that we've met another future big shot today, let us have a feast, everyone. Oh. The crew of the red-haired pirates raised their wine barrels, or cups, cheering loudly and rejoicing. After a long while, Shanks gazed into the distant sky, seemingly deep in thought. Meanwhile, Beckman quietly wiped his rifle, the smoke from his cigarette slowly drifting away into the distance. On the other side, after ending the standoff with the red-haired pirates, Qin Yun passed through the clouds and returned to the Yakin Manor. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Koya and the others gathered around Nami, seemingly tinkering with something. Oni-chan. Nami, with sharp eyes, excitedly shouted upon seeing Qin Yun, her tone filled with surprise. You really know how to find places. Look what I discovered on the deserted island below. Saying this, she raised her right hand, revealing a devil fruit inside. Nami really picked the right fruit by eating the cloud fruit. As soon as you left, she found a treasure chest on the island below and discovered the devil fruit inside. Robin was flipping through a book while chatting with the others. Oh. Qin Yun stepped forward to carefully examine the devil fruit, noticing its smooth and shiny surface. Found it, the slippery fruit. Robin smiled and showcased the book in her hands to everyone. The slippery fruit? Qin Yun was taken aback. Wasn't this the fruit eaten by the small boss that Luffy encountered early on? It seems to be called the Yarlita. She is known as the little big mom of the East Sea, with a face full of freckles, a fat body, and an ugly appearance. Yet she considers herself the most beautiful woman on the sea. After eating the slippery fruit, she made a comeback in life. The slippery fruit? No wonder it's so slippery. However, as he stroked the devil fruit, a strange sensation flowed through her fingers. Nami appeared somewhat dejected, helplessly spreading her hands, saying it didn't sound like a powerful fruit, but at least it could still sell for 100 million berries. 100 million berries? You're underestimating it. Qin Yun was also a bit happy. This fruit was very important to him and could bring him an ultimate experience. The, once eaten, had a built-in beauty effect. Even the ugliest woman in the world would transform into a stunning beauty after consuming it. If it were put up for auction, it might not even fetch 10 billion berries. What? X5 which woman could resist the temptation of becoming an unparalleled beauty? The 5 of them were already considered stunning beauties, but they wouldn't mind becoming even more beautiful to receive more affection from Qin Yun. The 5 women stared blankly at them for a while, then turned their gazes in unison, looking at Qin Yun with big, watery eyes. What are you looking at me for? Whoever gets it makes the decision. Besides, the beauty effect of the ISNT only realized by eating it. Eating it would just have an immediate beauty effect. Nami decided who would eat it and let the one who ate it familiarize herself with the abilities of the devil fruit. Then, she could demonstrate the abilities to optimize for you all. It can be done that way. Vivi was greatly impressed by his creativity. Of course, it can make the skin of oneself or others become tight and smooth. It can even it can also remove spots, acne, pigmentation, yellowing teeth, wrinkles, and so on. But you probably don't need those functions, right? At this point, Qin Yun's tone became somewhat uncertain, because he suddenly remembered that Robin seemed to have a small red mole on her body. Qin Yun noticed that Robin was still looking at him expectantly, so he continued to speak at length. The slippery fruit, when developed to a deeper level, could also slide away fatigue, pain, and injuries. These advanced abilities required awakening to be achieved. Unfortunately, the starting point of the slippery fruit was still too low to develop the aforementioned ideas. Too much energy would need to be invested, and it would be faster to directly seize the meatball fruit instead. Nami pondered for a moment and thought of the meticulous care that Noki had given her. When she wasn't around, it was Noki who worked in the orchard, and as a result, her skin had suffered from sunburn, turning from white to a wheat color. I want to keep the slippery fruit for my sister, so she can remove the sunburn caused by planting oranges. Nami clenched her little fists, her tone resolute. The other 4 women agreed happily at that moment. Robin noticed that Qin Yun's hands were empty and asked, "Is that pirate crew strong? You didn't even get any loot." "Indeed, they are strong. The red-haired pirates, led by the Yonko Shanks, are one of the strongest pirate crews." "Yonko?" Karina exclaimed. "What is a Yonko?" Nami still didn't know what that meant. The Yonko is. Under Robin's explanation, the girls understood the concept. Putting that aside, I've been tired all day. I should go rest now. Dong Island, Goa Kingdom. Windmill Village. Nami's fruit abilities had strengthened a bit more, and the entire Yakin Manor was enveloped in layers of clouds and mist, concealing their presence. The outside couldn't see inside, but the inside could see outside. "Oni-chan, there are Navy soldiers at the dock, and the ship's bow looks like a dog's head." "I see. That's Carp's ship. It seems he's returned to Windmill Village." Qin Yun thought for a moment. It seemed like he just needed a Baki and a dragon, and he could gather the big shots of the East Sea. Navy hero Carp? Is this little village below actually his hometown? Qin Yun nodded, hoping that Carp wouldn't go looking for trouble. Fighting with Shanks was to awaken the Conqueror's haki, but there was no wool to be sheared from Carp. His observation haki spread out like a blanket, and he eventually found Carp at the lair of the mountain bandits. Carp was sitting in a chair, sleeping, while Luffy, who had been beaten to a pulp, was hanging from a tree, his eyes filled with stubbornness. Qin Yun's expression was serious as he turned to look at his divine consorts and softly instructed, "Kapu is not my target. I came this time to recruit the next divine consort. Once I bring her back, I'll rely on you to help her with her psychological adjustment." "Lord God, don't you know how to pursue girls?" Robin said with a sly smile, beginning to count the experiences of the divine consorts on his fingers. "I would say it's half coercion and half a contract for Nami, Vivi, Nokigo, and Karina, while Machida and Marianu were forced as subordinates, and Tina was coerced." Hearing this, the divine consorts stopped their actions and stared at Qin Yun with strange expressions. "Do you really not know whether I can or can't?" Qin Yun replied with an unchanged expression. "A slow-paced pursuit is too inefficient. Time is precious. I prefer to secure you all first and then develop feelings. Discussing other matters later. It's just a case of marrying first and loving later." The divine consorts pondered this, at least for now. It felt quite good, didn't it? Qin Yun's method only causes conflict in the early stages, but the conflict only happens once. Once the other party truly becomes his divine consort, they will become addicted to him. Moreover, those who pursue actively often lose the initiative, with success or failure being controlled by the other party. His approach of capturing the divine consort by grasping their needs, creating needs if there are none, is much better, as the initiative is always in his hands, and the success rate is still 100%. Robin, as Qin Yun's capable assistant, does not say these words without reason. Firstly, it is to correct his image in the eyes of the many women, and secondly, it is to pull allies to have the other divine consorts subtly influence the newly arrived divine consort. The world is so dark and chaotic. I just want to give the divine consorts I like a home. As for the means, does it matter? What matters is the result. As the words fell, Qin Yun dissipated like lightning and disappeared from the spot, leaving Robin lazily sleeping on a lounge chair, along with several divine consorts quietly pondering. Windmill Village Banquet Bar. It is now noon, with the sun shining brightly. There are only a few scattered empty seats in the venue, and the sound of chatting and shouting is bustling and lively. There is only this one bar in Windmill Village, and Marquino, who grew up in the village, has an excellent reputation and is very popular among the local villagers. Marquino is happily humming while mixing drinks behind the counter. At that moment, the bell by the bar door rang, and Qin Yun poked one foot into the room. "Welcome. Is there anything you need?" Marquino instinctively looked up and greeted him. "Yes." Qin Yun waved his hand, and a gust of wind swept through, perfectly replacing the boozy air of the tavern with fresh air. He stepped towards the chair in front of Machino, his conqueror's haki gradually unfurling, yet it did not affect Machino in the slightest. With a few loud bangs against the table, sounds echoed from the ground. The noisy chatter and shouting gradually ceased as the diners fainted. It must be said that Conqueror's Haki is indeed a powerful tool for showing off. Machino's eyes widened, and she lightly covered her mouth, too frightened to speak at the sight before her. Machino, bring me a cappuccino. No, it should be a drink you are best at mixing. Qin Yun finally took a seat, his hand brushing over the counter, revealing a piece of high-quality gold bullion, which was his payment for the drinks. What about them? Machino asked, somewhat frightened, her voice trembling and her tone hesitant. Don't worry, they just fainted. Their lives and deaths are determined by your choice. Oh, my choice determines their lives and deaths? You just let an uninvited guest wait? Machino felt numb. It was the first time she had met someone who referred to themselves as an uninvited guest. She glanced at the villagers who had collapsed on the ground, then grabbed the cocktail shaker and began to use all her skills to mix her best drinks. Machino, kind, gentle, and cheerful, she exuded the charm of a devoted wife, her smile warm and reminiscent of the girl next door. In no time, Machino finished mixing the drinks and presented the fine liquor. Qin Yun raised his glass and drank heartily, praising her. Machino, your drink is really good. Be my divine consort. Divine consort? Machino was taken aback. Seeing his refined demeanor and extraordinary appearance, she guessed he must be a wealthy young master. However, his behavior and words were extremely domineering. She awkwardly replied, My lord, are you joking? I'm just an ordinary girl from a small village, so please don't tease me. Consider this drink a gift for you. Do you think I'm joking? Qin Yun waved his hand backward, and the villagers in the arena were swept outside the bar by a floating force. Make a decision. Marquino, think carefully. Their lives are in your hands. Marquino bit her cherry lips, blinking her eyes pitifully, her hands tightly gripping her skirt. The lives of everyone. Oh, I heard that Mr. Cap has returned. Does he have time to save me? She was afraid that the other party would be capricious and strike her down, so she didn't dare to delay. Closing her eyes tightly, she lowered her head and trembled as she responded. My lord, I am willing to become your divine concubine. People can change, and Marquino was still too kind. A wise choice. Qin Yun furrowed his brows, his observation color firmly locked onto his swiftly moving figure. Unfortunately, Carp had arrived too quickly. Otherwise, he could have had another drink. Never mind, once he returned, he could have as much as he wanted with Machino's help. He reached out with his right hand, then suddenly clenched upward. The floating dragon surged. In the next moment, the entire banquet bar, along with a circle of land around it, soared into the sky. Machino exclaimed, losing her balance in panic, closing her eyes and falling forward, but was easily caught by Qin Yun, who held her securely. Thunder Ghost, let go of Machino. Carp's thunderous roar echoed, as he casually uprooted a large tree and swung it forcefully toward the sky. However, fearing for Machino's safety, he only dared to aim at the ground beneath the tavern. Meteor Fist, Divine Judgment. Qin Yun ruthlessly unleashed thunder, then used his floating power to control the clothes on Machino, allowing her to stabilize her form in the rapidly ascending tavern. The judgment of God easily destroyed the large tree, which was blocked by Carp's raised hand. In the next moment, he dodged to the side, evading the attack range of the judgment of God. Before Carp could shake off the residual heat on his hand, he was hit from behind by Qin Yun, who had gathered lightning, delivering a double strike. Have you ever been struck by lightning? A deep voice rang in Carp's ear. Carp's expression changed, pain shot through his lower back, and he was kicked into the ground, creating a massive human-shaped pit and raising a cloud of dust. The force was so great that the entire windmill village seemed to tremble. A fierce wind arose, scattering the dust. Carp revealed his robust figure as he looked at the tavern that had already disappeared into the sky, cursing under his breath for arriving too late. It's really hot. You thunderous brat. Carp shook off the heat from the judgment of God, his expression somewhat displeased. He had lost the will to fight. The opponent's speed was beyond his grasp, and this kid seemed to have a friendly demeanor. He could only pray that Qin Yun would treat Machino well. You traveled thousands of miles from the Grand Line to the East Blue. Is it to abduct Machino? Qin Yun remained silent. Although Carp was old, his powerful armed Haki was still formidable, much stronger than the defeated Golden Lion. Unfortunately, in his later years, he faced misfortune. 2 years later, he actually risked fighting against the Blackbeard pirates, one against many, to save the deserter king KB. He would probably have to use his awakened purple-black lightning to break through their defenses and inflict damage. Seeing him silent and just looking up and down at himself, Carp suddenly recalled the words of caution from before the era of Sengoku. So he casually picked his nose and asked, Kid, you're not planning to join that garbage organization, the 7 Warlords of the Sea, are you? You better come up with a cool title. I'll have Sengoku and the others put a bounty on you. Otherwise, you'll just be known as the Electric Shock Kid all over the world. After saying that, He boldly took out a din mushy and started making a call. Qin Yun curled his lips, non-committal. No wonder the Navy had never issued a bounty on him. It turned out they couldn't find him. They were still hoping to recruit him into the 7 warlords. Wait, the Navy doesn't even know his name, right? Aside for the goddesses and people from the kingdom of God, everyone else who knew his real name was dead. If they issued a bounty with a derogatory nickname, wouldn't that become his dark history? Hey, Carp, Sengoku, I ran into the Thunder Boy. He's too fast for me to catch, and I got burned by his lightning. Let's extend my vacation for a few more months. Huh, he actually appeared in the East Blue. Sengoku ignored Carp's antics. God, Qin Yun, that's my real name. Sengoku, I'm not like those pirate scum, so don't try to recruit me with that trash title of 7 warlords. God, X2, what an arrogant kid. Don't think that just because you ate the strongest Logia devil fruit, you're the strongest person. After Carp finished mocking him, he suddenly started snoring loudly. A bubble forming at the tip of his nose, making Qin Yun's lips twitch, just as Qin Yun was about to give him shock treatment. The snail phone began to mimic Sengoku's actions perfectly. You say you're not a pirate? Then forcibly abducting Navy Colonel Tina is precisely a pirate's act, isn't it? Recruiting you is the idea of the world government, and I will report your refusal to become a 7 warlord truthfully. You have no right to judge my actions. To me, I am saving her, freeing her from the quagmire of being a celestial dragon's dog, and elevating her to become my goddess. You. Sengoku was somewhat speechless, as the Navy was indeed the dogs of the celestial dragons. I heard from Carp that you can customize nicknames here. Just write God Emperor on the bounty, and set the bounty at 50 billion berries. Qin Yun did not argue with him any further and revealed the title he wanted to be known by in the world. Kid, you really dare to pick a nickname. Do you know that once this nickname spreads, the 4 emperors will relentlessly hunt you down? Let them come. Isn't that exactly what you want to see? The phone bug stared blankly with its mouth open, speechless, unsure if the Wayno was stunned by the nickname he had created. After a few breaths, Wayno began to speak again, but his tone suddenly became somber. Is Tina okay? Her teacher Zephyr is very worried about her. Don't worry. Tina is doing well. She's plump and healthy for my nurturing. Maybe next year he will see me and her child. I'll definitely invite you all to the full moon celebration. All right. I will meet your demand for the bounty, but 50 billion berries is impossible. Get ready to accept the hunt from the 4 emperors. Wayno was infuriated by his reckless tone and directly hung up the phone. Pop! The bubbles burst, and Carp woke up to the sound of the call being disconnected. Qin Yun nodded. Fortunately, Carp reminded him about his nickname. Otherwise, if one day a bounty hunter suddenly appeared on the road, shouting, Electro Boy, I've found you, he feared he wouldn't be able to resist going directly to the Navy headquarters to fight. Everything was in order, and Qin Yun's lightning flickered as he prepared to leave. Wait, Carp's helpless voice sounded, prompting Qin Yun to glance at him. Treat Makino well. Otherwise, I will risk my life to catch you. Ha! Qin Yun let out a cold laugh and then disappeared in a flash of lightning. At the Yakin Manor, 10,000 meters above the ground. Machino's tavern was embedded outside the manor by Qin Yun. Qin Yun quietly appeared above the heads of the women, seeing Magino looking flustered under the care of his divine maidens. Magino had a kind and gentle personality, warm and cheerful, with a delicate appearance that seemed easy to bully. So it was likely that with the help of Robin and others, she would quickly adapt to life here. In this trip to Windmill Village, there was only one loser, and that was the red-haired Shanks. The next day, Qin Yun looked at Magino, who had changed into a deep blue-fitted spaghetti strap dress, and felt quite satisfied. Shanks! Sorry, but since you can't handle a virtuous beauty like Magino, I'll take her away first. Key. Just about to enter the Grand Line, Shanks rubbed his nose, feeling that something important had forever slipped away from him. What's wrong, Captain? Lockie, the plump and attentive crew member, tugged at his shirt, wanting to wipe Shanks' face. I don't know, maybe the weather isn't great. Shanks quickly dodged aside, avoiding his enthusiasm. Lockie looked at the clear sky and nodded in agreement. A few days later, in the New World, on the Whitebeard pirate ship. Old man, the newspaper is here. There's an interesting story today. The 4th Division Captain, Sachi, strode onto the deck of the Moby Dick. Sachi, stop teasing us, just read it out loud. Yeah, come on, none of us here can read. Gulalala, Sachi, read it out. At this moment, Whitebeard was only wearing a shawl on his upper body, looking slightly aged, with 4 drips and oxygen tubes all over him, while doctors and nurses cared for him. Hearing this, Sachi grabbed the newspaper and bounty notice in his hand, furrowing his brows as he read. An existence above the 4 emperors. The Divine Emperor, Divine Qin Yun, user of the Thunder Fruit. The initial bounty is as high as 300 million berries, and the Navy has only given 3 minor crimes: kidnapping a Navy colonel, attacking the hometown of Navy hero Carp, and suspected of killing the warlord Crocodile. Does he really deserve the title of Divine Emperor? Let us wait and see. Thunderfruit? Gulalala. What an incredible ability. Whitebeard chuckled indifferently, raising a barrel to drink heartily, causing the nearby nurses to show disapproving looks. Whitebeard didn't care, but the other pirates were quite dissatisfied. Crocodile? Didn't he challenge the old man 20 years ago? I remember he was a proud guy, very arrogant before the challenge. And after it, he looked like a clown. The key is Qin Yun, right? The Navy actually gave him the nickname Divine Emperor. How much do they want this kid dead? Old man, our reputation is not to be provoked. Let me go to the paradise and bring back that kid's head. No, let me do it. He actually dared to attack my hometown. I want to let him go, and my speedboat is much more agile. I can get there in a few days, just in time to take a ride in the paradise. Ace rubbed his fists, eager to try. A battle between fire and thunder? I really want to see that. Marco stroked his pineapple head, looking a bit lazy. Gulalala, go for it, Ace. We'll support you from behind. Whitebeard readily agreed. Though he was old, he could still wield a sword. Even if Ace couldn't win, who would dare to kill him? At the same time, on Whole Cake Island, Big Mom Pirates. Mama, a user of the Thunderfruit? Why not recruit him to increase our upper echelon's combat power? Charlotte Perispero eagerly awaited Big Mom's reply. Mama. Charlotte Linlin stared wide-eyed at the bounty notice in her hand. Divine Qin Yun, life or death unknown. The Divine Emperor Divine Qin Yun is a user of the Thunderfruit. He doesn't seem like an ordinary human. Could he be a rare race? With her ambition to make all races in the world her family. She didn't care about the title Divine Emperor, but keenly sensed that Qin Yun seemed to have something special about him. That feeling was like her excitement every time she encountered a new race. Hearing this, Perispero looked at Qin Yun's photo in confusion, wondering why he couldn't tell Qin Yun was a rare race. Mama, let us arrange a marriage. Have Bachmis take the girls' photos to him and let him choose one. We'll hold a wedding party at the next tea party. Yes, Manga. In Wano country, on Onigashima. The Thunderfruit, huh? I wonder if the strongest Logia attack can kill me. Kaido's eyes were hazy, half asleep, as he gulped down his drink. In the Grand Line, on a certain spring island. Only 300 million? Underestimating that man a bit. Shanks smacked his lips, clinking glasses with the man beside him who carried a black sword. Oh, the Divine Qin Yun. Is he the one you encountered in the East Blue? It's a pity he is not a swordsman. Dracula Mihawk's sharp eyes swept past, and then he seemed a bit disinterested. Who knows if he can use a sword? I really look forward to meeting him in the New World. In the East Blue, in Kokoyashi Village. The Yakin Manor had not yet flown over Nami's house when she couldn't wait any longer and transformed into a cloud to float down. Noki, with all her might. Nami shouted. Inside the house, Noki was taken aback, almost dropping the dishes she was holding onto the table. In a daze, she rushed outside, looking up at the sky, and saw Nami's upper body with the lower half as clouds in an elemental form. She was first stunned, then smiled brightly. Nami, welcome back. Noki. Nami leaped into Naka's arms, tightly embracing her. The two said nothing, silently sharing the pain of the years in each other's company. After an unknown amount of time, Nami regained her composure and looked up, seeing Qin Yun and the Divine Maidens quietly waiting in the distance. A surge of emotion welled up in her heart, making her feel a stronger sense of belonging to Qin Yun. Everything is over, Nami. What awaits us is an even better future. Noki wiped away the tears that Nami had unconsciously shown on her face. This sentence was meant for Nami and also for herself. Noki, you gotten a bit fairer since I last saw you. Nami quickly noticed the change in Noki. Really? Noki touched her tanned cheek, feeling a bit unsure. Qin Yun's divine consorts are all stunning beauties with fair skin, beautiful features, and long legs, making her feel somewhat ashamed. Click. The sound of a camera shutter echoed. Hey, Qin Yun, what are you doing? I'm taking a photo for you. Let's see how much you've changed later. All right, hurry, Noki Gao. I prepared a devil fruit for you to take from Oni-chan. Nami reacted, and her expression filled with excitement. Huh? Hurry up, hurry up. Nami stood up, pushing the bewildered Noki Gao and the smiling Qin Yun into the room together. Do I need to do anything? Noki Gao lowered her head slightly, a blush creeping up to her ears. No need, just watch me operate. Qin Yun pulled her blue hair back and led her to sit on a chair in the living room. Next came the engineering operation. He took out the slip fruit, activated the white thunder plundering ability, and slapped it onto Nokigo. The effect was immediate, as Nokigo's whole body was enveloped by the power of the slip. Qin Yun squinted his eyes, fixated on her figure and appearance gradually becoming more beautiful. Her short blue hair began to grow longer until it reached her waist. Her skin became smooth and firm, fair and pure, delicate enough to be broken with a blow, and her tattoos vanished without a trace. The fairness of her skin was such that among his divine consorts, perhaps only Conis and Qin Yun could compare. But it didn't matter, because Nokigao could use the power of smoothness to make other divine consorts even more perfect. In less than a moment, the power of smoothness completed its mission, and Nokigao revealed an unparalleled beauty, looking like an invincible, enhanced version of herself 3 years later. Nokigao felt the wonderful changes in her body, opened her mouth as if a mysterious power was stirring within her, and she instinctively unleashed it. In the next moment, a scream echoed. Her fruit ability was still not very skilled, and she accidentally made a mistake. Nokigao, don't get excited. Slowly familiarize yourself with the extra power in your body and control it. Qin Yun covered his arms with armament haki and stepped forward to support her unsteady body. Nokigao had good talent and quickly began to initially master the slippery fruit's power with his assistance. Is this the ability of the devil fruit? That's right. This is the slippery fruit. Get familiar with it over the next couple of days. Don't leave this room until you have mastered it. Okay. Nokigao naturally listened to him. You can come in. As soon as the words were spoken, Nami rushed in eagerly. Nokigao's scream worried her, but she trusted Qin Yun. Are you okay, Nokigao? Wow. Nokigao, is the effect of the slippery fruit this powerful? Nami's eyes widened, unable to believe that the person in front of her was her sister, whom she spent every day with. Is the change that big? Nokigao was taken aback, feeling a rush of shyness from Qin Yun's fiery gaze and Nami's incredulous expression. Look, Nami waved her hand and created a water mirror surrounded by clouds in front of Nokigao. Nokigao instinctively looked into the water mirror and was instantly stunned. Looking at the beautiful woman in the mirror, who seemed extraordinary, her mood soared like riding a roller coaster. Qin Yun, Nami, thank you. Nokigao came back to her senses and immediately expressed her gratitude. Without their help, she wouldn't have experienced this change. There's no need to thank us. Nami pouted. The priority is for you to get familiar with the fruit's ability. Once you can use it, we can all become even more beautiful. Okay. Nokigao's smile was unstoppable. The goddesses were still waiting outside. Today's theme was the reunion of Nokigao and Nami, and they didn't want to interrupt. You two catch up. I have something to do. The two women understood that Qin Yun was actually fine. This move was to give them space to have a private conversation. Qin Yun walked out of the house and nodded at the divine maidens. Then, he flashed and appeared next to Tina and Borky, bringing them to the Yakin Manor. 2 hours later, not bad. Tina, you didn't take the opportunity to escape, which makes me very satisfied. You did not break our pact. It seems I need to give you some rewards. Qin Yun stroked Tina's hair, watching her pretend to be stubborn while secretly enjoying the moment. He found it quite amusing. Tina is not someone who betrays her faith. Tina's face was flushed, and her delicate little ears were covered in a rosy hue of embarrassment. Tina, when we return to the kingdom of the gods, you can form a women's army and carry out your justice in our country. Even if Tina sits on a hot seat every day, she won't help you rule your kingdom of the gods. Tina's mouth was still as stubborn as ever. The next morning, Qin Yun was awakened by Mariano. Why is it you? Qin Yun was a bit confused, but soon noticed Midika beside him covering her mouth and chuckling. He understood in his heart that it must have been her idea. All right, let's get up and go eat, Midika said, pulling Mariano and leaving. Qin Yun smiled helplessly. With the help of Tina and Balky, he got dressed and went to the courtyard to have breakfast with them. Everything was ready, and it was time to set off again. Oni-chan, can you take me and Nakis Orange Grove and house with us? Nami said, clinging to his arm, making a cute request. Of course. How could Qin Yun refuse Nami's adorable request? Soon, Nami's home and Orange Grove were embedded into the Yakin Manor by Qin Yun. Onyi-chan, you're so good to me. Nami happily rushed into his embrace. Qin Yun smiled and gladly accepted Nami's gratitude. After confirming the number of people was correct, Qin Yun controlled the Yakin Manor to fly towards Roga Town. Cocoa Village was too backward, and the newsbirds wouldn't come at all. Qin Yun didn't even know if the Navy had issued a bounty. Therefore, he decided to have the Yakin Manor fly at the same altitude as the newsbirds on the way to Roga Town, making it convenient for them to receive news. Goodbye, Cocoa Village. Nami and Nojiko had complex expressions as they bid farewell to their hometown. The villagers of Cocoa Village were filled with awe and gratitude towards Qin Yun, as Nojiko had long told them that Qin Yun didn't like too many people disturbing him. Thus, they all dared not disturb him and did not show up. On the way, Nojiko diligently developed her slippery power and the tattoos on her and Nami's bodies were removed under the influence of this power. After that, she gave a preliminary beautification to Qin Yun's divine consorts, making their skin equally firm and smooth. It is worth mentioning that Borki's uniquely pointed little nose, under the influence of the slippery power, returned to the standard of a normal person. The defect disappeared, and her appearance instantly rose to a higher level. A few days later, in the East Sea, near Rogatown, Onyikan, your bounty has arrived. At that moment, Nami excitedly flew into the cabin holding a newspaper and the bounty. The sudden voice startled Michino, causing her heart to tremble. Oh! Qin Yun raised his hand and looked at the bounty. Why is it only 300 million berries? At least they got my name right. Sengoku is quite reliable when it comes to handling things. After cleaning the room, Michino did not speak to the two and left on her own. Qin Yun did not stop her. Under the company of Robin and other goddesses, Machinua had already come to terms with reality and took on her duties as a goddess. However, doesn't tea that make you a pirate? Nami hated Arlong and his gang of pirates deeply, and the thought that she might also be wanted as a pirate in the future made her uncomfortable. Not everyone who is wanted is a pirate, just like me, like the Revolutionary Army's Monkey D. Dragon. Oh right, Nami slapped her forehead, realizing she had fallen into a misunderstanding. They were approaching Road Town. Weren't you the one who was clamoring to go shopping? You can ask later who wants to go with you. It won't be boring with company. Are there any candidates for goddesses here? There is one, a Navy officer. And after capturing her, there won't be any women in the East Sea worth my effort. Many people mentioned Desire, but I checked the information. And at this point in time, Desire is not in the East Sea and will definitely be collected later. The Navy? That's not bad. She can keep Tina company. As the two were chatting, they reached the edge of the Yakin Manor, overlooking Road Town. Nami, Robin, and the other goddesses who planned to go shopping gracefully walked over to Qin Yun and the others, most of them dressed in luxurious long dresses, showcasing their nobility and elegance as goddesses. Qin Yun looked at the attire of the women and nodded with satisfaction. The divine consorts, when going out, would dress modestly and elegantly, covering all the places that should not be exposed. This was not only a rule that the divine consorts consciously followed, but also a reflection of his possessiveness. His divine consorts, naturally, could only be seen in their private moments by him. We'll leave at noon. So don't get too carried away and forget the time, he said. It shouldn't take until noon. Logtown is just a small town, and once we finish exploring the commercial street, there won't be much left. That's true. In the pirate world, which is dark and chaotic, only those relatively peaceful and stable great nations can develop commerce well and attract people to consume and entertain. Soon, the Yakin Manor flew over Logtown. Let's go explore. Qin Yun nodded in acknowledgement, and the divine maidens rode down on the clouds created by Nami, looking like fairies as they soared through the mist. He had already swept through the entire rogue town, and, thankfully, no unexpected strong opponents, like dragons, had appeared. Therefore, he wasn't worried about the safety of Nami and the others. Well then, Dashki cutie, here I come. In the next moment, lightning flashed, and Qin Yun disappeared from his spot. In Rogue Town, at a weapon shop selling one sword. Dashki pouted as she closed the shop's door. She had just admired the shop's treasure, the snow walk, but unfortunately, she didn't have enough money to buy it. She turned to leave when her head suddenly bumped into Qin Yun, who had just appeared beside her. Oh no! Dashki's red glasses were knocked off and fell to the ground. She quickly bent down, her hands frantically searching for her glasses, her clumsy movements causing her ample chest to attract Qin Yun's attention. Here, after enjoying the view for a moment, Qin Yun handed her the glasses he was holding. Dashki quickly accepted them, putting them on while apologizing. I'm so sorry. I was too reckless just now. Are you okay? I hope I didn't hurt you. Of course I'm not okay. My chest hurts from your bump. You're in the Navy. You need to take responsibility. Qin Yun pretended to clutch his chest in pain. Oh, I'm so sorry. Once Dashki put her glasses on, she quickly looked up to check on his injury, only to find that everyone on the street was lying on the ground, unconscious. She stared at the scene, mumbling, what is going on? I'm not sure either. Wait. Don't try to change the subject. Qin Yun raised his hand and pinched her chin, adjusting her face to look at him. This was, of course, Qin Yun's doing. There was no other way. The Conqueror's Haki could be activated with just a thought, making it too convenient to create a world for just him and Dashki. Ugh. Dashki struggled hard for a moment, realizing she couldn't break free from his grip. She then took a few steps back and finally gained her freedom. She glared at Qin Yun, but was taken aback, shaking her head. How could the bounty criminal Qin Yun be here? He should be in the eastern part of the East Sea. Don't worry, I will take responsibility. What do you want me to do? Pay you, or we'll take you to the hospital? Dashki clutched her clothes, looking at him pitifully. You don't seem like a wealthy person. Qin Yun said. How about this? Marry me and be my wife. That way, we don't have to bother with compensation. Huh? We seem to have just met for the first time. I'm really sorry, but please let me decline. Dashki was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how he could say something so unrealistic. Although she found his looks appealing as a Navy officer, she had to serve and had no time for her lifelong matters. Are you saying you want to take responsibility, but actually refuse? So what if it's our first meeting? We can get to know each other better over time. Dashki's head began to spin. Dashki, a confused girl, kind-hearted, upright, and selfless, with noble character. Considering the big picture, discerning right from wrong, and brave in heart. As the saying goes, a good woman fears a clingy man. As the one at fault, Dashki felt somewhat guilty and didn't know how to respond to this situation. But I'm in the Navy. Can a Navy officer get married? Think about Vice Admiral Garp, Admiral Akainu, and others. They hold high positions and are still married. Dashki was stunned, feeling that something was off but couldn't quite put her finger on it. Forget it. If you don't want to marry me, I'll have to use another method. What method? Dashki's eyes lit up. As long as he stopped pestering her, she was afraid she might give in. I'll threaten you. If you don't agree to be my wife, I will wipe out the Navy in Road Town. In this situation, agreeing would also be a contribution to the Navy. Bro, you're joking, right? No reply. Qin Yun simply stared at her seriously. Just as Dashki's face turned red and she felt a bit at a loss. Chaotic footsteps came from outside the street. Finally, they're here. Qin Yun's lips curled slightly. This street had fainted so many people, and someone had already noticed the situation here and informed the Navy. However, Smoker's subordinates were all a bunch of thugs, lacking in strength and attitude, so it was normal for them to arrive late. A group of Navy soldiers quickly appeared in front of the two, surrounding them, but they didn't dare to approach, leaving a large circle in the middle. Hey, Tashiji, come here. Smoker, chewing on 3 cigars, had a serious expression on his face. Huh? Tashiji still hadn't figured out what was going on. If you want them dead, then just stay away from me. Qin Yun threatened nonchalantly. Qin Yun, why would a strong person like you come to the East Sea? What have you done, Atina? Smoker gritted his teeth, hating himself for not studying hockey properly under Zephyr at the Navy school. Since you've recognized me, why not stay away? Instead, you dare to step forward? You are Qin Yun? Tashiji's eyes widened in disbelief. Were you just toying with me? How could that be? What I just said is true, Tashiji. Be my divine consort. As long as you agree, I can spare the Navy in Lowtown. Qin Yun stepped forward and placed both hands on her excited, trembling shoulders, a current of energy flowing through to steady her mind. Damn it, Dashki, don't agree to him. We will never let the pirates' plan succeed, even if it means dying. Smoker's tone was grim. Then go ahead and die. A cold light flashed in Qin Yun's eyes. As his voice fell, Smoker felt a blur in front of him, and a sharp pain shot through his head as Qin Yun mercilessly stomped him to the ground with a foot covered in hockey. The powerful impact caused irregular cracks in the ground beneath him. Just like that, Smoker fell into a coma, unconscious from the severe blow to his head. Colonel Smoky. The Shiki in the Navy exclaimed in shock. Qin Yun's eyes narrowed, and an invisible wave spread outward from him. The Navy soldiers, swept by the wave, all rolled their eyes and lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. In an instant, the clattering sound of falling swords and the thuds of bodies hitting the ground echoed continuously. What happened to them? Dashki questioned angrily. Of course, they passed out, Dashki. I think you'll make a choice that satisfies me, right? Qin Yun stepped over Smoker's body and walked directly towards Dashki. Why? Why are you targeting me? Dashki's voice trembled. Everything happened too quickly, and she didn't know what to do. Why? Because I am kind and want to save you from the sea of suffering of the Navy. Huh? Dashki was stunned. How could he say that the Navy is a sea of suffering? She immediately retorted angrily. The Navy is the embodiment of justice. Becoming a pirate like you is falling into the sea of suffering. I'm not a pirate. I'm a god and emperor of the kingdom of gods. Qin Yun pulled Dashki and took her to a nearby CAF to sit down. Haven't you noticed that among the high ranks of the Navy, besides Vice Admiral Tsuru and her sister Guion, there is no one else? What does this have to do with the Navy being a sea of suffering? That's because once the Navy's positions rise to a certain level, around the level of Rear Admiral, they may be assigned to protect the Celestial Dragons. Male Navy officers rarely get into trouble. After all, female Celestial Dragons won't let lowly commoners toy with them, but female Navy officers have. Qin Yun spoke while forcing the pale-faced Dashki to take a sip of tea to help her calm down. If she didn't have a solid and powerful background like Crane, then regardless of whether they were male or female Celestial Dragons, Any female Navy officer they set their sights on would likely end up being treated as a slave and played with until death. Celestial dragons? How could it be? I have no reason to lie to you. You will naturally come to know the darkness of this world in the future. The Navy is merely a pack of dogs raised by the celestial dragons, tasked with protecting them and maintaining their rule. Upon hearing Qin Yun's explanation, Dasky stared blankly with a vacant expression. Qin Yun was not in a hurry. She was currently impacted by the Navy's true nature, her worldview shattered. Processing the content of his words. After a while, Dasky finally moved. She looked at Qin Yun with a gloomy expression and murmured, I understand now. I am willing to become your divine consort, as long as you can keep your promise and spare the Navy of Rogtown. She realized that if what Qin Yun said was true, her final fate would be to die in silent humiliation. It would be better to submit to Qin Yun, sacrificing herself to ensure the survival of the Navy in Rogtown, allowing them to live on with their justice. Don't be so sad. After becoming my divine consort, you can still uphold your justice. Once we return to my divine kingdom, I will let you maintain peace there. Yes. A spark finally appeared in Dasky's eyes. No longer the lifelessness from before. Qin Yun is not afraid that she cannot bear the reality of the world. After all, the events have not fallen upon her, and her experiences are merely superficial. After becoming his divine consort, she will only enjoy the beauty of the world and follow his footsteps as he gradually changes it. And they will be filled with confidence about the future. Let's go. I'll accompany you to see your hometown again. Prepare anything you need to take. We will leave Donghai at noon. Okay, Dasky responded dully, but her body remained motionless. Qin Yun smiled helplessly, stood up, and forcibly pulled her into his arms. It was only then that Dasky came back to her senses, her pale little face flushed slightly red. She awkwardly turned around, feeling a bit uncomfortable with his intimate gesture. Let's go, Qin Yun said, casually glancing at Tina, who had been silently following them from a distance. Tina had arrived when Qin Yun stunned the people on the street and had been observing from the shadows, even entering the coffee shop without being noticed by Dasky. Qin Yun's words were not only directed at Dasky, but also at Tina, aiming to make her recognize the true nature of the Navy. Seeing Qin Yun's gaze, Tina nodded at him and silently left. She chose not to stop Qin Yun's actions. She knew that she had already traded her subordinate's life, and Qin Yun's decision could not be changed by anyone. If she spoke out to stop him or pleaded, she would suffer more. Once she spoke out against him, she feared she would be punished by Qin Yun. Thus, Dasky was half-forced by Qin Yun to leave the CAF. After regaining her senses, she set a goal and began walking down the streets of Rogtown with Qin Yun. After a while, they ran into Robin and her group. On Icon, Vivi's surprised voice came as she bounced over to Qin Yun's side. He smiled in response and ruffled her hair. Rogtown was still too small. It was easy to encounter acquaintances after just a few steps. At this moment, a small cloud floated beside each of them, filled with snacks, clothes, jewelry, and even a barbecue grill. They held cloud lines in their hands, effortlessly carrying the load as they walked. Is she the Navy you were looking for? She looks really beautiful. Nami also enthusiastically approached, grabbing Dasky's hand. That's right, but don't scare her. She's still a bit clueless. Thank you. You're beautiful too. Dasky, seeing that they didn't seem to be pretending, quickly replied awkwardly. It seemed that being Qin Yun's divine consort was not leading her into a pit of despair. Nami, Vivi, don't disturb them. Let them enjoy their time together. Robin laughed as she pulled Nami and Vivi back. Qin Yun, we've pretty much finished shopping. Let's head back for barbecue. If you two come back late, there won't be any left. It's fine. If I can't have barbecue, I'll just eat you. Qin Yun chuckled and gestured for Dasky to continue leading him. Robin gave him a flirtatious eye roll. Afterward, Dasky showed him around Rogtown and then took him to the naval base. After spending some time in her favorite solitary sword training area, she returned to her dormitory, packed her belongings, and bid farewell to Rogtown. Qin Yun searched through Rogtown with his observation but still couldn't find Bartholomew and Desire. This was to be expected. Bartholomew was the leader of the underworld with as many as 150 territories, locations not mentioned, so their whereabouts couldn't be pinpointed. Therefore, Qin Yun returned to the Yakin Manor, holding Dasky, and found that everyone had gathered. They enjoyed a barbecue feast together. After eating and drinking to their fill, everyone went back to rest. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for some people. For example, Dasky, whose face was flushed, was practicing sword techniques with a trembling blade, the Shiyu, in the open space of Yakin Manor. In the late night, Tina, who had just awakened her observation discovered her and came to her side, chatting for a long time. Then there was Smoker, with bloodshot eyes and a table piled high with cigar remnants. After regaining consciousness from his fainting spell, He reported to headquarters that he had been attacked by the god Emperor Qin Yun and wanted to pursue. But the response he received was to stay put and not pursue. This made him hate Qin Yun even more. Not only had he abducted the Navy goddess Tina, but he had also come to Rog Town to take away his only female subordinate. Smoker cursed inwardly. Damn Qin Yun, you have a grudge against me, don't you? Smoker's emotional collapse was unknown to Qin Yun. In any case, he felt comfortable, as Smoker was too weak to be worth his attention. Qin Yun was recovering his mental state while controlling the Yakin Manor to speed through the calm zone. The beauties from the East Sea who could elevate him and whom he could approach had already been gathered into his divine consort group. Of course, there were still a few beauties from the EC that he needed to take action on, but most of them had already left the EC, requiring him to bump into them later. At this moment, it was time to head back. A few days later, the sky was a deep blue with a gentle breeze. The Grand Line, Gaia Island, and Demon Valley Town. This was the other peninsula of the sacred territory of Apaya. It had now become an illegal gathering place for pirates. The Yakin Manor floated 1,000 meters in the air, and Qin Yun's observation Haki swept across Gaia Island below, not even sparing the ships in the port. Unfortunately, although there were many pirates here, most were just small fry with no devil fruit abilities, and he had no interest in going down to explore. Thunder floating power. Boom! A scattered thunder imbued with floating power struck the center of Gaia Island, and some unfortunate pirates who couldn't dodge were instantly turned into charred remains. The floating power quickly spread across the entire island, and the unconscious entities connected to the island were also invaded and came under Qin Yun's control. Floating earth dragon roaring. In the next moment, Gaia Island began to tremble violently, and the land beneath the water gradually surfaced. After overcoming a certain degree of water pressure, the island rapidly ascended in height, but the pirates on the island were in trouble. Hey, are you kidding me? What happened to Gaia Island? Mamma mia, I just got here today, and now I'm caught up in this. Could it be the soaring sea current? The pirates were forced to crawl on the ground, their fingers digging into the earth, fearing that they would be thrown out with a careless move. The speed of the island increased, and some weaker pirates couldn't withstand the high-speed compression, spewing black blood and falling into a faint. After an unknown amount of time, Gaia Island finally passed through the 7,000 meter high white sea and then through the 10,000 meter high white sea, arriving at Qin Yun's divine nation. The position of Gaia Island happened to fly close to Apaya, forming a skeleton-shaped island. The divine consorts of Qin Yun are protected by his ethereal power, allowing them to arrive safely at the Sky Island without any movement at the Yakin Manor. At this moment, their noses are covered by small clouds, providing them with gradually diminishing oxygen, which will eventually disperse when it reaches a certain level. This is because the air on the Sky Island is thinner than that in Qinghai. If an ordinary person suddenly arrives here, they would become weak due to the inability to adapt to the environment. Just as Qin Yun reached the edge and felt the floating islands he had plundered from the Golden Lion, he instinctively looked towards Appiato. That is the Divine Lord. Divine Lord? Oh, Divine Lord, I want to bear divine offspring for you. At the edge of Appiato Island, the residents of the Divine Kingdom cheered excitedly, with some innocent little girls saying things that made the adults extremely embarrassed. In front of them, the Divine Guard stood in perfect formation, each soldier clad in armor shining with divine radiance. The armor is engraved with the symbol of the Divine Kingdom, featuring white angel wings on either side, with a character for divine written in the center, which is also the pattern on the Divine Kingdom's flag. Their expressions are stern and resolute, waiting for the Divine Lord's inspection. Qin Yun's lips curled into a smirk. This was the sense of dominance in the extraordinary world, where all subjects would passionately carry out his will. He took a step forward, raised his hand to suppress the noise coming from Apaya, which instantly quieted down. Warriors, do you see the island that has suddenly appeared? Go up there and clean up the corpses. For those who are still alive, bind them with divine ropes and imprison them in the dungeon. Until my orders are given, let them mine to atone for their sins. Obey the divine decree. The Divine Guard shouted in unison. As soon as the words fell, the warriors pulled out their cloud shells and shot out iron cloud tracks that connected to Gaia Island. They leaped lightly and glided along the iron clouds to Gaia Island, ruthlessly executing the orders. Sisos, go inform the priests and have them wait at the palace for an audience. Yes. Sisos, the captain of the 3rd Squad of the Divine Guard, bowed and accepted the command. Qin Yun ignored the pleas of the citizens and continued to control the Yakin Manor, flying towards the Divine Palace. The grandeur and magnificence of the Sky Island were fully captured in the eyes of the Divine Maidens, who occasionally let out sounds of amazement and delight. After flying for a while, Karina's delicate body suddenly trembled, causing Nami beside her to pause for a moment, noticing that her eyes were filled with the light of berries. Nami quickly waved her hand to create a water mirror, and to her surprise, her own eyes were also filled with berries. They had seen Qin Yun's palace, where the brilliance of gold was abundant. You too, are you really amazed by the sights of Qin Yun's divine kingdom? Robin chuckled, having long cultivated an unperturbed demeanor. I think they're excitedly trembling at the thought of always following Oni-chan and having endless berries in the future. Vivi reached behind the two of them and clapped her hands on their two raised behinds. Umph, I see you don't understand the allure of money. You've been a princess since you were young, unlike us who live tough lives and struggle to make a living on the sea. Exactly. Nami and Karina counterattacked with their magical claws, applying the torture of tickling. Amidst the girls' playful antics, the Yakin Manor had already reached its destination and was connected to the outskirts of the Divine Palace by Qin Yun. Feel free to wander around, just be careful, Qin Yun advised, and then with a flash of lightning, he disappeared from the spot. The Divine Maidens were all wearing Divine-made badges, which contained his thunderous power, making them easy to identify. The angels of the Divine Palace had already gathered around and began to follow their orders. In the Divine Palace, the Divine Lord's sleeping chamber, Conis gently stroked the harp in her hands, playing tunes for the joyous gathering, while Raki listened intently beside her. Just then, the music abruptly stopped. A joyful expression that couldn't be hidden surged on Conis's face as her observation Haki detected Qin Yun's presence. Behind him were several extraordinary Divine Maidens wearing Divine-made badges. Divine Lord. She quickly walked to a mirror to admire her petite figure. Perfect. Conis. In less than a moment, she was embraced by the suddenly appearing Qin Yun, familiar scents filling her nostrils. Divine Lord, your little angel misses you so much. Conis looked up with wide eyes, wrapping her arms around Qin Yun's neck, pouring all her heart and soul into him, offering everything she had. Qin Yun didn't say much and gently embraced her. Raki stood awkwardly to the side, unsure whether to leave or stay. Raki and Qin Yun hadn't known each other for long, which made them not so familiar with each other. But it didn't matter. This timid and hesitant demeanor was also amusing to Qin Yun. The next morning, Qin Yun was still feeling groggy. Lord God, are you awake? A familiar, soft, and muffled voice entered Qin Yun's ears. Conis. After Qin Yun was well fed and taken care of by the angels, he finally remembered the important matters. He summoned the goddesses to the main hall. The angels acted as instructed, moving through the harem, each leading a goddess to the main hall. After that, there was no need for Qin Yun to intervene. Conis and Loki automatically began to familiarize themselves with them. After waiting for a while, Qin Yun saw that it was about time and instructed, Tina, let Dasky assist you in selecting some women in the kingdom of gods to form a goddess guard to maintain the stability of the kingdom. Vivi will be the queen in the future, so you can follow Conis and Loki in giving orders to the Council of Divine Decisions. Robin, you do as usual. Control the Baroque studio, gather intelligence, and let them accumulate wealth. After simply assigning some light tasks to the goddesses, Qin Yun took Naomi to the palace. The priests had been waiting since yesterday and were finally excited to see Qin Yun's arrival, bowing and shouting, Your Majesty. Is there news from the small floating island, Visalia? Aum stepped forward to begin the report. Yes, Gadaz heard that a month ago, Visalia had appeared in the Spring Queen City, St. Popula. But they only stayed for a moment before leaving. So what use is this information? A month is enough for them to drift to the New World. We tried to call, but the other party refused. They probably don't answer unknown numbers. Forget it. Qin Yun felt helpless. The small floating island of Visalia was composed of mostly clouds and a small amount of land, making its location quite difficult to find. As it floated, based on the will of the scientists on the island, it seemed that if you want to find Visalia, it would be more convenient to start with Bear. Qin Yun lightly tapped on the dragon throne, while the 4 great gods and 3 captain warriors kneeling below were anxious, their hearts pounding. You got the shipbuilding book, right? Got it. Qin Yun nodded. These instructions were given by him on the way to capture the divine concubine. With a convenient phone bug, he would certainly make good use of it. He often played around at night while chatting with Conis on the phone, and she would always shyly cheer for him in a soft voice. However, we encountered a bit of an accident when we went to the city of 7 waters. Huh? Why are you panting while talking? Let Shura speak. Shura quickly responded. When we descended from Qinghai, we ran into a naval branch of G8, and as soon as they saw us, they attacked. What happened? You guys aren't pirates. How could you be caught by the Navy? I'm not quite sure. Maybe the Navy found us suspicious, so we defeated them and captured some Navy personnel, which led to a bounty on us. Isn't the G8 branch of the Navy the place where Luffy and the others fell after leaving Skypiea? Among the captured Navy, The angel guard caught two good-looking women. Shura quietly glanced at Qin Yun's expression, and seeing that he remained expressionless, he breathed a sigh of relief and continued. Gloria thought it was a waste to let them mine. So, those two female Navy officers were taken to the foot of the sanctuary. Gloria is the captain of the Angel Guard. A few of her subordinates dared to suggest to Your Majesty to take the two female Navy officers as divine concubines to show her loyalty. Huh, am I that kind of person? Qin Yun pretended to be displeased. Of course not. This is all our own decision. Well, since you have this good intention, I won't refuse to bring them up, but this will not be a precedent. Yes, Your Majesty, there's a superpower survivor on the island you captured yesterday. Bring them along. Understood. Shura turned to give Om a look, and Om understood, retreating from the palace. After Qin, Yun enjoyed a while of Nami's cloud massage. Om returned with a few people. Two female Navy officers were each guarded by an angel, and another man with a weak aura was brought in by a divine weapon. The reactions of the two female Navy officers were quite interesting. One was filled with rage while the other looked timid. Is this what they call a deity? It seems somewhat acceptable. Gloria, I didn't expect your taste to be quite good. Qin Yun ignored Nami's poke in the side and curiously examined the two female Navy officers. He recognized one of them, named Jessica, who was supposed to be the wife of Commander Jonathan of the Navy G8 branch. She was a little cook with blonde hair and red lips, looking cool and aloof. However, there was an alluring charm in her gaze that perfectly matched his preferred type. He just wondered if, at this point in time, she and Jonathan had become a couple. If they had, then His Majesty would be satisfied. Gloria was beaming with joy. She was robustly built, comparable to the plump Shadley. Qin Yun waved his hand, and the angels on both sides stepped forward to take the two female Navy officers, leading them to the Zhao-E Hall behind the palace. Seeing this, Shura introduced, Your Majesty, this is Bellamy, a user of the spring fruit. His subordinates say he has a bounty of 55 million berries. Bellamy, Doflamingo? Qin Yun's eyes lit up. It seemed something interesting was about to happen. Wake him up. Yes. The divine soldier beside Bellamy directly slapped him awake with two loud slaps, leaving Bellamy in a dazed state, followed by a face full of gloom. Bellamy? I heard you're under Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Do you have a snail phone contact? No. Bellamy roared angrily as if he was holding back a surge of energy, only to receive a slap of his favorite big mouth afterward. With a loud smack, his face turned red, and the anger in his eyes was almost about to explode. Your Majesty, this snail phone was found on him. After the divine soldier finished, he pulled out a snail phone that closely resembled Doflamingo's face from his pocket. Are you still lying even after coming this far? It seems you haven't suffered enough yet. Qin Yun gestured with his hand, and the phone bug detached from the palm of the god soldier, flying to the small table in front of him, automatically dialing Doflamingo. Damn it. If you have the guts, just kill me. Before Bellamy could finish his sentence, his mouth was blocked by the god soldier with an iron cloud. Blur blur, bugaboo. He Bellamy? Didn't I mention not to call unless it's necessary? Have you found the devil fruit? Don Quixote Doflamingo, your dog seems to have no eyes. Daring to cause trouble in my territory. Who is this? Doflamingo's forehead bulged with veins, knowing his identity and still daring to speak like this. He seemed to be quite a character. I am the god Qin Yun. If you can't provide me with satisfactory compensation, I wouldn't mind going to Dressrosa to play with you. Doflamingo instinctively took out Qin Yun's bounty notice from under the table. Although the thunder fruit was impressive, the achievements written on it were quite average, not enough for him to take seriously. Let's talk, shall we? Why don't you join my Don Quixote family? At that time, you can take whatever you want from the family. There is no need to say more to recruit him. If you compensate me with 3 devil fruits and your subordinates baby 5, Violet, and Monet, I can let this matter go. Sugar, as Doflamingo's trump card, was impossible to part with, so there was no need to test that. Hearing such arrogant words left Doflamingo momentarily stunned. Qin Yun had quite the appetite. Wanted to thoroughly exploit him. You really are asking for a lot. Those 3 are my beloved family members. How could I use them as compensation? Bellamy's value is even less than a devil fruit. I see you're here to pick a fight. Heh, Qin Yun directly threatened. If I don't receive the compensation before I head to the New World, I will personally go to Dressrosa to collect it. With a click, he hung up the phone, knowing without thinking that Doflamingo was now burning with anger. But it didn't matter. The next part would depend on how smart he was. Bellamy, you can leave now. Maybe you'll see Doflamingo before you reincarnate. Qin Yun unleashed a bolt of lightning that pierced through Bellamy's head, and then the white lightning swept past, transferring the spring fruit ability to Gloria beside him. Gloria received the blessing of the gods. Gloria was taken aback, feeling the wonderful power surging within her, and tried it out. The next moment, she suddenly jumped up and was sent flying out of the palace by Qin Yun. Go outside to test your abilities. After a while, once Gloria became familiar with the spring power, she bounced back into the palace. Her face was filled with uncontrollable joy, as she never expected that, by pleasing Qin Yun, she would gain the divine power he bestowed. The other priests looked at her with envy, secretly resenting why they weren't the ones to discover this female navy officer. The divine power granted by this emperor has no drawbacks of demonic power. If developed properly, she will surely transcend mortals in the future. Yes. Thank you, your majesty. Thank you, Lord God. After that, Qin Yun assigned some tasks, such as having them remove the poisonous plants from the floating islands of the Golden Lion. After completing all this, Qin Yun went to the back of the palace. The next matters were not suitable for Nami to witness, so he sent her back to the divine palace. In the palace, in the Jowie Hall, footsteps echoed as Qin Yun strode in. Jessica and another female navy officer, handcuffed and looking dejected, were being watched by two angels nearby. Hearing the sound, they instinctively looked up at the man who determined their fate. What are your names? Qin Yun sat on the soft couch beside her, taking the wine cup handed by the angel and gently swirling it. After a brief silence, the two women finally revealed their names. Jessica, Jobut. Qin Yun waved her hand, and the angels stepped forward to remove their handcuffs, then left the hall, thoughtfully closing the big door behind them. The sound of the door closing made Jessica and Kobat shiver slightly, and they unconsciously licked their somewhat dry lips. I am the deity Qin Yun, serving as the god and emperor of the divine nation. You two need not be afraid. Please introduce yourselves. Jessica and Kobat exchanged glances, unsure of how to begin. Seeing this, Qin Yun directly appointed, Jessica, you go first. Jessica, holding back her worries, forced a smile and said, I am a chef from the naval headquarters. I was originally supposed to be the head chef at the Navy G8 branch, but unexpectedly, I was captured on the way. Qin Yun nodded and turned his gaze to Kobat. I am a pediatrician at the Navy headquarters, assigned to work at the Navy G8 branch, but I see that you have already accepted your identities? Yes, they said as long as we obediently serve as divine concubines, they won't kill the captured sailors. Have you ever had romantic experiences with the opposite sex? No. X2 Qin Yun smiled with satisfaction. It seemed that Jessica had been intercepted by him. Come up, let me help you secure the identity of the divine concubine, so that you can gain relative freedom. Upon hearing this, the two women blushed and timidly lowered their heads without making a move. Qin Yun shook his head helplessly. It seemed he had to take the initiative in these matters. So he stepped forward and poured a glass of red wine for the two women amidst their exclamations, saying, Drink this wine, and you will be mine. From now on, you will receive my protection. The two women nodded and drank the wine upon hearing his words. The remaining time today was the segment that everyone understood well. In the following days, he first infused all the territories of Sky Island with floating power, allowing it to drift towards Water 7. As the birthplace of the guiding bird, Sky Island could not lose its direction due to the chaotic magnetic forces of the Grand Line. As for what would happen to future pirates like Luffy after Qin Yun took away Gaia Island and Sky Island, he didn't care. After the departure of Sky Island, the mutual influence of the magnetic forces would create new routes, allowing the log pose to continue pointing. Similarly, if Sky Island reached the New World, it would also affect the local magnetic forces and become an island that the log pose pointed to. After Sky Island set sail, Qin Yun began a period of leisure time, and Marianu became the true divine consort. Jessica, who had previously served as the head chef of the Navy headquarters, was appointed by Qin Yun as his personal chef, cooking for him and the divine consorts. The next day, appreciating how well Raki had behaved in front of him and her diligent help in managing Sky Island, he decided to promote her from divine attendant to divine consort. By noon, Jessica prepared a large table of delicious dishes using the ingredient from Sky Island and invited the women to share the feast. During the meal, Qin Yun reminded Nojiko to use the power of the slippery fruit for those in need or for the new divine consorts. The clouds of Sky Island were under Nami's control, and Qin Yun had her infuse them with cloud power, transforming a large number of clouds into floating clouds. His subject could store some floating clouds using cloud shells and then ride the floating clouds back to Sky Island. After a few days, Qin Yun felt that he couldn't continue like this, so he began to attend to serious matters. He plundered the fruit abilities of Robin, Tina, and Machida onto fruits. Then, he had a sudden idea. Taking advantage of their weakness after the abilities were plundered, he used the special ability of the Thunder Fruit to give them a shot, helping alleviate their weakness. Miraculously, their sensations of weakness disappeared. This discovery seemed useless at the moment, but after plundering the fruit of the prospective divine consorts, it could be used to remove their weakness. After that, Qin Yun returned their fruit abilities to them. After his intervention, they no longer feared the drawbacks of the devil fruits. A few days later, Sky Island crossed Longchain Island and arrived above Water 7. Qin Yun was awakened by the robins. After finishing the morning work, the robins took turns feeding him the food on the table. The robins? That's right. The power of the Hana know me is limitless. Robin can use the power of her fruit to make any part of her body grow on any tangible object within her sight. For example, she can grow a hand on the table or a mouth on her hand, and with a touch of quirkiness, there's nothing she can't do. These body parts have uses such as attacking, eavesdropping, and spying, but Robin generally doesn't use these abilities in front of Qin Yun. All the body parts created are connected to her original body, which means that all sensations are transmitted back to her. After eliminating the drawbacks of the devil fruit, under Qin Yun's guidance, Robin's development speed of her fruit has improved significantly, and she can basically perform skills that took 2 years to develop after the Marineford War. These Robins are actually avatars created by Robin using the power of her fruit while she lazily reads a book from a distance, directing her avatars to do the work. My divine husband, we have arrived at Water 7. Robin's charming words always made Qin Yun's heart flutter. When I come back, I'll give you a big surprise. Oh, then I have something to look forward to. I'm leaving. If I don't go now, I won't make it to today's banquet. Robin chuckled lightly, gave him a gentle pat, and then kindly helped him put on his clothes before pushing him out the door. With a flash of lightning, Qin Yun disappeared from his spot and appeared on the edge of the Sky Island. He spread his arms, released control over his body, and directly dove down. The strong wind rushed past his ears, and his descent speed increased, giving rise to a feeling of freedom. The shock and joy of arriving at the Sky Island, the exhilaration of gaining power, the scheming to capture the divine consort. He knew that as long as he proceeded steadily at his own pace, everything was possible. After today, his journey to capture the divine consort and achieve immortality as a deity would take a big step forward. Closer, even closer, the door fruit. At the center street of Water 7, Bruno's bar. Bruno was leisurely wiping the glass in his hand. As a CP9 spy, he had been living for several years to obtain the design of the Underworld King from Espagu. However, 3 years and 3 years, actually 5 years. Bruno is bad at math. The task progress had not been updated, yet his bar was growing bigger and bigger, earning more money than the salary provided by the world government. Jessica, Qin Yun's multifunctional little chef, with a playful heart and a mature body, fiery temperament but understanding. Kabato, friendly to people and skilled in medicine, yet suffers from hemophobia, always appearing shy and timid. He had already made plans to retire from CP9 in 2 years and return here to open a bar and be the boss. Just then, he felt a sharp pain in his head and then fell into a deep faint, and the same happened to the bar's customers and nearby residents, all falling into slumber. With a gathering of lightning, Qin Yun appeared beside Bruno, retracting his conqueror's haki and leaving behind an electromagnetic field from the interference device. He eagerly formed a white lightning bolt in his hand and struck it toward Bruno, stealing the power of the door fruit. After experimenting with the fruit's abilities, he was satisfied and killed Bruno, turning him to ash with electric flames, dissipating into the air. In his view, the door fruit, like the thunder fruit, was an extremely invincible ability. It can open doors anywhere, allowing for free entrance and exit. Just this capability alone is invincible, but its powers don't stop there. It also has a buff. It can create doors regardless of how hard or non-tangible the target is. Moreover, it can create doors based on the user's thoughts. What does this mean? This means the door fruit is as powerful as the imagination of its user allows. Qin Yun can easily think of several incredible abilities. For example, he can create a portal to another dimension, wrapping himself within it, so that any attack directed at him disappears without a trace. Qin Yun trembled all over, and it took him 3 breaths to calm down. He couldn't help but marvel at the fact that it was Bruno, this simple-minded, brawny fool, who consumed the door fruit. This guy, every day, only knows how to open and close the bar, completely ignoring the development of the door fruit. A power that could overturn the world was wasted on such a blockhead genius. One can only say that all his luck was used up on eating the door fruit, forgetting to boost his intelligence. He actually stood there without dodging, not using the fruit's ability, and took Luffy's attack head-on with brute strength, leading to his own defeat. As Qin Yun's thoughts stirred, the portal to the alternate space engulfed him. This alternate space, dominated by green hues, allowed him to see the outside world, move freely, and remain unaffected by external influences. With a flash of lightning, Qin Yun transformed into thunder and arrived at the base of the Frankie family. The conqueror's-He he unleashed surged from the portal he had opened in the void, crashing into the Frankie family from the alternate space. His recently awakened conqueror's-He was already on par with that of red-haired Shanks, and now he had mastered it even further. It was likely that even a typical vice admiral from the Navy headquarters would tremble under his Haki and be unable to move. Not to mention the weak Frankie family before him, who were completely unaware of what was happening and fell into eternal unconsciousness. Qin Yun emerged from another space and appeared next to the unconscious Frankie, waving his hand at him. Open the door. A blueprint quietly lay on Frankie's abdomen, defenselessly waiting to be taken. This is the importance of intelligence. The blueprint of the Underworld King is in hand. Qin Yun flipped through the pages and found that he could only understand some content, such as what the diagram looked like. Forget it. Professional matters should be left to professionals. If the Underworld King beneath the land of Wayno could still be used, he wouldn't need to exert effort to have his subordinates build the Underworld King. He would just need to repair it according to the blueprints. Farewell, Frankie. Refa destruction. Silent thunder burst out from Qin Yun. Everyone present was unconsciously struck down by the annihilating black thunder, turning into wisps of dust that scattered in the air. The future shipwright of the Straw Hat Pirates, Frankie, is dead. Frittering roll. Door different space. Qin Yun turned and entered the alternate space. After a few breaths, the land around seemed to come alive, resembling the mouth of a deep abyss that swallowed the base of the Frankie family. Everything fell into silence. The Frankie family's stronghold vanished without a trace, leaving only the freshly leveled ground, which felt extraordinarily eerie, floating the twilight of the gods. An inexplicable force brewed in the sea, and Akula Lagna, the water gods, was awakened by Qin Yun, about to unleash towering waves. In an office on the top floor of the city of Seven Waters, Esbaku, the president of Carrera Company, was staring blankly at the rising sun on the horizon. How could the sun be falling? Confused thoughts lingered in Esbaku's mind, and a bold hypothesis surfaced in his brain. Could it be Akula Lagna? This thought was quickly dismissed. After all, Akula Lagna attacks the city of Seven Waters once a year, and it had already done so 6 months ago. It should just be a small wave. But since he had seen it, he could not ignore it. It was his responsibility as the mayor of the city of Seven Waters. Esbaka knew he could not wait any longer, so he turned and shouted, "Karifa!" No one responded. He furrowed his brow. His secretary Karifa was extremely serious about her work and could rival him in diligence. After waiting for a moment and calling out several times, he reluctantly picked up the phone bug to make a call. Leifa's cataclysm. Without warning, the black lightning expanded in Esbaku's pupils, instantly becoming eternal. He turned to ash without pain. Qin Yun silently left the alternate space, holding the unconscious Khalifa. The door fruit was a unique tool for executing assassination tasks. The enemy had no idea where Qin Yun was or from which strange place he would attack. Using the same method, he had consecutively assassinated Kaku and Rob Lucci. He also casually stole Rob Lucci's devil fruit, the Zoan-type cat fruit, leopard form. At this time, Kaku and Khalifa had not yet obtained their devil fruits. They gained their abilities after capturing Robin and returning to Ini's lobby. They were too weak now. Killing them was as simple as drinking water for Qin Yun. Unfortunately, the possibility of subduing them was too low. They had lived under the world government's control since childhood, their minds filled with the ideology of protecting the celestial dragons and obeying orders. They had no goals other than executing missions. This was also why, after being framed by Spandam and pursued by the world government and navy, they still chose to return to being dogs, eventually becoming CP0 2 years later. Unless he possessed observation hockey like Fisher Tiger's wife Odoheim to change their thoughts, or Big Mom's daughter Charlotte Pudding's memory fruit, it would be impossible to forcibly subdue CP9. Once Spandam learned of everything that had happened here, he would surely be furious and blame everything on the missing Rob Lucci and the others. While pondering, Qin Yun flew over Water 7, where the massive waves in the distance had completely formed, howling and surging. Why? How could Akula Lagna strike Water 7 again? What about Mayor Icebug? Why hadn't he notified the public? He would pay a great price for this. Quickly go to the last shelter. The residents of Water 7 were trembling in fear, preparing to defend against the onslaught of the water gods using the old method. The sound of the waves drowned out the screams, and Water 7 was baptized once again. After the wild surge of Akula Lagna, all traces were erased. After today, all the unstable factors that knew the contents of the Pluton blueprint in the pirate world would leave this world. Sky Island, the royal palace, the Hall of Justice. Qin Yun carried Khalifa's body out of the alternate space, and a flicker of surprise flashed in the eyes of the angel guards on either side. They quickly stepped forward to offer assistance, but he simply waved his hand, signaling them not to worry. He walked to the soft couch and gently placed the Khalifa, who was slung over his shoulder, onto the couch. The sleeping beauty Khalifa, with her golden hair, had a captivating sleeping face. Such a scene would surely stir any man's heart. Qin Yun admired herself for a while before having the angels change her into a divine uniform that suited her style, and then she woke her from her coma. Khalifa slowly stirred awake, blinking her eyes open. Realizing that her surroundings were unfamiliar, she quickly sat up, her pupils constricting as she stared wide-eyed in shock. Where's this? Wasn't I working in the office? A palace, crystal chandeliers, golden pillars. A beautiful girl with angel wings, a handsome man in a white robe. Wait, could he be the divine emperor? Qin Yun? It seems I've been captured by him. Why would he have his eyes on me? Looks like you're awake. Qin Yun sat on the void gate, enjoying the feeding from the angels beside her, watching with great interest as Khalifa gradually regained her clarity. Khalifa was taken aback. As a member of the CP9, an internal espionage organization of the world government, she had long been trained to remain calm in the face of danger. After a brief moment of confusion, she quickly settled down. As a senior agent, the most important thing when entering a new environment was to disguise herself and gather intelligence about the place first. If the Thunderfruit user knew I was CP9, he would definitely kill me. It seems I have to pretend. Khalifa's voice trembled, her gaze wandering. Where am I? How'd I get here? Who am I? Who are you? She spoke while looking around, as if she was truly trying to remember. But each attempt only deepened her frown, making her appear even more confused. Oh, have you gotten used to being an agent? Then perhaps being too clever will backfire on you. What? You're not trying to pretend you've lost your memory, are you? Khalifa's face turned red with anxiety, shaking her head as tears welled up in her eyes. Why would I pretend to have amnesia? I really don't remember anything. Everything is so hazy, my head hurts so much. She said this while gently pressing her temples with her hand, displaying a sense of painful struggle to remember, yet feeling helpless. Qin Yun chuckled softly. Since you enjoy pretending to have amnesia so much, let's have some fun with it for a while. No rush, I believe you. Qin Yun sat beside Khalifa and held her in his arms, clearly feeling her body stiffen for a moment. This is the kingdom of gods. My name is God Qin Yun, and I am the deity and emperor here. You are my divine consort Khalifa, and they are angels here. While speaking, he patted Khalifa's jade-like back to stabilize her emotions. After wiping the tear stains from her rosy cheeks, he continued, Don't be afraid. I have a way to help you regain your memory. Just follow my arrangements. It seemed like he was risking everything. Khalifa felt troubled in her heart, but her face remained expressionless. Okay. 2 hours later, Qin Yun couldn't help but smile. He had truly grown fond of this amnesia game. He originally intended to present Khalifa as a surprise gift to Robin, but unexpectedly, this surprise gift had become a treasured possession he couldn't part with. Khalifa's father, while in CP9, had gone to O'Hara to carry out a mission to search for evidence of scholars researching the true history and had burned a large number of precious books. Ultimately, CP9's commander Spandam launched a massacre order against O'Hara, causing it to disappear from the map. If Robin were to find out about this, she would surely hate Khalifa's father intensely, lecturing Khalifa and making her fall in his clutches, unable to escape. Now, Khalifa had inadvertently avoided the disaster that Robin had in store for her, skipping all the steps. Under Qin Yun's guidance, she obtained everything she would eventually get. Staying here honestly was the most helpful for recovering her memory. She just needed to obediently follow his commands. I will be obedient. A few days later, Qin Yun left the Zhao Yi Hall and went to the shrine to find Robin. At that moment, Robin was lying in Qin Yun's arms, holding a book in her hands, and casually said, Where's my surprise gift? You haven't forgotten, have you? This surprise gift had an accident. I accidentally consumed it. Qin Yun instantly thought of Khalifa's golden-haired, sleeping face. Although they had only been apart for a short time, her obedient and naturally silly demeanor left an indelible impression on him. So, Qin Yun explained to her the relationship between Khalifa and himself, as well as the incident of slaughtering CP9 today, but he didn't mention the Pluto blueprint. Robin's eyes immediately sparkled with interest. She thought Qin Yun was seeking revenge on the world government for her. So that's it, which means that the CP9 named Khalifa is now pretending to have amnesia, and you have conveniently taken her in as a divine consort? That's right. The surprise gift also includes having you teach her, and I didn't expect it to develop into this situation. Thank you. Robin emotionally wrapped her arms around Qin Yun's neck and gave him a kiss of gratitude. Now, that Karifa is pretending to have amnesia. How do you plan to handle her? She will definitely be restless and want to contact the world government. No need to worry, just let her stay in the palace. She won't be able to contact the world government. Qin Yun wore a confident expression. To him, a mere CP9 was completely unable to escape his grasp. The phone bugs that could contact the outside world were extremely rare in Sky Island, available only to the gods in the shrine or the priests about to descend to the Blue Sea. She wanted to pretend to have amnesia, so he would just play along with her amnesia game. Once she got used to the happy and comfortable life here, she would naturally be reluctant to leave. Khalifa, golden-haired cold secretary, glasses girl, naturally clueless, kicks fiercely when angry, uses a long whip with thorns as a weapon, and often says phrases like, "Are you harassing me?" And rude guy. After all, your divine husband is an existence that can make the goddesses addicted. Robin nodded, with Qin Yun having a plan. She didn't have to worry about it. She thought for a moment and still advised. Qin Yun, you don't have to expose yourself to kill the people of the world government for me. Their minions are endless. I don't hate them, not even the Navy. They are merely knives in the hands of the world government. What I hate is the world government. I hate their absurd decisions. The hatred for the destruction of O'Hara has already been buried deep in my heart. One day, I will witness you overthrowing the world government. But not now. Our strength is still far from enough. As soon as she finished speaking, Robin tried to break free and turn the tables. Without any resistance, she succeeded. Don't worry, I'm not a reckless person. The development and transformation of the world are always under my control. Qin Yun's eyes were filled with immense confidence, and he had already stretched out his magical hand to tightly grasp this captivating confidence. After a long while, the two fell into each other's dreams. The door nearby, slightly ajar, swayed gently as Nami quietly slipped in to play a prank. A few days later, the lovely figure of Princess Perona from Princess Mononoke surfaced in Qin Yun's mind. Perona was an undeniable lowly girl, and his divine consorts were lacking such a beauty. Please don't misunderstand. Qin Yun is not a lowly enthusiast. Absolutely not. He just wanted to indulge his collecting habit and willingly give the adorable lowly Princess Perona a home. That said, Perona's ghost fruit ability is incredibly powerful, capable of annihilating Luffy's crew single-handedly, making her a rare and valuable ally. Next, the Devil's Triangle would be his next destination. It is the territory of the Warlord of the Sea, Gecko Moria, whose terrifying three-masted ship roams erratically, making it hard to detect. Therefore, Qin Yun took out a Din Mushi to notify Azura, asking him to inform all the priests on Skypiea to go on a mission. The priests hurried to the Blue Sea, conducting a thorough search of the Devil's Triangle in the waters behind Water 7. Qin Yun was not idle either. While chatting with the divine concubines, he was contemplating his path to becoming stronger. The Conqueror's haki mainly depends on the size of one's heart. To become even stronger afterwards, he needed to seize greater power and attain a higher status. Only by experiencing the profoundness of it firsthand could he achieve enhancement. The armament haki and observation haki could be strengthened through casual interactions with the divine concubines. This aspect was more about passing the time. As long as he had enough time, he would definitely be able to make his physique the strongest in the world. After chatting with the divine concubines and two divine concubines for a while, he began to continue developing his newly acquired fruit ability. Open door, closed door. Closed door. Having just obtained the door fruit, Qin Yun could only use some basic abilities. For example, he could open and close ordinary doors, pull doors, push doors, revolving doors, etc. Anywhere, transform himself into a door, open a door to another space in the void, and perform short-distance space jumps. During the sea train incident, Bruno had used space jumps. The alternate space could store items or living beings, but the items placed inside would not move along with Qin Yun in the real world unless the person inside the alternate space took the items with him. Therefore, if he needed to achieve a similar effect as a convenient storage space, he would need to specifically develop this aspect of functionality. He could perceive all foreign objects in the alternate space, which meant he was not afraid of anyone taking advantage of his inattention to enter his alternate space. If Kizaru entered the alternate space with his light speed, he would be out of luck. There would be no food or water inside, and he would literally starve to death. On the contrary, Qin Yun would actually prefer to lure enemies into the alternate space. Once inside, it would be a certain death situation. Unfortunately, the speed of the alternate space door was too slow, making it impossible to swallow enemies in actual combat. He could only open the alternate space door under the feet of enemies who couldn't fly to catch them off guard and achieve victory. He also thought of some advanced abilities, such as opening any door where the door leads to the place he wants to go, and opening elemental doors, spewing elemental attacks to the outside world. As for the top-tier applications, such as the Gate of All Realms, the Gate of Immortality, and the Gate of Summoning, he would probably only have the qualification to attempt development after awakening his door fruit. Meanwhile, in Judiciary Island, CP9 Studio, 6 Powers Technique, Hand Match. The Soundless Owl made contact with Gabra's full force strike, enduring it while carefully assessing the situation before making his judgment. 2,100 power value. You've gotten stronger again, Gabra. You're really a monster. You probably surpass Kaku now. Oomph. What does Kaku count for? I think even Lucci is not as good as me. Gabra scoffed dismissively. He was the complete opposite of Lucci and hated him immensely, being natural rivals. However, Lucci didn't take him seriously, and since Kaku was close to Lucci, their relationship was not good either. Yo, Lucci seemed to have nearly 3,000 power value last time, right? You're still far behind. Wei Qi, holding a metal staff, exaggeratedly mimicked a kabuki performance. This time, Wei Qi let something slip, and the Soundless Owl immediately zipped his mouth shut, afraid of provoking more hatred. Enough of you. How's the investigation going? How dare those useless Lucci and the others disappear? Spandam burst in through the door, angrily scolding Lucci. Yo, after akula lagna. Many people died in Water 7. Maybe Lucci and the others died like that too. Wei Qi danced in front of Spandam. If you ask me, they probably got their hands on the blueprint of the Underworld King, coveting its power and wanting to go solo. Otherwise, how could Acebug have disappeared? Gabra chuckled sinisterly. He would not miss any opportunity to slander Lucci. They're just a bunch of dogs. How dare they? Spandam was seething with rage, slamming the table in front of him. If we can't find out the reason, you all can go die too. Lucci and the others seem to have vanished into thin air. How can we find them? The Soundless Owl muttered in dissatisfaction. Spandam was filled with anger, and seeing the owl daring to retort, he immediately rushed up to him, punching and kicking. Fine. Can't you come up with excuses if you can't find them? Do you want me to take the blame? After hitting for a while, Spandam found that the owl was unscathed, while his own hand was hurting, making him feel worse. If it doesn't work, just report to me, as Gabra said. They discovered the blueprint of the Underworld King and fled in fear after taking Acebug. The few of them exchanged glances, ignoring Spandam. Who would dare take on that responsibility? Wasn't that joking with their own careers? After several days, Qin Yun finally received news from the priests. So, the Divine Shock team of this god has been captured by Moonlight Moria. The Divine Shock team was a special team composed of the Sandia people, with Weepus serving as the strongest warrior among the Sandia and temporarily acting as the captain of the Divine Shock team. The Ashura-like snail bug, sweating profusely, reported the situation, defending the Divine Shock team. Yes, my lord, they did not act recklessly. The sea in that area is turbulent and unpredictable. Once approached, they would be sucked into Moria's terrifying 3-masted ship. Qin Yun had no intention of blaming them, as long as they could complete the tasks he assigned. They were all his good subordinates. Have you all arrived at the Devil's Triangle area? I have already informed the other priests, and we will soon be able to gather in the Devil's Triangle. Good, await my arrival. With a click, after hanging up the phone bug, Qin Yun transformed into a bolt of lightning and dashed towards the Devil's Triangle area. The Sky Island had the presence of mother and child shells, with each mother shell having several child shells. The orientation of the child shells always faced their mother shell, usually used to help the holder of a child shell locate the holder of a mother shell. After a while, Qin Yun landed on a ship flying the banner of the Divine Kingdom. Lord God, the priests and the Divine Guard shouted in unison. Qin Yun's gaze sharpened, and without a second thought, he struck a bolt of lightning directly towards the Divine soldiers. The crowd had no time to react before a flash of light appeared before them. Hiss! A high-pitched, sharp, and uncontrollable scream followed, and a long-haired man dressed extravagantly yet with a terrifying lion-headed visage suddenly appeared. An incredible monster had boarded this ship. Qin Yun sat leisurely on the void gate, while many divine weapons took advantage of Absalom's illness to attack him, overwhelming him and pinning him to the deck. Don't you check with Kinbunchika Haki when you board the ship? Lord God, we have checked, but we did not find him. Perhaps our Kinbunchika Haki is far inferior to yours. Ashura was sweating coldly, not daring to breathe. The domineering presence of the people from Sky Island was taught by him, a self-taught half-baked scholar, and its content was merely a vague explanation of the limited content of Rayleigh's teachings on Luffy's haki. The haki taught this way was certainly not as comprehensive as that imparted directly by Rayleigh or the established powers in the New World that possessed haki. But as long as one could practice it, that was enough. Later, when more comprehensive content about haki was available, it could be taught, such as the haki training methods from Boa Hancock's country. Who are you? Absalom, slightly twitching and weak from being shocked, refused to submit even when captured, instead threatening ominously. This is the territory of Sir Moonlight Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. If you don't want to die, let me go and leave quickly. Otherwise, Captain Moria will not spare you. Are you done? Qin Yun expressionlessly dug in his ear. Huh, you haven't heard of Lord Moonlight Moria, have you? Seeing that everyone remained unfazed and unaffected by his words, Absalom began to panic slightly. Qin Yun waved his hand dismissively, and the divine soldiers understood, rushing to strike their swords into Absalom's strange body, performing a surgery to separate his consciousness from his body. Wait, you can't. Before Absalom could finish his words, his terrifying lion-headed visage was sent flying. Qin Yun swirled the white lightning in his hand and casually flicked it, snatching Absalom's devil fruit. The transparent fruit has a decent usage, but it's too trivial for him. The power of transparency allows the user's body to permit visible light to pass through, achieving a transparent effect. However, the transparency only hides the physical form. Sound and smell cannot be concealed. In the New World, where haki users are as numerous as the stars, it is easy to detect a user of the transparent fruit. So why did Rain's Shirei choose to eat this fruit, which offers little enhancement? Is it for the same reason as Sanji, to access the DoroGoro fruit storage room? Suddenly, a door the size of a head appeared in the void beside Qin Yun. He reached in, placing the transparent fruit ability into the fruits he had prepared earlier. This was the result of his development of the DoroGoro fruit over the past few days. The other side of the door connected to the storage room of the Sky Island Shrine. The principle was to create a permanent transference door in his storage room, allowing him to open corresponding doors elsewhere to transfer items to the storage room. However, his current development progress only allowed him to maintain one such transference door. Opening another would forcibly close the previously created one. With this fruits application, he effectively had a portable storage space, and he could even enter the transference door himself, instantly returning to the Sky Island. At this moment, 5 ships flying the flag of the Divine Kingdom remained steadfast amidst the waves, with the divine soldiers looking solemn, none making a sound in the noisy environment. Have all the divine soldiers arrived? Qin Yun retracted his gaze and sat down on the throne beside the mast. Lord God, the 4 high priests and the 5 divine guard teams are ready, awaiting your command. However, the 6th team is too far away and will not arrive in time. Since most of the people are here, then let us attack. Ooh. The divine soldiers rubbed their fists and steered the ships deeper into the Devil's Triangle. After a while, a chilling and terrifying aura gradually spread, and a few long, ghostly howls, resembling song melodies, broke the silence. Ipsilon ho 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 ho. I bring you the fine wine of Binks, sailing freely on the waves. The tune abruptly stopped, and in the next moment, a medium-sized pirate ship appeared before everyone. However, it looked worn and ancient, resembling a relic. It could still navigate the tumultuous sea, suggesting that the materials used to build the ship were exceptionally rare. Without waiting for Qin Yun's orders, the Azura had already dispatched divine soldiers to board the pirate ship and investigate the situation. Lord God, there's no one here, only a humanoid skeleton. The skeleton is Brook? Qin Yun understood and commanded, "Oh, bring that skeletal figure over." After a few breaths, the divine soldiers carried Brook on their shoulders back to the ship where Qin Yun was, and then laid Brook down on the ground beside Qin Yun before stepping aside. Although he didn't know why Brook was pretending to be dead, he didn't mind playing along with him. Qin Yun took a look at Brook, who was nothing but bones, and thought of the Yomi Yomi no Mi. The ability of the Yomi Yomi no Mi only takes effect after death, so even if he were to steal it, it would be useless. He definitely didn't want to die, not even once. Almost forgot about it. This old guy being able to come back to life after dying and reviving in skeletal form could be considered a form of immortality. He wondered if stealing his Yomi Yomi no Mi would lead to his death. Speaking of which, Brook was quite valuable for research. If he could unravel the mysteries of the Yomi Yomi no Mi, it might also be a path to immortality. Brook was also a cash cow. As a musician whose voice penetrated the soul, just a few concerts could elevate his fame, and then wealth would follow endlessly. Such a good tool. Why not make use of it? Qin Yun smiled slightly and said, "Let's work, Brook." "Oh, The white bones are shiny and have not decayed after many years. Truly a good bone. Coming back to his senses, Qin Yun blandly praised, then formed a thunder sword covered in armament hockey, poking at Brook a few times. Brook truly is a man of iron and blood, not making a sound despite the pain. Wait, does he still have the sense of pain? The firmness of the bones is quite impressive as well. Warriors grind him into powder, burn him to ashes, and scatter them in the sea to honor the departed souls. Hey. Brook finally couldn't sit still, quickly dodging and getting up, running to the bow of the ship, keeping a distance from Qin Yun. What? The bones are talking? Wait, look at his feet. He actually has no shadow. The warriors murmured quietly. Hey, didn't expect that. I'm still alive. Hello everyone. I'm Brook, a talking skeleton. The joy of seeing the living was evident in Brook's hollow eye sockets. If it weren't for Qin Yun wanting to grind him into powder, he might be even happier. Are you, in the form of bones, immortal now, Brook? Qin Yun curiously posed his question. Hey, I don't know either. I'm just a resurrected person who ate the yellow spring fruit. I've experienced death once. Brook said, his tone gradually becoming somber, reminiscing about the laughter shared with the Rumbar pirates, as if it were just yesterday. The passage of time and the limits of life feel like shackles I cannot perceive. I'm just a skeleton now. I see. Just the value of Brook as a money tree is enough for Qin Yun to extend an olive branch, not to mention his immortal bones without a lifespan limit, making him even more eager to conduct experiments related to immortality. Brook, join my ranks, Qin Yun stated without hesitation. Brook was taken aback, realizing the other party was straightforward. He shook his head and sighed. I'm sorry, but I can't leave here yet. I've had my shadow taken by a fruit user here. Once exposed to sunlight, I'll be illuminated and disappear and can only survive in the dark. If you don't want to end up like me, you should leave here. Death is not terrifying. The terrifying thing is eternal loneliness. Qin Yun chuckled lightly. Non-committal, Brook, you serve me, and I will help you regain your shadow and free you from this eternal abyss of loneliness. Don't worry about our strength. It will be as easy as flipping my hand to destroy everything here. You have endured loneliness to survive until now. Surely, you have a mission to complete. Perhaps you can take this opportunity to escape your current predicament. Hey. A flicker of determination flashed in Brook's hollow eye sockets. He knelt on one knee and responded loudly. I am truly grateful to receive your recognition. If you truly do not mind, let my remaining bones serve you. Good. Brook, you will be pleased with your decision today. Qin Yun reached into the storage room and took out a set of priestly robes, tossing them to Brook. I am the divine Qin Yun, the deity and emperor of the divine nation. This is your priestly robe. From today onward, you will be one of my priests. Arigato, Brook said as he caught the priestly robe, quickly putting it on with a rustle of bones, folding his previous tattered black suit for safekeeping. Continue forward, Shura commanded the awestruck divine soldiers as the situation settled. In no time, 5 ships approached the terrifying 3-masted ship. Kill, Shura shouted, directing the divine soldiers. Kill. The soldiers responded with loud shouts, then spewed forth iron clouds and charged towards the terrifying 3-masted ship. With the presence of Yun Bei, all of his divine soldiers were capable of aerial combat. Apart from Absalom, Perona, and Frostmoon Ryoma, there were no combat units worth mentioning among Moria's crew. Moria himself was just an ordinary role using his fruit ability. His reputation as one of the 7 warlords of the sea relied entirely on his past battles against the Emperor Kaido. However, this warlord had not enjoyed any power at all. Instead, he had suffered a lot, even being assassinated by Doflamingo during the Marineford War. In fact, Moria had once been able to use haki. Otherwise, how could he have fought against Kaido? However, the world of pirates is one that emphasizes the heart. After his crushing defeat in Wano, his heart died. In that battle, all his companions were killed by the beast pirates. Like Luffy, he valued his companions more than himself. Therefore, he was tormented by the death of all his comrades and began to believe that being alive only meant losing, which led him to be unable to use armament haki and observation haki. There are intruders. Run. The path was a complete rout. The zombies created by Moria were too weak, only able to emit unwilling cries, while Qin Yun's subordinates suffered not a single injury. Soon, the divine soldiers charged into the central ghost castle of the island. They did not spare the paintings on the walls. One soldier nimbly dodged an attack from a dog head within a frame and quickly warned the others. After climbing a spiral staircase, the soldiers arrived at a manor and kicked open the large door mercilessly. At that moment, a purple-haired pervert dressed in a fishnet outfit appeared from behind the door. Hogback was holding a scalpel performing surgery on a zombie. The sudden sound of the door being broken startled him, and he cried out in fear, "You are those winged freaks." The soldiers did not waste words with him and began attacking with knives, guns, and shells. "Sindali! Sindali!" Hogback yelled in panic. But he had nowhere to escape, having to hide behind the operating table to avoid the attacks. Hearing the noise, Sindali opened the door beside her and came out holding a plate. Seeing the situation, she mechanically threw the plate at the divine soldiers. However, she was not a specially made combat zombie, and the fragile plate was utterly ineffective. Hogback perished amidst the screams. Sindali also lost the shadow that supported her body due to the salt water. At that moment, a sword aura suddenly flew in fiercely. Yoho! Brooke stood in front of everyone and intercepted the incoming sword aura. Looking at the approaching Frost Moon Ryoma zombie, he put away his playful tone and said solemnly, "My shadow is on him. I've fought him many times before, but without exception, I've been defeated by him. Then let us add the two of us." Shura and Gaydaz stood beside Brooke, disdainfully looking at Frost Moon Ryoma. "Don't dawdle. Find the right moment to pour the salt water on him." After Qin Yun offered a few pointers, he continued to ascend towards the heights of the ghost castle. "Yes, Divine Lord." The divine soldiers continued to charge upward under the command of Shadley and Ohm. Qin Yun strolled leisurely behind the divine weapon, his senses spreading throughout the terrifying three-masted sailboat, searching for Perona's whereabouts. This wasn't because he wanted to slack off and avoid confronting the enemy. Just think about it. If he had to do everything himself, what was the point of developing his own power? Should he show kindness and raise a giant baby? What he wanted was to enjoy the benefits brought by his underlings, not to do everything personally like a beast of burden. In the early stages, he could endure some hardship and put in some effort to develop his subordinates' power. Once the power was established, of course, he should make use of it. He only needed to take out the strongest enemy. As the density of zombies decreased, the divine weapons thought they might have taken a wrong turn when they arrived at a room that had a hint of girlish charm. The floor was covered in green grass. The walls and ceiling were painted a lilac pink, and there were several colorful softballs engraved with pentagrams scattered around, making one unable to resist kicking one. "Who are you? How did you invade this castle?" A ethereal voice of a girl rang out. Everyone turned to look, and a cute girl wearing a princess dress, with pink twin tails and a crown on her head, peeked out from the roof. It was Perona, the target of Qin Yun's mission. Don't be fooled by her seemingly harmless and petite appearance. She was actually a legal lowly at the age of 23. "Little girl, don't you know your captain has captured my people?" Qin Yun observed Perona's ghostly form with great interest. Her true body had already been discovered by his observation hockey, and there was no way for her to escape his grasp. So it's that group of little winged creatures. Perona was extremely surprised. It was her first time seeing someone with wings. "How could Lord Moria suddenly attract trouble like you?" Perona pouted in dissatisfaction. "Lord God, Shadley tentatively asked, but upon seeing the look Qin Yun gave him, he instantly understood. "Brothers, charge forward." With that, he took the lead and ran towards the door with the divine soldiers. "How dare you ignore me? I won't let you disturb Lord Moria so easily." Perona spread her fingers, and dozens of ghosts burst out from her crystal-like fingers. Negative ghosts. The negative ghosts swiftly passed through several divine soldiers, maintaining their momentum as they pounced on others. "Am I someone who deserves to be a divine soldier for Lord God? In fact, I'm just a wriggling little worm, crawling. I'm really sorry. I've survived another day and wasted quite a bit of food." The divine soldiers who were passed through by the negative ghosts instantly became dejected, kneeling on the ground and emitting some strange lamentations. Perona twirled a wine-red small umbrella joyfully, saying, "Submit at my feet." Qin Yun waited for her to enjoy her moment of triumph for a while before slowly unleashing a few bolts of lightning. Thunder break evil. The lightning wreaked havoc, accurately striking the negative spirits. Faced with the powerful thunder, they had no resistance at all and were scattered, vanishing without a trace. "What?" Perona was taken aback, her eyes widening in shock, almost popping out her head. It was actually lightning. She turned and left, as if she had made a certain decision. She knew that her ghostly soul was most afraid of these energy attacks. If Qin Yun were to hit her ghostly soul with a bolt of lightning, it would be unbearable for her. Qin Yun certainly had no intention of shocking her. After all, she was a perfectly good ghost princess. If he accidentally electrocuted her and made her roll her eyes dramatically, that wouldn't be good at all. He still needed her to be his divine consort. "I'll go find him. You all take your time attacking from above." Qin Yun casually mentioned something, and then transformed into a bolt of lightning following closely behind her. The power of the door was activated, and all obstacles were penetrated by him. What are you running for? I won't zap you. Perona, seeing the lightning man, his lower body elementalized, relentlessly chasing her, was frightened to the core. Stop chasing me. I was wrong. I was wrong. Then don't fly away. Perona, unable to shake off Qin Yun, felt a sense of despair. Could it be that she was really going to be zapped to the heavens today? No. She couldn't fly any closer to her main body. If he discovered it, she would be in even worse trouble. She focused her mind and changed direction, flying toward the other side. Why is it so quiet now? Perona looked back at the empty room behind her and smiled confidently. He. This princess is far more familiar with the terrain of the ghost castle than you can imagine. Just then, she suddenly felt someone gently patting her shoulder. Perona was startled, whispering softly as she sensed something unusual about her body, her heart racing, murmuring, "What is going on? It can't be." Her expression turned bitter as she furrowed her small face and rushed towards her main body, thinking, "Please don't. I was wrong, cool big brother. Please don't do anything strange to my main body." With an unobstructed path, Perona soon saw her room, finding her main body quietly lying on the princess bed. However, beside her main body was a man, gently holding her in his arms. "Oh, you're back quite quickly," Qin Yun said nonchalantly, pinching Perona's small face. Perona's scream echoed through the air, so sharp that it made all the glass in the ghost castle tremble slightly. Perona, the ghost princess, a legal lowly girl at 23, with a playful hee-hee laugh, pink long hair, and a youthful face. Surely Qin Yun would take good care of her, right? Meanwhile, the moonlight in the room at the top of the ghost castle, Moria, looked down curiously. But the usual dark environment prevented him from seeing any more anomalies. He turned back to continue with his work. Hee-hee. The quality of these captives is really good. I can make a large batch of top-notch zombies. Kaido, you just wait. Soon I will launch the ultimate revenge against you. Back to Qin Yun, after Perona screamed, she immediately rushed towards her main body and dove into it. In that moment of awakening, she struggled to break free from Qin Yun's embrace. Big pervert. Smelly pervert. Damn weird brother. She let out a roar and pounced on Qin Yun, her small fists falling on his chest like light raindrops. Not heavy, but annoyingly. Hey, don't slander me. I haven't done anything yet. Qin Yun smiled as he endured Perona's playful punches. Was this a punishment or a reward for him? Perhaps only he knew. Perona didn't care about his explanations. Her fists kept coming. Seeing that Qin Yun did not resist at all, and even seemed to enjoy it, made her even more exasperated. So, she opened her small mouth and bit down on Qin Yun's shoulder, then pressed her palm against his body and unleashed at close range. Negative ghost. The negative ghost easily passed through Qin Yun's body. However, a hint of surprise flashed in Perona's eyes. Why did it feel like she had missed? At that moment, Qin Yun lay on the princess's bed with a face full of shame, speaking words of hopelessly fallen love in a tone full of regret. "I'm really sorry, dear Perona, but it seems that I, such a proud guy, have hopelessly fallen for you. I want to keep you by my side and happily watch the sunrise together every day." Of course, he hadn't been penetrated by Perona's negative ghost. He had elementalized in advance, avoiding her ability by sticking close to the ghostly form. He said these words just to play along with Perona in a little heart-stabbing game. As expected, when Perona heard Qin Yun's words, her eyes widened in disbelief, and she raised her hand to cover her mouth, trembling as she whispered to him, "Really? But this is our first meeting." Qin Yun concealed his regretful expression, returning to normal. After a light laugh, he picked her up in his arms. "True or false, you will naturally know in the future. You are under the command of Moonlight Moria, and he has captured my subordinates. I should have taken his life without mercy, but your appearance made me change my mind. If you are willing to leave with me and become my divine consort, I can spare Moria's life. A life for a life. This is the contract I promise you. Do you agree?" "You." Perona supported herself on Qin Yun's shoulder and straightened up, internally shouting, "You owe me a heartfelt response. You can't possibly defeat Lord Moria. He is invincible. Oh. It seems you have no concept of a true strongman," Qin Yun said as he carried her towards the door. "Then I will first capture Moria, inflict a miserable defeat on him, and show you what a true strongman is. By then, you should quickly agree to the contract I proposed. Otherwise, his life may not withstand your hesitation. You should at least see Lord Moria first." Perona pouted in dissatisfaction, feeling her emotions somewhat chaotic, even forgetting to resist Qin Yun. "All right," Qin Yun nodded, about to step out when he was drawn to a bounty notice in the hands of a chubby bear plush on the ground. He raised his hand and focused, discovering that it was indeed his own bounty notice. "Huh, Why do you still have my bounty notice? Huh? Perona's face turned red as she tugged the bounty notice over, folded it several times, and put it into her small pouch, then lowered her head and pursed her lips without saying a word. Qin Yun patted her head, no longer asking questions, and continued to walk outside. After a moment, Perona finally realized that something was wrong and began to twist her body violently, resisting the arms that Qin Yun had around her. Qin Yun ultimately couldn't resist Perona's struggle and put her delicate body down. After walking up with her for a while, they heard the footsteps of Brooke, Shura, and Gadaz from below. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Brooke's bones moved lightly, and in just a few steps, he reached Qin Yun's side. Lord God, I have found my shadow again. This feeling of freedom is truly long-awaited. Well, your efficiency is quite good. Lord God, this is the sword of the Frost Moon Dragon Horse, named Xiao Shui, one of the famous knives of the 21 Great Knives. Please accept this item. After explaining, Shura presented Xiao Shui with both hands. Seeing this, Qin Yun raised his hand and drew the autumn water to himself. Then, lightning flashed and a crackling sound was heard as the autumn water was baptized by electricity, easily disinfected. The blade of the autumn water was a chaotic blade with a reverse shape. The blade body was black-purple, with red serrated patterns. It is said to be a national treasure of the New World and the Wano country. Brooke then added, Indeed. The appearance of the autumn water is truly worthy of entering my collection room. After appreciating it for a few moments, Qin Yun activated the power of the Dordor fruit, probing into the nearby void and sending it to the storage room. Oh, what? Perona exclaimed, her jaw dropping as she floated around Qin Yun in circles, occasionally tugging at his clothes. Where's that sword? Where did it go? Why has it disappeared? Brooke also widened his skeletal mouth in surprise, speculating in his heart. Could it be that Qin Yun is actually some kind of illusion beast fruit user? Haha, our divine lord is omnipotent. You guys don't know this? Azura and Gadaz cruelly mocked Brooke and Perona's astonished expressions. The two of them, no, everyone from Skypiea, mindlessly worshipped Qin Yun, firmly believing that Qin Yun, who brought them a good life, was the true god. Qin Yun did not explain, raising his hand to control Perona, who was constantly exploring him, and continued to walk toward the upper level of the ghost fortress. Let's go. It's time to deal with Moonlight Moria. Azura and Gadaz took the lead, clearing the way for Qin Yun, while Brooke scratched his frizzy hair and followed along. They passed through a spiral staircase and walked through a long corridor, arriving at an open area. The path was littered with the shattered remains of slain zombies, which was quite eerie. Qin Yun wondered how the soft and fragrant Perona could endure these ugly zombies. Did she have an unknown quirk that made her think these zombies were cute? Qin Yun couldn't tell. The divine soldiers had been waiting here for a long time, and as soon as they saw Qin Yun and the others arrive, Shadeli bounced over with his bulky body to report. Roar, Lord God, we just interrogated the zombies here, and they said that not far ahead, in a small building, is where Moonlight Moria is located. I sent it a bit unfair for so many of you to gang up on one Moria, although Perona felt that Moria wouldn't be afraid of a sea tactic. Seeing the divine soldiers well-equipped, with quite a few sea prism stone clubs among them, she was somewhat worried that Moria might be caught off guard. Do you think I need to talk about fairness and justice with you pirates? Qin Yun scoffed and waved his hand, signaling the divine soldiers to attack. Do you want to wait outside, or go in and see Moria's miserable state? Perona pouted and ignored Qin Yun. She knew her words were excessive, but she couldn't help but think, what if Qin Yun got provoked and went up to challenge him one-on-one? Seeing this, Qin Yun released his grip on her, raising his foot to follow the divine soldiers. At this moment, Moonlight Moria was still transforming the zombies he was proud of, while Qin Yun's divine impact squad was handcuffed and lying unconscious in the distance, waiting for his manipulation. Hee, another great masterpiece. Moria awakened the zombie before him, instructing the shadow bats to drag away the divine soldiers who had lost their shadows. Just as he grabbed the next divine soldier, a loud crash echoed from the door, causing him to frown and look towards it. Bang, bang, bang. The door was forcibly smashed open, and the divine soldiers rushed in like a swarm. What a giant! Are we really going to take on such a behemoth? My blood is boiling. This is truly exhilarating. Ironcloud, upon seeing the 7-meter-tall Moria, the divine soldiers gasped in amazement. However, their actions did not stop. They raised their weapons, fired ironclads, and began aerial combat. Are you part of faction? It seems I have quite a few shadows to use. Moria did not retreat, but advanced instead, pointing his hand, and the shadows beneath him sprang to life. Standing up from the ground, scatter bats. In the next moment, the shadows dispersed, transforming into black bats with large heads and small wings. charging into the crowd of divine soldiers and ruthlessly biting at them. Roar, Moonlight Moria. Look here. A large spherical iron cloud appeared in front of Shadley at some point. He raised his hand and pushed heavily, triggering the shockwave hidden in his gloves. The spherical iron cloud slammed into Moria like a massive cannonball, then exploded with a loud bang. Useless. As smoke and dust scattered, all that remained where the iron cloud had exploded was a dark shadow. Moria reacted quickly, switching places with his own shadow before the attack reached him. A large number of divine soldiers were knocked outside the door, and some, upon realizing they had landed at Qin Yun's feet, hurriedly crawled away. Inside the castle, Moria was engaged in a fierce battle with the priests. The divine soldiers, knowing they could not participate, had retreated to the side, with only a few armed soldiers occasionally harassing. Perona, how long do you think Moria can hold out? Qin Yun elegantly sat on the void gate, observing Perona's anxious expression with great interest. The priests were all beings with a foundation of dominance, and, through more than 2 years of practice, their haki had reached a remarkable level. Dealing with Moria, who could only use the shadow fruit, was quite simple. Sooner or later, he would exhaust his strength and collapse. With so many people ganging up on Moria, he had no chance to escape and awaken the strongest zombie, Oz. No way. Lord Moria will definitely win, Perona retorted stubbornly, but her tone was no longer as confident as before. I like your stubbornness, but I believe your resolve will eventually soften under my thunderous assault. Qin Yun smiled, his fingertips dancing with thunder, emitting a crackling sound of electrical conduction. 50 million volts. Thunder Dragon. The thunder transformed into an eastern giant dragon, 3 meters tall and 10 meters long, roaring as it charged towards Moria. After the 4 priests combined their attacks to push Moria and his shadow back, they hurriedly dodged. The Thunder Dragon loomed larger in Moria's eyes, and he instinctively swapped places with his shadow, a life-saving maneuver that had almost become second nature to him. However, Qin Yun had already anticipated this move. The Thunder Dragon passed through the shadow, turning its head to continue its assault on him. Just as Moria was about to be hit, he swapped places again. But this time, he was not so lucky, because the body of the Thunder Dragon was still piercing through his shadow. His swap meant that the Thunder Dragon would pierce through his real body. In that instant, Moria's real body convulsed from the electric shock, and finally, the Thunder Dragon exploded, severely injuring him and forcing him to spit out a mouthful of black blood. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yun taught the Divine Guard a great principle: take his life while he is ill. As Moria slumped to the ground, the divine soldiers raised their weapons and surrounded him, using all means to attack: flame shell, wind shell, water shell, impact shell. The most detestable was a guy with a sea prism stone stick, as if he had a grudge, using all his strength to poke Moria as plump backside. The intense weakness prevented him from using his devil fruit powers, and he could only rely on his robust body to struggle and shake off the divine soldiers clinging to him. After so many blows, Moria still stood strong. His physique was inhuman. Although he looked seriously injured, he had not yet reached the limits of his endurance. He retreated step by step, his sharp voice ringing out. Thunder. Are you guys the subordinates of that Thunderfruit user who has recently made a name for himself? Your bodies are really strong. Qin Yun strode into the castle with an air of invincibility, while Perona, behind him, looked at Moria with concern. King of the 7 warlords, Moonlight Moria, have you become a little too relaxed in this paradise of leisure? He, it really is you, Divine Emperor Qin Yun. We have no grievances or enmities. Why are you here to trouble me? Moria seized the opportunity to recover his strength and suddenly saw Perona behind Qin Yun, panicking and shouting. Perona? What have you done to her? How could she be with you? Hey, you haven't forgotten about my divine soldiers, have you? You've captured quite a few of my divine soldiers, Qin Yun said, pulling Perona into his embrace. As for Perona, I can't bear to kill such a cute little lowly. Lord Moria, I'm sorry. I was defeated and captured by him. Perona's tearful face was filled with regret. Damn it, Qin Yun, if you have something to say, come at me. Let Perona go. Moria's eyes burned with fury, his fists tightly clenched, but he didn't dare to attack anymore. I can't come at you for this kind of thing. Qin Yun smirked and ignored him. That's it, Perona. At this point, if you don't make a decision, it will be too late. Once I truly make a move, Moria probably won't be able to withstand even one blow and will be crushed. What decision? Perona. Don't agree to him. Although Moria didn't know what Qin Yun was talking about, he could guess it wasn't anything good. Perona let out a faint sigh, glanced at Moria with reluctance, then closed her eyes tightly and trembled as she said, Qin Yun, I agree to you, just don't hurt Lord Moria. Qin Yun smiled upon achieving his goal. A wise choice. Considering how obedient you are, I'll generously remind you. Damn Qin Yun. He actually threatened Perona with my life. How despicable. Hearing Perona's words, Moria understood that she sacrificed her freedom for him. Shadow gathering. Moria spread his arms wide, supporting himself on the ground as countless shadows floated in from outside, eventually transforming into streams of black light that drilled into his body. His physique grew larger and stronger, and the injuries from earlier quickly healed, but his gaze began to lose focus and dull. Forcibly absorbing others' shadows, overly relying on others' power, yet unable to control his own techniques. Moria, you really are quite pathetic. Qin Yun sarcastically mocked without much enthusiasm, but unfortunately, Moria had already lost his sanity and couldn't hear his words. Moria dragged his bulky body and began to attack indiscriminately. The priests, seeing that Qin Yun remained indifferent, called upon the divine soldiers to stop Moria's advance. Perona, unable to bear the tragic scene of Moria, turned away and murmured, Qin Yun, what do you want to remind me of? Qin Yun first wiped away the hot tears that had just fallen from her sorrow, then took out a recording shell and handed it to her, saying, this is a recording shell. Press this button to record your voice. You can record what you want to say to Moria. I want to remind you that I suggest you persuade Moria to give up his position in the Seven Warlords and find a place to retire for a few years to avoid the storm. Otherwise, in a few months, the world will undergo a major change, and being in the position of the Seven Warlords, he will inevitably be the first to be harmed. I think you wouldn't want to see Moria, who has cared for you like a father, die like that without understanding. The world is changing, Perona murmured, knowing in her heart that Qin Yun had no reason to lie to her, and that these words were for her own good. Lord Moria, a glint of determination flashed in Perona's eyes as she looked up at Qin Yun gratefully before floating to the side with the recording shell. A clear voice rang out as she began to make her statements and farewells. The battle in the arena intensified, and with the help of observation-He, Moria's attacks rarely landed on the priests, only hitting some slower, less evasive divine soldiers. The priests relied on armament-He and impact shells to attack, which caused little harm to Moria. However, as the damage accumulated, Moria was already battered and seemed on the verge of bursting apart. Just then, the four great priests flashed in front of Moria and attacked his abdomen in unison, causing a large area to cave in. Moria was in unbearable pain, and the shadows inside him uncontrollably spilled out from his mouth. He quickly covered his mouth to try to stop the escape of the shadows. Moria, stop your futile resistance. Qin Yun slowly walked in front of him, his right hand covered with a rich layer of armament-He. The moment it made contact with his abdomen, he rapidly contracted his muscles and delivered a short, crisp punch. Moria was struck by such a powerful impact that he was instantly sent flying, crashing through the castle wall and eventually landing in the woods far from the castle. The surface of his abdomen showed no change, but inside it was a tumultuous storm. His eyes rolled back as he lost consciousness from the excruciating pain, and countless shadows were expelled from his mouth, while his massive body became shriveled, gradually returning to its original state. Qin Yun's technique of collecting heads is a high-level application of armed color-He for internal destruction, known as flowing cherry blossoms in Wano country, and perhaps could be called dark force on Blue Star. As a Transmigrator, his vision far surpasses that of the people in this world, and he knows many directions for developing armed color. He quickly masters various techniques of armed color-He, such as wrapping, hardening, flowing outward, and internal destruction. He can even combine his understanding to create advanced techniques of armed color, like striking the bull over the mountain. There are distinctions in the techniques of armed color, but that does not indicate the strength of the armed color itself, nor does it reflect one's overall power. However, the main theme of the pirate world remains the abilities of devil fruits and the strength of He. Few people study the technical aspects, with the only notable ones being the Navy's 6 powers. He has little interest in developing this area, as the upper limit is not high. It is still better to develop powerful devil fruit abilities. The 8-punch fist of the 8 treasure water army from the flower country has a history of 100 years, but is only famous in its own country. Bring Moria back, awaken the divine impact team, and retrieve the divine weapons he discarded. Qin Yun ordered indifferently. We obey the divine command. The priests and divine soldiers responded, beginning to act according to the priest's instructions. Qin Yun's gaze swept over Perona, noticing her worried expression as she stared at the fallen trees where Moria had disappeared, her hand tightly clutching the speaking snail, as if there were still words left unspoken. After a while, Moria was dragged back by the soldiers, and some injured soldiers had already been sent back to the ship. Lord Moria, he should be okay, right? Perona murmured uncertainly as she leaned closer to Qin Yun. He's fine, don't worry. I know how to handle things, Qin Yun said confidently, stroking her pink hair. Perona awkwardly shook her head and placed the speaking snail into the small pocket on Moria's chest. Next to the speaking snail, she thoughtfully added a piece of paper with instructions on how to use it, though she wasn't sure if Moria could read. After a moment of silence, Perona turned and floated towards Qin Yun. Have you explained everything? Qin Yun asked. Yes, she replied. Qin Yun nodded and instructed the priests. The matters here are finished. You all take the divine soldiers back to Sky Island. Lord God, the Azura hurriedly approached Qin Yun, holding a phone bug, and said, the 6th squad of the Divine Guardian team, which couldn't make it in time, has sent a message. They encountered a lion person and a long-legged egg person who want to see you. They claim to be from the big MOM pirate crew and say their crew wants to arrange a marriage with you, Lord God. A lion person and a long-legged egg person? They must be Snack and Baron Egg. Interesting. Have the 6th squad bring them to Sky Island and report to me when they reach the palace. Yes. Qin Yun nodded, holding Perona in his arms, and smiled. Let's go. Perona, I'll take you to my kingdom of gods, where your future home will be. Perona did not resist, but her expressionless little face revealed her confusion about the future. Parting always brings too much reluctance, but she knows this is the only way to save Lord Moria. She just hopes that Qin Yun can be a little gentler with her, considering she is a 23-year-old legal lowly. With a flash of lightning, Qin Yun shot towards the Sky Island with Perona. He did not seize Moria's shadow fruit ability. On one hand, he looked down on it, thinking it was not as good as Perona's ghost fruit. On the other hand, it was for Perona's sake. Stealing the shadow fruit would be no different from killing Moria for her. She would definitely resist fiercely, even preferring to die with Moria rather than submit to him again. The shadow fruit has 2 main abilities, manipulating one's own shadow and cutting and controlling other shadows. Manipulating one's own shadow is actually quite good, and the techniques that can be used are varied, but its lethality is somewhat lacking, making it suitable for clearing small fries. Taking someone else's shadow contains their personality and combat ability, but is not as good as the original. The defect of reviving zombies with a shadow is significant. They die upon contact with salt, and if a large wave sweeps over, the zombies will perish. Zombies also need the original body to be alive, which is the biggest drawback. In contrast, the homies created by the Soul fruit have many advantages, even if Charlotte Linlin dies. It will not affect the existence of the homies. If the ability of the shadow fruit is to create and embody shadows, then its strength would be among the top tier, and even Qin Yun might be somewhat envious. There are so many points to develop, such as the Black Shadow Army, Shadow Kingdom, and Shadow World. The Sky Island, the Royal Palace. Such a vast place. Perona exclaimed repeatedly, and in Qin Yun's arms. She witnessed the vast territory of the Kingdom of Gods along the way. Qin Yun smiled, but did not speak. After bringing her into the palace, he instructed the angels to serve the local delicacies from Sky Island. Perona had been raised by Moria since childhood, and their pirate crew didn't have a decent cook, so she had never tasted such delicious food before. She was immediately moved and ate continuously, almost as if she were venting her feelings by devouring the food. Woo-woo. Perona suddenly began to sob uncomfortably. She had choked on her food because she ate too quickly. Qin Yun watched this scene and couldn't help but chuckle. The angel beside her quickly handed her a glass of water to help her relax. Don't worry, no one is competing with you for food. Qin Yun smiled indulgently, feeling like he was taking care of a child. Lord Moria must be feeling very uncomfortable right now, yet here I am, indulging myself and enjoying everything. Isn't that a bit wrong? After recovering, Perona suddenly felt a pang of conscience and found it hard to continue eating. Don't worry, Moria would definitely want you to have a good time here. If he knew your current situation, he would definitely reflect on how he raised you. Perona still couldn't resist the temptation in her heart, slightly opening her mouth to start tasting the food. After she finished eating, Qin Yun took her to a palace, where they talked for a long time about future plans and Moria's fate. After a while, Perona, accompanied by Qin Yun, fell into a deep sleep, having experienced too much that day. Faced with Qin Yun's forceful invasion of the terrifying 3-masted ship, she was forced to sign a life-for-a-life contract with him. Perhaps after a good sleep, she would be able to buffer and accept her identity as Qin Yun's divine consort. Qin Yun then stood up and left Perona, tidying his clothes under the service of the angels, preparing to head to the royal palace hall. Calculating the time, the priest should have brought Backmus and Baroneg back. In the royal palace hall, the divine soldiers stood on both sides, staring straight ahead into the void without glancing aside. The priests, along with Bakmus and Baron Egg, quietly awaited Qin Yun's arrival. Baron Egg stood straight, elegantly leaning on his cane, murmuring to himself, I didn't expect that the divine Emperor Qin Yun actually lives on the legendary Sky Island, and he's a deity here. No wonder he dares to call himself a god. Bakmus curiously looked around, and seeing everyone with serious expressions, he boredly scratched his large backside, secretly alarmed. This occasion is quite grand. Although these soldiers are of average strength, they have actually mastered the use of hockey in paradise. Qin Yun doesn't seem like a person worth 300 million. After waiting for a while, Baron Egg remained calm and composed, but Bakmus couldn't wait any longer. Hey, when will Qin Yun arrive? We have already reported to the Divine Lord, who can control everything in the kingdom of God. You mustn't say anything to offend the deity, or you won't even know how you died. Shura ignored his unkind tone. In his eyes, he was merely a crude beast, while Baron Egg was polite and refined. Bakmus, with a volatile temper, couldn't help but clench his fists, while Baron Egg subtly raised his cane, signaling him to calm down. Bakmus, the task is important. As soon as the words fell, a sudden pressure descended upon the two, yet it did not harm them in the slightest. The sound of electricity crackled, and Qin Yun appeared on the throne above the hall. This level of conqueror's hockey feels even more powerful than my mother. Under this immense pressure, Bakmus couldn't help but break into a cold sweat out of fear. How is it that such a person has only a bounty of 300 million? Stupid Navy. How could you set a bounty based on his thin achievements? Baron Egg stood still, bearing the pressure, actually not caring about Qin Yun's mere 300 million bounty. It was just that his gentlemanly demeanor made one feel comfortable. But now he understood that sometimes the bounty and strength do not match. If he continued to judge strength based on bounties, he might suffer greatly in the future. Oh, the Fur tribe and the long-legged tribe, truly two eye-catching races. Qin Yun retracted his conqueror's hockey and greeted them with a smile. I am the divine Qin Yun. You two guests from afar. I hear you are from the big MOM pirates, and you want to form an alliance with me? I'm Bakmus. My mother praised you greatly after seeing your bounty notice and wishes to ally with you, bringing you under her command. Bakmus initially wanted to call himself master, but suddenly remembered Qin Yun's terrifying conqueror's hockey and quickly changed his wording. If you're interested in an alliance, you can choose one of the princesses from the Totland Kingdom as a marriage partner. Baron Egg took out a small booklet from his bosom, raised it high to signal, and awaited Qin Yun's decision. This is the catalog of the princesses from the Totland Kingdom. Please have a look. En alliance? Ooh. Charlotte Lingling is unpredictable, and having her as an ally is like being accompanied by a tiger. However, if he could easily obtain Charlotte putting through an alliance, that would be a huge gain for him. Thus, his plan could shift to first dealing with Kaido and then considering how to handle Charlotte Lingling. Therefore, Charlotte Pudding is a must-have, while the others. Qin Yun pondered for a moment and made a decision. He raised his hand and summoned a small booklet from Baron Egg. His level of development with the Thunder Fruit had reached a new height. There was a nearly imperceptible electric field present around him within 100 meters. This electric field appeared passively without the need for him to control it. Within this electric field, he could summon thunder and lightning, his figure flickering, and he could add the powers of other fruits, such as the transmission of buoyancy power. Qin Yun did not hesitate and began to flip through the photos one by one. After all, Charlotte Lingling had so many daughters, and he only had a few impressions, mostly remembering their beauty without recalling their names. He had only one criterion for selecting a goddess, which was to have a good eye for her, or in simpler terms, to have high looks. His goddess had to be beautiful, with elegant brows and a delicate head, bright teeth and red lips, youthful beauty and ethereal grace. Essentially, she needed to be so stunning that she captured his heart. After all, he was destined to become a true god. How could he choose women he couldn't even bring himself to approach? That would be torturing himself. Everyone has different aesthetic preferences, but no one would choose to endure bitter fruits after gaining power, right? Based on his feelings, he moved the selected photos to the right and the rejected ones to the left. Baron Dandin looked at the booklet that had slipped from his control, doubting himself. He raised his hand and rubbed his eyes in disbelief, confirming that he wasn't mistaken, and murmured, "Is it really possible to use the Thunderfruit like this?" Baron Dandin, what's wrong? Bakmus had not yet noticed Qin Yun's odd behavior, and thought this was just a normal application of fruit abilities. It's nothing. Baron Dandin, fearing being silenced, quickly changed the subject. Everyone who meets the Lord God for the first time is as surprised as you are. Little do they know, the abilities of the Lord God are beyond our imagination as mortals. Shura's inexplicable confidence made Baron Dandin doubt himself. Was he not knowledgeable enough about the specific abilities of the thunder fruit? But Qin Yun didn't even need to summon lightning to make those photos float. It looked a bit suspicious, didn't it? After a while, Qin Yun finished looking through all the photos. Charlotte Linlin had a total of 39 daughters, and there were about 25 in his hands. Charlotte Smuggy was not among them. As one of the Sweet Three generals, she could not be used as a marriage tool. At this time, Charlotte Snag had not yet been kicked out of the Sweet Three generals and turned into one of the Sweet Two generals. Other important high-ranking figures, such as the Mirror Fruit user Charlotte Bruley, were also not included, and Charlotte Francois was too young to be considered. In the end, he selected 4 and put the other photos back in the album, showcasing the divine consorts he had chosen: Charlotte Castadi, Charlotte Mirais, Charlotte Juret, and Charlotte Bryn. I agree to this marriage alliance. Before Bachmus and Baron Egg could celebrate, they were startled by Qin Yun's next words. However, in order to make the marriage between the Kingdom of God and the big MOM pirates more stable, I have decided to choose these 4 as my divine consorts. I wonder if you too can make a decision for Charlotte Linlin? This. Baron Egg broke out in a cold sweat, previously, who was not careful in choosing a marriage partner. It was the first time he had seen someone disregard the limitations of selection like this. Bachmus anxiously flicked his tail and helplessly responded, "We have no right to make decisions for Mom. She said to let you choose one, so there is no need to choose more, right? Whether or not it's necessary is not something you two should worry about. Call Charlotte Linlin and let her make the decision. Call." Baron Egg and Bachmus exchanged glances, both reluctant to call Charlotte Linlin because they often suffered her verbal abuse. "What? Don't tell me you didn't bring a telephone bug. Baron Egg, just call directly to Qin Yun, so we don't get scolded," Bachmus suggested. "That is true." Baron Egg suddenly realized that as long as Qin Yun spoke and drew Mom's attention, it would be fine. He took out a telephone bug from his pocket, but before he could act, Qin Yun raised his hand and took it away. The angel next to him kindly stepped forward to open the telephone bug and dialed the number. BRR. Hello? Egg. The wild voice of Charlotte Linlin came through. "Big MOM, long time no see. I am God Qin Yun. Baron Egg and Bachmus told me about the marriage alliance." "Mama, it's that lightning kid. Are you calling to agree?" "That's right, not only that, but I also want to marry a few more of your daughters as my divine consorts to strengthen our relationship." "Marry a few more? Lightning kid, you really are greedy. With your thunder fruit ability, the value you can bring me is only enough for you to marry one. You may not know, but I am from Sky Island, serving as the deity and emperor of the Kingdom of God. The value of marrying me is not just my strength, but also the delicacies and special products of Sky Island." "Sky Island? Delicacies? Shells?" "The world government's investigation on you is really superficial. Although the shells from Sky Island are priceless in a market, they are of no use to me. However, the delicacies from Sky Island are quite good, but that will only give you one more choice." "Is that so?" Qin Yun nodded, not much different from what he had anticipated. To make Charlotte Linlin relent, he could only tempt her through food and research on giant humans. As for sending her the races from Sky Island and having her give birth, it could easily be taken as an insult and turn into enmity. His main target was still Charlotte Bryn, so it was better to be cautious. As for the 2 he hadn't selected, he certainly wouldn't let them go. He would capture them sooner or later. "Then I will choose Charlotte Bryn and Charlotte Juret as my divine consorts. I will have Baron Egg bring the delicacies." "Mama, lightning kid, come to the new world soon." Click, the call ended, and Qin Yun returned the telephone bug to Baron Egg. "Mom has scheduled the marriage for the next tea party, which is a few months away. I will send out invitations then." Baron Egg breathed a sigh of relief, taking a sip of the red tea on his head. Finally finishing this matter. "Not bad, there's still plenty of time. Shura, take Baron Egg and Bachmus to taste the delicacies of Sky Island, and let them bring the food for Charlotte Linlin when they leave." With the marriage matter settled, Qin Yun transformed into a flash of lightning and left. He still had tasks to guide Nami, Nojiko, and Karina that hadn't been completed. A few days later, in the Divine Palace, Qin Yun reigned in the lightning at his fingertips and looked at the beautiful faces of the divine concubines hanging on the wall photos. He fell into a brief dilemma about which divine concubine to chat with. Before he could make up his mind, Robin brought news. "Oh, has it finally come?" "That's right. Luffy has set sail, and he officially has a bounty with a reward of 40 million berries, stating that he destroyed a naval branch in the East Sea." The news from the Baroque works confirmed that the bounty was genuine. Robin elegantly sat beside Qin Yun, flipping through the information in her hands. "However, he is just a rookie who has just set sail. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths to monitor him? He's not simple at all. Monkey D. Luffy's father is the commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D, Dragon, and his grandfather is the naval hero Monkey D, Garp, who has cornered the pirate king Roger several times. What? With such a profound background, he actually chose to go to sea and lower his status to become a pirate? Robin opened her mouth, feeling speechless about Luffy's thought process. This is Shanks' plan and guidance. But it doesn't matter. His background means nothing to me. The only role he plays is to clarify the timeline for me. Shanks is actually him. What an extraordinary person. What do you mean by timeline? Literally, Qin Yun casually burned Luffy's bounty notice. After hearing the news, he felt quite pleased. Robin was already by his side, and he called Nami, Vivi, and the others over to chat for a while. These few were the female leads among the pirates who became Luffy's crew, but now, he had intercepted them early. After a bout of unreasonable laughter and joy, Qin Yun arrived at the experimental island, formerly a floating island of the Golden Lion, and ordered Brook to come find him. Speaking of which, if it weren't for Robin sending the message that Luffy had set sail, he might have almost forgotten to look for Brook for the experiment. After all, his life was too indulgent, immersed in a deep abyss of enjoyment, drifting through the days and a days. As time slowly passed, Brook arrived with his characteristic eerie laughter. Yo-ho-ho-ho, dear master, may I ask what you need from me? Qin Yun didn't say a word, signaling Brook to keep up with his pace. After walking for a while, they arrived at a laboratory filled with white light, with an operating table in the center and spare fruits surrounding it. What is this? Brook felt an ominous premonition coming from a place in his heart that he didn't understand. Brook, you previously said you're the user of the Yomi Yomi no Mi, a resurrector. Now that you have used the powers of the Yomi Yomi no Mi, you're still suffering from the drawbacks of the devil fruit. I am wondering if you can get rid of these drawbacks after I take away the powers of the Yomi Yomi no Mi from you. I see. Brook was also very interested in this. Lord God, how should I cooperate? Just lie on the operating table, relax, and don't resist. Brook complied and lay down, trusting Qin Yun for saving him from the control of Moonlight Moria. Immediately, white lightning swirled in Qin Yun's hand, enveloping Brook and capturing the powers of the Yomi Yomi no Mi. What do you feel? Brook was taken aback. He only saw Qin Yun inexplicably reaching out a hand towards him, and there was no further response. Is it starting? I feel like I'm lying on a hard table. Qin Yun, your feeling is quite good. Now, you keep bending your fingers, and when you're uncomfortable, you resist. Qin Yun began to control the yellow spring fruit ability, pulling it away from Brook, who remained silent throughout, his fingers continuously bending. Soon, the yellow spring fruit ability was snatched away. I felt it. My heart inexplicably felt much lighter. The moment Brook sensed the departure of the yellow spring fruit ability, he immediately reacted. It seems that your survival does not require the yellow spring fruit to be maintained. Qin Yun took the sea prism stone handcuffs nearby and said, let's see if you can be immune to the drawbacks of the devil fruit now. Without hesitation, he directly handcuffed Brook. It's unbelievable that I truly feel no fatigue or weakness. Brook exclaimed repeatedly, standing up, stretching a bit, and then running around the operating table for several breaths, completing dozens of laps. Try the ability that the yellow spring fruit brought you again. The experiment was not over. Qin Yun was still frowning. Ability? Brook scratched his explosive hair, and suddenly his soul left his body. In the next moment, a ball of blue-yellow ghost fire burst out from Brook, excitedly starting to dart around. The fruit's ability was taken away, yet he felt no weakness. The abilities related to the yellow spring were still there. Could it be that the yellow spring fruit is a one-time ability? If so, it seems to only be usable by others, creating an immortal army? Qin Yun himself does not dare to use it. Both his body and soul do not belong to this world. If he does not appear in the yellow springs of this realm after death, wouldn't that mean he died in vain? He can only create a legion of skeletal undead from the yellow springs to fight for him. However, this step requires ensuring the loyalty of the skeletons. What kind of fruit could make them recognize him as their master? No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't come up with an answer and could only take one step at a time. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yun decided to temporarily store the power of the yellow springs within himself, treating it as a trump card he would never use. However, can every one of Qin Yun's experiments be completely foolproof? A few days later, they drifted to a windless zone not far northwest of the Subduing archipelago. Qin Yun thought for a long time. At this point in time, there were only some background pirate characters in the Subduing archipelago, and no goddess among the pirates appeared for him to capture. Xiaqi's looks did not meet Qin Yun's standards for a divine consort. He did not need to go to the Subduing archipelago, but he had to go to Fishman Island. He could not let Princess Shirahoshi, the big girl, get away. Diving down 10,000 meters with the Sky Island group was too foolish and there was still a need to coat the island. So he simply decided to stop the Sky Island in the Calm Belt. It would be much more convenient for him to go down alone, as there were no strong opponents on Fishman Island, only Jinbi who could spar with him. Speaking of which, Empress Boa Hancock's Amazon Lily Kingdom is located in the Calm Belt waters southwest of the Sabati archipelago, but now is not the time to pursue Hancock. If he wanted to conquer her, he could only do it through fighting, killing, and capturing celestial dragons for the time being. If he chose to go to Amazon Lily, there would still be a certain level of danger, as he was unsure if he could withstand Hancock's petrification ability. After all, if someone said he had no lustful intentions towards Hancock, he wouldn't believe it himself. Although with his lightning speed, it was unlikely he would be hit by Hancock. He was still afraid she might pretend to yield and launch a sneak attack. For example, while working together, she could petrify him at the peak of his lust through unintentional contact. If that were to happen, he would have nowhere to cry. After explaining everything to the others, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and struck towards the sea. As for why he didn't take the divine consort to Fishman Island, it was to maintain the momentum of strengthening his physique. Qin Yun can only say that there are so many mermaids on Fishman Island, most of whom have made appearances. When he arrives at his destination, with his abilities, where wouldn't it be a place of joy? In the waters near the Chambered archipelago. Beneath the sea, Qin Yun activated the power of floating and controlled a large mass of seawater to form a hollow shape around him, while he transformed into lightning and continuously plunged deeper into the sea. This ocean area was home to the giant tree Sun Tree Eve, which could sequentially transmit sunlight from the surface downwards. Even in the deep sea, one could see quite well under the illumination of sunlight. Fishman Island, blessed by the Sun Tree Eve, experienced changes in sunlight in day and night, a phenomenon the island's residents referred to as the blessing of the sun. Therefore, even when Qin Yun entered the seabed, he could still see many sights. However, being in the seawater, with various impurities and schools of fish obstructing his view, made it difficult for him to see clearly. Qin Yun, while on guard against the attacks of sea beasts, recalled the information about Fishman Island. He didn't know if he would encounter Cammy. She was particularly confused and had been eaten by sea beasts at least 20 times, often teetering between life and death. And her ability to escape was exceptional. As Qin Yun's position gradually deepened, the sea beasts became increasingly aggressive, and the number of sea kings rose, hunting the sea beasts. At that moment, the surrounding sea became dark and deep, and a thick black smoke enveloped a large area of the sea, severely limiting his visibility. Qin Yun frowned slightly, changing direction to fly sideways. A flash of red light appeared in his eyes as his observation He sensed the future world. As he flew to the left, an endless abyss suddenly emerged from below, swallowing the dark sea area entirely. He casually dodged to the side, only to be consumed by the boundless abyss. He quickly unleashed terrifying thunder, striking constantly around him. The light of the lightning dispelled the darkness, revealing the true nature of the boundary. It was filled with bloated flesh masses, and a foul corrosive liquid dripped from above, forming a quivering wall of flesh. He tried to ascend to escape the giant mouth of the abyss, but discovered a giant squid above him. The dark sea was its masterpiece. It was a sea king hunting another sea king. He was caught in the crossfire. In Qin Yun's eyes, the red light converged, and he instantly understood. The door was a portal to another space. He quickly dove into the alternate dimension, stepping onto the green void. In the next moment, the giant mouth below, resembling an abyss, engulfed the sea area where Qin Yun was located. Despite the giant squid above spitting out ink, it could not escape the fate of being devoured. Qin Yun's mind stirred, transforming into a flash of lightning that darted into the distance, where he stood to clearly see its full appearance. It was a slender sea king-type creature, roughly estimated to be over 2,000 meters in length, with chaotic black and white stripes moving freely across its body, and its face resembling an enlarged hippopotamus. Its surface was covered with smooth and elastic skin, indicating extremely high defensive power. According to Qin Yun's knowledge, when White Star awakened the power of the Sea King, the summoned Sea King-type creatures were over 5,000 meters long. This hippopotamus Sea King-type was very similar to the one summoned by White Star. The relationship between the two might be that of a parent and child. In front of such a colossal creature, Qin Yun truly felt how small his own size was. Decision made. He needed to find a fruit to grow bigger, mainly because White Star was too large, and if Qin Yun couldn't grow, he would only be able to play on a trampoline, which would be quite tragic. Although Sea Kings had incredibly massive bodies, they possessed weak spirits, and their intelligence generally increased with size, with the highest even being comparable to that of ordinary humans. To deal with them, Ordinary people's attacks in the sea would likely exhaust their physical strength without breaking through their skin, while mental attacks couldn't kill them. They could force them back and subdue them, making it the best method. Qin Yun decided to give it an electric therapy session. With a thought, blue arcs of electricity surrounded him as he stepped out from another dimension. In the seawater, his lightning power remained undiminished. Every wave of his hand released powerful currents that instantly heated the surrounding seawater to boiling. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Dragon surged forth. In the seawater, it came into contact with instantly emitted a hissing sound as it evaporated, causing hot bubbles to rise to the surface. With a roar, the Thunder Dragon fiercely collided with the side of the hippopotamus Sea King, exploding and tearing open the hippo's flesh, sending shockwaves of water surging outward. Ouch! Who's the blind one hitting me? Qin Yun was taken aback by the honest voice. Was this the heartfelt cry of the hippopotamus? Or had it also awakened to the sounds of all things? The hippopotamus turned its massive head towards the source of the pain and saw the tiny Qin Yun. Without a word, it opened its mouth wide and lunged, sucking in the sea water. An invisible current enveloped Qin Yun, attempting to force him into its mouth. However, the hippopotamus's attack was in vain. Qin Yun, possessing the power of floating, remained unmoved. Floating sea whirl. The seawater was imbued with Qin Yun's spirit, transforming into a massive hand thousands of meters long that tightly grasped the hippopotamus's body. Qin Yun continually compressed the tightness of the hand, increasing its binding force. Ow! The hippopotamus's cry of pain echoed through the depths of the sea, startling the nearby schools of fish and sea creatures, which all tried to flee. Only the powerful sea kings were unafraid. In fact, many of them were curious and drew closer to see what was happening. Stop it, stop it. My body feels terrible. Woo woo woo. Hearing the hippopotamus's plea for mercy, Qin Yun's gaze sharpened, and his conqueror's haki surged forth. The seawater trembled, and the hippopotamus, struck by the conqueror's haki, immediately halted its movements and ceased its resistance, its wide eyes filled with fear. Qin Yun raised the corners of his mouth slightly and shouted loudly, amplifying his voice with the help of electricity. Hippopotamus, if you let me ride you to Fishman Island, I'll let you go. The hippopotamus, feeling the tightening grip of the sea water around it, shamelessly replied, All right, human, let me go, I agree. Creatures in the pirate world are just that impressive. As long as they have some intelligence, they can understand human speech. Qin Yun happily released the restraints on the hippopotamus, and in a flash, she appeared on its head, using her floating power to control the seawater to form a water chain, tying its antennae to her feet. Then she comfortably laid down to relax. Let us go, hippopotamus. The hippopotamus eagerly swayed its tail and started to move forward. Although its size was large, its immense strength and smooth skin allowed it to move at an impressive speed. Otherwise, Qin Yun wouldn't have been swallowed by it in her vision of the future. The scenery in Qin Yun's eyes kept flashing by, and having a Sea King-class creature serving him was quite nice. If he could control a large number of Sea Kings like White Star, wouldn't he be invincible? Unfortunately, his ability to make the Sea Kings serve him could only be considered coercion and negotiation. White Star, on the other hand, commanded them through a natural suppression and ability stemming from her bloodline. If the two of them were to control a Sea King at the same time, it was certain that White Star would gain control over the Sea King. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Qin Yun felt the flow of the sea water slowing down. Moo. Human, ahead is Fishman Island. I can only dare to take you to the bubble above. There's an extremely powerful presence above that commands me not to enter the bubble. Oh, a command? Qin Yun speculated on what he had said. Could it be White Star? What will happen if you defy the command, Hippo? Should we find out what would happen? Qin Yun's tone was filled with temptation. Moo. I absolutely cannot defy the command. Qin Yun saw his tone was firm and did not push further. He said directly, Then just drop me off next to the bubble by Fishman Island. I can go up to the island myself without any problem. After a moment, the giant hippo finally reached the destination. Qin Yun yawned, took a look at Fishman Island, and then got up to leave the top of the giant hippo. Goodbye. Giant hippo. Qin Yun waved goodbye. As a guiding mount, the hippopotamus was undoubtedly qualified. It didn't even require him to check the permanent pointer or adjust the direction, as the hippopotamus took him straight to Fishman Island. Goodbye, Moo, a trustworthy good human. After saying this, the hippopotamus quickly turned around and left, as if staying here for even a few seconds was torture. Qin Yun looked towards Fishman Island through the deep sea, identified the location, and flew toward the place that seemed like a town. He didn't know the way and could only find a mermaid or fishman to guide him around Fishman Island. Although he could conduct an observation with the observation haki, he was only familiar with the appearances of White Star, Kami, and Shirahoshi. and he wasn't sure if he could sense them. After passing through the enormous double-layered, semicircular bubble membrane shield and the air layer outside Fishman Island, the scene before him became completely fresh, no longer filtered by seawater. Qin Yun's thoughts stirred, and his observation hockey rapidly expanded, covering the entire Fishman Island. After scanning, he did not detect Shirahoshi, Kami, or Charlie. Shirahoshi was likely in the hardshell tower, while Kami and Charlie were either not on Fishman Island or in a closed location. Without hesitation, Qin Yun flew along the predetermined route. A few minutes earlier, at the entrance of Fishman Island, in the communication corridor, the security monitoring room. This was where the National Border Security Team monitored the surrounding environment of Fishman Island and incoming ships. If any external forces attempted to enter through the Fishman Island entrance or forcefully breach the surrounding double-layer bubble membrane, they would notice it. Do we see that right? A kissing fishman looked at the monitoring screen in a panic, murmuring in disbelief. How could a sea king come to Fishman Island? Beside him, a chubby mola fishman rushed over upon hearing the news, looking equally incredulous at the sight of the Sea King. This is indeed strange. I remember the last time a Sea King came to Fishman Island was during the death of Princess Otohime. We need to report this to Ryugu Castle right away. If it attacks Fishman Island, it would be bad. The kissing fishman nodded and was about to use the phone bug to report when he was interrupted by another exclamation. Wait, look at that Sea King's head. There's actually a human on it. What? The kissing fishman immediately focused on the giant hippopotamus's head. Is that really a human? Could it be that he can control the Sea King? No. We must report this to Ryugu Castle immediately. The mola fishman knew that they couldn't hesitate for even a second and quickly dialed Ryugu Castle's phone bug. Boo, this is Ryugu Castle. Big news. There's a Sea King about 2,000 meters long charging towards Fishman Island. It's already outside the bubble membrane, but it has stopped. What? Is that true? Keep a close watch on its movements. It has a human on its head, and the kissing fishman took over the conversation. The human seems to be communicating with the Sea King. Wait, that human is about to enter Fishman Island. Human? The Sea King turned around, momentarily averting the crisis, but that human had already entered Fishman Island. Immediately send the video and that human's appearance to Ryugu Castle. I'm going to find Minister Zhua and King Neptune. Yes, X2 on Fishman Island. In Fishman Street, a group of fishmen were gathered around a human pirate, playing with him. Hammond, humans are really weak. He was just played with for a short while and got killed. The speaker, dressed like a thug, was Hammond, an officer of the new Fishman Pirates 2 years later, with his slightly curled hair bouncing as he spoke. Boss, one human is really not enough for the brothers to play with. Let's find a few more, said an eel fishman with a fawning look. Fine. Can you even find any? There are too few humans who can reach Fishman Island, and they are all strong pirates. I don't want to go looking for them to fight. Hammond kicked the eel fishman away. If they hadn't grown up together, he would have suspected this guy was a spy sent by other fishmen. Just then, a blue light suddenly swept across the faces of the fishmen, followed by a calm voice. Hey, fishmen, can anyone tell me where Mermaid Bay is? Qin Yun dispersed the lightning and elegantly sat on the void gate. Umans. The small fishman minions exclaimed in shock, then looked at Qin Yun with hatred. Hammond exchanged glances with the fishmen, a bloodthirsty smile appearing on his lips. Hammond, a mere human dares to come to Fishman Street? Boys, tear him to shreds. Fishman Street? Qin Yun surveyed the surroundings, which resembled a town, but was in a state of disrepair in many areas. There were very few businesses, with only a few barbecue stalls and fish and meat workshops. Upon hearing the command, the fish people raised their weapons and charged toward Qin Yun. Qin Yun was somewhat speechless. He didn't expect to arrive and immediately face a massacre. He couldn't even be bothered to move, directly unleashing several bolts of lightning towards the fishmen. 30 million volts of electric current surged. The thunder exploded among the fishmen, and those unfortunate enough were instantly killed, a scent of burnt fish filling the air. What is this? A small fishman hiding behind Hammond asked in fear. Nanny? A devil fruit user. Hammond recognized it at a glance and immediately shouted. Family, a human kid has come to our doorstep. Come quick for support. After saying that, he immediately turned to flee, showing no concern for the lives of his subordinates. Where do you think you're going? To Hammond. That voice sounded like a low whisper from hell. In the next moment, he was struck by lightning, his eyes rolling back, and he fell straight down. Unfortunately, Hammond was a sea eel fishman, not an electric eel fishman. Otherwise, he might have been able to withstand the current for a while. A large number of fishmen heard Hammond's call for help and gathered around, only to see the fleeing fishmen being struck dead one by tentacle-like lightning. Muhihi, where's Hammond? A strange laugh echoed as Icarus Muhi, the giant octopus fishman with 8 arms wielding 8 red bayonets, leapt into the fray, arrogantly scanning the crowd with his eyes. A scruffy-looking fishman approached Hammond, sniffing the scent of roasted meat in the air, and couldn't help but lick Hammond's cooked flesh, uncertainly replying, "Hammond, he seems to be done." "Huh?" Icarus Muhi glared with his small eyes, his gaze coldly fixed on Qin Yun, questioning, "Human, how dare you attack Fishman Street?" Without waiting for Qin Yun to respond, he raised his red bayonet and thrust it towards Qin Yun. Qin Yun noticed that the number of fishmen was increasing and the frequency of lightning emitted from his body was becoming more rapid. He said softly, "Whoever moves will die." He didn't even glance at Icarus Muhi, as these fishmen were too weak to approach him at all. The sounds of shouting and screams continued to ring out, and the air was filled with the aroma of roasted fishmen. If the Sea Kings came, they might even find their appetites whetted by these smells. As time passed, all the fishmen who attempted to attack Qin Yun were killed, leaving only a few dazed fishmen standing still in place, lucky to have survived. Such beings, who managed to cling to life in this way, were often the most suitable to become cheap labor in the kingdom of the gods. Qin Yun gathered the lightning on his body and slowly walked to a 2-headed shark man, coldly asking, "Fishman, if you understand human language, take me to Mermaid Bay." The 2-headed shark man shuddered, came back to his senses, and shouted in terror, You are not human. You are a devil." Qin Yun casually electrocuted the one who turned to run, causing him to spasm. He mistakenly thought the person was obediently listening to him, but it turned out he was just scared silly. He then approached a lionfish merman nearby, who was much smarter. Without waiting for Qin Yun to speak, the merman proactively flattered him, saying, Sir, this little fish is very obedient. I know where the Mermaid Bay is, and I'll take you there right now." Qin Yun raised his eyebrows. This fishman was quite a character. "Then just honestly point me in the right direction and lead the way." The lionfish fishman shuddered and hurriedly pointed to the northwest, while also moving his feet to walk. However, he found that the ground beneath him seemed to come alive and grasped his body. "Please don't kill me, great uncle." The lionfish fishman closed his eyes in fear, trembling as he begged for mercy. After receiving no response, he waited for a moment before opening his eyes, only to find that he was being carried by Qin Yun in the direction he had pointed. He let out a sigh of relief, knowing that he had temporarily saved his life, and he was greatly amazed by Qin Yun's abilities. After flying for a while, Qin Yun spotted some merfolk. From the lionfish fishermen, he learned that the place they had just been was Fishman Street, where the worst of the Fishman tribe lived. The Fishman tribe and the merfolk tribe on Fishman Island have been living separately since birth, with both sides keeping to themselves. In the merfolk tribe, female mermaids develop their tails by the age of 30, and they can choose to keep their tails or transform into legs. At this time, most mermaids choose to go to land to marry and have children with human males. Male mermaids can never turn their tails into legs. Only female mermaids can. Of course, there are very few unfortunate mermaids who marry fishmen and live in the fishmen's areas. The lionfish fisherman also reminded him that outsiders entering Fishman Island must go through customs inspection. Otherwise, they would be arrested by the Sea King army of the Dragon Palace Kingdom. Qin Yun understood that the entry mechanism here was similar to the Sky Island, except that the Sky Island required an entry fee. As someone who claimed to be a god, he wouldn't care about the rules made by anyone. If these rules could bind him, he would probably be laughed at by the locals. In the kingdom of gods, there is a law that states that the gods are always right. As a deity of the kingdom of gods, Qin Yun never forgets to uphold this law. Meanwhile, in Dragon Palace City, the left minister gripped his bullhorn staff and hurriedly swam to the palace. He was a catfish merman with a mature appearance, clearly a wise elder. However, contrary to his looks, his judgment was quite poor. He once had the foolish idea of serving tea to hostile pirates for negotiation. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Before the left minister arrived, his voice reached Neptune's ears. Ho ho ho, left minister, what is you in such a hurry? Neptune had a slight smile on his face as he stroked his orange beard, looking relaxed. I really can't stand it, Your Majesty. The border patrol said they saw humans controlling Sea Kings arriving at Fishman Island. How absurd is that? I find it laughable. I didn't pay any attention to those hallucinating fellows. The left minister tugged at the catfish whiskers at the corner of his mouth and took a deep breath to calm himself. But unexpectedly, they keep reporting and want me to inform Your Majesty. Sigh, I really am getting old and can't swim fast anymore. What? Neptune was taken aback. Such an absurd news was hard for him to believe. Only one of the 3 ancient weapons, the Sea King Poseidon, could command Sea Kings, and in this era, The Sea King was none other than his youngest daughter, Princess Shirahoshi. Now, someone claimed that humans could control Sea Kings and had accurately sent them to Fishman Island. But since it concerned Poseidon, Neptune couldn't ignore this news. His expression turned serious, and he ordered loudly, "Call all the patrolling guards here." Yes. The Sea Kings on both sides responded loudly, and soon 2 Sea Kings swam out of the palace to carry out Neptune's orders. After a while, all the Sea Kings from the surveillance room were brought to the palace. Who reported this news? The left minister asked first. The kissing merman and the sunfish merman swam forward and replied in unison, "It was us." "Did you really see humans controlling Sea Kings arriving at Fishman Island?" Neptune asked sternly, staring into the eyes of the 2 mermen, applying pressure. "Your Majesty, it's true. We both guarantee it with our lives, and we previously sent a photo. The photo cannot be fake." "Photo?" Neptune was taken aback. "Left minister, what is going on?" The left minister furrowed his brow and thought for a few breaths, then murmured, "I remember now. I really can't stand my memory. The photo should still be in my workplace." Neptune's head was immediately filled with black lines, and he waved his hand to signal the Sea Kings to fetch the item. The left minister's workplace was very close, and the Sea Kings quickly completed the task and returned, accompanied by the right minister. Neptune quickly flipped through several photos and finally froze on Qin Yun's image, exclaiming, "This human is God Emperor Qin Yun." God Emperor Qin Yun? How could he come to Fishman Island? Is he planning to march into the New World? The right minister straightened his seahorse tail, clearly shocked by the news. A bounty of 300 million berries was indeed rare in recent years. The only one with a bounty over 100 million who came to Fishman Island seemed to be Powers.He, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Right? The left minister continued to ponder. It was not yet the era of inflation years from now, and a bounty of 300 million berries was already an extremely high standard for people. Neptune furrowed his brows tightly, realizing the seriousness of the issue. If Qin Yun was a lawless person and went on a killing spree at Fishman Island, it would be hard for anyone to stop him. What about Captain Jinbei? When will he return to Fishman Island? Your Majesty, Captain Jinbei will return tonight or early tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Neptune breathed a sigh of relief. Even if a conflict arose, he believed that the 5 million residents of Fishman Island couldn't be wiped out by Qin Yun. He pondered for a moment. It was too important to understand why Qin Yun could control Sea Kings. If he couldn't quickly clarify the reason, he would be restless. Once he understood the reason behind Qin Yun's ability to control Sea Kings, he would decide his own stance. "Send the order down. Let Shark Star, Royal Star, and Sunfish Star come see me." "Yes." The Sea Kings responded respectfully. A moment later, Shark Star, Royal Star, and Sunfish Star stood obediently to the side, waiting for Neptune's instructions. The Sea Kings had already retrieved Qin Yun's bounty notice and presented it to Neptune. "Shark Star, Royal Star, Sunfish Star, you take the bounty notice to find God Emperor Qin Yun and invite him to Dragon Palace City as a guest. Remember, do not conflict with him. You must approach him with a humble and friendly attitude. He is a user of the Rumble fruit, wielding disaster-like powers. If he has the intention to destroy Fishman Island, without Jinbei here, we would find it hard to resist. He is not someone we can afford to provoke." "Yes, Father." The 3 princes responded respectfully and immediately left Dragon Palace City. The 3 mermen, accompanied by the Sea Kings, set out in search of Qin Yun's whereabouts. In the Dragon Palace Kingdom, at the Merman Bay. This was the dwelling place of the merfolk, and also a dreamland that countless merfolk enthusiasts wanted to visit. In the crystal-clear water, beautiful and enchanting mermaid girls could be seen everywhere. Coral reefs were distributed in a picturesque manner throughout the Merman Bay, with merfolk weaving through the uniquely shaped coral reefs. Qin Yun stood in the air, admiring their graceful figures and listening to their enchanting voices. The sunlight filtered through the double-layer bubble membrane shield, shining on the mermaids' shimmering fishtails, making them appear even more sexy and charming. As he gazed at this beauty, Qin Yun couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This was the right way to start his journey on Fishman Island. But why did he just happen to land on Fishman Street? It made him have to deal with some lightning killings. To be honest, he loved mermaids too much, especially the adorable Shirahoshi. In his eyes, the most captivating female character among pirates was Shirahoshi, mainly due to her stunning looks, huge bounce, and the pink and red fishtail that added extra points. Gathering his thoughts, Qin Yun wondered, there are no humans in Mermaid Bay. Would talking to a mermaid cause a stir? He was quick to act, darting into Mermaid Bay and casually greeting a beautiful mermaid. "Excuse me, Miss Mermaid?" "Huh?" Rulers was taken aback, adjusting her diving equipment that combined a respirator and goggles, instinctively turning her head towards the voice. "A human? Hey, How did you get here? Her face was filled with surprise, her orange-red curly hair and fishtail sparkling, captivating to the eye, seemingly a glassy snapper mermaid. Before Qin Yun could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the excited voices of the mermaids. Look, sisters, there's actually a human here. Really? Could he be a poor boy abandoned by humans? I want to take care of him. I've never seen a human before. Can he have babies? The mermaids whispered among themselves, speaking words that were bold yet shyly avoiding Qin Yun's gaze, not coming closer. Qin Yun tugged at the corner of his mouth. It seemed these mermaids were quite curious about outsiders. He maintained his expression and continued to ask the nearby mermaid girl, Miss Mermaid, do you know where the mermaid CAF is? The mermaid CAF? Lula's gave Qin Yun a strange look, then replied in a sweet voice, It's at Coral Hill. I'm a waitress there. Do you want to go there to eat? Oh, what a coincidence. Qin Yun felt a surge of joy. Could it be that he was finally turning his luck around after leaving Fisherman Street? That's right, the mermaid CAF should be the most popular place on Mermaid Island. I've wanted to go there for a long time. Can you take me there? I can only find a few names of the mermaids and no pictures. I have to search for them one by one based on descriptions. I hope I'm not mistaken. If you see any pictures, remember to give them a like so I know they were sent out. Lula's, with her petite and lovely big eyes, holding her in your arms must feel wonderful. She has long, wavy orange-red hair and wears diving gear. She is a relatively slender mermaid, seemingly a glassy, snapper mermaid. A flicker of hesitation crossed Lula's eyes. But today, isn't my work day, eh? All right, Mello is going back later. But today isn't my work day. However, I can have another waitress from the mermaid CAF take you there. Would that work for you? Qin Yun secretly thought it was a pity and nodded in agreement, saying, Of course. Lulazi's charming face immediately blossomed into a smile, and she turned to shout at a tall coral, Mei Luo, come here quickly. A blue-haired merman who was adjusting the position of a small yellow flower on her head immediately poked her head out upon hearing Lulazi's call. Mei Luo here. Qin Yun's eyes lit up, feeling that this mermaid and the mermaid beside her each had their own unique beauty. The mermaids of the mermaid CAF truly had hidden talents. What's going on, Rilaz? You actually made a human friend? Mello swam over to the two of them in just a few strokes, her curious gaze firmly fixed on Qin Yun. This one, Rilaz hesitated for a moment. Qin Yun understood and introduced himself. My name is Qin Yun. Shun? X2, don't be surprised. You might not believe it when I say this. But I'm here to save Fishman Island. Really? X2, the two mermaids, saw him speaking with a calm demeanor, and his appearance suggested that he was a kind person who wouldn't lie, which made them believe him a little. It really is true, but it's a bit complicated to explain. However, you'll find out in the next couple of days. The current problem is, who can take me to the mermaid CAF? Oh, right, Lura said, his eyes turning as he changed his mind. Mello, aren't you going back to work at the mermaid CAF soon? Let's take him there together. Mello looked up to estimate the time and readily agreed. Qin Yun was amused to see Rilaz change her mind and want to take him along. It seemed that just a few words had sparked her interest in him. Seeing that both women wanted to take him, he thought that using his floating ability to drag them along wouldn't be very romantic. So, Qin Yun took out a cloud shell and breathed out an iron cloud that could accommodate 3 people. What is this? Rilaz curiously poked at the iron cloud. Is this a cloud? This is the first time I've seen someone able to create clouds. Mello swam above the iron cloud, slapping it with her tail, and it felt quite solid, unlike ordinary clouds. This is a specialty of the Divine Kingdom. This is just the regular version. There are advanced floating clouds that can take people up to over 10,000 meters high. Wow, awesome. X2, come on. You two lead the way, and we'll fly over. Qin Yun took the central position. Rilaz and Mello exchanged a glance, a smile curling at the corners of their mouths, and swam to Qin Yun's sides. Sitting on the iron cloud. Hold on tight. Qin Yun showed a triumphant smile as the power of floating was activated, lifting the 3 of them into the air towards the direction pointed out by Rilaz. The mermaids present looked on with envious eyes at the departing Rilaz and Mello, secretly wishing they had been a bit braver. Perhaps they too could have ridden the cloud car. Under Qin Yun's control, the iron cloud took off at great speed, causing Rilaz and Mello to instinctively grab onto him to steady themselves. Can't sit steady? Then let me help you a bit. Qin Yun's thoughts moved, and the shape of Tai Yun changed accordingly, forming a V shape that allowed the 2 mermaids to press against him, then filling the gaps to fix the shapes of the 3. This really stabilized things. A blush quickly crept onto Rilaz's face. She realized she had boarded the pirate ship of the detestable human. Qin Yun, did you intentionally create this situation? Do you like both of us? Melo playfully stuck out her tongue and asked. Rilaz widened her eyes. Melo, why are you so direct? Qin Yun grinned widely. The scene of him having two mermaid girls in his arms could easily be described as him having forcefully captured them. You've seen through me. You two are the first mermaids I've encountered on Fishman Island, and I won't let either of you go. Be my divine consorts. Sure, Mei Luo smiled sweetly, piquing Qin Yun's curiosity, then changed the subject. But you need to wait until you save Fishman Island and become a great hero. Then we'll be your divine consorts. Lalotsi pouted angrily. Hey, Mei Luo, how can you make decisions for me? Qin Yun noticed that Mei Luo was enthusiastic and cheerful, unafraid to speak her mind, while Lulazi was more introverted and preferred to rely on her companions for ideas. It's settled then. Don't worry. You'll find out in the next couple of days how I saved Fishman Island. Once the conversation started, the three fell into a brief silence. Thus, Qin Yun quietly enjoyed the wonderful sensations brought by the two mermaids, while increasing his floating power to speed up Tieshuan. Speaking of which, Qin Yun had a wealth of experience flying with girls. However, it was his first time soaring freely with two stunning mermaids in a close embrace, creating an indescribable sense of mystery and comfort. After a while, they finally arrived at Coral Hill. Lulazi excitedly pointed at the elegant and upscale CAF in the distance and exclaimed, "That's the mermaid CAF. Qin Yun, your speed on this flying cloud is incredible. Too kind, too kind." Qin Yun happily controlled the iron cloud to descend, then dispersed it, releasing the bad hands that were holding him on either side. After being freed, Rilaz immediately shyly stepped aside, fearing that Qin Yun would use schemes to embarrass her again. Melo, on the other hand, smiled and wrapped her arm around Qin Yun's, pulling him toward the mermaid CAF, where she seated him at a cozy spot, surrounded by several curious mermaid sisters who were observing him. "What would you like to drink? Milk, coffee, or juice?" Qin Yun shook his head and candidly said, "There's no rush for all of this. My primary purpose for coming here is to meet your manager, Lady Sharif." This was his promise to Aaron, to care deeply for his sister, Lady Sharif, and ensure her happiness and joy under his care. Another reason was that although Sharif had no real power in the Dragon Palace Kingdom, her prestige was extremely high. Her prophecies were always accurate, and the people of Fishman Island trusted her even more than they trusted the royal family of Dragon Palace City. As long as Qin Yun could have Sharif predict the future of Fishman Island, or have her testify about the prophecy concerning the war at the top and Whitebeard's death, with Neptune's character, he would inevitably yield to him for the sake of the lives of 5 million citizens of Fishman Island. Mello was not surprised by Qin Yun's desire to meet Lady Sharif. She had already been taken aback when Qin Yun said he wanted to save Fishman Island. Mello, a beautiful mermaid with light blue hair, enthusiastic, cheerful, confident, and instantly falling in love with the protagonist. However, Lady Sharif was not someone who would meet just anyone. She was too well respected on Fishman Island, and there were countless people wanting to see her. Qin Yun raised an eyebrow, wondering what it had to do with him. "Aren't you a staff member here? Help me go in and report to her. Just tell her that someone outside wants to see her. If she dares not to meet, the mermaid CAF will be wiped off the map by the God Emperor Qin Yun from Fishman Island." Huh? Mei Luo was taken aback, not expecting that Qin Yun, who seemed so friendly on the surface, would say something so terrifying. She instinctively let go of Qin Yun's arm, and even the adorable mermaids around them looked over in surprise. "You can't be serious." Qin Yun saw her worried expression and couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you afraid of? As long as you convey this message, are you still worried that Lady Sharif won't see me?" Qin Yun was just trying to scare Lady Sharif. Beside them, Rilaz revealed a wise little glimmer in his eyes, secretly looking down on Mello. Well, Mello sighed in relief upon hearing this, but she truly sensed Qin Yun's seriousness, which made her inadvertently feel scared. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, could it be that Qin Yun is a very contrasting person? Qin Yun's golden words were certainly not mere jest if Shaylee truly refused. He wouldn't mind changing her to another mermaid CAF. "Go ahead, don't worry, Mrs. Shaylee will meet with me. Even if she doesn't, can I really bring myself to slaughter the beautiful mermaids here? I can't bear to do that." This is the truth. Qin Yun's brothers would protest. As for why his brothers would protest, don't ask. Asking too much could hurt feelings. Mero nodded, and after giving him a deep glance, she swam towards the depths of the mermaid CAF. In Mrs. Shaylee's room, Shaylee was comfortably sitting on a bubble made of bubble coral, holding an ancient book that looked like a divination book. Deeply engrossed in her reading, Shaylee was completely unaware that today was the day her fate would change. At that moment, Mero finally reached the door and gently knocked 3 times. "Come in." Shaylee's cold voice sounded, and the door opened in response. She looked up and smiled gently. "It's you, Mero. What is the matter?" Marrow unconsciously rubbed the hem of her clothes, tiny beads of sweat visible on her forehead, and murmured, Lady, please don't be angry with what I'm about to say. Oh, what could make you so nervous? Are you thinking of resigning and leaving the mermaid CAF? Shaylee put down her divination book with interest. Marrow bit her lip lightly, forcing a smile as she said, It's not that. I encountered a human with Rulaz in Mermaid Bay, and he claims to be the god Qin Yun. What? Marrow's words were interrupted by Shaylee's exclamation. Are you all right? He's a wanted criminal by the world government. The bounty is as high as 300 million berries. Marrow was stunned, not expecting such a handsome and gentle wanted criminal. Hey, what's wrong with you? Marrow snapped back to reality and quickly continued. He said he wanted to meet you and threatened that if you dared to refuse his request to meet, he would erase the mermaid CAF. Shaylee glared with shark-like eyes and said unhappily, Qin Yun actually said that? How can he be so arrogant? Though she said this, she knew deep down that Qin Yun indeed had the capital to be arrogant. Where is he now? He's waiting at the mermaid CAF. Shaylee was speechless, quickly glancing at the door behind Marrow. It was half ajar. She didn't know if Marrow had done this on purpose or if her nervousness led to the mistake. A powerful figure like Qin Yun had probably heard everything they said. She sighed helplessly and waved her hand, saying, You go call him over. Yes. Lady Shaylee. No need. I'm already here. Mrs. Shaylee, I've long admired your name. A bolt of lightning suddenly leaped in front of Shaylee, flickering for a moment before transforming into Qin Yun's figure. Teleporting through the electric field was his specialty. His gaze roamed freely over Shaylee's body, and he couldn't help but sigh. What a large figure. She must be over 5 meters tall when standing up. If 5 meters made him feel a bit out of control, how much harder would it be to deal with something over 10 meters, like the White Star? No, I must find a way to get bigger. The giant fruit, Saint one, the evil wolf. It's decided, you are the one. Qin Yun quickly made a decision and then continued to admire Shaylee's beauty. Her black short hair covering the right side of her face, her cold and stunning blue eyes, her rosy cherry lips, her unusually fair skin, and her quite ample upper body. The deep purple hooded sweatshirt wrapped around her upper body, casually fastened only at the middle button, revealing a tempting cleavage and a flat stomach, making one want to explore further. The front half of her tail was deep blue, while the back half was white with a cute dorsal fin on her lower back, and the tip of her tail had a pair of small crescent-shaped fins. In just a moment, Qin Yun took in the sight that Shaylee presented. Her bold attire at home certainly benefited him, the unexpected guest. Shaylee stared at him in surprise. Indeed, both of their words had been overheard by him. She looked Qin Yun up and down and coldly said, You are Qin Yun? Truly, appearances can be deceiving. Wow. Mei Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. If Shaylee weren't there, she would have wanted to poke Qin Yun. Seeing Mei Luo's reaction, Shaylee helplessly rubbed her forehead and said, Mei Luo, you can go out now. Yes. Mei Luo reluctantly stepped out, casting Qin Yun a little encouraging glance as she left. Qin Yun smiled and with a thought, Close the door. Go ahead. What do you want to see me for? Xiali, influenced by Qin Yun's aura, unconsciously straightened her posture. Of course, just clearing my throat. Doing some proper business. Qin Yun was unmoved by Xia Li's indifference. His aloofness was also a form of enjoyment. He believed his burning warmth would soften her body and mind. What else could he do? It was said that Mrs. Xia Li's predictions were 100 accurate, and I came to find you precisely for your divination skills. Mrs. Xia Li, could you tell me about my future? Xia Li frowned. This was indeed the reason most people sought her out. However, she had gradually stopped predicting the future because she had seen too much misfortune. With a blank expression, she replied, If you're only here for divination, please leave. I stopped practicing divination years ago. Qin Yun let out a cold laugh. Is this trying to fool him? Sherry, the great blue shark mermaid clan, reaching up to 520 centimeters, was super cute as a child, but grew up to become a high cold goddess. Due to her accurate predictions, she is respectfully called Lady Sherry. Now that she has fallen into the hands of the protagonist, this title is truly fitting. How could Sherry, if she no longer used divination, coincidentally be so eager to read Luffy's fortune upon seeing him? Is it the protagonist's halo? Qin Yun opened his right hand, and a purple-black lightning-shaped symbol quietly spun, occasionally emitting a sizzling sound. An invisible pressure surged onto Charlie's chest, making her feel oppressed and breathless. 100% accuracy in prophecy. This is quite troublesome. How about this? You might as well predict what will happen if you choose to refuse my command, leading this lightning to strike Fishman Island. Command. Charlie angrily opened her small mouth to reveal her tiny sharp teeth, a surge of anger filling her open chest, wanting to rid herself of the pressure. Unfortunately, in her moment of anger, she could only show a fleeting frustration. The pressure Qin Yun had placed on her was something she could not escape with her own strength. Charlie, helpless, could only force herself to speak soft and honest words in a stern tone. It's not that I don't want to do a divination for you. My divination can only predict events related to me, and cannot forecast for some other specific person. Oh, seeing that her expression didn't seem false, Qin Yun recalled her previous prophecy and realized it was indeed the case. After pondering for a moment, he had to settle for less. If it's related to you, then go ahead and predict the future of Fishman Island. If that doesn't work, well, the future of Fishman Island. Charlie was speechless. With Qin Yun threatening her, she felt utterly useless. If the prediction for Fishman Island's future is good, the other party would directly destroy Fishman Island. If it's bad, the other party would say she was spot on and continue to destroy Fishman Island. Don't worry. As long as you agree to do the divination and tell me the result, regardless of whether it's good or bad for me, I won't do anything to you. Of course, this was just nonsense. Charlie sighed softly, knowing she couldn't avoid this today. What kind of skill is predicting the future? Only strength can decide everything. All right, I agree to help you with the divination, but I hope you want to go back on your word. Charlie slowly turned around and took out the crystal ball used for divination from a large clam behind her. At this point, things were already out of her control. Thus, she decided to give Qin Yun a psychological preparation first. To clarify in advance, although I can accurately foresee the events that are about to happen in the future, I cannot predict the exact timing of those events. I understand. Next, you can choose to go out or stay here. But you need to remain completely still and not make any sounds or movements that could affect me. Qin Yun nodded, indicating that he was ready. Shaylee got up and swam to the table beside Qin Yun, placing the crystal ball on a red mat, preparing to start the divination. Shaylee first closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths, concentrating her mind and attention. After meditating for a while, she suddenly spread her hands, palms facing the crystal ball, entering the state of divination. After a while, Shaylee coldly opened her eyes, staring into the interior of the crystal ball. Countless images and strange symbols had appeared in the crystal ball at some point. If others were to look at the crystal ball, they would only be disappointed and find nothing. Madame Shaylee focused her mind and used her divination knowledge and intuition to interpret the information about the future. Once she had completed the interpretation, her eyes suddenly became vacant. Shaylee's consciousness and vision traveled to the future, where she saw Fishman Island was no longer deep under the sea. It mostly stood peacefully in the sky at over 10,000 meters. The merfolk and fishmen no longer had a close connection. The original Fishman Island had been renamed Mermaid Island, now inhabited by mermaid maidens, while the fishmen and male merfolk were arranged by Qin Yun to another island named Fishman Island. As more information was released, she understood the reason. The owner of Mermaid Island had become Qin Yun. Under his divine power, Mermaid Island was controlled by him, floating above the ground, soaring into the sky that the merfolk longed for. It was filled with sunshine and breathtaking scenery, where the beautiful merfolk maidens played joyfully together, while the fishmen and male merfolk willingly devoted their strength to Qin Yun, as he had given them so much. Wait, is that me? Shaylee's consciousness suddenly widened her shark-like eyes, looking toward a high point on Mermaid Island. She saw herself lying happily and contentedly on a human who was taller than her. Behind him was the shy and charming princess Bai Xing, surrounded by many beautiful mermaids. Upon closer inspection, she realized that many of the mermaids were familiar to her. Those reminiscent faces were the mermaids from the Mermaid CF, with Mello and Rulaz among them. Though they looked even more beautiful than now, Shaylee was startled and quickly looked at the man holding her, only to find that his face was actually Qin Yun. Just as she was overwhelmed by the shocking results of the divination, the Qin Yun in the image suddenly turned his head and glanced at her unintentionally. A strong fear instantly filled her heart, the image shattered, and her consciousness was forced to leave. Bang! In the next moment, the crystal ball exploded with a loud bang, and Shaylee screamed, instinctively retreating. Qin Yun reacted quickly, flashing to Summer's side and using his petite body and hands that didn't match her to support her delicate back. The shards of the crystal ball generated by the explosion were controlled by him to return to their original positions. Madam Summer, are you okay? Summer seemed not to hear his words, helplessly collapsing against him, holding her head, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, seemingly enduring unbearable pain. Madam Summer? Although he held the beauty in his arms, Qin Yun didn't have much ambiguous thought. Electricity crackled in his hands, stabilizing Summer's spirit. Qin Yun's actions had an immediate effect. A few breaths later, Shaylee lowered her hand that was protecting her forehead. After realizing her situation, her delicate body trembled for a moment before she immediately struggled to leave Qin Yun's embrace. After Qin Yun forcibly returned her to the bubble seat, he finally allowed her to break free. What on earth did you see? What made you so shocked that even the crystal ball of prophecy shattered? Sherry remained silent, staring blankly at the broken crystal, lost in thought. The shattering of the crystal ball was not necessarily a bad thing. It simply meant that she could no longer glimpse the future beyond that scene. Her predictions would never go wrong. This was proof of her past achievements and her confidence as a diviner. But didn't this mean she would become the virtuous wife of the man behind her? A man who was so vile as to force her to perform a divination, and her ultimate fate would actually be to choose to be with him? Sherry carefully examined her feelings and realized that she did not feel repulsed by Qin Yun, who would be her husband in the future. On the contrary, she saw it as an opportunity. In such a tumultuous era of pirates, having such a powerful man to shield her from the storm was a good choice. On Fishman Island, her high status meant that no one dared to covet her, and her lack of romantic experience might actually be a plus for Qin Yun. Not only that, at 27, in 3 years, she would be able to transform into a beautiful human form with legs instead of a shark tail, so she wouldn't keep Qin Yun waiting too long. If worst came to worst, she could see if Qin Yun could accept her shark tail. As Qin Yun looked at her in surprise, Sherry inexplicably shook her head, feeling that the more she thought, the more off track she became. In fact, the real reason Sherry considered accepting Qin Yun was that she was always certain that defying fate would lead to extremely terrifying consequences. So she could only willingly accept the arrangement of fate. She just didn't know how she was connected to him. Could it be today? But his physique seemed off. Could he also change size? Sherry shivered, not knowing what thought frightened her. Hey, why are you making those strange little movements? Qin Yun sat before her in midair, trying to get her attention. Sherry gathered her thoughts and softly said, "Sorry, this is the first time my divination has encountered such a situation, and it has caused me a great backlash." Qin Yun suspiciously stared into her eyes. Why did he feel that Shaylee was acting a bit strange? Forget it. Just tell me, what does your divination say about the future of Fishman Island? Shaylee hesitated for a moment, but decided to answer truthfully. After all, based on the results of her divination, she would definitely be with him and could trust him. The images I saw in my divination are very limited. I can only tell that you will rule Fishman Island in the future, and you will take me, along with a group of mermaids and Princess Shirahoshi, as your wives. Oh, Qin Yun grinned. With this, he had already achieved his purpose for coming to Fishman Island. Was that all? Shaylee thought for a moment and nodded. There was no way around it. The future you is too strong, and the images were forcibly interrupted by you. I see, that's not bad. Your divination completely matches my expectations. The reason I came to the Mermaid CAF is for you and the mermaids here. Shaylee was taken aback by his blunt words, rolling her eyes at him and cursing inwardly. So straightforward? A sense of helplessness surged in her heart. The mermaids were too beautiful, attracting a morbid fascination from humans. She never expected that today she would be disregarded by such a powerful person who wanted to possess a large number of mermaids on Fishman Island, ignoring Whitebeard's reputation. What was frightening was that in her divination, Qin Yun had succeeded. But then again, she had previously divined the occurrence of the Marineford War and Whitebeard's death. Even if Qin Yun didn't come now, after Whitebeard's death, Fishman Island would inevitably fall into unprecedented chaos. At that time, Qin Yun would also be able to achieve his goals by arriving on Fishman Island as a great hero. Since you have divined that you will become my divine consort, will you choose to accept it, or will you choose to resist fate? Seeing that things were moving in the right direction, Qin Yun launched his campaign to capture the goddess. Shaylee sighed softly. Did she even have a choice? She slightly parted her red lips. Her cold voice mixed with a resigned submission. Whether I choose to accept or resist, the final result will be me lying in your arms with a face full of happiness and satisfaction. Since that's the case, I don't need to suffer unnecessarily and choose a path of unknown life and death. Qin Yun was very satisfied with her answer. With Sherry's help, he could avoid a lot of trouble. A wise choice. So, as long as you obediently listen to me next and cooperate with me to take Fishman Island, I will generously reward you and take good care of you. Sherry didn't respond, awkwardly turning her head away. Qin Yun's words made her blush. She had been a lively and active mermaid when she was younger, but as she grew older, her personality gradually became calm and dignified. With her prestige, no one on Fishman Island dared to tease her like this before, and now being spoken to like this by Qin Yun made her feel a strange sensation rising from her heart. Mrs. Sherry looked at Sherry's proud face, which revealed a shy expression, and Qin Yun grinned wickedly, sitting beside her and leaning in to whisper. I have always been a keen learner, but lacking a good friend from the mermaid tribe to guide me has resulted in my scant knowledge of mermaid-related information. I wonder if the noble and charming Mrs. Sherry could tell me about the history of the mermaid tribe. Well, if my husband really wants to learn, I wouldn't mind being your friend. Sherry hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed, even changing how she addressed Qin Yun in advance. Thank you, Mrs. Sherry. After expressing his gratitude, Qin Yun couldn't help but curiously reach out a hand and press a few times on Sherry's soft and bouncy shark tail. Feeling the wonderful sensation in his palm, he knew there was still much he had to learn. But he wasn't discouraged, as learning itself was a very interesting thing. Next, he asked Sherry some questions about the mermaid tribe, and Mrs. Sherry made an exception to provide him with some knowledge, giving him a certain understanding of the history of the mermaid tribe. After today's conversation, he believed he would definitely gain something. He didn't know how long it had been, but Sherry finally finished discussing some key points about the mermaid tribe, leaving Qin Yun greatly enlightened and deeply aware of how superficial his previous understanding of mermaids had been. Looking at Sherry's shy smile, for some reason, a phrase suddenly popped into Qin Yun's mind. What else can you do besides drooling all over my face? Of course, this was just Qin Yun's random and unfounded thoughts. Everyone please believe that Qin Yun was really just earnestly studying the history of the mermaid tribe. He did nothing else. After a short break, Qin Yun rested his head on Sherry's shark tail, enjoying her skilled massage on his temples while chatting with her, which further warmed their relationship. Mainly, Sherry was talking, and Qin Yun was listening. She talked about her past, her father who abandoned his wife and children, her tragic childhood, and her brainless brother, Aaron. Fortunately, she was exceptionally gifted and quickly established herself on Fishman Island with her ability to foresee the future, not allowing her sad experiences to occupy too much of her past. She mentioned that the original intention of opening the Mermaid CAF was to provide a haven for those lovely mermaids who either had no source of income or had lost the warmth of family from a young age. In the Mermaid CAF, they could have a place that could be called home, and it was her original intention that allowed the mermaids there to get along exceptionally harmoniously, to avoid the Mermaid CAF falling into politically sensitive situations. It was mainly set up for the nearby mermaids. Unless in special circumstances, such as having done a favor for the mermaids, they would not serve humans. Therefore, the food here was all for the mermaids, including cakes, underwater fruits, shellfish, and seaweed dishes, but they would never provide meat. Although Fishman Island is rich in fish meat, the mermaids, being able to communicate and interact with ordinary fish, regarded fish as companions. So they do not eat fish meat, and they wouldn't consume any meat at all. As she continued, Sherry suddenly thought of the scene in the crystal ball and abruptly asked Qin Yun, there are quite a few beautiful mermaids in the Mermaid CF. Do you want me to create an opportunity for you to pursue these mermaids? Qin Yun let out a cold snort immediately. What a joke. Do I really need your help to conquer the mermaid? He quickly changed his tone. Of course, I can't ignore your good intentions, so don't be shy. Just lend your support boldly. It wouldn't hurt to take a shortcut. As soon as he finished speaking, a bright smile appeared on the cold and beautiful face of Sherry, as if she were teasing Qin Yun for his contrast, which made him involuntarily lean in closer, wanting to observe her rarely revealed smile up close. Just then, a hurried knocking sound came from the door, followed by an excited and melodious voice from outside. Lady Sherry, I want to come in. Sherry's expression changed, and she immediately wanted to push Qin Yun away from her shark tail. But how could these sudden obstacles stop Qin Yun's determination? Ignoring the voices outside and Sherry's embarrassment, he continued to lean in. The commotion outside continued. Why can't this door be pushed open? Lady Sherry, did you lock it? After a long while, Qin Yun reluctantly withdrew his gaze. He remembered the unexpectedly sweet taste of the large blue shark he had tasted not long ago. It was said that the saliva of the blue shark had healing and longevity effects. I wonder if that's true? Sherry's elegant brows relaxed, her cherry lips vibrant. But there was a hint of uncertainty. Her shark's sharp teeth were too sharp. A chill inexplicably surged from somewhere, causing Qin Yun to shiver involuntarily. Sherry glanced anxiously at the door, realizing it hadn't been opened yet. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief and patted Qin Yun, softly scolding. Fortunately, Cammy hasn't come in yet. If she discovers our situation, where would I put my face as the manager of this Mermaid CAF? Qin Yun smiled, but said nothing. After leaving Shaylee's shark tail, he silently retracted the power of floating and gave up control over the door. Immediately after, a loud ouch was heard as Cammy crashed in, her force so great that she created a dent in the door. Shaylee had already taken on a dignified and elegant lady's posture. Holding a book on divination in her hands, and coldly criticized Kaimi. Kaimi, you are really so disrespectful, barging in like this when no one is inside. Kaimi touched the small bump on her head, unfazed, and swam over to Shaylee, mumbling, I was just too excited. I just escaped from the pursuit of an ugly, fierce giant sea beast. She shyly smiled, hugging Shaylee's arm and gently shaking it. That's why I was so excited. I couldn't wait to see my dear Lady Shaylee. Shaylee was at a loss whether to laugh or cry and couldn't find any words of criticism. You really need to work on that overly lively personality of yours. If one day you really get caught and eaten by a sea beast, you won't have the chance to regret it. Oomph. I'm not afraid. Who can swim better than our merfolk? Even among merfolk, my speed is among the fastest. All right, you're the fastest, Shaylee said dismissively, as if treating her own child. If that's all you wanted to say, you might as well go find a classmate at the CAF. Wait, Kaimi looked up and suddenly noticed Qin Yun. Why is there a human here? Lady Shaylee, when did you hide in the room? Qin Yun tugged at the corner of his mouth. Kaimi was just as he remembered, looking like a confused little thing. He could probably say a few words and send her straight to the heavens. He was currently the most distinguished guest at the Mermaid CAF on Fishman Island. Charlie casually explained Qin Yun's identity and then started to shoo people away. All right, Kimmy, you can go out now. I need to change clothes. Okay, Kimmy instinctively agreed, then leisurely swam out of the room, even thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Wait, Kimmy suddenly realized and thought with some confusion. I'm a female mermaid. Why am I being asked to leave instead of Qin Yun? This Kimmy was indeed special. Qin Yun gave a fair assessment. Charlie smiled slightly and, right in front of him, turned slightly to shield herself as she began to change clothes. Now she was in her comfortable home outfit, unexpectedly taken advantage of by this suddenly appearing, annoying bad guy, Qin Yun. Qin Yun's gaze followed Sherry's movements as he watched her change into a light pink casual striped top, while she continued to put on a timeless deep purple witch's robe over it. This outfit greatly pleased him, as it not only covered places she shouldn't expose, but also enhanced her allure towards him by a notch. What are you staring at? Haven't you had enough? Sherry chuckled lightly, tossing the replaced light purple witch's robe at Qin Yun. Although their time together was short, their relationship was rapidly heating up with the blessing of prophecy, defying the logic of reality. After all, this was an extraordinary world. How could one ever get enough? Qin Yun's expression remained unchanged as he waved to hang her wizard robe on a nearby coat rack. If there was a chance to see me, I certainly wouldn't miss it. I'm not someone who hesitates. Well, using hesitation in this context is quite something. Sherry nodded and swam towards the door to lead him out. Come on, let the kind and lovely mermaids keep you company and have some fun. Qin Yun smiled slightly as he followed her to the front desk of the Mermaid CAF. It was almost noon, and many customers were arriving to dine at the Mermaid CAF. Lady Shaylee. It was rare to see Lady Shaylee appear. Lady Shaylee, do you have any prophecies recently? Shaylee's over 5-meter tall figure was quite striking, and as soon as she arrived at the front desk, it drew cheers from the mermaids. Shaylee replied with a faint smile, shouting, Sorry, there's a special situation today, and the Mermaid CAF must close its doors to customers for now. Why? Lady Shaylee, the mermaids will be coming to have lunch soon. If we close now, won't we lose a significant amount of income? A Marlin mermaid expressed regret over Shaylee's decision. I have a new prophecy, but I can't reveal it yet. It requires the mermaids of the CAF to fulfill it. You will enjoy the benefits of this major event in the next couple of days. I see. Since it's a prophecy, we will cooperate fully. Kemi, lively and cute with short light green hair and a pink fishtail, was a bit scatterbrained and easily misled. As soon as she spoke, the effect was immediate. The Marlin mermaid changed her attitude and even started to usher the customers to leave. In no time, only the mermaid waitstaff remained in the CAF, curiously watching Shaylee and waiting for her instructions. Shaylee scanned the room, confirming everything was in order, then raised her pipe and pointed to Qin Yun, introducing him. This is the god Qin Yun from the Heavenly Kingdom, and he will be the savior of Fishman Island, our benefactor. She paused to let the mermaids accept Qin Yun's identity before continuing. Your task today is to play with Qin Yun and show him the unique features of Fishman Island. If all goes well, you might be able to leave the deep sea in the next couple of days and go to the sunny and airy sky. Shaylee's intention was to provide Qin Yun with an opportunity to win over the mermaids and to facilitate of breaking the ice action to quickly deepen their emotional bonds. What? We can go to the surface? Lady Shaylee's words are definitely true. We just need to be obedient. Mello joyfully swam in front of Qin Yun, taking one of his arms and smiling. I knew you wouldn't lie to me. Come with me, and let the older sisters and younger sisters show you the charm of the mermaids." With that, she tried to pull Qin Yun into the group of mermaids. Qin Yun felt the small hand on his arm and thought to himself, "This Meilu is too enthusiastic towards him. Could it be that he also has a day of falling in love at first sight? And she's a beautiful mermaid." He couldn't help but smile and said, "Then I really have to look forward to it. Just don't tell anyone else about what I said. It's enough for us to know." After saying this, Shaylee waved her hand and wanted to leave, as she couldn't let her authority as the store manager disappear while playing. "Okay," the mermaids replied in unison. "Lady Shaylee, you should join us. You haven't played with us in a long time." Kaimi suddenly jumped out of the crowd, pulling Shaylee back so she couldn't leave. Seeing this, Kylan, who looked like Kaimi's sister, called for the other mermaids to come forward to help, and they all encouraged Shaylee to join them in playing. "You all, come on, Shaylee, it's not a big deal to relax a little sometimes." Qin Yun knew that she was too shy to let go of the burden in her heart. "Fine, I can join you all, but you don't need to worry about me. Completing the task is the most important thing." Shaylee reluctantly gave in and reminded them a couple of times. "Yay!" The mermaids cheered with excitement upon hearing this. At the moment, nothing interested them more than spending time with Lady Shaylee. Next, after closing the mermaids' CF, they arrived at Shaylee's private, luxurious manor. This place was built specifically for the mermaids she had adopted, and once they arrived, they could see many young mermaids playing around. After Qin Yun and the others arrived, they joyfully surrounded her and led the way. The backyard here resembled a water park, where the mermaids played freely with Qin Yun. The mermaids each took out their sunscreen fish liquid, lined up quietly, waiting for Qin Yun to choose the mermaid. He liked to apply the unspoken props all over his body. After Qin Yun was chosen, he gladly accepted their attentive service. Grateful and wanting to reciprocate, he applied sunscreen on them as well. During their one-on-one conversations, he learned their names. There was no need to mention Mrs. Shaylee, who was the first to receive his attention. He was already familiar with Meilu, who wore flowers in her hair and had light blue long hair, and the petite and adorable Lalatzi, who had orange-red wavy long hair. Then there were Kimmy and Kyrin, whose wavy green hair complemented the conch-shaped headphones, and Sarah, who had a brown ponytail. Sola had yellow straight hair and a lake green fishtail, and of course, there was Ishali, who had long black twin tails with freckles, and played a significant role among the pirates. These were the few beautiful names he could recall. The others could only be seen in the pictures below. The other mermaids understood his choices as well. There were simply too many mermaids, and even the beautiful ones could easily circle around Qin Yun a few times. The remaining time was filled with joyful moments of play. Qin Yun was playing among the mermaids, sliding down the water slide nonstop, filled with joy and wonder as they created splashes and took him on waves. They enjoyed countless activities, drawing everyone closer together. They eagerly fought for hugs from Qin Yun, pulling his arms into their hands, playfully tickling him and spreading the joy of teasing. They showed a strong curiosity and deep affection for Qin Yun. Meiluo mentioned that they rarely see humans, as those who come to Fishman Island are usually pirates, and these criminals are generally driven away by the Sea King army before they can reach the mermaids' living area. The reason they were so eager to be with him and not reject him was largely because most mermaids would go to land to marry human men and have children. With Qin Yun being so outstanding, he naturally became their favorite. They eventually concluded with a water balloon competition. Various soft, bouncy skin and water balloons collided with Qin Yun, whether intentionally or unintentionally, making him exclaim that he couldn't take it anymore, feeling like he was about to ascend to the heavens. It was indeed wise to find Shaylee first. After the playful fun, Qin Yun felt that Shaylee's arrangements were extremely satisfying. Thus, he waved his hand and gave each of his favorite mermaids a thunder badge from the kingdom of God for protection. As everyone returned to the mansion for dinner, the atmosphere of laughter was suddenly interrupted by the sound of a phone bug calling. Blurp, 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 blurp. Kimmy, not waiting for Shaylee to react, excitedly went to the phone bug to connect. Hello, this is Prince Sharkstar of the Dragon Palace Kingdom. Is Lady Shaylee there? Kimmy turned to look at Shaylee, and upon receiving her confirmation, responded, Yes, Prince, what can I do for you? It's like this, my father has asked us to find the Divine Emperor, Lord Qin Yun. We searched all over Fishman Island and finally heard that a stranger human went to the Mermaid CAF at Mermaid Bay. I wonder if Lady Shaylee has seen that Lord Qin Yun? Qin Yun chuckled lightly, surprised by the swift actions of the Dragon Palace Kingdom. It seemed he wouldn't need to go there himself. What brings you to find Qin Yun? Xiaoli asked. Sharkstar understood, realizing that Qin Yun was right beside Xiaoli, and he couldn't fathom how these two seemingly unrelated individuals knew each other. Father wishes to invite Lord Qin Yun to visit Dragon Palace City and savor the delicacies of Fishman Island. Please wait for me outside Lee's private estate. And be discreet. Shark Star was startled. His guess was correct, and the voice must belong to Qin Yun. He replied respectfully, yes. Lord Qin Yun. It seemed Lord Qin Yun did not wish to be disturbed by them. Well, they would just have to wait. Kylan, with wavy green hair, wearing a headpiece and 2 necklaces. Sarah, wearing shell-shaped headphones, tied in a brown ponytail, and is very close with Mello. Sora, wearing a light purple striped hat, with golden long hair and a lake green fishtail. This can't be posted, so see the group photo below, the one in the middle holding the pufferfish. Ishali, with long black hair tied in twin ponytails, her fishtail has black and white striped scales. Mermaid group photo. The beautiful ones in the picture are assumed to have been captured by the protagonist. Clap. Kimmy closed the phone bug at Qin Yun's gesture. Unexpectedly, the royal family of Dragon Palace Kingdom treated Lord Qin Yun with such respect. Ishali smiled charmingly, lifting a cream cake from the table to feed Qin Yun. That was the great Prince Shark Star, who usually had a good temper but had never shown such respect to outsiders. The mermaids were amazed and began to have a preliminary understanding of Qin Yun's power. After dining, it was time for a nap. Under Lee's arrangement, they went to a room that could accommodate many mermaids. The mermaids sang beautiful songs with all their might for Qin Yun, allowing him to fall into a sweet dream amidst the fragrant scent of mermaids. When Qin Yun awoke, he found the 3 princes of Dragon Palace Kingdom and the Sea King army had been waiting outside Lee's estate for a long time. However, he was not in a hurry to meet them, as he held the absolute initiative and could not appear too eager. Attitude is the mask of the heart. He needed to let them cool down a bit to diminish their arrogance before expressing his own stance, facilitating the smooth realization of his ultimate goal. The mermaids gradually woke up and chatted with Qin Yun for a long time. After some idle chit-chat, they finally made their way to the hall to enjoy afternoon tea. After a while, Qin Yun gently pushed away the afternoon tea that Sarah had offered and directed his gaze towards Xiali. Xiali, come with me to Dragon Palace City. With your assistance, the future you predicted will surely come to fruition soon. Okay. Xiali nodded and led him to the estate's entrance. Shark Star and the Sea King army, despite waiting anxiously, didn't dare voice any complaints, keeping Neptune's admonition in mind. However, the impulsive second prince, Royal Star, and the rebellious third prince, Flip Star, had long since grown impatient, only holding back their words due to Shark Star's intimidating gaze. Upon seeing Qin Yun and Xiali, Shark Star shot a glare at Royal Star and Flip Star before leading the way down from the Phoenix Tail carriage, respectfully bowing to Qin Yun. Lord Qin Yun, Lady Xiali, Qin Yun nodded. Their attitude was very humble and kind. As the saying goes, you shouldn't hit someone who is smiling at you. He stated directly, let's go, take us to Dragon Palace City. Shark Star saw that Shaylee also wanted to go, and didn't dare to say anything to stop them, so he turned and led them to the Phoenix-tailed carriage. On the way, the intimidating aura of Qin Yun and Shaylee made the 3 princes too afraid to approach, and they arrived at Dragon Palace City in silence. After receiving the message from Shark Star, Neptune immediately ordered the royal chefs to prepare the specialty delicacies of Fishman Island. He then fell into deep confusion. How could Qin Yun and Shaylee be involved together? They were even coming to Dragon Palace City together. This question remained unresolved until the 3 princes brought Qin Yun and Shaylee to the royal palace. To show his extreme importance to Qin Yun, Neptune not only arranged a grand reception ceremony, but also personally came to the palace gate to await Qin Yun's arrival. When Qin Yun's figure appeared in sight, Neptune wore an enthusiastic smile and quickly walked forward, saying in the most sincere tone, Mr. Qin Yun, I am Neptune. It is truly an honor for you to grace our Dragon Palace City with your presence, bringing glory to us all. This was not Neptune making a fuss over nothing. It was the humility and helplessness of a small nation, a customary behavior of those without power, when facing someone who could easily destroy his country. Achieving this level of courtesy shows Neptune's accurate awareness of his own status. Some say he has the Whitebeard pirates backing him, so what is there to fear? But that is actually one of his fears, if someone has a grudge against Whitebeard or wants to pull him down from the position of one of the 4 emperors. Then Fishman Island, as a necessary route to the New World, would undoubtedly be a soft target to attack at will. Qin Yun nodded slightly and said in a calm voice, King Neptune, I've heard a lot about you. You must be aware of my title as well. I am quite busy, so let's skip the unnecessary pleasantries. Please, lead the way. Mr. Qin Yun was indeed a straightforward person, and I didn't want to be overly formal either, so I replied, please. Neptune secretly gave a glance to the 3 princes and waved for the Sea King army to lead the way. Since it was everyone's first meeting, Neptune, as the host, should have initiated the conversation. However, he was blocked by Qin Yun's insistence on skipping the small talk. So he had no choice but to walk in silence to the palace hall. Under the arrangement of the left minister, everyone sat down in an orderly manner. Shaylee was seated next to Qin Yun. He glanced around and noticed that everyone's seats were at the same height, which indicated that Neptune recognized his title of Divine Emperor. Neptune did not arrogantly place himself in a high position without understanding his identity. Once everyone was ready, the left minister clapped his hands and quietly instructed the Sea King army to serve the dishes. In no time, the large table was filled with a variety of exquisite dishes. Although there were many, Qin Yun did not mind. His digestion ability, supported wholeheartedly by numerous divine consorts, had greatly improved. Even eating 10 meals in one day was no problem for him. Seeing that everything was ready, Neptune smiled and said, "Mr. Qin Yun, please enjoy your meal. Please." Qin Yun responded and began to eat. Shaylee was not hungry and had no interest in the food, so she gently fed him throughout the meal. This affectionate scene left many mermaids wide-eyed in disbelief. They never expected the usually aloof Lady Shaylee to lower herself to feed a human. Taking advantage of the moment when Shaylee was feeding him, Neptune quietly asked, "Mr. Qin Yun, Lady Shaylee, have you two already become husband and wife?" He asked this purely out of curiosity, without any sense of strangeness. Considering his 12-meter height, his wife, Princess E.G., was only over 2 meters tall, making their match less fitting than Qin Yun and Shaylee. "Yes, Shaylee has indeed become my divine consort now. Congratulations to both of you on your union." Neptune quickly offered his blessings. Qin Yun nodded and continued to eat meat heartily. It's worth mentioning that the food on Fishman Island is quite good. However, in such a large palace, hosting distant noble guests, they only had a table full of food as entertainment. There was no display of culture or the beauty of talent, such as a performance troupe singing and dancing. But then again, it makes sense. Neptune is simple and unadorned, having only Queen Otoheim as his wife. After her death, he did not remarry, and it seemed unnecessary to maintain a performance troupe for entertainment. After a few rounds of drinks, Neptune finally revealed his true purpose. "Mr. Qin Yun, did you come to Fishman Island by riding a Sea King?" "That's right." Upon hearing this, Qin Yun immediately understood why Neptune was looking for him. Matters related to the Sea Kings were too sensitive for them. It turned out to be true. After my Sea King army reported to me, I thought they were trying to deceive me. I wonder if Mr. Qin Yun could share how you control the Sea Kings? Neptune's face was filled with anxiety, fearing that Qin Yun might flip the table if he was displeased. Qin Yun raised an eyebrow and pretended to be displeased, saying, "What? You also want to learn how to control the Sea Kings? You don't think that just because you treated me to a meal, you can get my ultimate techniques, do you? You." Slap. The overturned star was provoked by him and couldn't help but say a couple of words, but was quickly stopped by Shark Star, who was quick on the uptake. "I'm sorry, little brother, but I had too much of the Sea King's army today. Let's send the overturned star back." Shark Star said with a face full of apologies, while the overturned star was taken away by the Sea King's army, looking very aggrieved. Qin Yun couldn't be bothered to glance at them and directly turned to Neptune. Neptune smiled apologetically. "Mr. Qin Yun, the little prince has been spoiled by me. Ignorant of the world, I hope for your understanding." Seeing that Qin Yun remained expressionless, he continued, "It is your right not to speak, and we have no intention of forcing you. I wonder if you have heard of the Sea King, Poseidon? To put it nicely, if he had the strength in hand, he would not let go of anyone who could control the Sea Kings, because this ability is the foundation of Fishman Island. I have only heard a little about Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons. To be honest, according to legend, Poseidon will appear in Fishman Island. She is the queen of the Sea Kings and can communicate amicably with them. Your Excellency's ability to command the Sea Kings is similar to Poseidon's, which compels me to inquire. This Neptune is not being honest, hiding the truth. Is he trying to protect Shirahoshi?" Qin Yun nodded, indicating that they could proceed to the next step. "I can command the Sea Kings, and it is due to my strength. One attacked me on my way to Fishman Island, but after I defeated it, it surrendered and willingly agreed to guide me." "What?" Neptune was shocked. Qin Yun's strength was indeed unfathomable, as he had managed to defeat a Sea King that was as long as 2,000 meters. "This means that after you defeated the Sea King, it voluntarily offered to guide you. Does that mean you can understand the language of the Sea Kings?" "Exactly." Neptune suddenly recalled his old friend Roger, who had once demonstrated the ability to communicate with the Sea Kings in front of him. But that was merely communication. He had never shown the ability to control their actions. "Qin Yun can actually command the Sea Kings?" Since you have no more questions then. With a thought, Qin Yun's terrifying conqueror's haki suddenly erupted, precisely impacting all unrelated individuals. After a breath, only he, Sherry, and Neptune remained conscious in the area. Mr. Qin Yun, what is this? Neptune was startled, his body tense and ready to flee to prevent Qin Yun from suddenly attacking him. No need to worry, Neptune, they just fainted. What follows, given their status, is not something they deserve to hear. Qin Yun explained, gesturing Sherry. Sherry understood and spoke confidently. Your Majesty, Neptune. Do you remember the prophecy I told you a few months ago? Neptune paused for a moment, quickly recalling. He glanced at Qin Yun and then said, of course I remember. Since the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, the largest war, the Marineford War, will see Whitebeard face death. That's right. Although I can't specify the exact time of the Marineford War, that day is not far away. Perhaps it will be in these few months. Sherry's expression was serious. She hadn't dared to prophesy since that time until today when Qin Yun forced her to break her vow. Today I have a new prophecy. Fishman Island will, under Qin Yun's rule, fulfill the dreams of the people of Mermaid Island that have lasted for over 1,000 years. We will stand in the sky. There, we will enjoy endless sunshine and air. What? Neptune was shocked. Given Sherry's personality, she would never lie. This was her integrity as a prophet. He unconditionally believed Sherry's prophecy because its accuracy was 100. As long as there was a prophecy, it would inevitably happen. Faced with Luffy, who saved Shirahoshi's pet, Neptune's reckless attempt to arrest Luffy and the others showed his blind trust in Sherry. So, Mr. Qin Yun will be the ruler of Fishman Island? Our great benefactor? Yes. Then where am I? Sorry, I was too flustered and didn't notice you in the future vision. However, all the mermaids and fishmen had happy smiles on their faces, and Princess Shirahoshi would also become Qin Yun's divine consort. I believe your Majesty has returned to the people. Silently working for Fishman Island. What about Fishman Island? Are we leaving here? No. Fishman Island will be taken by Qin Yun, floating from 10,000 meters beneath the sea to 10,000 meters above the sky. Sherry, it's not that I don't believe you. But Fishman Island flying to the sky is too far-fetched. As far as I know, only the Golden Lion Shiki, who is on par with Roger and Whitebeard, could achieve such a feat with the power of the float fruit, but I have already killed the Golden Lion, and his fruit abilities have been stripped from me. Qin Yun interrupted directly, seeing his focus drifting. These are not your concerns. My purpose in coming to Fishman Island is just as Sherry described in the future. I want to take Fishman Island away, to place it under my rule, to allow the fishmen and mermaids to leave the seabed and go live on the surface, enjoying endless sunshine and air. Isn't this your dream? I can realize all of this, but you need to pay a price. What price? Neptune's expression turned serious, knowing that any decision made now would affect the future direction of Fishman Island. The price is that the royal family of Ryugu Kingdom voluntarily relinquish their rights, give up their rule over Fishman Island, and transfer all governing power here to me. Neptune was stunned. The royal family of Ryugu Kingdom was just his family. He opened his mouth and almost inaudibly uttered a word. This. Anyone being asked to give up long-held power, no matter how much they think of the greater good, would find it hard to let go, right? Neptune carefully considered his words, trying to retain his power. Why must you take away our governing power if your excellency wants Ryugu Kingdom to become a vassal state of the sky? We would not resist. If you really do this, Fishman Island will fall into chaos. Alarmist. To speak frankly, I do not care who manages Fishman Island, as long as it can develop according to my arrangements. However, your governance ability is too poor, forcing me to take away your power. Neptune considered himself a competent king, and being told to his face that his governance ability was poor was a first. He immediately flushed and retorted, my governance ability is poor? Where is it lacking? Don't make random comments. I can't be bothered to go into the details, but let us talk about the biggest hidden danger, Fishman Street. It used to be a large place for orphans, but what is it now? Do I need to remind you? Sherry had lived there, making her the most qualified to speak. He might as well listen to her thoughts. Neptune's expression froze. The state of Fishman Street had indeed become his fault. Sherry sighed deeply and said expressionlessly, after more than a decade of neglect and development, Fishman Street has now turned into a gathering place for criminal organizations. Not just that, Qin Yun took the lead in the conversation, saying that the strong forces on Fishman Island are all in Fishman Street. And there are more than 100,000 small minions, enough to overturn your rule. With so many capable individuals on Fishman Island standing against you rulers, you actually managed to create such a situation. Do you think your governing ability is strong? Sigh. I only spared you because of Captain Jinbei. Neptune was rendered speechless and could only awkwardly come up with an excuse. Huh, a dignified country's rule, and you tell me you let it develop because of personal feelings? This is the reason I want to strip you of your power. Sigh. Neptune could no longer find any words to refute. All right, if you really care about the future of Fishman Island, then obediently accept my arrangements. Afterwards, I will have some mermaids or fishmen learn how to manage a country, and you can recommend yourself or your descendants. Only the outstanding ones will serve me. Finally, I will teach Shirahoshi how to govern the Ryugu Kingdom. She will become my divine consort and the queen of Fishman Island, ruling over it for me. Shirahoshi, upon hearing the name of his beloved daughter, Neptune couldn't sit still. She is just. Before he could finish, he recalled Shirahoshi's prophecy and realized that no matter what he said or did, he could not change the outcome of the future. He immediately became dejected and sat in the chair, at a loss for what to do. Seeing him like this, Qin Yun did not urge him. After a long silence, Neptune thought of his beloved wife, Princess Odoheim. After her tragic death, he began to think wholeheartedly about the future of Fishman Island. He vowed to fulfill his wife's ideal of peaceful coexistence with humans, striving for a future where both the fishman and mermaid races could live on land. Moreover, the situation had developed to a point beyond his control. If he refused, it likely wouldn't change the predetermined outcome. Neptune's eyes gradually regained a resolute glint. If the future of Fishman Island required him to make sacrifices, he was willing to give everything, hoping only that his precious daughter, Shirahoshi, could live a good life. If you can truly accomplish all of this and achieve the future that Shirahoshi envisioned, I can agree to your request. But you must swear to protect Shirahoshi well, to love her, and not let her cry easily again. Qin Yun was taken aback. Neptune was indeed a daughter slave. At this point, he was actually seeking welfare for Shirahoshi. Looking at it this way, he might not be a qualified king, but he was a qualified father. You can rest assured, even though I have never met Shirahoshi since coming to Fishman Island, I've already heard all about her virtue and cuteness from Shirley. After she becomes my divine consort, I will naturally give her endless love and care. You don't need to worry about the future of Fishman Island. While humans on the surface may discriminate against merfolk and fishmen, those in the sky will not. The citizens of the divine nation under my rule will fiercely eliminate any invaders, but will remain observant and curious towards those who coexist peacefully. That's good to hear. Neptune sighed in relief. Things should go smoothly, right? He hesitated for a moment and decided to tell Qin Yun about Shirahoshi's identity. As Shirahoshi's future husband, he had the right to know everything. Mr. Qin Yun, actually, the Sea King Poseidon appears only once every 800 years, and Shirahoshi happens to meet this requirement. She has used her ability, but has not yet truly awakened and mastered it. I already knew that. Neptune, it is recorded in the history texts of the divine nation. I didn't expect you to start telling the truth only now. It seems you have accepted reality. Neptune forced a laugh. Was there anything wrong with his actions? Since things had already been agreed upon, the next step was to implement it. This afternoon, he would issue orders for all merfolk and fishmen to gather at Jalanko Square tomorrow to learn about the future of Fishman Island. I'm going to Fishman Street now to stretch my legs and eliminate all unstable factors. By the way, the secret treasure of the Dragon Palace Kingdom, the Jade Box, needs to be discreetly dealt with. The Jade Box was swapped out by Hody Jones a few years ago, and now it only contains a powerful bomb. What? Neptune's eyes widened, but Qin Yun couldn't be lying to him, so he could only mutter in disbelief. I sensed something was off with Hody Jones long ago, but I didn't expect him to be so bold. Qin Yun thought for a moment, felt that there was nothing missing, then got up to prepare to leave. When they wake up, you can explain it yourself. Xiaoli and I will leave first. Neptune suddenly thought of something and quickly spoke up. Wait, Mr. Qin Yun. My daughter Bai Xing is being harassed by the attacks of Vanderdecken. He is a user of the superhuman-type target fruit. I wonder if you could also kill him. Vanderdecken? Qin Yun certainly knew that in such a vast Dragon Palace kingdom, they couldn't even find a weak fighter like Vanderdecken who couldn't be killed. He really didn't understand what Neptune and his sons, as well as Jean Bei and his son pirates, were doing. With the situation being what it was, he couldn't be bothered to criticize Neptune any further and calmly said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of him when I come back to play with Shirahoshi." Hearing this, a heavy weight lifted from Neptune's heart. This matter had troubled him for a long time, and it could finally be resolved today. Seeing Qin Yun's impatience and desire to leave, he hurriedly stopped him, saying, "Wait." Neptune swam to the throne beside the great hall, seemingly retrieving something from behind the throne, and then swam back to Qin Yun, murmuring with a complicated expression, "This is a gift from Shirahoshi's mother, Odoheim, meant to be given to her when she gets married. So I take it. With this, Shirahoshi will surely be able to accept your sudden identity. Qin Yun's expression changed. It was clear that Princess Eji's affection for Bai Xing was indeed extraordinary, but unfortunately, she had been assassinated by Hody Jones early on. He raised his hand to take the item from Neptune, only to find that it was a jade box. Upon opening it, he discovered a pair of shell earrings in and pink. The appearance of these earrings seemed to resonate with the light yellow shell earrings that Bai Xing usually wore. Don't worry, I will personally put these earrings on Bai Xing. You may not be able to protect her past, but her future will have more family to guard her. After saying this, he gave Shaylee a look and left the Great Hall with her. Only Neptune remained behind, feeling melancholic and silent for a long time. After a while, Qin Yun held Shaylee while flying and asked, "You shouldn't know anyone in Fishman Street, right?" Shaylee shook her head decisively. "Of course not. I only lived there for a while when I was young, and the environment in Fishman Street was quite nice back then." "That's good. Then I can just start killing directly." Qin Yun's speed was very fast. Before long, he had sent Shaylee back to his private estate. With an extensive range of observation hockey and the ability to locate fishmen, he could now easily pinpoint the fishmen in Fishman Street. After several flashes of lightning, he stood in midair above Fishman Street. He could only vaguely remember a few of the new Fishman pirate cruise officers: Hody Jones, the cloaked blue-purple striped Fishman Jiao, and the drunken octopus leopard Zong who had fought with Zoro. There seemed to be a short guy as well. Qin Yun's observation hockey swept across Fishman Street recklessly, where the place was dilapidated and few enclosed spaces hindered his perception. Found it. Drinking by the roadside? What luck. Octopus leopard song. Judgment of God. Fishman Island has blue skies and white clouds, but there are very few clouds. Qin Yun's judgment of God blossomed directly in the clear sky without any clouds to cover it, then crashed down with a roar. There wasn't a single fishman around Leopard Song, who was in a drunken state, because when he was drunk, he couldn't distinguish between friend and foe and would kill indiscriminately. Leopard Song's alertness did not come from his heart. He was struck by the blazing and dazzling blue lightning pillar, leaving a huge pit on Fishman Street. Qin Yun's observation hockey saw this scene and thought to himself, the land of Fishman Island feels even more precious than Sky Island. He had already weakened the power of the judgment of God, yet it still melted away quite a bit of land. It was a pity to see such a magnificent Fishman Island being destroyed like this. In the next moment, due to the speed of the thunder, Leopard Zong was killed instantly, and the loud rumble echoed throughout Fishman Street. Is that thunder? This was Fishman Island, thousands of meters underwater. How could there be thunder? Many fishmen who had been to the surface and witnessed the thunder recognized Qin Yun's attack and couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The tremendous noise attracted more fishmen, allowing Qin Yun to observe better. However, they were too weak, so Qin Yun had to approach a fishman who felt slightly stronger. "Fishman, tell me, where's Hody Jones? I can spare your life." Qin Yun's conqueror's hockey shocked the mind, causing the strangely looking fishman to tremble in fear. He stammered, "I don't know, no wait. Hody Jones is in the most luxurious house north of Fishman Street. It's easy to recognize." Qin Yun nodded. With his mind-reading ability, no one could fool him. He immediately transformed into a flash of lightning and darted toward the north. Sure enough, there was a uniquely large house here, but couldn't be described as luxurious. Many fishmen were idly walking back and forth around. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. The Thunderbird screeched, its sound echoing through the skies. The large wings of the Thunderbird spread wide, and its fierce momentum terrified the patrolling fishmen around, rendering them speechless. Boom! The Thunderbird crashed into the upper pavilion, collapsing the outer defenses and automatically targeted a small, unfortunate soul. In an instant, as it passed through him, it exploded with a loud bang. As the dust settled, coughing sounds, weak gasps, and grinding teeth in resentment could be heard. What is going on? Who dares to attack here? Boss Hody, are you dead? You shouldn't be dead. The smell of burnt fishmen gradually spread. Qin Yun expressionlessly raised his foot, which had just electrocuted Hody Jones to the heavens. Hody Jones? Huh. A weakling like him who can't even use hockey and only relies on drugs to boost his combat power. How infuriating that Luffy didn't he just take him out directly, acting all high and mighty over there. Qin Yun would never make such a low-level mistake, mainly because there are no spectators, no stage setup, and he's too lazy to show off. Hody Jones didn't even have time to take the drug ES before he was shocked and became dizzy, directly ascending to meet his idol, Aaron. Who are you? What have you done to Boss Hody? A shark fishman questioned in terror while backing away, seemingly of the same race as Hody Jones. However, The species of fish born to fishmen or mermaids depends on the genetic lineage of their ancestors from several generations ago, and is not necessarily related to the species of the parents. It's quite a coincidence that he and Hody Jones belong to the same race. No wonder he follows Hody Jones closely. 20 million volts. Electric eye. Qin Yun's gaze was firmly locked on the talking shark fishman. The screams only lasted a few moments before he used his highly penetrating electric eye to burn the shark fishman to ashes. Dose, kill him. The voice came from underground. Qin Yun used his observation-He and found an invisible fishman lying there. He had been trampled by a couple of fishman lackeys for quite a while without saying a word. Now, witnessing Hody Jones's death, he couldn't sit still anymore. It was him, that prideful, ridiculed, and comical fishman Jew. After hearing the command, Dose shouted Dose and charged toward Qin Yun, causing the corner of his mouth to twitch slightly. The fishmen around Hody Jones must be the elites of the new fishman pirates, right? Qin Yun released the constraints on his body, and under the guidance of the observation-He, boundless thunder began to spread, electrocuting all the fishmen on the battlefield. Spare me, human. I was forced into this. So refreshing. The screams and wails of the fishmen echoed continuously as they perished under the merciless lightning strikes. A few electric eel fishmen cheered under the thunder, as if Qin Yun's attacks were charging them up, making them more energetic, even emitting sounds of delight. In front of him, numbers held no meaning. It was a world of the extraordinary. Only true strong ones could survive in top-tier battles. After a few breaths, only a handful of electric eels remained alive on the field. Qin Yun thought for a moment. It seemed there were no electric eel fishmen in the new fishman pirate crew, right? Never mind being a good person to the end. It wouldn't be good to leave a few electric eel fishmen alive. Qin Yun raised his hand and summoned the deadly drug, that Hody Jones carried on his chest. This thing, developed by someone unknown, was likely still a semi-finished product. Its effects were astonishing. After consumption, strength would double. 1 pill doubles it to 2 pills quadruple it, and so on. However, it came at the cost of reducing life and accelerating aging. The final product should permanently enhance the user's strength, potentially even doubling it. If taken back and studied by a research team in the future, it might create a fearless and enhanced army. Qin Yun's mind was set, transforming into a flickering lightning bolt and departing. The earth seemed to be infused with life, resembling a twisting and coiling eastern dragon, with 2 coral-like red eyes that captivated the soul. The dragon's body surged and spiraled, wrapping around the large house where Hody Jones was, ultimately transforming into a breathtakingly sinister dragon head, standing proudly in the arena. As for the fishmen who had miraculously survived the onslaught of lightning, could they truly survive unscathed beneath the weight of a dragon body that could crush 10,000 pounds? The other fishmen of Fishman Street were merely insignificant minions, not to be feared. Perhaps, one day in the future, they could contribute to the development of Qin Yun's divine nation. Fishman Island, Ryugu Kingdom. After Neptune awakened the unconscious crowd, he explained everything to them. Despite their furious protests, attempting to stop Neptune's decision and wanting to send troops to invite Jinbei to counter Qin Yun, Neptune had made up his mind. Once he mentioned that this was Madame Charlie's prophecy, everyone fell silent. When Qin Yun arrived, they had already obeyed Neptune's orders and dispatched the Sea King's army to the main living areas of the merfolk and the fishmen to inform them about tomorrow's events at Gillincott Square. Outside the hard-shell tower, lightning flickered unpredictably, and Qin Yun's figure appeared amidst it. The gate of the hard-shell tower was tightly closed, and the guards on both sides quickly approached upon seeing Qin Yun. They had already received instructions from Neptune and the Chancellor that if Qin Yun arrived, they should not be negligent or obstruct him. Lord Qin Yun, do you wish to visit Princess Bailing? Yes. Open the door. Yes. The Sea King's army on both sides positioned their long spears to the side and struggled to push the enormous doors of the hardshell tower. When they finally opened a small crack for Qin Yun to pass through, they exerted themselves and turned to bow, saying, Lord Qin Yun, please enter. Princess Bailing may be resting. If there are any shortcomings in her behavior, we hope you will be more forgiving, considering her youth. These words were instructed by Neptune, as he knew little about Qin Yun and only had a preliminary impression of his character. Being a doting father, he was afraid that Bailing might inadvertently offend him and suffer unfair treatment. Well, thank you for your hard work. Please inform Neptune that I will take Bailing with me, Qin Yun said, stepping into the hardshell tower in just a few strides. It's so dark. Poor White Star, who has been living a suffocating life in the hardshell tower for nearly 10 years because of the pirate Vanderdeck, who covets her powers as the Sea King, and the inaction of Neptune and Jinbei. Without freedom, How can White Star grow? How can she awaken the powers of the Sea King? Just think, is Vanderdecken really that hard to catch? Don't tell me Jinbei can't use observation hockey, dealing with a fishman who has eaten a devil fruit and can't swim. He could easily spend a day searching in the direction of the weapons thrown by Vanderdecken and resolve White Star's big trouble, right? After all these years, he hasn't seemed busy at all, yet he doesn't help White Star escape from her suffering. Qin Yun directly elementalized, and the brilliance of the lightning was particularly dazzling, illuminating Bai Xing's room. With a casual wave of his hand, the door of the hardshell tower closed with a thud. At that moment, Bai Xing was quietly lying on her lovely big bed, eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Qin Yun's observation hockey swept across, and Bai Xing's breath became short and soft. He smiled knowingly, turned on the lights in the room, and appeared above her head. Admiring Bai Xing's sweet sleeping face, an inexplicable impulse surged from his heart and body. To have such a beautiful mermaid was truly worth the journey. Bai Xing should be the biggest, right? Of course, Qin Yun was referring to her figure. When Princess Bai Xing heard Qin Yun's call, she opened her eyes in confusion. First, she groggily rubbed her eyes, then looked towards the door, softly murmuring, "Who is it? Is it the soldier? Here. Princess Bai Xing turned her gaze towards the sound, her big watery eyes widening, and whispered, "Are you a human? I haven't seen a human in such a long time. I hope I'm not mistaken." "No, you're not." Qin Yun's tone softened, a rare occurrence. Was Bai Xing's humble attitude cute or pitiful? "I'm still somewhat human. My name is God Qin Yun, the deity and emperor of the heavenly kingdom. Of course, to you, I have an even more important identity, which is your future husband." "God? Husband?" Bai Xing's flustered expression was evident. Her small hands waving helplessly in front of her, her blushing cheeks incredibly cute. "Lord Qin Yun, you're not lying to me, are you?" "Princess Bai Xing, look at this, what is it?" Qin Yun chuckled lightly, as if performing a magic trick, reaching into the void. Bai Xing's gaze followed Qin Yun's hand, and when she saw his hand disappear, she was taken aback, instinctively covering her mouth, afraid to make a sound. In the next moment, Qin Yun pulled out a jade box from the void, which was the token of identity given to him by Neptune. As soon as Bai Xing saw the distinct pattern of the dragon palace on it, she immediately thought of her mother and murmured in disbelief. "This is a gift from your mother, Lady E.G., for you when you marry, and it is also a token from me as her husband." As the words fell, Bai Xing's tears flowed like a river bursting its dam, uncontrollably streaming down. She reached out her hands and gently embraced Qin Yun, her cries echoing without end. Qin Yun was caught off guard by the sudden attack, unable to react in time, interrupting Bai Xing's joy and excitement upon seeing Princess Yuki's gift. Huge teardrops fell on Qin Yun like sweet raindrops, soaking him and his clothes. Bai Xing, timid and always prone to tears, gentle and kind, accustomed to addressing everyone as sir, her beauty could rival that of Boa Hancock. The mermaid princess's tears were indeed sweet, seemingly not transformed into pearls, but it's uncertain whether drinking them could grant immortality. Qin Yun felt exceptionally wonderful in the hands of Bai Xing. The world he was in became incredibly warm. Although Bai Xing's hands were large, they were surprisingly soft. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Xing finally calmed down a bit. She suddenly remembered that Qin Yun was a fragile human and quickly took him out of her giant hand. Looking at Qin Yun's relaxed and dreamy expression, she asked worriedly, "Lord Qin Yun, are you all right?" "I'm sorry, I got too excited." Qin Yun's consciousness returned, and he softly comforted Bai Xing, "Don't worry. Even if you keep me in your palm for a lifetime, I won't be harmed at all. You can continue next time." "I see, Lord Qin Yun. It's good that you're fine." Bai Xing immediately relaxed her worried heart, revealing a charming smile that stirred Qin Yun's emotions. "Bai Xing, can I help you put on?" Upon hearing this, Bai Xing hesitated for a moment, carefully examined Qin Yun, and found that his appearance perfectly matched her ideal husband, the type she liked. Moreover, the fact that Qin Yun was able to obtain this pair of earrings indicated that he had received his father's approval and blessing. So, "Yes, Lord Qin Yun. My husband." Qin Yun inhaled sharply. The title "my husband" truly struck a chord in his heart. He composed himself, flew to Bai Xing's ear, letting the jade box hover in the air. He first took out the two light yellow earrings from Bai Xing, then picked up one of the earrings from the jade box and gently reminded her, "Bai Xing, I'm going to put the earrings on you now." My husband. I'm not afraid." Although her face turned crimson, Bai Xing still managed to say "my husband," and she sounded much more at ease than before. Qin Yun quickly put on two new earrings for Bai Xing without any hesitation. "All right, let's see how they look." Qin Yun casually reached into the storage room and took out a large mirror, floating it in front of Bai Xing. However, Bai Xing didn't rush to look at herself. Instead, She held Qin Yun in her hands, her gaze filled with admiration like little stars. How amazing! Is my husband really a deity? It seems like he can create anything. Haha, of course, I'm a deity. Qin Yun smiled, reaching out to pat her head. Bai Xing squinted her eyes in enjoyment as Qin Yun patted her head, and after feeling the little hand leave her head, she finally looked at the mirror and whispered softly, "The earrings are so beautiful. Thank you, my lord husband." Qin Yun nodded. Next, it was time to let Bai Xing cry again. Bai Xing, today's surprises are not just these. The murderer of your mother, Princess E.G. Hody Jones, has already been personally dealt with by me. You no longer need to bear the truth that you have hidden for over a decade. Oh, my lord, how do you know all this? Bai Xing was stunned. This news was even more surprising to her than the earrings her mother left her. She had been suffering from the pain of concealing the identity of the murderer, clearly knowing who it was, yet being bound by Princess E.G.'s words not to hate the killer, which restrained her heart from seeking revenge. You know, I am a deity, aren't I? Bai Xing seemed to be convinced by this reason, and she hugged him tightly and began to cry. Qin Yun did not resist and allowed her to vent her emotions. Cry, cry. Let Bai Xing cry to her heart's content today. These joyful tears will eventually need to be released. However, after today, Qin Yun only allows Bai Xing to cry, probably 2 more times. As for why it's 2 times, who knows? After a while, Bai Xing seemed to think of something, stopped her tears, held Qin Yun in her palms, and eagerly asked, "Dear husband, will you always protect me from now on?" "That's right, from today on. No one can harm you." Qin Yun's tone was firm, making Bai Xing's tear-filled big eyes curve in a crescent with joy. "Dear husband, please forgive my willfulness. I want to leave the Hardshell Tower and go to the sea forest of Fishman Island to pay tribute to my mother. Can you take me there?" Bai Xing blinked her cute big eyes, and her expectant expression seemed to say that if Qin Yun refused, she would inevitably burst into tears. "Of course. I came to find you to take you away." "Really? You're so good." Bai Xing beamed as she rubbed her cheek against him, then set Qin Yun down and happily rummaged through the large box of clothes beside her. Soon, Bai Xing picked out an outfit and cheerfully exclaimed, "Dear husband, how about this outfit?" Qin Yun gazed at Bai Xing, taking in her beauty. She had a graceful face, bright blue eyes, a voluptuous figure, and flowing pink curly hair, adorned with a taiyaki-shaped hair accessory, while her lower body was draped in a pink mermaid skirt that varied in shades. This appearance and figure were truly unparalleled. No, I was looking in the wrong place. I should be looking at her outfit. The eye-catching upper body was sealed in a delicate and cute light blue top, while the lower half was complemented by a white pleated long skirt that covered the mermaid tail. At first glance, it exuded an elegant, scholarly aura of a refined young lady. Perfect. Beautiful. No matter what you wear, you are the world's #1 beauty. Qin Yun's honest words made Bai Xing blush, and she awkwardly shifted her body. "As long as my husband likes it, that's enough." Qin Yun saw that she was ready and reminded her once more, "Bai Xing, if there's anything you want to take with you, bring it out. I'll keep them safe for you, and you can ask me for them anytime. After leaving here, you can live in a place full of joy for you. Is that so?" Bai Xing looked around the room, thinking hard for a while, and handed over everything she couldn't bear to part with to Qin Yun. In a flurry of activity, after some hurried packing, the 2 figures, one small and one large, looked at the empty room and laughed in unison. However, Bai Xing's laughter was shy and soft, while Qin Yun's was filled with warmth and affection. Touched by her adorable actions, Bai Xing was just too gentle and kind. She couldn't bear to throw away anything in the room and ended up letting Qin Yun take it all. With everything in order, Qin Yun took out a pink square flying carpet that was 30 meters long and wide from a storage ring, adorned with engravings of angel wings and his thunder, the emblem of the kingdom of gods. "Come on, Bai Xing. Wow, that's amazing. Is this a flying blanket?" Bai Xing floated on the carpet, curiously fiddling with it. "That's right," Qin Yun said, his gaze sharpening. The floating power activated, and the carpet lifted him and Bai Xing into the air as the door of the Hardshell Tower opened. "Hold on tight. Okay, my lord." The carpet traced a path through the void, bursting out of the Hardshell Tower's door, sweeping over the heads of many mermaids, and passing through the pipeline connecting to Fishman Island, with no Sea King soldiers daring to stop them along the way. The right minister, who had guarded Bai Xing for over a decade, watched their departing figures and silently wiped away his fallen tears. Perhaps it was the right moment for a strong man to shed tears. "Princess, go enjoy your precious freedom." To the northeast of Fishman Street in the sea forest, the area was filled with colorful coral trees, and vibrant tropical fish swam among them. Qin Yun and Bai Xing chatted and laughed all the way. After Bai Xing was brought out by him, she felt a strong sense of dependence on him. Along the way, when she saw beautiful scenery or peculiar shoals of fish. She would exclaim and share her joy with him. She even hugged him closely, interacting intimately. Bai Xing, who had little experience in the world, was like a blank sheet of paper when it came to understanding the darkness of the world, which made her feelings for those who were kind to her warm up quickly. And indeed, in Bai Xing's eyes, everything Qin Yun said and did was a sign of his affection for her. With smooth sailing, Bai Xing arrived at the sea forest and, based on Neptune's description of her mother's burial place, easily found the location under Qin Yun's observation. Bai Xing suppressed her smile, curled her fishtail in front of Princess He's grave, and cried out about her experiences over the years, ultimately expressing one sentiment: "Mother, I miss you so much." She then introduced Qin Yun to Princess He and showed her the significant pair of earrings. A gentle breeze blew, stirring Bai Xing's beautiful pink hair, as if Princess He was responding to Bai Xing's longing and expressing blessings for Qin Yun and Bai Xing. After a long silence, Bai Xing reluctantly bid farewell to Princess He, swam to Qin Yun's side, and hugged him, expressing her affection for him with clumsy gestures. "Thank you, my husband, for bringing me to see my mother. This is the thing I wanted to do the most, and I never expected so many surprises today. This is what you deserve, Bai Xing. What shall we do next?" Qin Yun was taken aback, looking at her innocent and lovely smile, and smiled indulgently. If it were Nami or Robin who said this to him, it would be obvious what to do next. However, since the pure-hearted He said it, there were surely no ulterior motives. Next, right, Robin still needed to look at the historical text. Then, let's head to the depths of the sea forest, where there is something that your future sister is very interested in. Okay, He replied without hesitation. For her now, as long as she could be with Qin Yun, enjoying the gentle sunlight and fresh air from the outside world, that was enough. Afterward, Qin Yun controlled the flying carpet, taking He towards the sea forest. Before long, they arrived in front of a huge square stone block. Qin Yun recorded the contents with a video camera, then sat on Bai Xing's hand and continued chatting with her. The newly established couple seemed to have endless topics to discuss. After a moment, a sudden flash of red light appeared in Qin Yun's eyes as he saw a huge axe rapidly flying from a distance, charging towards Bai Xing with unstoppable force. However, it was shattered by a bolt of lightning he casually struck out. "Fondeur." Daiken? Bai Xing was startled by this scene, feeling a lingering fear as she hugged Qin Yun, feeling very wronged. The red light retracted, and Qin Yun's observation hockey locked onto the flying axe, directly striking it down with a bolt of lightning from afar, preventing Bai Xing from seeing it and getting scared again. "Husband, what's wrong?" Bai Xing looked at the blue lightning he suddenly unleashed, her big teary eyes filled with curiosity. "It's nothing, Bai Xing. I just suddenly remembered something." "Cool, me. I'll take you to deal with the culprit that is keeping you from going out the door." "Culprit?" Bai Xing temporarily suppressed her doubts and hugged Qin Yun as they floated onto the flying carpet. The carpet spiraled skyward, flying towards the outside of Fishman Island. Passing through the double bubble membrane on the outer layer of Fishman Island, the carpet headed straight for Noah's Arkansas. The surrounding seawater automatically parted due to the floating power, forming a clear path directly to the promise. "Wow, husband, even the seawater is avoiding us." Qin Yun smiled without speaking and silently accelerated, causing her to exclaim repeatedly. After a while, an ugly and fierce big head appeared within the attack range that Qin Yun easily dispatched. It's hard to imagine that such a large giant head is actually a fishman. Mianjin, seeing that he was a member of the flying pirate crew, was quite loyal to Vanderdecken, but unfortunately, he was betrayed by him. Qin Yun released his grip on Bai Xing's thumb, floating in the air, with destruction thunder accumulating in his hand, enough to pierce through everything. After a few breaths, the color of the thunder changed from blue to purple and then to black, before he suddenly pushed it forward. "Open the door." Thunder Law pierced through the thunder of the dead night. The pitch-black thunder emitted an unmatched, supreme black light and was swallowed by a door in the void. In the next moment, a black hole appeared in the back of the giant's head, and before the seawater could flood in, it was shattered by the overwhelming black thunder. Mianjin had no idea what was happening and was struck down by the black thunder, shattering the back of his head. A large hole was melted into his massive head, and the scorching high temperature rapidly spread, causing the remaining body tissues to explode under the unbearable extinction temperature of the black thunder. Just like that, the giant Mianjin's enormous body was broken into pieces, devoured by the mindless little fish that rushed to feast on it. Mianjin was already slow, and his strength was weak. Being sneak attacked by Qin Yun in such an unscrupulous manner, his fate was predictable. The smell of burnt flesh hadn't even had the chance to spread before it was blocked by the dark water, not leaking a bit. By the time Qin Yun and Bai Xing flew above, all that remained at the bottom of the sea was a pile of strange remnants, proving Mian Jin's existence. Is this the Ark of the Covenant, Noah? Such a large size, it really is half the size of Fishman Island. Was it built by the giant race, or by Joy Boy? Qin Yun speculated silently. Is this Noah? My lord, what are we doing here? Bai Xing did not question Qin Yun about the lightning he had unleashed. Whether Qin Yun told her or not had his own reasoning. I was thinking, such a large ship is now mine, but it seems useless for me to take it. Noah is too big. He doesn't need to row on the sea. He can fly anywhere at an altitude of 10,000 meters. However, Noah has a passenger capacity of at least 5 million. It would be a pity not to take it. What can it be used for? I heard from my mother that it was prepared to help the residents of Fishman Island migrate to land, with many rooms. My lord might be able to use it for people to live in. Bai Xing's idea was indeed a last resort. If nothing else comes to mind for now, let Noah serve as accommodation for his subordinates. Gathering his thoughts, Qin Yun used his observation haki to lock onto the flying pirate crew within Noah, unleashing his conqueror's haki silently. After a breath, Vanderdecken and his subordinates were unable to withstand the pressure and were knocked unconscious. Qin Yun was too lazy to go in and collect the corpses, so he directly used the power of the door to open it. The raging lightning shot across the scene, and under the paralysis of the current, they were unable to break free from their faintness, forever trapped in silence. Vanderdecken's target fruit was stripped from him, preserved in fruit, and placed in the storage room. White Star even won without meeting her enemy. Speaking of which, the ability of the target fruit cannot be considered strong, but it can still shake Noah and throw it out. Creatures touched by the ability user of the target fruit will be marked as a target, and touching another creature will refresh the mark, while washing hands or feet will eliminate the mark. Generally, a person has only 2 hands, so they can mark at most 2 targets. The items thrown with the corresponding hand will automatically track the marked target. However, if the item is shot down or obstructed along the way, it will stop tracking. This drawback, combined with the necessity to physically touch the target, significantly reduces the fruit's effectiveness. For Qin Yun, it was useless. He possessed the power of flotation, and by the time he fiddled with touching the target, he could have already locked onto it with observation haki and struck. Lost in thought, Qin Yun brought White Star to the bow of Noah. The power of flotation spread, and under his command, Noah began to fly. White Star, can you feel the power within your body? Qin Yun's question was not without reason. If White Star could awaken the power of the Sea King earlier, it would be of immense help to him. Emmy? White Star closed her eyes, seemingly trying to find something special about herself. She frowned slightly and replied, I don't feel anything, my lord. Am I useless? How could that be? You are very useful. It's just that I currently don't have the qualification to use you. It's okay that you can't feel it now. You will awaken sooner or later. There's no need to rush. Qin Yun's comfort had a significant effect. Bai Xing's frown relaxed. She paid no attention to the changing scenery around her, leaning her face close to Qin Yun's, quietly waiting for him to think. Since they couldn't summon the Sea King type, they would try to command instead. Qin Yun's expression was determined as he controlled Noah to circle around Fishman Island, but he did not find any traces of the Sea Kings. It seemed that, like the giant hippopotamus he had fought earlier, there was a presence of the Sea Kings here, and ordinary Sea Kings did not dare to approach at all. He could only wait until he brought Shirahoshi to the calm belt to give it a try. As long as luck wasn't too bad, they could easily find Sea Kings there. Wait a minute, can he use White Thunder to plunder the Sea King Poseidon's power from Shirahoshi? As soon as he thought of it, Qin Yun looked up at Shirahoshi. His fiery gaze made her shy and unable to make eye contact. Shirahoshi, give me your hand. Huh, yes, my lord. After a brief moment of surprise, Shirahoshi obediently extended one hand, but feeling it wasn't enough, she offered her other hand as well. Qin Yun held her hand. White lightning surged, transmitting to Bai Xing. After carefully examining her, he found nothing. Did you discover anything, my lord? Qin Yun shook his head. It seemed that for now, he could only study the Sea King's abilities up to this point. Fishman Island, Ryugu Kingdom. Jinbei had finally returned to Fishman Island. For these past years, he had been secretly going in and out of Whitebeard's ship, wanting to do his part for Whitebeard. It was because Whitebeard had said during a crisis on Fishman Island, Fishman Island is my territory. From then on, very few dared to attack Fishman Island again. At this time, Jinbei had not yet personally given up his position in the 7 warlords of the sea. The main members of the Sun Pirates were still on Fishman Island, which served as their base. Accompanying him back was the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 8th Division, Namor. Due to both being shark fishmen, his appearance was very similar to Jinbei's. Jinbei had been the leader of the army in Ryugu Kingdom for many years, which fishman would not respectfully call him Boss Jinbei upon seeing him. Therefore, upon his return, several soldiers he knew in Ryugu Kingdom informed him that there would be a big move tomorrow. After some inquiry, he received definite news from the left minister that Fishman Island was actually going to submit to the rule of the divine emperor, Qin Yun. He was both shocked and at a loss, as he knew too little about Qin Yun. Thus, he couldn't wait to go to the palace to confirm the news with Neptune, but he did not notice the barely contained rage in Namor's eyes beside him. Neptune, seeing that Namor, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, was present, did not want to say too much. However, he could not avoid telling Jinbei, so he had to downplay the situation and mention what had happened today. So that's how it is. I understand His Majesty's good intentions. After hearing this, Jinbei couldn't say anything against it, but he felt a bit embarrassed. After all, the stability of Fishman Island over the years had benefited greatly from Whitebeard. Although he respected the king's decision, he needed to confirm whether Qin Yun was a trustworthy person. This cannot be. Boss Jinbei. Namor's angry tone made Neptune internally exclaim that it was bad. Fishman Island was still the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Weren't the young man's actions just provoking his father? Jinbei paused, and what Namor said made sense. After thinking for a moment, he firmly stated, let me first get to know Qin Yun. If he truly has the ability to lead Fishman Island and his rule does not involve tyranny, I will apologize to my father. Otherwise, even if you don't say it, I will stop him and expel him from Fishman Island. Namor snorted coldly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. He didn't care what kind of person Qin Yun was, since he dared to provoke the Whitebeard pirates. In his view, he had to teach Qin Yun a lesson. Moreover, he had once attacked Ace's homeland, forcing Ace to search for him in the Grand Line, but found nothing. Jinbei, there's no need for that. I'm not someone who goes back on my word. Neptune helplessly advised. Your Majesty, no need for more words. Do you have that kid's phone number? Contact him and let's reach out. Namor interrupted their conversation. As a weakling, Neptune's attitude was not that important. No, Neptune answered decisively. Seeing the doubtful expressions on both their faces, he added, don't worry. He didn't leave a contact number. He came and went in a hurry. This was indeed the truth, but shortly after Qin Yun left, Neptune received his phone number from Shirahoshi. Seeing this, Jinbei had no intention of pursuing the matter further. He stood up to take his leave, saying, Your Majesty. In that case, we'll go find Qin Yun. If he returns, please let me know. You, too. Neptune sighed. These two, one was resolute, and the other was filled with anger. Neither was someone he could advise effectively, so he could only give a few warnings. No matter what, you'd better not provoke Qin Yun. Otherwise, you might not be able to bear his wrath. I can sense that his heart is tough and cruel, showing immense indifference to life, and he will go to any lengths to obtain what he wants, mercilessly striking down any enemies that stand in his way. If you plan to act against him or speak out of turn, be prepared for death. Oof, what a scare tactic. I've been a pirate for so many years. I'm not easily frightened. After saying this, Namor directly turned and left. Jinbei, seeing this, gave Neptune an apologetic smile and followed Namor's pace out. Namor, noticing Jinbei approaching, couldn't help but say, Boss Jinbei, you can't stand that kid's actions either, right? Ah, yes. Jinbei, fearing that his inner thoughts would anger Namor further, could only casually respond. Namor was already in a rage and did not catch the implication in Jinbei's words. Thinking he had received acknowledgement, he walked even more arrogantly. Neptune remained silent for a long time, and when he sensed that both of them had left through his observation hockey, he immediately pulled out a din mushy from his pocket and dialed Qin Yun's number. This old man had lived for so many years and was quite clever. How could he not understand how to choose sides? Blur, baga. Hello, who is this? Qin Yun was currently sitting on a flying carpet with Shirahoshi, returning to Fishman Island. This is Neptune. Shirahoshi, it's father. Huh? How did you get my phone number? Upon hearing Shirahoshi's voice, Neptune couldn't help but smile slightly. He continued, Captain Jinbei has returned after getting it from Lady Shirahoshi, and he's accompanied by Namor, the captain of the 8th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. They have learned about the big event happening tomorrow. I tried to persuade them for a long time, but couldn't stop them. They're already on their way to find you. Namor, that big-headed fishman? Let them find you. Neptune, you made the right choice. Qin Yun's smile faded as he handed the din mushy to Shirahoshi, saying, Come, Shirahoshi, say a few words to your father. As soon as he said this, he felt a strange feeling in his heart, as if he had kidnapped Neptune's daughter. Father. Neptune could no longer suppress the smile on his face. Perhaps this was the essence of being a daughter slave. After chatting for a while, Shirahoshi happily handed the Den Mushi back to Qin Yun. Their conversation mainly revolved around Neptune's concern and instructions for Shirahoshi, reminding her to listen to Qin Yun. Meanwhile, they had also returned to Fishman Island. In Qin Yun's observation, Haki detected Jinbei's figure just leaving Ryugu Kingdom not long ago. It was getting late, and it was time to take Shirahoshi back to sleep. After flying for a while towards Shirahoshi's private estate, Qin Yun noticed that Jinbei and Namor were sprinting towards him at full speed. He was not surprised, as the distance between them was not far, and Shirahoshi's large figure was so eye-catching that anyone not foolish could easily spot them with observation Haki. "My husband, what happened?" Shirahoshi instinctively asked as the flying carpet slowed down. "There are two small troubles to resolve. If we don't solve them today, they might create big problems tomorrow." After Qin Yun's response, he began to contemplate the strength of Jinbei and Namor. As the captain of the 8th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Namor must possess both types of Haki, as he killed an elite Marine in an instant during the Marineford War, making it hard to gauge his exact power. However, based on his performance, he hasn't shown any particularly impressive combat abilities. Jinbei's strength is more elusive, with many fans having differing opinions and a wide range of views on his abilities. However, it is clear that his power does not reach the level of the 4 emperors. Otherwise, why would he rely on others to protect Fishman Island? He fought Ace to a standstill for 5 days and nights, was defeated in one strike by Mihawk, sent crashing to the seabed, and was injured by a Kainu in a few moves, yet he managed to send Big Mom flying with his Fishman Karate's ultimate move, Waraken. In the midst of his thoughts, Jinbei and Namor finally caught up, and Qin Yun looked down at the two with indifference. "Electric Kid, I heard you want to take over Fishman Island? Don't you know this is the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates?" Namor questioned harshly as he approached. Wow, this shark guy immediately assigned Qin Yun a nasty title. This statement startled Jinbei greatly. Why provoke Qin Yun right away? Isn't that pushing Fishman Island into a pit of fire? He was on a Moby Dick at the time, and didn't he know about Qin Yun attacking Ace's hometown? "Oh, it seems you two are not here with good intentions." Qin Yun replied coldly, and, as he spoke, dazzling lightning swirled around his arm. Judgment of God. A massive lightning column struck Namor, the blinding light causing the 2 shark fishmen, who preferred the deep sea, to squint their eyes. In the blink of an eye, the lightning column hit Namor, the powerful energy exploding and devastating half of his body, burning and mangling his flesh. As an experienced fishman warrior, Namor had an exceptionally strong vitality. Despite such severe injuries, he was still able to emit an extremely faint groan. However, if he did not receive timely medical treatment, he would likely die from excessive blood loss in less than half an hour. Qin Yun versus Namir, a single move to defeat. Poor Namir. His arrogant attitude and momentum hadn't even lasted a few breaths before he lay down straight, unable to say anything but that without the strength to save his life. He shouldn't casually act arrogant and make enemies. The God Emperor, Qin Yun, Sanji finally reacted, exclaiming in surprise and taking a defensive stance, realizing from Qin Yun's casual move that he was definitely not Qin Yun's opponent. "He, this is the title you should be shouting." Sanji was stunned. How did he not see before that Namir was so reckless? He had always seemed very honest, only cruel when dealing with enemies. If he had known it would end up like this, he would never have allowed Namir to come. Sanji was ultimately not one of the Whitebeard Pirates. His stance was always Fishman Island, so he couldn't empathize with Namir. Lord Husband is so domineering. What should I do if he makes a move against Sanji? Shirahoshi thought secretly. As Qin Yun's companion, she naturally couldn't disagree with his actions, especially since she didn't even know Namir. The Warlord of the Sea, Sanji? Qin Yun's condescending attitude made Sanji feel particularly uncomfortable. With such a stance, do you want to taste the flavor of lightning? You should think carefully. Behind you is Fishman Island. If you can't even figure out where to stand, then I think you don't need to stay on Fishman Island. Upon hearing this, Sanji hesitated for a moment, then lowered his defensive stance, understanding Qin Yun's meaning. It was to choose to stand with Whitebeard or to choose to be a straightforward Fishman Island citizen. Seeing Sanji silent in his choice, Qin Yun was not in a hurry, coldly asking, "What are you doing here with this clueless big-headed fishman? Do you have the same purpose as him? Daring to question my decisions?" Sigh. Sanji worriedly glanced at Namir, explaining, "I just heard that you wish to fulfill the long-cherished dream of the merfolk and fishmen, and I want to come and see if you are someone worth entrusting with this." "Oh, so what if you do and what if you don't? With your strength, you cannot stop any of this from happening. The future of Fishman Island will be determined by Neptune. As a former captain of the Fishman army and now a warlord of the sea, you have no right to distort Neptune's will." Sanji was left speechless by his words. As a citizen of the Ryugu Kingdom, with no rebellious intentions, he only needed to obediently follow the orders from above. Namir, don't chat anymore. Sanji, help me out. I still have a chance. Qin Yun snorted coldly and said, if you don't want to follow Fishman Island, then take your sun pirates and roll out of Fishman Island. Fishman Island is Jinbei's home, which he has protected for many years. How could he leave? He opened his mouth to argue, but was afraid of provoking the other party. After all, Qin Yun's methods were too ruthless. Once provoked, he would kill the challenger without a second thought. Forget it, I understand now. Jinbei, worried about the injuries of Namor, decided to go and treat him first. He jumped in front of Namor's mangled body, looking at his bloodied form, unsure of how to proceed. If he made a mistake, it could very likely cause further injury. Qin Yun glanced at him and said nonchalantly, you don't actually want to save him, do you? Ha! Daring to offend the divine face, he's already a dead man. Your methods are so ruthless and fierce. You should know that Muir is the son of Whitebeard. Aren't you afraid of offending Whitebeard? Whitebeard? Just a dying man. What is there to fear? One audacious claim, actually threatening to kill Whitebeard. Jinbei mistakenly thought Qin Yun was going to the New World to kill Whitebeard, and couldn't help but look at him suspiciously. In his view, Whitebeard had been called the strongest man in the world for so many years, a status that someone like Qin Yun, who was just starting out, could not compare to. Jinbei, if you don't leave Fishman Island with the members of the Sun Pirates tomorrow, then obediently work under my rule. If you choose to leave, be prepared for your entire army to be wiped out. The meaning behind Qin Yun's words is self-evident. As long as Jinbei obediently acts as his enforcer, that's enough. If he tries to leave, he won't be able to escape. The moment the Sun Pirates leave Fishman Island, he will be hunted down by him. He won't allow anyone who could become an obstacle to survive. Jinbei, please don't leave Fishman Island. My lord husband is really a good person. Princess Shirahoshi urged Jinbei with tearful eyes, and her evaluation of Qin Yun made the corners of Jinbei's mouth twitch slightly. Princess Shirahoshi, do you really not know how terrifying Qin Yun is? Jinbei thought to himself, but didn't dare to say it out loud. In just a few words, that Muir was already on the brink of death. Without a doctor on Fishman Island, Muir was undoubtedly doomed. Unless the princess of the little people, Manchu Ali, was present, only her healing fruit could turn the situation around. Qin Yun no longer looked at the two of them and urged the flying carpet to leave. Blurp, blurp. At that moment, a rapid ringing of a snail phone suddenly sounded. Following the sound, it turned out to be coming from Muir's arms. Jinbei seemed to have thought of something and quickly took out a snail phone with a white-bearded face from Muir's arms. The blurp blurp sound was even more piercing, and Jinbei instinctively looked at Qin Yun, asking for his opinion. A white beard. Answer it. Qin Yun's expression remained unchanged as he calmly ordered. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Calling an emergency phone in such a hurry. Are you trying to plead for your useless, foolish son? Qin Yun mockingly remained expressionless. In fact, he had a good impression of Whitebeard, but in the real world, sorry, even if his most admired character stood in his way, he would mercilessly slay him. By the way, Whitebeard had a flaw. He actually tainted Kazuki Odin, a heartless, ungrateful, and foolish clown, and didn't even take him as a son, instead treating Odin as a brother. Gurara, what a young voice. Has my son Thatch been attacked? Where did this little brat come from? Whitebeard's commanding voice echoed, captivating Jinbei. It turned out that Thatch's life card had suddenly ignited, catching Marco's attention. Marco held multiple positions. He was the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, the ship's doctor, and also managed the life cards of the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. Do you want to know? You will, but not now. No need to rush. We will meet again soon. As he finished speaking, Qin Yun snapped his fingers, and a phone bug resembling Whitebeard exploded in response. A small tease, merely an appetizer. He glanced at Jinbei, who was about to speak, non-committally, and with a thought, directed the flying carpet towards Charlie's private estate. Thatch, the captain of the 8th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, was dead. Meanwhile, on an island far in the New World, the Whitebeard Pirates were stationed there. Watching the phone bug fall silent, the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates fell into a long silence, no one daring to speak and provoke the enraged Whitebeard. Cough, cough, cough. Whitebeard's violent coughing made everyone anxious, and the nurses quickly stepped forward to alleviate his pain. After a moment of relief, Whitebeard issued an order. Marco, investigate who attacked Thatch. Yes, Dad. Marco's brow remained tightly furrowed. In recent months, the Whitebeard Pirates have been plagued with incidents, stirring a strong sense of unease in him. First, Ace returned to the Whitebeard Pirates after failing to find the Emperor Qin Yun. Then, after battling another pirate crew, Marshal D. Teach actually killed the 4th Division captain, Sachi, for a devil fruit. After fleeing from the Whitebeard pirates, he even called himself Blackbeard, which was undoubtedly a provocation to Whitebeard. It should be noted that the only rule of the Whitebeard pirates was that killing comrades was not allowed. Teach's actions had crossed every line for them. After hearing this, Ace disregarded Whitebeard's objections and began hunting Teach. What he feared most now was who would be the hunter and who would be the prey in Ace's pursuit of Teach. Thatch's death today came without warning. He sensed the burning of his life card the moment it happened, but it was already too late. He wondered if Jean Bay, who was with Thatch, knew the cause of his death. It seemed he needed to ask him. Fishman Island, Coral Hill. Though the night was seductive, the mermaid's passionate whispers were even more alluring. Qin Yun and Bai Xing returned to Charlie's private estate, where they were warmly welcomed by beautiful mermaids like Yixili, Sai Lai, and Mei Luo as soon as they entered. This royal treatment felt as if he had returned to the home of the Sky Island Shrine, enjoying the adoring company of goddesses like Nami, Robin, and Perona. After a burst of laughter and joy, everyone moved to the hall on the first floor of the estate to continue their playful antics. Upon learning that Charlie had shared information about the merfolk with Qin Yun at the Mermaid CAF, the mermaids eagerly urged Charlie to continue her storytelling. Unable to resist the hopeful gazes of the many mermaids, Charlie had no choice but to share her most treasured content with them. Qin Yun lay on Bai Xing, listening with great interest, while Bai Xing looked utterly incredulous, as if her entire worldview had been profoundly shaken. Everyone learned a lot, for example, that the merfolk belong to the human category and are mammals that give live birth. Therefore, Qin Yun could have children with the beautiful mermaids. The children could be male humans, male merfolk, female humans, or female merfolk, but they would not produce fishmen. Only when fishmen interbreed with various races can fishmen be born. They also learned how mermaids excrete. No, rather, they learned about the anatomical structure of mermaids. Their upper bodies are basically the same as humans, but the lower bodies are significantly different. The exquisite fishtails hold indescribable knowledge. In essence, it boils down to one thing. Qin Yun can have them give birth to his adorable babies before their fishtails transform into legs. Of course, after the merfolk turn 30 and their tails become legs, they can also transform back into tails at any time. It seems that Granny Coco had once used this skill to help the protagonists. Knowing all of this, Qin Yun had a bold idea. Can humans transform into merfolk through means such as devil fruits or bloodline factors? Huh? You say Qin Yun's bold idea, isn't this? How is that possible? Don't speculate casually. As a deity of high moral character, he quickly dispelled the thoughts in his mind. Finally, after glancing at the wide-eyed, shocked, blush-faced little Bai Xing, he chuckled softly and, with great interest, drifted off into a sweet dream. The next morning, Qin Yun suddenly felt his nose itching. After wrinkling it, it became even itchier. He frowned and slowly woke up. What came into view was Meluo's delicate fishtail and her charming face. You, Meluo, coming to tease me so early in the morning. He got up and saw that the mermaids had somehow gathered around him, playing and frolicking. Bai Xing was looking down with expectation in her eyes, while Shaylee was sitting in the distance, sipping hot fragrant tea. Lord Qin Yun, it will soon be time for His Majesty Neptune to summon the people. It's time to get up for breakfast. The gentle voice of the mature sister initially invigorated Qin Yun. He nodded in response, bouncing off the trampoline and, amidst Bai Xing's exclamations, landed on the dining table in the center of the hall. Without needing him to give orders, the mermaids eagerly surrounded him, offering delicious cakes and snacks. Sela and Sola, being closer to the dining table, quickly occupied the 2 seats beside him, their proud little eyes causing the other mermaids to feign disdain and pout. After a hearty meal and tea, the mermaids dressed Qin Yun in a white dragon robe adorned with golden threads and fish patterns. As for the previous outfit, it had already been damaged in the earlier battle. Qin Yunfei flew to Bai Xing's rosy cheeks and gently said, Bai Xing, you can play here with these mermaid sisters. I'll be back in a little while. Okay, my lord, Bai Xing replied, her face turning shyly red. Ever since she returned yesterday, she had spoken very little, fearing that calling Qin Yun my lord would make the mermaid sisters tease her. As expected, the mermaid sisters looked at her with teasing eyes, or so Bai Xing thought. Oh, I want to burrow back under the covers for a while. Qin Yun didn't probe into her thoughts. Even if he knew, he wouldn't say anything. One's skin only thickens through practice, learning not to care about others' gazes. He smiled knowingly, leaned in, and gently kissed Bai Xing's delicate forehead, then flew towards Shaylee. Unexpectedly, Bai Xing's cheeks turned even redder, as if invisible steam was billowing out. Bai Xing awkwardly flicked her tail and thought to herself, when will I be able to have a calm demeanor like my lord in front of so many people? Come on, my Lady Shaylee, let the great prophet Yu tell the people of Mermaid Island about their future destinies. Qin Yun extended his right hand, ready to embrace Shaylee. Shaylee softly hummed in agreement and, under the expectant gazes of the mermaids, hooked her arm around Qin Yun's. Qin Yun didn't pay attention to her disobedience and directly flew her outside the mansion. A flying carpet appeared, and they rode it towards Jelangcode Square. At the same time, he unleashed his observation hockey, scanning Fishman Island extensively. Jinbei and his Sun Pirates hadn't left either. They had also come to Jelangcode Square to wait for Qin Yun's arrival, indicating he had made the right choice. However, why did he have a sword on his back? He hadn't seen him use it among the pirates. After a night of effort, Jinbei, along with the Sun Pirates, had cleared out all the pirates on Fishman Island. On the way, Qin Yun stroked Lady Charlie's sharktail, recalling the mermaid's affection for him. This cross-species, size, love, and warmth was truly irresistible, invigorating his spirit. Could he be a pervert? Qin Yun felt he wasn't, wondering if there were any warriors with the same aspirations as him. Jelangcode Square was packed with mermaids and fishmen, quietly discussing and speculating about the significant event that would change the future of Fishman Island today. The last time it was so crowded was on the day Princess Odoheim was assassinated during her speech. Many members of the Sea King army were present, diligently maintaining order, while Neptune, the left minister, the right minister, and other officials took their seats on the platform. Only Prince Sharkstar had arrived. He was mature and steady, unlikely to act out of line. However, the other two princes were confined in the palace for fear of causing trouble. Charlie's figure on the flying carpet attracted attention, and Neptune and others stood to greet her, an invisible pressure enveloping the entire venue, causing the citizens of Fishman Island to fall silent. Ultimately, the flying carpet stopped behind Neptune's head. With a blank expression, Qin Yun scanned the crowd and coldly said, "Neptune, let's begin." Upon hearing this, Neptune sighed softly. Faced with the countless citizens of Fishman Island, he suddenly fell into a daze. Power? Wealth? Family? Citizens? Throughout his more than 20 years of rule, it seemed he had only valued his family. It appeared that he was indeed unfit to be a king, and it was time to abdicate. Neptune's expression hardened, and with the help of the loudspeaker snail, his voice clearly reached the ears of every citizen present. Everyone of Fishman Island, today I, Neptune, am honored to tell you that whether it is the merfolk who wish to bask in the sun or the fishmen who yearn for the air, today, we will fulfill everyone's long-standing wishes. As soon as these words were spoken, the uninformed crowd erupted in uproar. Your Majesty Neptune, what do you mean by this? Sunlight? Air? Are we going to the land? It will surely spark a war. The humans on the ground won't let us easily survive there. Countless voices came from all directions. Some questioning, some supporting, some in disbelief, and even some merfolk sang lamenting songs. Silence. Let His Majesty finish speaking. The right minister slammed a long knife resembling a trident onto the ground, gradually quieting the crowd. Seeing this, Neptune continued, "This is all Lady Shirahoshi's prophecy. At the same time, I will answer the call of the prophecy and abdicate my throne. Fishman Island will become part of the land of the gods, under the rule of the Divine Lord, God Qin Yun." After saying this, his expression became exceptionally dejected, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. What? It is indeed the words of Lady Shirahoshi. The crowd began to murmur, and upon hearing Lady Shirahoshi's name, not a single voice of doubt arose. After the crowd reacted for a moment, Qin Yun nodded, and Lady Shirahoshi stepped forward, shouting, "Everyone, do not panic. The future of Fishman Island is bright. As long as we follow the development of the prophecy and heed the will of God Qin Yun, we too will have a bright future." Upon hearing Lady Shirahoshi's words, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Their main concerns were still life and food. As long as these two issues were stable, they felt at ease. Go, before the sun rises high. Return to your homes to avoid any potential situations. This moment is the day that will inevitably come. As soon as Lady Shirahoshi finished speaking, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers, so loud that even the double-layered bubble membrane outside Fishman Island trembled slightly. In this way, Qin Yun's followers increased by about several 100,000 soldiers and millions, adding up to less than 5 million in manpower. Their physical strength and power were inherently stronger than ordinary humans. However, most preferred comfort and leisure over training their bodies, or perhaps lacked talent, resulting in very few strong members among the merfolk and fishmen. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. Whether it was mining, transportation, or construction, they were excellent tools. The crowd ebbed like a tide, but there were always fishmen swimming against the current. Jinbei left the Sun Pirates and jumped beside Neptune, greeting those around him before saying, "God, Qin Yun, may I have a moment to speak with you?" Qin Yun had long noticed his wandering gaze and wanted to talk to him. Beneath his plump figure, there seemed to be a hint of a tragic melody. He frowned slightly and replied softly, "Come with me." With a thought, he controlled the flying carpet to move forward. Just as it passed 3 steps above Jinbei's head, the carpet plunged into a different space. Jinbei, Neptune, and the others immediately gaped in shock, their eyes filled with astonishment. What kind of strange ability is this? Jinbei. Charlie's voice came from the deep green void. Jinbei regained his senses and hesitantly jumped in, and the door to the alternate space closed immediately. A tangible sensation came from beneath his feet, causing Jinbei to stumble. But he quickly steadied himself and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He walked over to Charlie and Qin Yun and asked in confusion, "What is this?" "There's no need for small talk. What do you want to tell me?" Qin Yun wouldn't explain to everyone individually. The question is divine power. Jinbei was momentarily taken aback and had to get to the point. "I received a call last night from the immortal bird, Marco, inquiring about the culprit who killed that Muir." "Oh, what did you say?" Qin Yun didn't care whether Whitebeard knew he was the murderer. He just wanted to provoke him a little, maybe even make Whitebeard lose some composure. The old man simply said he didn't know. Jinbei's gaze was particularly resolute. But, in the end, Whitebeard had done a lot for Fishman Island. The old man's actions were shameful to face his own heart. While speaking, he drew the large sword from his back and shouted, "Please allow me to cut off one of my arms as an apology for lying to Whitebeard." As a sea hero, acting justly was Jinbei's label, and lying to Whitebeard, who had helped him, was unjust. Speaking the truth would be backstabbing Qin Yun. He intended to cut off his arm as an apology, but as a member of Fishman Island, he was supposed to be influenced by Qin Yun. If he severed his arm, it would inevitably lead to a decline in his combat power, and at that time, it might provoke Qin Yun's wrath. "Hell, allow me?" Qin Yun probably guessed Jinbei's intention. He wanted to leave him as a battle-damaged Jinbei to use. "How about this, Jinbei? You can first cut off a few fingers. And as for the severed arm, let's postpone that for 3 years. By then, even if you want to die, I won't care." This, Jinbei was stunned. Cutting off fingers as an apology and postponing the severed arm? "All right, it's decided." Qin Yun waved his hand to signal him to leave. "Mr. Qin Yun." Qin Yun let out a cold hum, and the overwhelming conqueror's haki surged forth, ruthlessly washing over Jinbei's will. However, he did not faint. After all, he was a warlord of the sea and could endure the existence of Big Mom's soul curse. "I'm not negotiating with you. Remember your identity. Jinbei. Behind you is Fishman Island." In the next moment, a circular portal to another space appeared beneath Jinbei's feet, catching him off guard and causing him to tumble out of the alternate dimension. Jinbei landed steadily on the ground, letting out a frustrated sigh. With things having developed to this point, he had no choice but to obey Qin Yun for now. After a moment of silence, he suddenly raised a large knife in his hand and expressionlessly slashed at his left hand's fingers. With a flash of the blade, 5 fingers were severed, shooting off in different directions due to varying force. Captain Jinbei, the onlookers in the distance had been watching him, and when he first aimed the knife at his fingers, they instinctively gasped. In the next moment, Jinbei's remaining hand began to spurt blood profusely, with a heart connected to his 10 fingers. He furrowed his brow in intense pain, but remained silent. The crowd had gathered around him, helplessly witnessing his bloody left hand. At that moment, the ship's doctor and vice captain of the Sun Pirates, Aladdin, placed the prepared medical equipment aside and began treating Jinbei's injuries. "No need to panic. I just wanted to test if this blade was sharp enough." The onlookers were bewildered and shocked, while Neptune, who knew the truth, let out a sigh and said nothing more. Time passed slowly, and soon it was high noon. After Qin Yun took Shaylee back to her private estate, he played with the mermaids until they finished lunch. At that moment, the time had come. He broke free from Shaylee's embrace, transformed into lightning, and vanished from spot. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the observatory of the Dragon Palace Kingdom, where he could clearly observe the scene outside Fishman Island through layers of obstructions. Qin Yun's mind moved, and the entire Fishman Island began to rise slowly, moving in the direction indicated by the permanent pointer of Thunder God Island. Behind Fishman Island, the Noah's Ark followed closely. Since they were already here, this large ship could be considered a trophy, so they had to take it with them. The journey was peaceful, but as they moved further away from the Sun Tree Eve, the people of Fishman Island deeply felt that the sunlight was gradually fading, plunging them into endless darkness. After ascending about 3,000 meters, the surroundings of Fishman Island suddenly brightened. This unexpected change made Qin Yun frown. His eyesight was extremely strong, and he discovered that there was a sea king resembling a lanternfish surrounding Fishman Island. Could it be that the island that had consumed Olga liked to collect pure gold lanternfish? It seemed to deny his guess, as the lantern-bearing sea king suddenly emitted an even more dazzling light. Now, everyone could clearly see the situation of Fishman Island. They were actually surrounded by more than a dozen sea kings over 5,000 meters in size. Could it be that they could sense the movements of White Star or Fishman Island? Almighty gods, what should we do? The Sea King army beside them had never seen such a scene and asked Qin Yun for his orders, trembling. There is no need to panic. Qin Yun's expression remained unchanged. With the presence of the White Star, they could not possibly act against Fishman Island. How did Fishman Island end up here? Why is our mermaid princess leaving the sea before the time is right? Wait, it seems the time is indeed in these few years. Did we miscalculate hundreds of years ago? Our oath ship, how did it also take to the sky? Sharp, hoarse, or clumsy? Dozens of voices of unknown origin echoed in Qin Yun's mind. At that moment, it seemed he understood something. He hesitated for a moment and controlled Fishman Island to continue rising. After floating another 1,000 meters, the Sea Kings could no longer hold back. Their chatter became loud and chaotic, flooding into Qin Yun's mind. Although he didn't know why Fishman Island was leaving, he thought, let return for now. As soon as this was said, the Sea Kings reached a consensus and surged forward, biting onto Fishman Island and Noah, dragging them back to Fishman Island's original position. A dozen Sea Kings pulled with all their strength. What immense force was this? In an instant, Fishman Island and Noah stopped their upward trend, standing still in place, contending with Qin Yun for control. After merely half a breath of stalemate, Fishman Island and Noah began to sink downwards. Qin Yun appeared on Fishman Island, and with the enhancement of electricity, he shouted loudly, "Everyone, let go of Fishman Island." As soon as he finished speaking, the Sea Kings instinctively paused for a moment. Then they released Fishman Island and Noah, turning their gaze towards the small Qin Yun. The noisy discussions began again, and Qin Yun hurriedly continued to shout, "This is the command of the mermaid princess. She wants to leave the sea and ascend to an altitude of 10,000 meters. What a terrifying aura. Is he human? Human. We did not receive any command from the mermaid princess. You do not have the authority to convey commands. Then you can wait for a moment. I will bring the mermaid princess here. To think he can understand our words." The Sea Kings fell silent for a long time, and finally, they shouted in unison, "Go." Qin Yun did not hesitate and flickered several times. Returning to Shaylee's private estate, after a brief explanation, he took White Star on a flying carpet to the sea area above Fishman Island. "White Star, tell them you want to leave the sea and ask them how to awaken the ability of Poseidon." Qin Yun immediately realized that this was a rare opportunity. "Yes, my lord." After White Star responded softly, she timidly glanced at the dozen or so Sea Kings, and for some reason, she felt a kind and friendly aura from them. Following Qin Yun's request, she sweetly called out, "Sea King gentlemen, how can I awaken the ability of Poseidon? Mermaid princess, we are not Sea Kings. How would we know how to awaken Poseidon's ability? Just give a perfunctory answer. What are you saying? The mermaid princess can hear you." Upon hearing these words, a black line appeared on Qin Yun's forehead. How could these Sea Kings not know and have such erratic personalities? White Star giggled, finding them extremely amusing. Once the princess grows up, she'll know." Qin Yun tugged at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that he couldn't get this information from the Sea Kings, or perhaps this method was indeed true. He just needed to wait for White Star to grow up. He helplessly waved his hand and said, "White Star, tell them you want to leave the sea. Have them help move Fishman Island and Noah to the ocean, and then leave a Sea King to follow in the nearby waters beneath Fishman Island. Sea Kings of 5,000 meters or more as mounts. No need to hold back. Also, let one stay close. Even if White Star can't temporarily awaken her ability to summon Sea Kings, she can still command them." White Star nodded and softly conveyed Qin Yun's message. The Sea Kings responded and began to propel Fishman Island and Noah towards the surface of the sea. Seeing this, Qin Yun immediately took Shirahoshi back to Fishman Island. After a while, a dozen Sea Kings burst out of the surface of the sea, pinning Fishman Island and Noah underneath them. Such a scene often occurs in the Calm Belt, but it is quite rare in the turbulent New World. Unfortunately, only the people of Fishman Island were fortunate enough to appreciate this spectacular sight. Because Qin Yun was controlling Fishman Island to rise diagonally, its position had already moved far away from the red line, appearing near the waters of God Valley. Goodbye, everyone, Sea Kings. After letting Shirahoshi bid farewell to the Sea Kings, Qin Yun continued to elevate Fishman Island and Noah until they reached a height of 7,000 meters above the White Sea before he temporarily stopped. Once Fishman Island left the seabed, all the Navy and pirates who wanted to reach the New World through Fishman Island lost a temporary resting place at the bottom of the sea. This meant that if they wanted to reach the New World from the seabed, their chances of death had increased significantly. Moreover, they had to prepare the necessary record pointers for the New World in advance at Subduing Archipelago to sail smoothly. Who would be the first to discover that Fishman Island had left the scene? Without preparation, they would surely perish. After settling everyone down, Qin Yun spent 2 days playing with the mermaids at Shirahoshi's private estate before he contentedly headed to God Valley. As a user of the Thunder Fruit, God Valley was a must-visit place. Who knows, he might discover something that could enhance his strength. Unfortunately, after wandering around God Valley for several circles, he found nothing peculiar. He even actively absorbed some lightning, but it was of no use. He had thought there would be something akin to inheritance-like in a fantasy world, but he found nothing. It seemed he was merely daydreaming. However, this temporary setback did not affect Qin Yun. Following his plan, he crossed the calm belt on the left side of the New World, flying back toward Sky Island. Just as he crossed the red line, an island on the sea caught his attention. It was relatively close to Mary Geos, and mentioning this instantly reminded him of the kingdom of Lustful. This was a nation that would be destroyed by the ancient weapon driven by the Mother Flame developed by after the World Conference 2 years later. It was also where Bello Betty, the commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army, and other 3 commanders passed by before the World Conference, where they annihilated the Peachbeard pirates that were plundering and saved the Milk Sister, Moda. Unfortunately, it was still early. The Revolutionary Army was elusive, appearing rarely, so finding Bello Betty and Carla would require careful planning. However, capturing a Milk Sister, Moda, was feasible. Rescuing her. To prevent her from joining the Revolutionary Army out of sorrow for her country's destruction. Next, it would depend on whether this island was indeed the territory of the kingdom of Lustful. With flashes of lightning, Qin Yun appeared at the largest port of the island. The shouts, unloading sounds, and selling voices mixed together, yet it did not feel irritating. Ignoring the terrified expressions of the people around, he casually found a lucky one on the street. With an indifferent gaze, he glanced at the lucky one, causing that person to feel as if their heart was being squeezed by a hand, so tense that they could barely breathe. "Where's this?" The person instinctively blurted out. "Astana Port." Which country is this?" "Lustful Kingdom." Qin Yun nodded. People often unconsciously express what they believe to be the answer, which is harmless. Since he had confirmed that it was the kingdom of Lustful, then Moda could not escape his grasp. With a thought, his observation Haki instantly enveloped the kingdom of Lustful, carefully searching for the small cattle farm and Moda. Moments later, he finally found Moda by a small creek. Without hesitation, he unleashed a flash of lightning and vanished from the spot, leaving behind the lucky one, who was dazed and gasping for breath like someone who had just escaped death. At that moment, Moda, wearing a cow hat, was squinting her eyes with a sorrowful expression, hugging her little legs and curled up against a large tree, resembling a pitiful girl who had just been crying. Beside her was her ever-present milk bottle, large enough to cover her upper body, an essential item for her survival. Just as she was still staring blankly at the distant creek, a pale blue lightning gathered in front of her, and Qin Yun's figure emerged from it. The sudden appearance of a second person interrupted Moda's thoughts. She quickly composed herself and timidly looked at Qin Yun. "Don't be scared. I'm not a good person." Hearing Qin Yun's reassurance made Moda even more frightened, and she forced herself to appear calm as she stammered. "I am not scared. I am Qin Yun. What is your name?" "I am Moda." Moda had lived in this seldom disturbed town by pirates and had never seen anyone who could fly. Upon hearing the surname Shun, she genuinely thought the other person was a god. Qin Yun nodded, relieved that she hadn't mistaken the person. Her secret sadness here gave him an opening to start a conversation. "I saw you up here feeling down by yourself, and I was worried you might think about ending it all by jumping into the river." After explaining his reasoning, Qin Yun naturally began his approach. "If you keep the painful things bottled up for too long, you'll get sick. In that case, your parents will be sad too. If you don't mind, why not share your feelings with me, a stranger?" "Parents." Moda felt even worse upon hearing that word, as the other person had hit her sore spot directly. "Thank you for your concern. It seems my parents have abandoned me. We haven't seen each other for several years. Even if I were to get sick, no one would be sad." "What?" Qin Yun frowned. He remembered that when Moda reunited with her parents, both sides seemed very happy. How could they abandon her? Was there some hidden reason behind it? However, this was only mentioned in the comic's cover page, and the information provided was insufficient for him to understand the whole picture. Moda, a kind-hearted, cute, sincere, And brave girl with golden long hair who sells milk for a living. Because she sells milk, it means they haven't met. Which also indicates that Ace hasn't arrived here due to the pursuit of Blackbeard. Or perhaps, Ace couldn't come here because he was searching for him, resulting in a butterfly effect. Qin Yun can easily capture Emoda's heart by starting with her parents. How could anyone bear to abandon such a lovely girl like you at first glance? Thank you. Emoda felt Qin Yun's kindness and gradually relaxed. Montakda, have you been living alone all these years? Emoda nodded, a bit shy, as she picked up the milk bottle beside her. Would he think I'm just putting on a sad act? Qin Yun fell silent for a breath, then flew in front of Emoda, half squatting, putting away his aloof and domineering posture. With his handsome features, he appeared gentle and approachable, making it easier for Emoda to let down her guard. All these years, you have been waiting alone for your parents to return, struggling for a living at such a young age must have been very tough, right? But all of that is over now, Emoda. Come with me. From now on, I will be your family. A hint of surprise and emotion flashed in Emoda's eyes, but she lowered her head in self-deprecation. Was that really possible? Someone like me would only be a burden to others. Qin Yun chuckled lightly. I am the deity and emperor of a nation. Even if there are millions of you, I can afford to support you. Thinking of someone who is used to being self-reliant and is not accustomed to accepting the goodwill of others, he added, if it makes you feel better, you can be my secretary and work for me. For example, help me deal with some troubles in my life. Can I do that? But I'm scared. What if my parents come back and can't find me? What will they feel? By the way, do you know where your parents went? I know. Before they left, they said they were going to work at the Navy's GL 2nd Division base, and they said they would send living expenses and letters home every month. But after sending 2 times, I never received any news from them again. At this point, Emoda's eyes were red. But she had lived strong alone for many years and was no longer prone to tears. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration and looked at Qin Yun with hopeful eyes. I saw you can fly. Are you really a deity? If you're truly a god, you must have the ability to let me see my parents, even just once. Qin Yun smiled slightly and said, you will know in the future. Come on. Tonight you will be able to see your parents. Emoda's eyes lit up. She was just a beautiful girl from an ordinary town, and the other party clearly had a noble status, so there was no need to deceive her. In the next moment, a sweet scent of milk rushed into Qin Yun's nostrils, and he felt a moment of soft warmth on his cheek. It turned out that Emoda excitedly leaped into his arms, giving him a grateful kiss, even carelessly tossing aside the milk bottle in her hand. Qin Yun gently supported Emoda's back and picked her up, causing her to bury her head in his chest, feeling embarrassed and wanting to escape. Montakda, where is your home? Upon hearing the question, Emoda held back her shyness and lifted her head, struggling a bit. Seeing it was futile, she mumbled softly, Brother Shun. Put me down, and I'll take you there. Just point a direction, and I'll fly you over. But Emoda awkwardly turned around and continued mumbling. But I haven't grabbed my milk bottle yet. Look behind you, what is that? When Emoda looked, she realized it was hopeless. She couldn't escape. Her milk bottle was floating above them, due to Qin Yun's levitation. Woo-woo. She gave up, pointed in a direction, and then buried her head back into his embrace. Qin Yun did not make things difficult for her anymore. He lifted her up and carried her in a princess carry, flying away. They hadn't flown far before they reached a small cattle farm. After all, with Emoda's speed, she couldn't have gone too far. After landing next to a small house, Qin Yun asked, Emoda, do you have any photos of your parents? Yes, they're inside the house. Qin Yun nodded, turned sideways to push open the door, and pulled her in with his arm. He glanced around. Emoda's small house consisted of a living room and a bedroom, with a very simple layout. In other words, it was lacking in money and possessions. However, the small house was kept very clean. Although she lived alone, she had created a warm atmosphere, perhaps to comfort her lonely heart. Emoda's parents were really careless. As parents, they went out to work and left the young girl alone at home to watch over the cattle farm, not afraid of any accidents happening. Qin Yun put down Emoda and followed her to the bedroom. She took a photo from the head of the bed, which was a picture of her with her parents. The photo was very clean, showing that she regularly wiped it. Brother Shun, I found it. Emoda held it up to show him. This photo was taken by her parents, who were worried that she would miss them too much. So they spent some money to have it taken. Qin Yun looked up and saw that Moda's parents had the image of honest and ordinary citizens. Since there were no stools in Moda's home, he sat on the bed with her. The bed was small, and his tall frame took up more than half of the space, pressing closely against Moda. The hopeful look in her eyes made Qin Yun smile knowingly. After pinching Moda's little cheek, He took out a phone bug from the storage room and called Shura in front of her. This ability to conjure items out of thin air made Moda envious. She thought to herself, if only I were a god. I wonder what kind of child would be born with Brother God. After sending the photo, Qin Yun calmly ordered, Shura, you and a few other gods should take the goddess guard to the Navy GL 2nd Branch Base and bring back the couple in the picture. The Navy GL 2nd Branch Base is not far northeast of the Kingdom of Lucia, and Moda's parents work in the Navy's cafeteria, so they are easy to find. The deputy commander of the Navy branch, General Gumi Air, is the base commander there. He is an old-school swordsman with a dual-wielding style, who believes in calm and collected justice. However, he is now too old, and Shura and the others can easily handle such an elderly general. Gopu, Crane, come and find me if you dare. With everything arranged, the happiness on Moda's face was evident. She knew she had no way to repay Qin Yun, so she could only offer him another sweet kiss with a milky flavor as thanks. Qin Yun gladly accepted it, savoring the sweet and delicious taste for a while before getting down to business. The dragon soared into the air. Modar's dairy farm was lifted from the ground and flew towards the direction of the Sky Island. Milk is a wonderful thing. In this world, there's a bizarre setting where any broken teeth, fractures, or cracks can be cured by just a glass of milk, making it the ultimate great milk. Modar looked at him with even more admiration, her little eyes filled with shining stars. Qin Yun smiled slightly at the corners of his mouth and continued the conversation with the sweet sister Emoda, which he had not finished earlier. Time flowed slowly as he deliberately slowed down his journey home, just to enjoy a little more time with Emoda. With her immense admiration for him as a god and the fulfillment of her wish to meet her parents, she vowed to serve him for a lifetime. Qin Yun couldn't bear to reject her proactive heart. After all, although Emoda had a strong personality, she was still a girl lacking in parental love and was inherently insecure. Thus, he gladly accepted Emoda's declaration of service and granted her the identity of a divine consort. Seeing the happy and contented smile on Emoda's face, Qin Yun knew that his choice was not wrong. With such a beautiful and charming sister, if he didn't cherish her well, he truly deserved to be struck by lightning. As a lightning person, the punishment of being struck by lightning should be quite severe, right? After an unknown amount of time, Qin Yun finally brought Emoda back to the Sky Island. After a few days apart, their first stop was, of course, the Divine Palace. Lord God, the angels in the Divine Palace were as obedient and courteous as ever. Qin Yun smiled and nodded, saying, go fetch a few pieces of clothing for Moda. It's fine to keep some of the characteristics of her outfit. Find a headscarf with black and white cow spots, and a convenient secretary outfit. Yes, Lord Deity. It goes without saying who Moda is. The angels stepped forward and surrounded her, taking her measurements while she was at a loss for what to do. Qin Yun inadvertently glanced over. It's actually an emperor-level powerhouse. There is still a certain gap compared to Nami's level, but as long as one's strength isn't too weak. It's quite impressive. Moda's face turned red. She noticed Qin Yun's small action and shyly clutched the corner of her clothes, somewhat afraid of being disliked by him. A girl's blushing face is the best love talk. Qin Yun chuckled softly, pulled her into his arms, and gestured for the angels to step back before walking with her into the temple. It is worth mentioning that as Qin Yun's divine consorts increased, and the level of divine concubines began to fill in, the original divine palace was no longer sufficient. Therefore, he chose an island early on as the Divine Palace Island and had the goddess construction team build a magnificent palace for him. The construction speed in the extraordinary world was beyond imagination, and they quickly completed it. As such, any future divine consorts he captured would also have their own small courtyard. The hall he was about to enter was the temple where he resided. To get back to the point, as soon as Qin Yun brought Moda through the door, joyful cheers erupted from both sides. Oni-chan, Divine Lord. In the next moment, several girls dashed to his side, surrounding him and Moda tightly, giving him a warm embrace. The fragrant scent of the girls wafted into his nostrils, and Qin Yun couldn't help but smile, opening his arms to embrace them back. He had long noticed the excited breaths inside. This scene was exactly what he had expected. Brother, you're really not honest. Nami complained, but she didn't leave his side. Vivi and Conis giggled and playfully responded. You all miss me this much after just a few days? The question was thrown out, but no one answered. The surrounding divine consorts, we can't answer that. Otherwise, it won't be fun to be teased later. After a while, Qin Yun finally released them and began to hug each one individually. Nami was enthusiastic and even transformed in a mist to get close to him, softly singing brother in his ear. Karina was on par with Nami, each with her own characteristics. Her long hair flowed down, looking like someone not of this world. and Qin Yun couldn't help but hold her a bit longer. Vivi wrapped her arms around his neck, her emotional eyes reflecting undeniable affection. Now, with Qin Yun's gifts, after capturing Perona, she had gained the power of the Shasha fruit and spent her days developing fruit abilities with Nami. Conis, petite and cute, traced her delicate fingers across his chest, seemingly hinting at something. As the first divine consort, she held extremely special significance for Qin Yun. Even Perona was here. These divine consorts all had lively and enthusiastic personalities. No wonder they came to attack him. Perona wore a beautiful gothic Lolita dress, looking relaxed. Although she had joined the divine palace family not long ago, she seemed to get along well with Nami and the others. Perona felt a bit shy under his gaze and lowered her head. Seeing this, Qin Yun quickly pulled her into his arms and softly said in her ear, "Stay in my temple and chat with me today." Perona responded softly, her ears turning pink from Qin Yun's actions. Qin Yun let go of Perona and casually asked, "Where are the others? Are they in a shrine? I was the first to discover you, which is why I called so many people to ambush you." Nami proudly puffed out her chest, possessing great power and being well aware of the movements of the goddess and the consorts. Sister Robin was reading in your bedroom earlier, and she should now be having tea and chatting with Pol Chi, Nochi Gao, Michia, Marianu, Koya, Makino, Califa, Jessica, and Kobat in one of the palaces. Sister Tina, Dasky, and Lachi are training the Angel Squad on Angel Island. Qin Yun nodded. Robin's group generally belonged to the type that knows how to enjoy life and is fond of leisure. However, how did Califa end up with them? Was Robin afraid she would be bored and brought her along? Nami's group mostly consisted of lively and adorable members. During their free time, they would play on Sacred Island and even outside of Sky Island, with Nami and the others pulling them along. Qin Yun and Emoda were taken into a pool inside the temple. After chatting for a while, the angels arrived with a few pieces of clothing. Qin Yun called out to Emoda, who was playing with the other girls in the swimming pool. Her clothes were already tattered by the time she arrived. They had been chatting in the house while flying to the Sky Island, so there hadn't been time to change her into something nice. Emoda looked at the few exquisite outfits, feeling quite at a loss. In the end, Qin Yun chose a professional outfit for her. The intricate patterns and various bizarre designs made Emoda feel extremely shy, and she muttered to herself, "If I had known, I would have just picked any random one." With no other choice, she had to change into the black and white hollow-out professional outfit with the assistance of the angels in a side-changing room. When Emoda came out, she instantly caught Qin Yun's attention. His eyes lit up, and he praised her outfit, saying it elevated her figure and appearance to a whole new level. Emoda's clothes, for context, could only be described as, people rely on their attire just as horses depend on their saddles. Emoda wore a petite and delicate milk hat, with her golden hair casually falling on her shoulders and back. The upper half was a white long shirt, and the lower half was a fitted black pencil skirt. Most importantly, the black stockings wrapped around her jade legs and the shiny black high heels that housed her jade feet completed the look. If one were to give an evaluation, it could only be perfect. Of course, for this cute little girl, there was not a trace of ill intentions in Qin Yun's eyes. Who would believe that? Only endless affection. He waved his hand, and Emoda exclaimed as she threw herself into his embrace, chatting with him for a while about what clothes to wear in the future. After a long time, it seemed that other divine maidens, who had received news of his return, also arrived at the swimming pool in the divine palace. After exchanging hugs that had been missed for several days, the divine maidens filled the pool, creating a lively and cheerful atmosphere. Qin Yun was contentedly enjoying all the joy they brought him. This lively scene of reunion, this feeling of being surrounded by numerous goddesses as the center, was exactly what he wanted, wasn't it? No, it wasn't enough. Qin Yun's greed will never be satisfied. After obtaining Robin, he desires Nami. After getting Nami, he wants Shirahoshi, Hancock. His insatiable desires are particularly pronounced. Every time he calls himself a god. It seems extravagant, but more importantly, it's a reminder to himself that what he has achieved is still far from enough. The next day at noon, Qin Yun enjoyed a delightful lunch accompanied by several women. Moda, having just joined the family of the Divine Palace, was arranged to sit next to him to enjoy the feast. After another round of pleasant chatting, Robin charmingly fed him some fruit and then said, "Did Nami tell you? We discovered the little sky island Viziria in the nearby waters." Oh, Qin Yun was taken aback. Nami actually had such a connection with Viziria? And then what? Did they obtain the weather book from the island? Of course. After discovering Viziria, Nami ordered the priest to go to the island to buy the books and even got their contact information. Not bad, not bad. This way, after studying, Nami and Vivi would know how to develop their fruit abilities better. Nami's dream is to draw a complete world map, and with the power of the clouds assisting her, she has always been floating in the sky to explore and paint. After discovering the island, she never takes risks lightly and orders the priest to go to the island to scout for devil fruits or gold. To be fair, they have indeed made some gains, such as the bird fruit in a vulture form, along with some jewels and gold. However, after all, devil fruits are something that can be encountered but not sought. It's faster to seize the abilities of others. I discovered an island the day before yesterday, but I haven't had time to send people to explore it yet, Nami said, taking out a piece of paper from her infinitely large bosom. When she unfolded it, it turned out to be a legend about a buried treasure. This is something I accidentally got while making money in the East China Sea. The 3 gems drawn on it are worth a fortune. Brother, how about we go on an adventure together? Oh, I didn't expect you, who currently lacks for nothing, to still covet something like this. Qin Yun gazed intently, reading the content above and pondering silently. Asuka Island. Could it be the island where the cursed holy sword, the 7-star sword, is kept? I seem to recall a beautiful witch named Maya. How could covet be used to describe me? It should be interested instead. Moreover, the more Bailey-like things there are, the better. Qin Yun was captivated by Nami's expectant, greedy little gaze, gently stroking her orange hair, and replied, "Oh, I really can't do anything about you. If you want to go, then go. You can ask others if they want to join." I knew my dear husband would treat me the best. Nami was overjoyed and, knowing the right moment, rushed into Qin Yun's arms and showered him with a flurry of kisses. Qin Yun's lightning speed seemed to be completely ineffective, as he couldn't dodge her sneak attack and was struck by Nami several times before managing to restrain her. He helplessly pinched her little face and said, all right, look at you. You've got my face all wet with saliva. Aren't you afraid of Robin and the others laughing at you?" The annoying Qin Yun really didn't know how to appreciate his good fortune. Nami pouted and nonchalantly replied, "Humph, who doesn't know who? They can laugh at me now, but I'll have plenty of chances to laugh at them later." Just then, Robin suddenly chuckled and joined in. "I'm also quite interested in this treasure. I've heard of this Asuka island mentioned here, and I'm sure there will be plenty of historical remnants for me to study." "Oh, Sister Robin knows too?" Nami stopped her playful scuffle with Qin Yun and obediently sat in his lap, moving around casually. "Well, there's a legend on Asuka Island that every 100 years a red full moon appears. The locals superstitiously believe this is an ominous month that brings disasters and mutations. They worship the gods of the Asuka 7 stars, and the gods granted the king of Asuka 3 jewels as a shield, which is the treasure Nami wants, as well as the invincible holy sword, the 7-star sword, as a spear." Seeing that Robin had stopped speaking, Nami exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, as expected of Sister Robin, your information is much more comprehensive than my unexpected findings." After saying this, she noticed Robin's teasing smile and, feeling shy and angry, glared at Qin Yun before quickly jumping to Karina's side. However, to her surprise, Karina saw her flushed face and also reached out her hand to scratch her waist, prompting Nami to resist in embarrassment and anger, and the two began to playfully wrestle with each other. Qin Yun has spent quite a bit of time with the girls, and most of them have mastered observation hockey and armament hockey. Therefore, even if Nami turns into mist, she cannot escape Karina's tickling. Suddenly, Qin Yun saw Mo beside him. Her eyes curved into crescent moons with happiness, and he asked, "By the way, have Azura and the others brought Mo's parents back?" Robin nodded in response. "Yes, they returned this morning, and they're all waiting for you at Apaya." "Not bad. Their efficiency is quite satisfactory." Under Mo's surprised expression, Qin Yun wrapped his arms around her and held her close. "So our little Mo can see her parents now." Mo was so happy that she didn't know how to express her joy. She simply, like yesterday, slightly closed her eyes, straightened her body, and presented herself fully to Qin Yun. Qin Yun chuckled lightly. This adorable little flower had been picked clean as soon as she returned. Having just spent a short time with him, her clinginess was just enough to be endearing without being annoying. Mo's clothes, for friends who prefer to look at pictures at the end. Qin Yun lowered his head and picked flowers for a while before letting go of Moda, smiling as he said, "Let's go change into a splendid divine dress, so your parents can see how well you're doing here." Brother Shun, I'll do whatever you say." Moda obediently followed all his orders, truly a likable girl. He stood up with Moda and instructed, "Nami, please confirm the number of people for Asuka Island first, then we'll go." His words interrupted the battle between Nami and Karina. "Okay," Nami responded, and after that, she stopped playing around with Karina and began to get down to business. After Qin Yun helped Emoda take off her secretary outfit and changed her into a dignified and elegant divine attire, he brought her to Appiato. Nowadays, Appiato mainly serves as a place for the old, Angel Islanders and the Sandians to live together. The former divine palace still exists, and every day angels come here to clean. Upon entering the palace, the priests, including Shura, had already heard Qin Yun's instructions and were waiting in the main hall with Emoda's parents. When Qin Yun sat on the throne above the main hall holding Emoda, Shura and the others shouted in unison, "Your Majesty, your holy virtue is majestic. Shaking the four seas, your grace is widespread, and you enlighten the world." Qin Yun nodded slightly, and Emoda's parents were also present. They were very excited to see Emoda's performance, which didn't seem fake at all. However, they were intimidated by the aura of Xiao Luo and the others and didn't dare to move recklessly. "Emoda, go meet your parents." Emoda responded in a soft voice, looking somewhat at a loss as she gazed at her parents. She really wanted to see them, but now that she finally did, she was worried about the truth of the situation. Had her parents really abandoned her? Emoda's parents were Kong Shi and Kong Da. Even when they heard Qin Yun's words, they didn't dare to act rashly. After all, the strength displayed by Xiao Luo and the others yesterday was too formidable and intimidating. In the end, it was still Emoda who took that step forward. After a brief exchange, Emoda threw herself into her mother's embrace, her joyful smile healing to the heart. Qin Yun, through reading their minds, realized their true feelings. Their care for Emoda was genuine. But why did they choose to abandon Moda and go to work in the naval cafeteria? After a long time, Emoda and Qin Yun learned the truth. It turned out that Emoda's parents were too naive. Before going to work at the naval cafeteria, they entrusted a nearby neighbor with whom they had a good relationship to take care of Emoda. However, such matters can easily be neglected, even among close relatives, and can even lead to conflict. How much less would a neighbor, who was just somewhat friendly, care for her? It was a stroke of luck that they didn't harm Emoda. Therefore, after 2 months of care from the neighbors, they stopped caring for her. The misfortune continued when they tried to send living expenses and letters back home. What they wanted to send to Emoda were the coins and letters entrusted to a Navy man who claimed to go on missions to the kingdom of Lelucia every month. After delivering them twice, that Navy man easily mimicked Emoda's handwriting, deceiving her parents completely, and naturally, those coins ended up in his pocket. Truly, misfortune loves to find the unfortunate. Knowing the truth, Emoda did not cry. Instead, she breathed a sigh of relief as if she had survived a disaster. To her, the fact that her parents had not abandoned her was far more important than those material possessions. And that Navy man? Qin Yun asked coldly. If he bullied his woman, he would not hesitate to unleash his wrath. Kong Shi shivered at that chilling voice. Even without Qin Yun applying pressure, his aura was enough to instill fear in this weakling. Seeing this, Shura inquired, "Your Majesty, shall we send troops to kill that Navy man?" "No need. Destroying is much simpler than protecting." Kong Shi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly said, "That Navy man, Hymus, was killed in yesterday's chaos. I saw his head flying into the sea with my own eyes. He was so terrified because, when he was brought out, he witnessed the fierce battle between Shura and the Navy, with blood everywhere. The thoughts of Shura and the other priests were simple. The Divine Lord would eventually rule this world, so the more they killed now, the less resistance they would face in the future. Dead? Qin Yun saw his expression was not feigned. There was fear in his heart, indicating that Shura had killed quite a few Navy men yesterday. He couldn't help but praise Shura, saying, "You did well. Serving your Majesty, I certainly give my all." Qin Yun nodded. The name Shura was indeed well chosen. When it came to killing, there was no hesitation at all. He thought for a moment, and among the goddesses, only Wei Wei, Tina, Nami, Robin, Michita, Dashiki, Califa, and Perona had a certain level of combat ability and desire to fight. Except for Dashiki, who was a swordsman and did not consume a devil fruit, and Califa, who was still playing a memory loss game. Everyone else had already obtained their devil fruit powers. Therefore, it was time to enhance the combat strength of his subordinates with the devil fruit he had in hand. With this in mind, Qin Yun raised his hand and grasped, retrieving the devil fruit from the storage room. The Shura and other priests seemed to sense something, and one by one, they looked at Qin Yun with fervent eyes, kneeling on one knee. Qin Yun by lay expanded, selecting several devil fruits, extracting their powers, and calmly declared, "Azura, I grant you the power of the ancient type Spinosaurus form. Let you possess the unmatched strength of a Spinosaurus." Shadley, I grant you the power of the dog, great tongue dog form. Let you have the defense like that of a stubborn rock. Om. I grant you the power of the rabbit. Let you possess the agility and speed of a rabbit. Gadaz. I grant you the power of the horse. Let you have the physique and endurance of a horse. Vipa. I grant you the power of the bird vulture form. Let you have the aerial combat capabilities of a vulture. Thank you, your majesty. Your majesty's virtue is magnificent, shaking the 4 seas, with blessings widespread, educating the world. With this, the strength of his subordinates would receive a significant boost, and coupled with their dual-colored hockey, it would be enough to prevent him from facing a situation of having no one under him when battling the 4 emperors. Moda had finished chatting with her parents as well, and under Qin Yun's arrangement, Moda's parents opened a restaurant in Apaya to make a living. Qin Yun took Moda back to the divine palace, and Moda's gratitude towards him reached its peak. She even prepared a meal for him. Qin Yun enjoyed the meal immensely, eating and eating. Just when he started to worry that Moda might be too tired from cooking, the determination in her eyes touched his heart, making him unconsciously clench his fists and care for her even more. On the 3rd day at noon, Qin Yun felt someone teasing him. He leisurely woke up and discovered that a warm, jade-like little arm had grown on his calf, and that little arm was silently playing with his big toe. Without thinking, he knew it was Robin playing a prank on him. Humph! A weak electric current surged, and a delicate hum came from outside the door. Qin Yun smiled knowingly and patted Nami beside him, waking her from her sweet dream. Nami, get up quickly, or the sun is going to hit your backside. Ugh! Nami unwillingly rolled over and continued sleeping. Smack! Smack! Nami, embarrassed and angry, gave Qin Yun a few light punches and helplessly yawned as she got out of bed. Qin Yun smiled, and with a glance, Nami began to help him get dressed while pinching his waist. The adorable Nami even managed to look charming despite her morning grumpiness. After everyone had lunch under Nami's guidance, Qin Yun took her, Robin, and Vivi on a flying carpet toward Osaka Island. Now, both the little proverb and the proverb had been completed, but they required Qin Yun to inject lightning as energy for flight, making the flying carpet a more convenient option. As the 4 chatted and laughed, they finally arrived at Osaka Island. There was only a small town on the island, and its residents were all capable fighters, though relatively weak, having played no significant role in the theatrical version. Qin Yun's observation ability quickly grasped the general positions of the people on the island. However, he was puzzled. Wasn't there a naval base on this island? Why didn't he detect it? The ruler of that naval base was Sokka, who had learned swordsmanship alongside Zoro at Frost Moon Yasuhiro's swordsmanship dojo. Nevertheless, considering that the content of the movie might not necessarily align with the main plot of the real pirates, he felt relieved, as it saved him the effort of killing. After locking onto the direction of the small town, the flying carpet swiftly headed there. In no time, Qin Yun arrived above the small town with the 3 girls, who were now enveloped in a mist created by Nami, making them undetectable. Hey, are they holding a ceremony? Robin and Vivi looked in the direction Nami was pointing and indeed saw many people kneeling before an idol, mumbling something. It seemed like, Vivi murmured, and with a flash of inspiration, she excitedly said, Hey, I have a great idea. Oh, tell me about it. Robin asked curiously. The 3 jewels Nami wanted to find might be in their possession. Isn't my husband a deity? If he suddenly appeared while they were kneeling in worship and displayed his divine powers, we might not even need to exert ourselves to find the jewels. That idea is indeed good. Vivi, you're impressive. Qin Yun, whose arms were being held by Nami and Vivi, couldn't pull them out and could only lower his head to rub his face against Vivi's cheek in appreciation. In that case, let's create a bit of commotion to make the deity's arrival more convincing. Nami smirked and started organizing everyone. I will create thunderclouds and rain. Vivi will create a sandstorm to envelop them, and Robin will just watch. Be the behind-the-scenes mastermind. Robin chuckled silently, saying that she would just watch their performance. As for Oni-chan, wait for the right moment to transform into lightning and strike that idol, making a grand entrance. Wait, that won't do. That idol is best not to be destroyed. It is also a historical artifact. Robin shook her head, rejecting Nami's plan. Qin Yun was taken aback. He indeed wanted to transform into thunder and blow up the statue, then appear there out of nowhere. This way, these people would likely think the deity had manifested. Robin's personality truly detested those who casually trampled on historical relics. Since that was the case, I might as well teleport directly. Once everything was arranged, Nami and Vivi began to act. Before the statue, the priestess Maya's grandmother, Elanisha, was kneeling on the ground, shaking her bright pink head and murmuring softly. The many townsfolk behind her were doing the same, and Maya knelt behind Alanisha. "Oh, gods residing in the Aska's 7 stars, please grant the wishes of us mortals. And with your great divine power, protect us from the troubles of calamities. Residing in..." The crowd prayed repeatedly. Their actions were not in vain, because on this island, the weather was fine, and few pirates could discover this place. Was this the people's luck or the blessing of the gods of the Aska's 7 stars? Perhaps, in the extraordinary world, deities truly existed? Just as the crowd finished another prayer, an abnormal change occurred around the sacrificial platform. The originally tranquil and azure sky suddenly turned tumultuous. Dark clouds surged like ink, blocking out the sun. A fierce wind arose, bringing an irresistible force, sweeping up the dust from the ground and forming yellowish barriers that obscured the sky. The swirling sand and wind intertwined like an enraged beast, rampaging between heaven and earth, making the originally clear vision become blurry. "Stop praying and look around." A shout from the crowd interrupted the progress of the ceremony. Alanisha was about to scold, but she was stunned by the surrounding scene. What was happening? "Lady Alanisha, Lady Maya, have our sacrifices summoned the wrath of the gods?" The devout believers continuously bowed their heads and prayed for the gods' forgiveness. Amidst the wind and sand, faint thunder rumbled, and frightened children cried out loudly, causing the adults to panic. Soon after, heavy raindrops began to fall mercilessly, mixing with the dust into a chaotic scene, extinguishing even the vibrant bonfire of the sacrifice. Their clothes flapped in the wind, and their hair was disheveled. Yet they remained steadfast in place, unable to leave. Their eyes filled with both astonishment at the sudden change and reverence for the unknown force. "Lady Alanisha, what should we do? We're surrounded by countless sand barriers and can't get out of here." Alanisha furrowed her brow, while Maya looked worried. As a priestess, she seemed to possess divine power and stood firm, but unfortunately, the panicking crowd did not notice this. Alanisha was certain and shouted, "Everyone retreat to in front of the statue and surround Maya in the center. Let her pray to the gods." As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd quickly surrounded Maya in the center. Seeing this, Maya hurriedly placed the 3 pink gems around her in a triangular formation. She then closed her eyes and whispered the prayer to calm the god's anger. Boom! The deafening sound of thunder resonated through the clouds, drawing everyone's attention. In a daze, someone noticed something was wrong. The priestess had disappeared. "Maya, where are you?" The sounds of confusion and exclamations came simultaneously, and the crowd instinctively turned towards the loudest noise. They saw a strange man suddenly appear beneath the statue. The lightning sparkled in his eyes like stars. He held the priestess Maya in his arms, and the 3 gems burst forth with captivating, enchanting light, swirling around them gracefully. Was that a deity? This was the first thought that crossed everyone's mind, but no one dared to speak out, fearing they might offend the majesty of the deity. Maya trembled in his embrace. Her helpless eyes filled with confusion. She didn't know what to do now and dared not resist in the current situation. Qin Yun's indifferent gaze swept over the crowd beneath the statue, and those who were looked at felt a chill run down their spines, trembling in fear. They each dared only to glance at the lower half of Qin Yun's body before hastily lowering their heads. Ilian Shah, as the former priestess and the oldest member of the town, believed she had the right to speak with the divine, so she stammered, "Who are you?" "Oh, day and night. You worship my statue, yet now that you stand before the deity, you fail to recognize me?" Qin Yun's voice was domineering and authoritative, confirming the speculations in the hearts of the devout believers present. "Indeed, you are merely ordinary mortals, and you will probably only witness the divine countenance once in your lifetime." But Alanisha suppressed the fear in her heart and asked her biggest question, "Great deity, we do not doubt your divine identity, but this matter is of great importance. Why does your true appearance differ from that of the statue? You have never seen me. How can you define me at will?" Qin Yun's expression remained unchanged. This question was too simple. "The visage of the statue you see may be my appearance from hundreds or thousands of years ago when I passed through this place. Now, all you need to remember is my current appearance." This, Alanisha thought for a moment. Who has ever seen the power of the deity? Who would dare to let the deity display their might? The suddenly darkened sky and the chaotic earth might all be the handiwork of the deity before them. Alanisha made up her mind and shouted, "We rural believers, pay our respects to the great deity." The crowd below quickly echoed loudly, "We pay our respects to the great deity." Even Maya, held in Qin Yun's arms, exhaled softly and whispered in his ear, "We pay our respects to the great deity." Qin Yun's lips curled slightly, and with that, everyone acknowledged his identity. What surprised him was that Wei Wei had made good progress in developing the abilities of the Shasha fruit. It seemed she had quite a talent in this area. No wonder she was the key person to activate Pluto. Speaking of which, if it weren't for Nephid, Lily's decision, she might have almost become a celestial dragon. I have summoned you here because I have heard the sincere call from your hearts. Qin Yun's voice, amplified by electricity, resonated in the ears of the crowd, sometimes distant, sometimes near. Especially this charming little girl. Her sincerity was like a light in the darkness guiding me here. Is she the priestess you offered to me? Without waiting for a response from the crowd, Qin Yun turned his gaze to Maya and gently said, I have heard your heart's desire to dedicate yourself to the divine. I acknowledge you. I will grant you the identity of a divine consort. Maya was stunned. I want to dedicate myself to the divine? How come I didn't know? But looking at the fervent expressions of the believers below, her own inner fear had already faded away, replaced by a passionate admiration for Qin Yun. At this moment, the atmosphere had reached such a peak that it seemed she couldn't utter any words of denial, so she had to brainwash herself first. Yes, I seem to have thought this way before. I want to dedicate myself to the divine. With this thought, Maya's gaze became firm and filled with affection, and she excitedly responded, I am willing to accept the divine's grace. Hearing this, Qin Yun smiled even more. It seemed that after returning tonight, he could enjoy the whispers of the goddess and dance of prayer by the priestess Maya. With a wave of his hand, the dark clouds quickly dispersed, and the chaotic sand barrier rapidly sank into the ground, deeply buried and vanished without a trace. The glaring sunlight shone down on the disordered land once again, allowing everyone to see the light. What a miracle! An elder murmured in disbelief. As all the strange phenomena faded away, everyone was firmly convinced that Qin Yun was a deity. Seeing Qin Yun slowly leave the statue, they hurriedly bowed their heads, listening for the will of the divine. In consideration of you believers, among you has appeared someone like Maya, who is willing to dedicate everything to the deity. I have decided to bring Asuka Island to my heavenly kingdom, to always listen to the will of the divine. Eliantha's eyes were filled with disbelief. To bring it to the heavenly kingdom? From this statement, it was clear that Qin Yun was rewarding them. She excitedly led the shout. Thank you, great deity. We will surely be even more devout and will never disappoint your grace. Devout, devout. We will not fail your grace. The fervent voices of the believers shook the heavens and the earth, their madness nearly rivaling that of the residents of the divine kingdom. All right, go down and notify the believers here, Qin Yun said, and then, with Maya and 3 precious jewels, he returned to the flying carpet in the sky. After casually handing the jewels to Nami, he looked at the curiosity in Maya's eyes and introduced, They're like you, all my divine consorts. Yes, Maya, leaving that frenzied environment, gradually regained her instinctive shyness and timidity. Is this the legendary precious jewel? It does look beautiful, and it has this warm and gentle touch. I can't bear to let it go. Nami hugged the 3 precious jewels tightly, seemingly trying to invest all her wealth-gathering power into them. Qin Yun tugged at the corner of his mouth, just finishing his performance, feeling both amused and bewildered by her down-to-earth demeanor. He caressed Maya's delicate, seemingly boneless waist and decided to deal with her first. Your name is Maya? Maya was taken aback. As expected of a deity, he knew her name without her introduction. Yes, great deity. Do you know where the 7-star sword I left here is? I know. Please point me in the right direction, my lovely little witch. Okay. Hearing Qin Yun's address made Maya shyly bite her lip. After determining the direction, she pointed towards a distant peak. In the next moment, the flying carpet moved on its own, swiftly flying forward, which intrigued Maya so much that she even forgot to resist being held in Qin Yun's arms. Or rather, she didn't dare to resist and was even captivated by it. Maya, a devout witch, her world consisted only of endlessly praying to the deity. Determined to dedicate everything she had to the deity, who was none other than Qin Yun, who was currently seizing Asuka Island. At the highest mountain of Asuka, Mount Solaga, halfway up this mountain, there was a hidden cave seemingly naturally formed. Inside the cave, a gorgeous long sword exuding a seductive green glow lay quietly on a stone platform in the center, waiting for the arrival of a fated person to meet their demise. Is this it? The 7-star sword is well hidden. Vivi curiously surveyed the surroundings. Under the illumination of Qin Yun's lightning, the darkness in the cave was swept away, as if it were daytime. Great deity, that is the cursed holy sword, the 7-star sword. Legend has it that anyone daring to wield it will have their mind taken away. If there is no one around, the wielder will go mad and stab themselves until they collapse. If there are people, they will recklessly slaughter before ultimately stabbing themselves. Maya's voice trembled slightly, but she wasn't so scared that she couldn't speak. After all, this information was told to her by her grandmother, Ilana. She had never experienced it firsthand. So, this is indeed a cursed blade. As soon as Robin arrived here, she began to admire the ancient architecture, the inscriptions serving as her spiritual nourishment, though they were slightly inferior to the delicacies Qin Yun had given her. Qin Yun nodded, releasing Maya's delicate waist. Just as he was about to stride forward to look at the seven-star sword, Maya unexpectedly stumbled and was about to fall. Fortunately, Qin Yun reacted quickly, smiling as he caught her and steadied her. This was all his fault. Maya didn't understand what was happening to her. The strange feelings in her body and mind were something she had never experienced before. After quietly apologizing to Qin Yun a few times, she steadied herself. Little did she know, the real culprit behind all this was still praising her reaction in his heart, thinking about how to pamper her. Qin Yun gently stroked Maya's beautiful hair and happily walked to the stone platform to gaze at the seven-star sword. The sword was long and sharp, emitting a chilling cold light, as if it could instantly cut through the sky. Its appearance resembled the long sword from his hometown. The blade was engraved with exquisite patterns, and there seemed to be a green glow flowing within, telling of the sword's extraordinary nature. Indeed, the magnificent appearance of the seven-star sword is likely unmatched by any other sword in this world, and it would be a perfect addition to my collection. Qin Yun was very satisfied. At this point in time, Saga should have already obtained the seven-star sword. Could it be that Saga really doesn't exist? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask Maya behind him. Maya, do you know Saga? Saga? What is that? The confusion in Maya's eyes didn't seem feigned. It seemed that Asuka Island really didn't have Saga or that naval dojo. Upon reflection, it made sense. In the tradition of those who were living well, once one became a priestess, they must devote themselves wholeheartedly to the deity and could never be involved in romantic matters. In other words, for Maya to become a priestess, she had to be a pure and innocent girl. How could her grandmother arrange for her to meet Saga? Therefore, was there really any Saga? The idea of ruling the world and having friends to assist was merely a delusion of his before dying. Qin Yun's mind was steady as he raised his hand and made a gesture. In the next moment, a flash of red light appeared in his eyes. The seven-star sword suddenly emitted a chilling green light. At the moment he grasped it, his arm was entwined and invaded by a dark green glow. The rune-like green stripes just appeared on his arm before disappearing completely. This seven-star sword is indeed quite eerie. Qin Yun wrapped the armament haki around his hand, while the conqueror's haki surged violently against the seven-star sword. As he grasped the seven-star sword, a faint dark green light emerged, only to be forcefully dispersed by the impact of the conqueror's haki, unable to leave the sword body even for a moment. With only the exquisite patterns on it faintly glowing green, with a flash of lightning, Qin Yun appeared in midair outside, swinging his sword towards the distance, unleashing a sharp green sword energy that cleaved towards a sturdy tree. The weak sound of air being cut wasn't due to lack of power, but rather that the sword energy was so sharp that even the sound of air being sliced couldn't be transmitted. Boom! The tree snapped in response, collapsing to the ground with a sound, and the cut surface was engulfed in fierce green flames, consuming everything it touched. In less than a moment, the remnants of the tree were burned to ashes. What kind of operation is this? The seven-star sword can actually erupt with strange green flames? At that moment, Qin Yun remembered a saying, burning fruit. Not even a dog would eat it. The experiment continued as he held the seven-star sword and swung it several times towards an open area. 3 green ghost fireballs erupted from the sword tip. Bang! Bang! The ghost fireballs exploded on the ground, leaving 3 large elliptical craters. Such power could probably not be compared to an ordinary shell. However, the strength displayed by the seven-star sword was still far from enough. For a powerhouse like Qin Yun, it was still not up to the standard. Perhaps, only in the hands of a true swordsman could it truly shine. But as a cursed blade, if the wielder's mind isn't firm enough, they might end up meeting a disastrous fate. Qin Yun nodded in satisfaction. Although the seven-star sword was not particularly useful to him, it was a very cool sword, perfect for showing off at some point in the future. He casually tossed it into the storage room, placing it on the same wall as the other treasured swords like Qiushui. In the next moment, Qin Yun flashed behind Maya, gently wrapping her in his arms. He was not someone who easily grew tired of new things. He simply believed that the newly acquired girl needed more companionship to better earn her heartfelt service. Oh, my dear God. Maya's little face was still flushed. She was first startled by the sudden embrace, but after sensing the familiar scent, she shyly buried her head into Qin Yun's chest. At this time, Robin was studying every corner of the cave, which could be considered an ancient relic. Adorned with murals and symbols, her favorite, Nami and Vivi were also moving around, eager to discover any hidden treasures. However, Qin Yun had already obtained the three most precious treasures of Osaka Island: the priestess Maya, the cursed sword 7-star sword, and the 3 gems. They were likely to be just chasing after a fleeting dream. Qin Yun did not want to disturb their enjoyment, so while waiting, he leaned closer to Maya's ear to whisper sweet nothings, while also trying to deepen their connection as a god and a priestess. Just as Maya, with a dreamy look in her eyes, began to murmur sweetly, Qin Yun was engrossed in expressing his feelings when a surprised cheer interrupted him. Masaka? It was Nami's voice. Everyone turned to look, and she was holding a devil fruit. The white fruit had patterns reminiscent of Reiju's playful curled eyebrows, and 6 green leaves sprouted from the top, with a white heart-shaped leaf at the end. Hey, look everyone, what is this? Nami's voice was particularly lively, and it seemed even she couldn't believe her good luck. Robin stepped forward and examined it for a while, but she didn't recognize it. This devil fruit had not appeared in the devil fruit encyclopedia she had seen. A devil fruit? This pattern and design have never been seen before. Qin Yun curiously hugged Maya and walked closer, smacking his lips and saying, "Wow, it really is a devil fruit. My dear Nami, your luck is incredible. Where did you find this?" "Right here," Nami elegantly pointed with her delicate fingers. It turned out that there was a hardly noticeable secret door beneath the stone platform where the 7-star sword was placed. After she unlocked it, there was indeed a devil fruit inside. Qin Yun was unsure whether to feel puzzled or delighted. It seemed that Nami hadn't found that many devil fruits among the pirates, right? Ever since Nami joined him, it seemed like he had opened up the meridians and acupoints in her body, and her luck had skyrocketed. The smooth fruit, the bird fruit, vulture model, and now this devil fruit. Seemed like there were already 3. Nami's observation was really meticulous. This hidden door was so concealed, yet she managed to discover it. Robin's tone was filled with amazement as she stroked the hidden door, noticing that it felt somewhat damp and gritty inside. She guessed, could it be that you used the power of the cloud fruit to seep into the clouds and find it? The hidden door was probably opened in the same way. That's right. As expected of you, Sister Robin, you guessed my method right away. Nami smiled proudly. The cloud fruit that Qin Yun gave her was a perfect match for her, and she easily developed various abilities. Many of the small applications were very convenient. I created a small amount of mist, allowing it to spread and search every gap for elements like anomalies. There's not only a hidden door on this side. There's one on the other side, too. Vivi had been waiting on the other side for a long time. She activated her sand powers to turn the hidden door on the other side into sand. In the next moment, another devil fruit was taken out by her. With Nami, this senior in developing fruits, teaching her sand powers progressed rapidly. Just like how Nami controlled the mist, she could also search by controlling the sand to penetrate everything here. The devil fruit in Vivi's hand was green and seemed to be related to the white devil fruit from earlier. Its body had patterns resembling the curled eyebrows of Reiju, with 6 white stem leaves sprouting from the top and green heart-shaped leaves at the tail end. Vivi walked over to Nami's side, her eyes sparkling with joy as she looked at Qin Yun and proudly said, "Oni-chan, look." Qin Yun understood her meaning clearly. He stepped forward and embraced Nami and Vivi, praising, "Good. You two are my lucky stars." Maya, who was originally in his arms, felt a bit awkward as the 3 girls were all in one person's embrace, making it somewhat crowded. Fortunately, all 3 of them had great figures, allowing Qin Yun to embrace all 3 at once. After a tender moment, Nami and Vivi playfully handed 2 devil fruits to Qin Yun. "Quick, let's see what fruits they are." Qin Yun nodded, released the 3 girls, and then grasped the white thunder, selecting the devil fruit in Nami's hand to steal. After a few breaths, Qin Yun tried to use his new ability. In the next moment, he unexpectedly transformed into a gigantic and handsome white snake. After pondering for a while, he seemed to realize that there were no other special abilities, and he shook his head in regret. It seemed that this was a snake fruit. Isn't that weak? Nami and Vivi showed expressions of regret, but since it was something they picked up for free, they weren't too sad. "Not necessarily," Qin Yun replied. "I can feel that this fruit does provide a decent enhancement to one's physical abilities." Qin Yun pressed the power of the snake fruit into the prepared fruits and placed them in the storage room, alongside his collection of devil fruits. Afterwards, he seized the devil fruit from Vivi's hands. After a few breaths, Qin Yun transformed into a gigantic and charming green snake. Indeed, these 2 devil fruits look so similar. There must be some kind of connection, at least they are both snake fruits. However, one is a white snake, and the other is a green snake. What a pity. If only these were 2 natural type or zoan type mythical beasts. Nami spread her hands, feeling quite helpless. Natural types? Zoan type mythical beasts? These are too rare. How could they be so easy to find? Among pirates, There are only about 13 types of natural fruits, and, according to the setting, mythical beasts are even rarer than natural types. Yet currently, the number of mythical beast types appearing is actually a few more than that of natural types. Qin Yun shook his head. He actually thought these two snake fruits were quite good. Who knows, maybe one day in the future, they could come in handy. Half human, half snake. Cough cough, with a human head, human body, and snake tail, the snake-human forms of these two snake fruits were not bad. Moreover, the snake-human forms of these two devil fruits didn't have the awkwardness of Boa Hancock's sister's fruit abilities. They weren't meant for Hancock's sisters. The two of them looked too abstract. They were purely for Qin Yun's two divine consorts to add some fun and special purposes. After sealing the ability of the green snake fruit back into the fruit and placing it in the storage room, they took a brief rest, waiting for Robin's archaeological time to finish. With no new discoveries, Qin Yun took the four women and left the cave on a flying carpet. Maya's witch residence. Qin Yun brought the women here to take away Maya's priestess garments and her belongings. After a while, a dense sound of footsteps came from outside the house, but they dared only to stay quietly outside. Qin Yun casually walked out of the door, and the followers who wanted to witness the divine beauty immediately shouted in unison, "We greet the great deity." Qin Yun nodded. The eyes of these followers were full of flattery, as if they had something to report to him. Sure enough, a casually dressed strong man quickly walked up to everyone and said with a flattering expression that didn't match his physique, "Please wait a moment, great deity. Soon, we will bring some women as gifts for you. They can accompany Lady Maya to serve you in both body and spirit." Oh, such good news? Although the indigenous people, who had never appeared among the pirates, did not have the effect of making him stronger by chatting with him, they could be added to his angelic maid group to serve him and the many goddesses. The angelic maids also had to meet a certain standard of beauty to join, and once they joined, they could never leave, serving the deity day and night. However, it seemed that only Maya in the town of Aska Island had the beauty of a goddess. The other female residents seemed to be ordinary looking. To uncover the truth, Qin Yun nodded in response, then focused his mind to read the thoughts of everyone present, seeking the information he desired. The great deity has agreed. As expected, the great deity must not lack gold and silver treasures, luxurious clothes, and food. Only by offering beautiful women can we win the favor of the great deity. Why haven't Rick and the others finished yet? The news has already spread to the village. If he fails, the deity will surely unleash his wrath. I hope I won't be implicated. I never expected such good luck today. First, the great deity appeared, and now a group of foreign women has come. If we send them all to the great deity, I wonder what kind of blessings the deity will bestow. Foreign women? Qin Yun was taken aback for a moment, then saw that observation-He quickly covered Aska Island. Next to the largest harbor on Aska Island, the island's residents were facing off against 3 slave-catching ships from the sea, armed with various weapons. Both sides were shouting incessantly, while the slave-catching ships ruthlessly bombarded the residents, but their cannonballs fell short, hitting the shoreline of the island. Within the harbor, a beautifully decorated ship hurriedly sailed toward the inner river, with many elegantly dressed women hiding in the cabin, trembling with fear. A sturdy woman dressed as a guard stood on the deck, holding a long spear, vigilantly watching the surroundings. The residents of Aska Island on both sides did not stop them, smiling faintly as they watched the women move deeper into Aska Island along the river. They knew that deeper inside, more elite warriors were lying in ambush. The gift you mentioned wouldn't be the women on that ship heading into the island, would it? Qin Yun retracted his observation-He and casually asked, "Truly, you are a divine being. Your omniscience and omnipotence make our admiration for you endless, like the boundless sea." Qin Yun looked at him in surprise, not expecting that this casually dressed guy was actually a talent for flattery. No wonder he dared to approach him. "Disperse. I'm going to receive your gift." "Yes, Lord God." After that, Qin Yun went inside and instructed Nami and the others, then transformed into a flash of lightning and appeared above the ship. He didn't rush to board the ship to take a look, but instead glanced at the 3 slave-catching ships outside the port. It was clear to see that the pirate flag on the slave ship had a clown design. Don Quixote Doflamingo. The Sky Island is about to reach the New World, but Doflamingo has not contacted him yet. Does he think he will definitely be toyed with? Or does he simply not take this bounty criminal with a mere 300 million bounty seriously? It doesn't matter. The result will be the same anyway. Qin Yun raised his hand and waved, instantly spreading an electric field that enveloped the 3 slave-catching ships. After confirming that there were no devil fruits or women on the ships, he swung his arm, and blinding lightning erupted from his arm, attracting everyone's attention. Divine judgment. In the next moment, a stunning pillar of lightning appeared, rushing towards the 3 slave-catching ships in the blink of an eye. Boom! The sound of the explosion echoed as the 3 ships were simultaneously pierced by the massive lightning pillar at a bizarre angle, leaving behind only some wreckage consumed by raging flames. It must be the Lord of the Gods. The residents of Aska Island immediately thought of their deity in the face of such apocalyptic power. Ignoring their enthusiastic cheers, Qin Yun smirked slightly, his figure flashing as he appeared at the bow of the luxurious ship below. The sturdy female guard braced herself for battle, and without waiting for his command, the other female guards rushed to stand behind her. Qin Yun's imposing gaze swept over everyone, and his indifferent voice, amplified by the electric current, clearly reached the cabin. "Come out. The slave hunters chasing you have already died on the spot. Who are you?" Before the plump woman could finish her sentence, she collapsed with a loud thud, her massive body crashing onto the deck, making a resounding noise before losing consciousness. "Captain," the guards instinctively cried out, clearly frightened. "I'm not here to negotiate with any of you. Since you are on someone else's territory, you just need to obediently follow my orders." The pressure brought by Qin Yun was overwhelming for them, and finally, one of the guards couldn't help but want to open the cabin door. The door creaked open, but it was the dancers inside who opened it. They timidly filed out, and Qin Yun looked up, assessing the appearance of each one. Not bad. Most of them were quite extraordinary. Just their figures alone were enough to be called beauties, and even their faces were all charming and colorful. Wait, their attire looked quite like that of singers and dancers. Could these women be part of a song and dance troupe? The next moment, a purple-haired woman with a generous figure and a slender waist caught his attention. She wore a headpiece embedded with rubies, and her appearance seemed somewhat familiar to him. Seeing that everyone had come out, Qin Yun asked, "Who are you?" "We're the most famous song and dance troupe in the Kingdom of Gnosis." Oh, just as Qin Yun expected, they were indeed a group of singers and dancers. He chuckled lightly and teasingly said, "Lovely ladies, please introduce yourselves one by one." Upon hearing this, everyone in the room realized they had walked into a tiger's den. However, people often make decisions in fear that will allow them to survive. Therefore, they dared not resist, and after exchanging timid glances, they began to introduce themselves in the usual numbered order. Qin Yun listened carefully, occasionally nodding in response. Soon, it was the turn of a woman who looked familiar to him to introduce herself. "My name is Passia, and I have lived in the dance troupe since I was a child." Oh, so it's her. He remembered now, and he couldn't believe his luck. Passia was the exotic dancer who had been auctioned off at the auction when Luffy fought against the celestial dragon St. Charlos. At the auction, the host introduced Passia as a breathtakingly beautiful slave with a miraculous body proportion. Now that he looked at her, it was indeed true. Passia's figure was quite voluptuous and stunningly beautiful. Initially, in his plan, he thought that to obtain Passia, he would have to closely monitor her appearance around the Subduing archipelago before Luffy and the others landed, which would give him a slight chance to capture her before she was caught by the slave capture team. However, even that might not guarantee success, as no one knew where or when Passia would be captured. If he were to encounter her at the auction after she was captured, she probably wouldn't even know what kind of torment she would face at the hands of those slave catchers. Now, it seemed that luck had given him this opportunity. Passia, the dancer auctioned at the Subduing archipelago, known as a breathtaking beauty with miraculous body proportions and exceptional dancing skills, would surely bring Qin Yun a lot of joyful moments. Time passed quickly, and soon all the women had finished introducing themselves. Qin Yun nodded with satisfaction. They had come to him willingly, so he naturally wouldn't push them away. From now on, you're no longer people of the Kingdom of Noja. You have a new identity, that of residents of the Kingdom of God. You will undergo a test and selection process, and those fortunate enough to pass will be welcomed into my angel troop, no longer needing to struggle for a living, and will serve only me from now on. Those who do not pass need not be sad, as they will be arranged to go to the common people to teach the arts of song and dance to the angelic children. His words were calm, but the heavy implications determined the fate of these singers and dancers. The guards did not dare to speak, fearing that they would be noticed and face slaughter. As for escorting the troop, it was already a blessing if they could survive. The dancers and singers felt a tremor in their hearts. They were merely a group of weak women who could only sing and dance, unable to resist the fate imposed on them by Qin Yun. Moreover, they had taken on the roles of dancers and singers just to earn a living. If what he said was true, then after passing, wouldn't they no longer have to endure life-threatening dangers on this chaotic sea? Passia, for now, you will act as their manager. Once you pass the test and selection, you can be promoted to my divine concubine and arrange performances for the troupe, he said. Passia was taken aback, never expecting to be noticed by him. She considered herself just an inconspicuous number among the crowd. Could it be her unique figure that attracted his attention? Catching a glimpse of the complex expressions of those around her, she quickly responded respectfully, "Yes, my lord." Qin Yun nodded slightly, thinking it was good to be obedient. If everyone in front of him could be so well-behaved, that would be great. He scanned the surroundings and confirmed that nothing was overlooked, then directly used his floating power to control Asuka Island, starting to break free from the sea's constraints. Boom! The mountain connecting Asuka Island to the sea trembled violently. Because of Qin Yun's forceful insertion of the floating power, the original geographical structure was altered. Loose rocks, soil, and other debris fell into the sea, splashing up huge waves. The land that was originally hidden beneath the sea was now revealed, further expanding the living area of Asuka Island. It must be that the Divine Lord has begun to exert divine power. On the shore, the residents of Asuka Island were unable to collect their belongings and hurriedly ran towards the center of the island, fearing they might fall outside the island and lose the chance to go to the Heavenly Kingdom. On both sides of the ship where the singers and dancers were, the warriors of Asuka Island cheered and praised the Divine Lord's power. With Qin Yun stabilizing the ship, the singers and dancers were not affected by the turmoil of Asuka Island. However, a slender guard next to the fainted captain realized something was wrong. Seeing that Qin Yun seemed to have no plans for them guards, she wondered if they would face an unknown outcome. The unknown is the most terrifying. So she carefully considered her words and tremblingly said, "My lord, do you have any arrangement for us guards?" Qin Yun was taken aback. He had indeed forgotten about them. The focus on the ship was on Peja and the singers and dancers, and these guards had a relatively low presence in his eyes. "You all." Upon hearing the voice, all the guards held their breath, afraid to miss a single word that could determine their fate, each fulfilling their duties. "Just joining my angelic team is enough." The guards breathed a sigh of relief. The angelic squad seemed like a good place to be. As long as they weren't tortured to death, they would be willing to work like horses and cattle. Blurp blurp boga. Qin Yun's phone bug rang, and he answered it. "Oni-chan, Maya is ready to go. We can return to Sky Island." The harmonious voices of Nami and Vivi came through, and Qin Yun couldn't help but smile lightly, responding with a simple okay. After chatting for a few moments, Qin Yun, amidst the exclamations of the songstresses and dancers, flew towards Maya's priestess residence on his ship. Witnessing such divine power, they realized how wise their previous decision was. After briefly explaining to Nami and the others, he brought them onto the ship. Nami patted his shoulder and playfully scolded, "Oni-chan, if you wanted to cease singing and dancing, you should have said so. We haven't really showcased our talents yet." "No problem. I've already grasped your unique talents. If you want to perform for me, we can organize a time for it. Whoever performs well, I can give one-on-one guidance." Nami blushed on one side of her face at this, while Vivi, who was hanging on Qin Yun, chuckled. "Then I must compete with Nami for the top spot and show you how my enchanting May My Dance captivates Oni-chan." Nami was unwilling to back down, playfully arguing with Vivi, leaving Qin Yun feeling caught in the middle. Maya had just joined the divine family circle, curled up in Qin Yun's embrace, nurturing their growing bond. Robin watched this warm scene with a gentle smile, secretly using her flower fruit powers to engage in some little-known activities. Thus, amidst everyone's laughter and play, they returned to Sky Island. Thanks to Nami, this trip to Asuka Island was truly rewarding. First, the lovely priestess Maya, 3 gemstones, and the 7-star sword. Then there were 3 unexpected surprises. The snake fruit in white snake and green snake forms, along with the enchanting Pashia and her dance troupe. In Sky Island, under Qin Yun's arrangements, Pashia and the troupe were taken by the angels for inspection and selection. The results were not much different from his previous visual assessment. Most of them could pass the test, including Pashia. After all, they were part of the folk dance troupe from the Noja Kingdom, and with their self-organization or participation, they had more say in their fate. Under Coronas, the troop leader, guidance, they were all quite smart and not easily fooled like some naive girls. If they couldn't find someone responsible for their lives, they would never easily give themselves away. After all, this was their only precious possession that could allow them to turn the tables. The next day, Qin Yun had a long talk with Tina, Dasky, and Laki, mainly discussing the development of internal security in the Divine Country. Finally, he smiled and pinched Dasky's little face, which looked lifeless, saying to Tina, "Yesterday, we unexpectedly captured some guards, assessed the situation, and arranged for them to be dispersed into the Angel God team and the Angel Guard." Tina understood. Her voice sounded weak, likely due to the recent days of training with Dasky and Laki in the Angel God team. Laki was full of smiles. She had improved significantly compared to before. Having experience being a warrior of the Sandia people, she had an inexplicable love for becoming stronger. Therefore, she got along well with Tina and received her guidance. When noon arrived, it was time for a meal. The food in the Divine Palace was traditionally prepared by the angels, but now with Jessica and Makino, they took over the cooking duties. Even Machida started cooking, but she only made chocolate, as her dream was to open a chocolate shop. Although the shop hadn't opened yet, making chocolate didn't get in the way. After a hearty meal, it was time to discuss important matters. After returning to Sky Island, Maya had suffered an attack from an unknown creature, but fortunately, she was fine and in good spirits, having gone back to recover after eating. Modas was in a similar situation. Qin Yun pondered for a moment and chose to discuss important matters with Perona, Khalifa, Jessica, and Makino. They hadn't spent enough time together, so naturally, they needed more time for companionship to strengthen their bond while arranging some tasks for them to keep busy. The four of them had actually become familiar with each other under Robin's arrangement. Now, sitting privately with Qin Yun to discuss state affairs was their first time. Once Qin Yun brought up the topic, laughter soon filled the Great Hall. Khalifa seemed to completely forget her duties as a CP9 agent, lost in the joyous amnesia. Now, she acted very naturally and unreservedly in front of Qin Yun. Qin Yun smiled faintly and remained silent. As long as Khalifa could pretend to have amnesia for a lifetime, she would be his good divine consort. When he discovered the ears and eyes that Robin had created on Khalifa using her powers, he understood why Robin dared to bring her to the Divine Palace. Khalifa was unaware of the eyes and ears growing on her, and under such 24-hour close surveillance. It seemed she was about to fall deeply into his grasp. Robin's seriousness and responsibility should not go unrewarded, so he decided to spend quality time with her today as a reward. Happy times are always fleeting. Time passed quickly, and soon it was evening. Qin Yun had a black cloth over his eyes and was pushed onto the throne of the temple by Conis and Koya. The reason for this was that the goddesses, including Nami, said they wanted to give him a surprise. Qin Yun's ears twitched as he heard the synchronized sound of footsteps, seemingly arriving at the center of the Grand Hall. In the next moment, two soft, tender little hands touched his cheeks and unveiled the black cloth in front of him. He felt a sudden brightness before his eyes, revealing the so-called surprise, which instantly lifted his previously tired state that made him want to yawn. Below the Grand Hall, Robin, Nami, Vivi, Karina, and other dancing goddesses stood at the forefront of the angel dance troupe, while Pashia and the angels, including the recently brought dance troupe, stood behind them. Beside him, Conis played the harp, Koya hummed softly, and Nojiko played the flute, creating beautiful music together with the angels. The women below began to dance gracefully to the melody of the music. The stunning dances of Robin, Nami, and the others were as captivating as the celestial Chang'e in the Moon Palace, making Qin Yun feel a sense of intoxication. This regal, divine enjoyment was exactly what he had once dreamed of, now within his reach. Unfortunately, the performance was lacking some mermaid sisters. Otherwise, the quality of the scene could have been elevated several levels. However, Fishman Island was already in his hands, and sooner or later, he would be able to recreate today's beautiful scene with them. Seeing that everyone had finished a piece, their gazes gathered on him, as if seeking his opinion. Qin Yun's lips curled slightly as he pulled Kia into his embrace, encouraging her to continue humming. With a wave of his hand, he laughed heartily. Keep playing. Keep dancing. For several days, Qin Yun immersed himself in the warmth of affection, bonding with the goddesses and sharing heartfelt conversations. Occasionally, he enjoyed the passionate singing and graceful dancing of the goddesses and angels. It wasn't until they passed through the windless zone and entered the Red Earth continent that he became highly vigilant and quickened their pace. At this point, the height of the Sky Island had already reached 30,000 meters. It takes about 100 kilometers above the ground to reach space on Blue Star. At such an altitude, if he were to be discovered by him, he would truly be impressed by this old six. After all, he was still in a developmental stage, and the final boss, M, was certainly not someone he could casually confront. Of course, he had made all necessary preparations. If he were discovered, he would take the goddesses and escape into the already prepared alternate space. Now, the goddesses were quietly waiting in front of the alternate space door for everything to conclude. Finally, under his cautious operation of sending the islands one by one, all of the Sky Islands arrived safely in the New World. Just as the Kingdom of God was about to reach the area where Fishman Island was located, he received an extremely important message from the subordinates of the priest in Shanghai. In the Kingdom of God, the palace. Your Majesty, we have finally received this newspaper. Please take a look. Azura knelt on one knee, his thick brows and big eyes filled with fervor. The Lord God is truly impressive, able to predict even future events. The angels held a tray with the newspaper and presented it to Qin Yun while kneeling on one knee, and Azura left the main hall at Qin Yun's gesture. Huh! Qin Yun smirked, thinking to himself, has it finally arrived? The newspaper boldly announced, big news. Port-D, Ace, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, has been captured. He is now being held and impelled down. The warlord, Crocodile, has been missing for too long and has been declared dead. His title as warlord is hereby revoked. The new warlord, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, has taken office. What kind of waves will he stir up on the sea? Qin Yun gently stroked the cute face of the little angel in front of him, estimating the time in his mind, muttering to himself. In other words, I should still have enough time to deal with Punk Hazard and Dressrosa, and then it will be when Luffy and the others arrive at Subduing Archipelago. Of course, I also have to consider the butterfly effect and make sure that Des Bones and the others keep an eye on things at Subduing Archipelago. That's right, under Qin Yun's arrangement, Robin ordered the members of Baroque Works to operate in the waters near Subduing Archipelago, mainly to keep a close watch on the upcoming supernovas. The original timeline, about 10 days after Blackbeard became a warlord of the sea, Luffy arrives at Subduing. Next, Qin Yun enjoyed the companionship of the goddesses, whether it was their laughter or soft whispers, and soon the Sky Island reached the airspace of Fishman Island. The next morning, at Fishman Island, at the Giant Court Plaza, under Qin Yun's orders, the Right Minister commanded the Neptune Army to notify the citizens of Fishman Island to gather in the plaza. Enjoying the inexhaustible sunshine and air, the happy smiles on their faces had not faded after a few days. For the new ruler of Fishman Island, they were grateful for this favor, having received such goodwill from humans for the second time. Even if Qin Yun were to make any excessive demands, they would likely comply without hesitation. Lightning flickered unpredictably as Qin Yun appeared on the high platform in the center of the plaza. Seeing this, the Right Minister hurriedly coughed twice into the loudspeaker snail, signaling the citizens in the plaza to be silent. After scanning the surroundings, Qin Yun noticed Jinbei's left hand with all its fingers severed. He couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This blue fat man really did listen to him and chopped off his own fingers as an apology. How ruthless of him. He shook his head. Losing fingers on his left hand wouldn't significantly affect Jinbei's combat ability. He could still serve as a frontline tool for battle. The fishmen were the focus today. Now that they had arrived at the Sky Island, it was time to arrange for them to get to work. Qin Yun focused his mind and activated the power of thunder, amplifying his voice to convey, I believe that after these few days of excitement, everyone is already aware of the current situation on Fishman Island. Here, you have fulfilled your dreams from centuries past, and you no longer need to endure discrimination to interact with those on land. You only need to connect with the people of Sky Island, who are also children of the gods, to enjoy the sunshine and air. Of course, you also need to fulfill your corresponding responsibilities and make the contributions required for this heavenly nation. Considering the interspecies transcendence, I have decided that any aspiring individuals from Fishman Island can voluntarily sign up and, after screening, join my Divine Judgment Group to participate in the grassroots management of Fishman Island. The laws and penalties of the Divine Nation will also be posted here. This is the bottom line that every citizen of the Divine Nation should adhere to. After thorough inspections by the priests, it was found that merfolk and fishmen tend to prefer to keep their distance from each other, and the current layout of Fishman Island reflects this. The priests asked, when did we conduct these inspections? Therefore, starting today, all fishmen can move to the new Fishman Island on the eastern side of Fishman Island, which will be renamed Mermaid Island. After that, Qin Yun briefly mentioned the tasks they needed to undertake, including but not limited to the mining and processing of various minerals, the extraction and refining of oil, the creation of bubble corals, reclaiming wasteland and planting crops, tea, and fruits. Of course, in the chaotic world of pirates, the most important business is still the sale of arms, which will see significant replenishment after eliminating Doflamingo. Once the arrangements for the broader direction were settled, Qin Yun waved his hand and left the Jelongcode Square. Fishman Island has a population of around 5 million, making it the largest number of people he has ever subdued since coming to Sky Island. By personally making a small gesture of importance, he aimed to better reassure the populace and encourage them to work hard. After flashing a few times, Qin Yun arrived at Shaylee's private estate. After closely interacting with Shaylee and the various mermaid sisters for a while, he contentedly said to Shaylee, "Your mermaid's AF is still too small. You should cultivate more mermaids." Shaylee snorted, pretending to be displeased, and said, "Isn't there enough beautiful mermaids for you to take advantage of? I've heard that you've arranged for the fishmen to go to another island. You don't plan to claim all the beautiful mermaids on Mermaid Island for yourself, do you?" "Yeah. How do you know?" Shaylee raised her shark tail and pointed to the display screen in the center of the hall. "Surely, Godbrother knows that there are phone bugs in Jeloncoat Square, right? Mello chuckled softly, using her small hands to help Qin Yun relieve his stiff muscles. Qin Yun chuckled. What he was asking was not this, but rather. In the following days, Qin Yun's life became simple and monotonous. He frolicked with the mermaids, coaxed White Star to sleep, and savored the cloud mist made by Nami, the divine princess of the shrine, along with Charlie, White Star, and other mermaids. Also got to know each other. To what extent did they understand each other? Robin and the others would know best. New World, near the waters of Punk Hazard. Qin Yun led a group of priests to the island during afternoon tea time. At that moment, the island was still shrouded in silence, and there were traces of toxins lingering in the air. Fortunately, they were well prepared, as the divine soldiers were all equipped with protective suits and gas masks, advancing steadily. Finding Punk Hazard was not a difficult task. Qin Yun only needed to rest easy on the White Star and send the priest to follow the pointers from the records of the New World to search in 3 directions, or more, systematically. At this point in time, Punk Hazard had not yet undergone the decisive battle that would turn into the island of ice and fire. A year ago, Caesar Charon returned here after escaping from the prison ship, dissipating the highly toxic substances on the island and beginning to conduct evil experiments using the island's prisoners. Shortly after, Caesar started collaborating with Don Quixote Doflamingo and Kaido to create SAD, a substance only he could produce, essential for making artificial zone-type devil fruits. At this time, Caesar had not yet partnered with Big Mom to initiate the gigantification experiments, which only began after the battle between Aokiji and Akainu. Field electromagnetic field. As Qin Yun and his companions delved deeper, any surveillance snail entering the electromagnetic field range was subjected to powerful electrical stimulation, falling into a faint. The PH troops controlling the surveillance in the Research Institute and the former prisoners of Punk Hazard looked puzzled at the screens that had lost their images. This place was notorious for its toxic gas zone, and they wouldn't think that anyone would be bored enough to come here seeking thrills. Luo had not yet been here, so Qin Yun and his team did not encounter any strange creatures along the way and made their way to the vicinity of the Research Institute. Looking at the tightly shut doors of the Research Institute, Ashura respectfully whispered, "Lord God, it seems we can only force our way in." Qin Yun frowned. The electrical devices in the electromagnetic field had all been destroyed by him, including this door. Opening it was actually quite simple. He just gently pushed it with the power of the door fruit, and it opened. What made him hesitate for a moment was that once his subordinates entered, it would inevitably cause a commotion. If that artificial devil fruit, resembling the fish fruit, mythical zoan type, azure dragon form were to be maliciously destroyed in the chaos, it would be disastrous, as it was something he had to obtain. If the artificial devil fruit could also be plundered by white lightning, then he would be like Qin Shi Huang meddling with electrical wires. Tama would arrive just a few days before Luffy quickly reached Punk Hazard 2 years later. This artificial azure dragon fruit was considered a failure by Vegapunk because its dragon scales were pink instead of blue. However, in the setting of pirates, apart from its appearance, its abilities were the same as the real azure dragon fruit. This meant he wouldn't need to fight Kaido to effortlessly obtain the same fruit abilities as him. With his other fruit abilities, dealing with Kaido would be even easier, right? Just a few days after Tama had eaten it, she could already make Kaido cry out, which showed how high the lower limit of this devil fruit was, capable of easily turning a young child into a strong fighter. The azure dragon fruit was of great importance and must not be mishandled. With this in mind, he no longer hesitated and calmly ordered, "You all wait here and do not act rashly. Just wait for my news." "Yes." Azura quickly bowed in response. When he raised his head again, Qin Yun had vanished without a trace. The exterior of the research facility was made of metal, and Qin Yun didn't even need to use the power of the door fruit. He effortlessly transformed into lightning and roamed freely within. Thus, while absorbing the facility's electricity, he asked kind-hearted people for directions and learned the location of the artificial azure dragon fruit. Moments later, Qin Yun arrived at a hidden chamber without any obstacles. The PH troops surrounding the chamber were easily slaughtered by him, and amidst the flickering lightning, the true appearance of the artificial azure dragon fruit came into view. The devil fruit, resembling an apple, bore markings shaped like coins, and at the stem, a playful branch curled around. It was firmly locked under a glass cover. In fact, Qin Yun was most wary of the zoan-type devil fruits, because in this world, zoan-type devil fruits can be consumed by non-living entities. Of course, he could do this as well. He knew of 5 cases, including Mr. 4 from Baroque Works, whose beloved gun Lassa ate the dog fruit and turned into a dachshund, and Spandam's beloved sword Funk Fried, which consumed the elephant fruit. The situation in Punk Hazard was even more absurd, Caesar's pet was a giant creature resembling a slime, which was originally a toxic gas in gel form, and it consumed the salamander fruit, hexagonal dinosaur form. In Wayno, the teapot in Tama's house consumed the dog fruit, raccoon form. There was even Alpacachino, the cannon that ate the alpaca fruit. His owner was Zephyr's subordinate, Shioza, who could cover his cannonballs with haki. All of these examples undoubtedly proved one point. There is will within Zoan-type devil fruits. When Luffy awakened Nika, was he truly possessed? Or was he influenced by Nika's will? Is he still Luffy in such a state? Possession originates from ancient Taoism in China. It can be seen as early as the Zhuan, where the concept of possession exists in places where life is going well. However, as a hot-blooded manga, WT probably wouldn't depict something like this. In Qin Yun's mind, thoughts were racing. He steadied his mind and clenched the white thunder in his hand. The first thing he needed to determine was whether the artificial devil fruit could be plundered by his white thunder. If it couldn't, then all his considerations would be in vain. In the next moment, the glass cover flew away on its own, and in the blink of an eye, the white thunder enveloped the artificial azure dragon fruit. The answer is yes. Qin Yun felt the fruit ability grasped in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then decisively plundered the artificial dragon fruit ability. He realized that such a powerful force was within easy reach, and even if it required taking some risks, it was worth it. He could only trust his white thunder to treat the will within this dragon fruit as a flaw and eliminate it. A few breaths later, a surging and violent power erupted within Qin Yun's body. This power allowed a series of HM, ha 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 ha. Qin Yun laughed uncontrollably, his conqueror's haki erupting uncontrollably into the sky, and his laughter seemed to have an inexplicable resonance with the haki, shaking the entire chamber to the brink of collapse. No, it fell. A large stone from the ceiling crashed down, yet Qin Yun's laughter did not stop. With a twist of his body, he transformed into a ferocious eastern dragon. His massive body collapsed most of the research facility, crushing it. At such a length, it was probably over x000 meters. After researching a lot of information, a small portion said it was 1,000 meters, while most said Kaido's dragon form was over 5,000 meters long. Just looking at the performance in Wayno, it might even be more. Otherwise, wouldn't Wayno be smaller than our country's villages? In any case, there was no need to get too serious about it at this point. Everyone just needed to know that Qin Yun was very long. Wails and screams came from below. Those who had been stunned by the Conqueror's haki were swept by Qin Yun's dragon form, and the unluckiest among them even encountered Pirate King Roger on the spot. Even the priests and warriors waiting for orders outside the research facility were affected as the fierce winds knocked them over. Was that Kaido? Something felt off. I remember Kaido's dragon form being blue. Gourd Fan Boku and String Man Shape were luckier. Although they were crushed by the dragon's body, they survived. However, their lower bodies were left in a bloody mess, unrecognizable. Qin Yun was indifferent to all of this. He just wanted to try out the power of the divine dragon and see what kind of might it possessed. He opened his dragon mouth and locked onto a giant creature on the island, the fire dragon, with his observation haki. Divine dragon explosive breath. The afternoon sky instantly became brighter as an unstoppable, laser-like pillar of intense flame erupted from Qin Yun's dragon mouth. The distant fire dragon, which had been soaring freely in the sky, was suddenly ambushed. The flame pillar swept over its massive body, engulfing it, and the overwhelming heat instantly incinerated it, leaving not even a bone behind. Only its innocent, soul-infused eyes remained, blinking in the world of death, as if to say, "What are you doing here? Is this still Punk Hazard?" The pillar of fire continued unabated, ultimately crashing into the boundless sea, evaporating large areas of seawater. Just as the steam began to rise, it was swept up by the waves created by the recoil, crashing violently against Punk Hazard, causing the priests to feel the scorching heat rushing towards them. The Mera Mera Nomi? Is it really that strong? Of course, Qin Yun wasn't targeting Ace. After all, the young man had only a few days left to live. The experiment continued, and Qin Yun waved his dragon claw, locking onto the giant snow mountain brothers, Rock and Scorch, hiding behind the distant tall mountains. Divine dragon rending wind. A razor-sharp wind blade coalesced in Qin Yun's claws, howling as it carved a strange trajectory through the void. Wow. X2 the wind blade was so sharp that it sliced through the agile Rock and Scorch, leaving deep wounds, with blood gushing out wildly. The strange cries of Rock and Scorch spread throughout Punk Hazard, unsettling everyone focused on Qin Yun's dragon form. The two of them were beastmen from the land of snow, wrapped in fur, boasting incredible defense, standing over 40 meters tall, even taller than an average giant. However, for the exceptionally large Qin Yun, these differences were no longer worth measuring. Soon after, Qin Yun seemed to realize there were no more targets to attack, so he restrained his power. He spat out black thunder, and with a wave of his hand, hurricanes formed and clouds churned beneath his claws. Everyone marveled at his majestic presence, as if a true divine dragon had descended upon the world. Various elemental attacks were carelessly unleashed by him, as if they were free, with impressive results. The land on Punk Hazard Island was ravaged by his attacks, pockmarked and reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. The lower limit of the Azure Dragon Fruit was simply too high. Even without fully developing it, he could utilize so many abilities. He even felt a significant increase in his attack power, defense, resistance, and endurance. Even against fierce individuals like Nami and Robin using various strange abilities against him, he no longer felt intimidated by their overwhelming momentum. Truly, it was the strongest level of Devil Fruit. This was a Devil Fruit doing what other Devil Fruits do, without discussing its power, only its general applications. Controlling fire, manipulating lightning, creating storms, and conjuring clouds and mist could correspond to Mera, GoroGoro, the hurricane, and the cloud-like flames. Flame clouds can float islands. And this was just the manifestation of Kaido. The true capabilities of the Azure Dragon's power were likely beyond this. Another terrifying point was that its full name was the Nomi Mythical Zoan Azure Dragon form, which meant it granted the user the ability to survive underwater, which is why Kaido wouldn't die if he fell into the sea. It could also be that dragons can control water, allowing him to enter the sea freely. Just like the fishman Drought Jack, he could fall into the sea and breathe freely without drowning. Qin Yun retracted his imposing aura and transformed back into human form, standing in midair. The eyes of the priests and divine soldiers grew even more eager as they subtly guessed that such a powerful divine dragon was the work of their deity. To their surprise, the true form of the divine dragon was Qin Yun. Shura, make your move. The cold voice carried no warmth. Yet Shura felt invigorated, as if receiving a divine blessing, shouting yes. Lord Deity, kill! The divine soldiers, already poised for action, charged toward the ruined research facility, ruthlessly slaughtering the wailing people and the lambs to be slaughtered, who were dazed by Qin Yun's conqueror's haki. Qin Yun nodded, and with a flash of lightning, rushed into the depths of the research institute. In a crucial observation room deep within the institute, Caesar was angrily roaring, blaming his subordinates for their incompetence. Why? Why can't we use the telephone bugs? Even all the power systems have lost their energy. At this rate, we won't be able to access the escape passage at all. How did Kaido suddenly attack here? Has he gone on a drunken rampage again? If this place is destroyed, how can he build an invincible pirate crew made up solely of Devil Fruit users? He is not Kaido. The usually gentle and calm Monet rarely showed a serious expression. She had been placed next to Caesar as a spy by Doflamingo, fulfilling her responsibilities as an assistant. At this moment, she had not yet been modified by law and still had her human form. She was modified by law about a year and a half after the Marineford War. Kaido is a blue dragon, and what we are facing now is a pink dragon. What? Caesar was taken aback. He thought of the artificial devil fruit created by Vegapunk. Could it be that? No, that's impossible. That artificial devil fruit was clearly a failure. He resolutely ordered, "Quick, check the surveillance in the storage room. See if that artificial devil fruit in the protective case is still there. Lord Caesar, the telephone bugs are on strike, and we have no power." A trembling researcher in a lab coat replied. Caesar was momentarily stunned. He was panicking to the point of losing composure. What should we do? Are we just waiting to die? Monet, why haven't you contacted Doflamingo yet? Monet cast him a disdainful glance and replied expressionlessly, "My telephone bugs are broken too." She had the responsibility to protect Caesar and the experimental results. But in the current situation, no one could escape. Whether she protected them or not had become irrelevant. What a lively scene. I wonder what everyone is discussing. Can I join in? At that moment, a cheerful voice from a stranger echoed, and everyone turned to look, all dropping their jaws in shock. They saw that the tightly locked metal door had been effortlessly pushed open by Qin Yun. How is that possible? I personally locked the door with a gas pressure lock. How could anyone open it like this besides me? Caesar's understanding seemed to be overturned. If the door had been destroyed, he could have accepted it. But for someone to enter without damaging the door at all was an unimaginable shock for him. Who are you? Monet transformed into a blizzard, protecting Caesar and the researchers behind her, her serious gaze fixed on the unexpected visitor, Qin Yun. You don't recognize me? That makes sense. With a bounty of only 300 million, I'm still too green and need more practice. Qin Yun chuckled lightly. Even if the divine soldiers did not surround Pankasad completely, Caesar and the others would still not escape. Caesar Karan, if you want to live, lie on the ground like a dog, and perhaps you can avoid some bodily harm. Hey, let's talk nicely. Although Caesar is a natural-type gas fruit user, he is just a researcher. He has developed the gas fruit quite well, but he is not skilled in combat. We have no grudges and no enmity recently. There is no need for you to draw your sword against us. He. As the lightning dissipated, Qin Yun instantly appeared behind Caesar. Zulfust, Monet exclaimed in surprise and quickly turned around to look. Qin Yun has transformed into a dragon person. With a flick of his dragon tail, he wraps around Caesar tightly, rendering him motionless and in unbearable pain. Caesar's cries of agony bring a sense of dark pleasure to some of the researchers who were originally prisoners. Of course, most of those feeling pleasure are perverts. Ordinary people are more filled with fear. They hurriedly flee to the other side, afraid of being targeted by Qin Yun. Let go of Caesar. Monet dies smartly, swinging her arms with force, causing snowflakes to turn into sharp projectiles aimed at Qin Yun. Bang, bang, bang. The snowflakes either explode in the air or pass through, trying to injure Qin Yun. It hit. No, wait. Caesar's wails are still echoing. As the snow mist from the explosions dissipates, everyone is horrified to discover that Qin Yun is completely unharmed. Monet's blizzard attacks have vanished without a trace, and the scene resembles someone without any domineering presence mindlessly attacking a nature-type ability user. How is this possible? Monet mutters in disbelief, not having the armament-He or observation-He to notice what was wrong moments ago. Monet, with grass green, wavy long hair, and golden yellow pupils. Her left eye often covered by bangs. She is a stunning beauty with a tall figure. Her personality is gentle, and her unique laughter is he. But most importantly, she possesses strength that could rival Nami. Meanwhile, Caesar, who is struggling with wide eyes, realizes that Monet's attacks have all been swallowed by a door in the void. Oh, your snow fruit is quite impressive. This enchanting coolness might just help me dispel the heat from my body and mind during the summer. Qin Yun gently brushed away the snowflakes that had settled on his shoulder and generously praised. You look so good. Why not follow me? I might consider giving Doflamingo a quick end when I catch him in Dressrosa. At that moment, Monet, dressed in a green and white striped top and teal shorts, appeared in a casual outfit that couldn't hide her robust figure, which could rival Nami's. If he had the chance, he would definitely want to see them duel in front of him, to prove who the true fearsome ruler really is. Monet was taken aback, first breaking into a shy smile with a sudden change in mood, then immediately switching back to a serious tone, saying fiercely, "Do you want me to betray the young master?" Wishful thinking. Qin Yun was left in a state of amusement and frustration by her changing expressions. She truly was a girl who couldn't handle compliments. Monet was not lying to him. Indeed, as soon as she heard someone praise her appearance, she would become very happy and even show a shy reaction. He shook his head and said with a half smile, "Are you being disobedient? It's giving me a bit of a headache." Oof. A fierce light flashed in Monet's eyes, and her form transformed into a gigantic snowbird, shimmering with white light, captivating the heart. In the next moment, she charged at Qin Yun like an arrow released from a bow, her sharp snow claws seemingly ready to tear him apart. All right, I'm done playing with you. There will be plenty of time to have fun later. In a moment Qin Yun approached her, he coated his hand with armament-He and, like a flash of lightning, seized Monet's neck, then slammed down hard. Bang! The powerful impact caused Monet to suffer minor injuries, not because her defense was strong, but because Qin Yun had held back. He was quite measured in his approach. After all, Monet was the existence he intended to take as his divine concubine. What if he hit her too hard and she couldn't bear him children? They weren't a family yet, so this behavior shouldn't be considered domestic violence, right? As the current surged, Monet's body twitched from the electrical stimulation, her consciousness drifting into a haze, softly murmuring and moaning, faint enough that only Qin Yun could hear her clearly. At this moment, she had completely lost the ability to resist. Qin Yun bent down gently and lifted her into his arms in a princess carry. At this moment, Caesar had already fainted from the unbearable, intense pain. Qin Yun casually glanced around, and the remaining researchers knelt on the ground, fearful of being slaughtered on a whim. Clang, clang, clang. At that moment, footsteps grew louder from outside, as Qin Yun's elite team gradually arrived at the scene. Roar, roar, roar. Lord God, Shadley, with his tongue out, appeared quite unsightly. But in reality, he was practicing his dog fruit abilities. Qin Yun nodded and instructed, "Take all our things, leave no corner unchecked, especially that slime and the artificial devil fruit and sad hidden in the dark." Punk Hazard mainly produces sad, the raw material for making artificial devil fruits. While the artificial devil fruits are scarce, mostly located in the factories of Wano Country and Dressrosa. Roar, 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 Shadley Pippi responded. Qin Yun flicked his tail, throwing Caesar out, who was caught steadily by Shadley. A white lightning bolt pierced through, robbing Caesar of the powers of the gas fruit, and storing them in the fruit kept in the storage room. Gas generally refers to the toxic and harmful gases primarily composed of methane found underground. Pure methane alone does not poison people but can cause suffocation. The power of the gas fruit is actually quite decent, considered to be at a standard level. A gas user can transform into a gas form, and common attack methods include poisoning, gas explosions, and extracting air from a certain range to suffocate people. Of course, he can also play with fire. With a flash of lightning, Qin Yun left the research institute holding Monet, leaving behind a command, take him back to Sky Island, and imprison him in the human prison. The human prison is the third-level prison of the kingdom of God, with hell and heaven's prison above it. Understood. This old man Caesar has too many schemes and could never wholeheartedly work for him. Qin Yun had long thought it through. After he united with Charlotte Bryn, he would use the memory fruit to wipe Caesar's memories, leaving only the relevant knowledge for research, making him a tool for his research team. The kingdom of God, the palace. Qin Yun held Monet and shimmered in the inner hall, while the angels on both sides quickly stepped forward and quietly asked, "Your Majesty, do you need our help?" Qin Yun nodded, handing the dazed Monet over to the angels, and said softly, "Search her body, remove all external items from her, and by the way, change her into a fitting outfit. Your Majesty, should the clothes be from the divine consorts, the divine attendants, or the divine concubines? Should they be more modest or a bit more generous? For the divine concubines. As for the others, the usual style will suffice." The usual style naturally refers to outfits that allow him to appreciate their beauty. Understood. After the two angels received their orders, they bowed and left to prepare the clothes. Wait, she is still a capable person. Bring the specially made sea stone anklets with bells that are prepared for newly arrived divine concubines. Yes, the specially made sea stone anklets with bells were crafted small enough that the divine concubines wearing them would be unable to use their abilities, but not so weak that they couldn't move. This was specially prepared for the capable girls who transitioned from enemies to divine concubines. When they walked or moved, they would emit a crisp and pleasant bell sound, adding a lot of fun for them. Other angels supported Monet and began to search her for any possible communication devices, simultaneously removing all her external items, such as the delicate short socks with a sweet lemon flavor. Ahem, don't misunderstand, Qin Yun definitely hadn't tasted such delicacies. He couldn't possibly know that the tea made by Nami was orange-flavored, with a hint of mist rising, making it quite intoxicating. Similarly, Robin's tea had a honey flavor. Back to the main topic, Qin Yun pondered the development of the abilities of the dragon fruit, while waiting for the angels to finish their work. The dragon indeed had a snowy white color. Yes, with the power of the dragon, he could transform into an incredibly large dragon. So, could he also enlarge his human form? If he could truly do this, why would he covet the expansion fruit of Saint One the Evil Wolf? He didn't ask for much. Being able to grow to a height of over 10 meters would suffice for now. His dragon human form met this condition. However, using this in battle was still not as satisfying as his human form. After all, he was already accustomed to his human self. Without further ado, he silently activated the brainstorming power. After a few breaths, his human form actually grew larger. However, it could only change parts of his body, such as his arms. And this strange sensation was quite uncomfortable. This level was still far from what he wanted. Moreover, this was still due to the advantage of timing and circumstances. Your Majesty, please take a look. Lost in thought, the pleasant sound of bells rang out. The two angels who went to fetch clothes returned to Qin Yun's side, showcasing a camisole and a pink and white ultra-short pleated skirt in front of him. Good, you two little cuties did well. Once they finished searching, change her into these. Qin Yun smiled as he gently stroked the hair of the two angels. The affectionate gesture made both of them blush, slightly lowering their heads in response to his large hand. Who among the angels of the kingdom of God doesn't wish to gain Qin Yun's favor? Even a simple smile from him could make them feel giddy all night, tossing and turning in delight. Before long, the angels had removed all of Monet's belongings. To be honest, they really did find something resembling a communicator. Your Majesty, these all have the potential to be communicators. The angels presented their findings to him on a tray. Buttons, earrings, and even the steel rings from her clothes. How did he not notice this earlier? Was this little thing not powered? One could only say that it was no wonder they were chosen to be spies. The preparations were indeed thorough. Qin Yun waved his hand and said, "Take her away and destroy her." At the same time, the angels had dressed Monet in new clothes, supporting her upright so that her extraordinary beauty was fully revealed. This alluring scene made Qin Yun's eyes light up. Beautiful. So very beautiful. The strappy top and the short pleated skirt in pink and white were merely insignificant embellishments. The true beauty was Monet herself, even among his divine consorts. Her figure was among the best. Monet had long, wavy grass-green hair, with faint glimmers of light radiating from the strands, small decorations added by the angels. The thick-bottomed milk bottle glasses that concealed her beauty were removed by the angels, exposing her golden, beautiful pupils, though they were still devoid of spirit at this moment. However, there was a hint of liveliness, as if she were a sickly beauty, evoking a strong sense of protectiveness in those who beheld her. She stood tall and straight with the angel support, her legs fair and clean. She didn't even need Noki Gao to remove the melanin. She was more than enough to compete with Nami, Robin, and others. Looking at those breathtakingly beautiful legs, Qin Yun silently breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, at this moment, Monet had not yet been replaced by that ugly, grotesque bird-like leg. Otherwise, he would have had no chance to possess the complete and undamaged beauty that was Monet. Unfortunately, her exquisite and rounded jade-like toes were wrapped in a thin, sheer white silk stocking, making it difficult to glimpse her true form. Thankfully, Monet had already fallen into his grasp. He had plenty of time to force her to conform to the level of obedience he desired. Looking at her, Monet not only had a figure that could rival Nami's, but even her face was just as cute as Nami's, with only her grass-green hair providing a distinction. Once she truly became his divine consort, he would definitely introduce her Nami to be good sisters during special times. He wondered if there was a human fruit, mythical Zoan type, in the form of a fairy in this world. He felt that Monet, no, many of his divine consorts would be suitable to consume this fruit, satisfying his niche preferences. Qin Yun gently embraced her, taking her from the hands of the angels and holding her in his arms. He then walked several steps forward and gently laid her down on the soft couch. What he needed to do now was, of course, to wake her up. A faint electric current stimulated Monet's fragile body. In the next moment, her stunning face trembled slightly, and her alluring eyes regained their former brilliance. Qin Yun looked at her confused eyes and suddenly had a flash of inspiration, teasingly said, "You're awake. The surgery was very successful, and you are now a lovely girl." Ah! The magnetic voice instantly brought Monet back to reality. She panicked and tried to distance herself from Qin Yun, but felt weak and unable to move. Thinking about the successful surgery he mentioned, she was startled and instinctively asked, "Surgery? What did you do to me?" "Don't be nervous. You just got rescued by me. You're completely safe." Monet was taken aback, thinking, "Isn't it just that you knocked me out? You were the biggest danger. What safety are you talking about?" Of course, such a breakdown of the situation wouldn't come out of her mouth. Monet quickly surveyed her surroundings and realized that she was unfamiliar with everything here. She pouted and questioned, "Who exactly are you? What do you want?" "You." Qin Yun answered without hesitation. My name is Qin Yun. To put it simply, your appearance meets the standards of my divine consorts. I have my eyes on you and want to take you away from the Don Quixote family." Monet's quirk flared up, shyly avoiding Qin Yun's eager gaze, and said softly, "Arigato." No." Monet quickly reacted and rebutted, "You can't do this. If you really like me, you should respect my choice and let me continue working for the young master in the Don Quixote family." Interesting. Seeing this reaction for the second time, Qin Yun felt as if he had found some kind of control switch, just like when he told Baby 5 that he needed her. He scoffed at Monet's words. If he respected everyone's choices, what would he become? A husky's loyal little follower? It was impossible for her to continue working for the Don Quixote family. Within these few days, I will personally go to Dressrosa and send Don Quixote da Flamingo to meet Don Quixote Homemade. If you submit to me, I can give him a quick end. You can't. Monet's chest rose and fell with anger, and she unconsciously placed her hand on her chest, only to realize that her clothes had been changed. She murmured, "My clothes. Don't worry, the angels around helped change your clothes." Qin Yun smiled and comforted her, of course. He wouldn't tell Monet that he was present to avoid her getting upset. Monet breathed a sigh of relief, but her expression still showed some uncertainty, maintaining a skeptical attitude towards Qin Yun's words. "You're so beautiful. I can understand why you keep your guard up all the time." Qin Yun tried to continue complimenting her appearance to awaken her unique attributes. However, this time it did not trigger Monet's quirks, as she began to feel anxious inside. She carefully sensed her surroundings and turned around, only to realize that all the items connecting her to the outside world had been taken away. How could these small movements escape Qin Yun's sharp gaze? He let out a cold laugh and provided the answer. "Don't bother looking. How could a captured person like you be allowed to inform Doflamingo?" Monet was taken aback. She had already understood her current situation. Rather than being captured and humiliated, it would be better to end it early. She could not allow the other party to feel satisfied or obtain information about Doflamingo. Just kill me. I will never submit to you. After saying this, she slumped onto the soft couch in a defeated manner, revealing an attitude that would not waver no matter the storm. This appearance might provoke some militant individuals, perhaps awakening their perverse desires and unleashing their beastly instincts. Qin Yun looked at her determined eyes and knew that she was not joking. It seemed she truly had the resolve to die for Doflamingo. Upon reflection, it made sense. 13 years ago, when Monet was only 17, she and her sister Sugar experienced a disaster. The two, who were supposed to die, were saved by Doflamingo. Monet is a person who values gratitude, and she has been repaying this immense favor by working for Doflamingo. Even if it means deceiving and harming innocent people, she is willing to do so. She and Sugar had long been mentally prepared to sacrifice their lives. Rather than saying it is her loyalty, it is more accurate to say it is her gratitude. The reason they joined Don Quixote can only be traced back to this. It is said to be the official life data card, which should be true, right? It seems that killing a mere line fruit user like Doflamingo could very likely cost them the sister duo of Monet and Sugar. Some losses are just not worth it. Abai, 5, on the other hand, is heartless. Just meeting once and having a conversation was enough for him to win her over. Violet is simple as well. She is willing to work under the enemy Doflamingo to protect the life of the king of Dressrosa. So it stands to reason that she wouldn't resist his control. Qin Yun hesitated for a moment. Although he knew that Monet would never yield today, he couldn't help but try. What if it worked? You have a sister, right? I think her name is Sugar. You bastard, what do you want to do? As soon as she heard her sister Sugar's name, Monet's dead eyes regained some vitality. But in the next moment, she dismissively shook her head. Hee, Miss Monet, you wouldn't want anything to happen to your sister, would you? I originally wanted to write Hee as Kik, but it felt too creepy and could ruin the protagonist's image. Although Qin Yun doesn't really have much of an image, everyone can adapt it according to their own situation. Give it up. Sugar and I are both people who should have died long ago. Even if you threaten me with her life, I will never yield. Moreover, the young master will absolutely not be defeated by you. He is a man who aims to become the pirate king. Is that so? Don't speak too confidently. What if I were to exchange Doflamingo's life for yours and Sugar's? Monet fell silent, but her slightly trembling eyes had already revealed everything. Qin Yun chuckled lightly. It was impossible to let Doflamingo go. Keeping him alive and imprisoned in the prison of the kingdom of gods, playing the role of a newspaper king, was still acceptable. And with his celestial dragon identity, perhaps it could serve some unique purpose in certain situations. Think it over carefully. I hope you can make the right choice. After saying this, Qin Yun waved his sleeve and left. Just as he reached the door, Monet spoke up, and her tone was no longer as tough as before. You wait until you catch the young master to say that. Humph. Qin Yun continued to leave, leaving behind a cold voice that pierced Monet's fragile nerves. I hope this young master is the last time it appears from your mouth. Think it over well. When I appear with Doflamingo's head tomorrow, what kind of attitude will you have to face my arrival? Hearing this, Monet bit her lip tightly. The force was so great that her pale lips slightly oozed bright red blood. No matter how much she tried to hypnotize herself, she couldn't ignore Qin Yun's overwhelming strength. She could tell that the azure dragon form Qin Yun displayed was not much different from Kaido's. And Doflamingo, fearing Kaido's might, was doomed this time. After a moment of contemplation, the angels brought the nutritious meal to the small table beside the soft couch. Miss Monet, if you're hungry, why not have a bite of the freshly made red date porridge? This was personally instructed by the Lord God. Lord God, Monet was taken aback. To turn the situation around, she needed to have a thorough understanding of Qin Yun. She regained her confidence, and before Doflamingo fell, she would still hold her post. Then she collected her emotions and curiously asked the angels, Lord God, is it that man from earlier? The angels covered their mouths and smiled lightly, replying, yes, the Lord God is. After briefly introducing Qin Yun's basic information, the angels began to praise her beauty and Qin Yun's brilliance without restraint. Once the topic was opened, they seemed to have endless things to say, attacking Monet like a machine gun without pause. Monet was flattered by their compliments about her looks, feeling lost and unable to stop their enthusiastic promotion. For a caged canary, it was necessary to introduce everything about Qin Yun to her, making sure that everything she encountered was closely related to Qin Yun. Over time, her subconscious would be brainwashed, developing admiration for Qin Yun. Note: fabricated content. Please do not imitate lightly. The Stockholm Syndrome operates on a similar principle. After Qin Yun left the inner hall where Monet was, he headed north and returned to the Divine Palace. As the after effects of recently developing the ability to harness the Qinglong fruit had not yet faded, he quickly called for the 7 blonde goddesses, Conis, Kia, Califa, Moda, Jessica, Machida, and Sola. He had no other purpose but to chat with them for a while to distract himself. He wanted them to play a beautiful melody with their delicate fingers to relieve his mental stress. At the same time, this would help dissipate his after effects. The enjoyable chatting time was always short, and before he knew it, night had fallen. Seeing that it was getting late, Conis felt it would be inconvenient for them to go home. Together with Jessica, Califa, and the others, they pleaded in unison, "My lord, our homes are too far from here, and we are not feeling well. Could we rest here for a few days?" Not feeling well? What was going on? Seeing Qin Yun close his eyes and saying nothing, they all began to act cute and said together, "Please, pretty please." People often let go of their shyness in crowded situations, and the goddesses were no exception. With one sentence after another, they had grown accustomed to each other's company and naturally became more relaxed, no longer so restrained. Qin Yun helplessly rubbed his forehead. How could he see the beautiful divine concubines so submissive? He immediately arranged rooms for the few of them to stay for a few days. Meanwhile, in the Dressrosa royal palace, on the high seat, Doflamingo was sitting on the throne with most of his backside. He leaned forward, his hands crossed under his chin, with his elbows resting against his thighs. His expression was extremely gloomy, as if he was waiting for something. Toripole, Pika, and Diamante exchanged silent glances below, as they were the 4 highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family. The red-haired officer Virgo was currently undercover in the Navy as a general and also served as the base commander of the Navy's G5 branch. 14 years ago, Virgo was transferred from the headquarters to the G5 branch, and after so many years, he had probably become the base commander. Caesar liked to slack off, and his habit of spending money in entertainment venues had long been figured out by Doflamingo. Therefore, he ordered Monet to report on Caesar's situation to the family every day. But today she had not reported. Along with her absence was the news that Punk Hazard had lost contact. Pika had already ordered Buffalo and Baby 5 to go to Punk Hazard to check the situation there. At this moment, they were waiting for a response from Buffalo and the others. The atmosphere in the room was so silent, it was as if Razanani had activated his powers. After a long time, the sound of the din mushy finally arrived. Brr, Poga, Moshi, young master. This is Buffalo. Punk Hazard has been destroyed, with bomb craters and sword marks everywhere. Diamante glanced at Doflamingo and saw the veins on his forehead bulging. So he took over the conversation and asked, "What about the research facility?" "The research facility has also been destroyed. It looks like a massive explosion occurred here, or perhaps it was crushed by a giant creature." "What?" "Furthermore, I haven't seen a single survivor. Even the items in the research facility are gone. I even saw that the alloy walls of the treasure room have been excavated. If I didn't remember the location, I might not even recognize this place." "Enough." Doflamingo coldly interrupted Buffalo. "Come back, Buffalo. Your mission is complete." Doflamingo. Toripole, with tears streaming down his face, looked worriedly at Doflamingo. Diamante frowned and took out a life card, murmuring, "Caesar is not dead. As long as we find Caesar using the life card before Kaido discovers it, we won't fear Kaido's wrath." "Then tell me, why is the direction indicated by this life card always bouncing upwards?" Pika's voice was particularly sharp, always able to make people chuckle. "It's being crushed by a giant creature up in the sky. Could it be that Kaido is drunk and wants to take Caesar to Wano?" "Unlikely." Doflamingo furrowed his brows and thought carefully, finally coming up with a possibility. "Could it be that self-proclaimed God, the Thunder Fruit user, who recently asked me for people with an open mouth? God Emperor Qin Yun? How dare he? Doesn't he know that behind us is the Yonko Kaido?" The top officials were outraged and skeptical of Doflamingo's speculation. "Enough. Toripole, whether it's true or false, just make a call to find out. Take out the din mushy of that springy kid who wanted to join us before. Poor Bellamy, who had just died a few months ago, had his name forgotten by his idol, Doflamingo." Toripole nodded, twisting his seemingly plump body, and pulled out a din mushy from his slimy waist. When the din mushy was taken out, it was still dazed, and after Toripole woke it up, it immediately put on a disdainful expression. Brr, Poga." The din mushy's voice shouted for a while before answering. "Oh, isn't this the infamous warlord of the sea? Doflamingo, what brings you here? Are you here to agree to my terms for compensation? But isn't it too late now?" Qin Yun's mocking expression vividly displayed before everyone. With Punk Hazard so close to Dressrosa, He had long guessed that Don Quixote Doflamingo would know all of this. He'd been waiting for a long time, just to annoy Doflamingo and keep this kid up all night. Ha ha ha, it really is you. Qin Yun, let Caesar go. I can pretend this never happened. Doflamingo's expression remained unchanged as he maintained his tense posture. Huh? What do you mean it really is me? If you have nothing better to do, don't make prank calls. The boga transponder snail was hung up, and Toripole was stunned, shouting, hey, he laughed, right? He must be mocking us. Didn't he admit it? Doflamingo scoffed. It didn't matter. No matter who caught Caesar, that person would definitely have a backup plan. Toripole, tell Violet to stay on high alert for 24 hours. Observe the surrounding sea, especially the skies. Later that night, Doflamingo, troubled, couldn't sleep, unable to stop thinking. These past few days had truly been overwhelming. As a former celestial dragon, he was incredibly well-informed. In a few days, the Marines would summon the 7 warlords to discuss important matters, which likely pertain to changes in the future landscape. The incident of Punk Hazard being attacked occurring at such a critical time gave him an ominous feeling. On the other side, Violet also struggled to fall asleep. She received orders to work 24 hours a day for the next 2 days, monitoring the waters around Dressrosa, especially Qin Yun's appearance. At first, she was resistant to such orders, but seeing Torpole's serious expression, she realized the gravity of the situation likely exceeded her imagination. Perhaps this was an opportunity. Violet gently brushed her jade-like hand over the bounty poster in front of her. On it was Qin Yun's domineering and indifferent gaze. Yet his handsome face made it easy to overlook his terror, making people want to get close to him. The divine Emperor Qin Yun? I hope my bet will not be wrong. The next morning, Qin Yun quickly groomed himself with the help of the angels and was about to leave the temple. There were many things to be busy with today. Husband, come back quickly. Kaya, Modar, and Machida's reluctant sweet voices were very pleasant, making Qin Yun's heart tremble. After dotingly responding to each of them, he left his palace. He was in such a hurry because he had important matters to attend to. Definitely not because he was afraid they would cling to him and not let him go. After all, he now had the enhancement of the Azure Dragon's power. The most lively and energetic youthful years. With several flashes of lightning, he arrived at Ares Square in Appiato. The island's priests were only missing Brooke, who, under Kuma's leadership, had gone to various prosperous areas around the world to hold concerts. Their momentum was currently good, and they hoped to make a name for themselves in about 2 months. However, to reach the earning speed of a world-class musician, they still needed more time to accumulate. The warriors were training methodically in Ares Square, with shouts echoing continuously. Their training consisted mainly of running around Appiato, weightlifting, and swimming. Regardless of whether they were specialists, everyone needed to be familiar with at least 3 types of weaponry: ironclad, firearms, and swordsmanship. The purpose of all training was to strengthen the body and enhance the effect of armament hockey. Qin Yunling stood in the square, quietly observing the training of the divine soldiers, nodding with satisfaction. In fact, his rule was not a high-pressure environment. The divine soldiers were treated very well. In addition to basic food and housing, they also received a basic salary, position allowances, housing subsidies, and other benefits. Even after retirement, they had medical and housing guarantees, and their descendants enjoyed educational privileges. Although these benefits might be considered basic on Blue Star in the pirate world, such conditions would likely make even the navies of the 4 seas want to turn to the light and become his divine soldiers. Once he obtained the healing fruit from Princess Manchili of the Land of Little People, the healing benefits of the Kingdom of God would rise even further. The economic conditions of the Kingdom of God were already sufficient for self-sufficiency. Qin Yun also ordered them to sell the special products of the Sky Island, such as shellfish and cloud-related items, at prices 10 to 100 times higher to Qinghai. The addition of Fishman Island also put the production of bubble coral on the fast track. These items have a priceless existence in Qinghai. In a situation where rarity is precious, the divine nation has extracted a large amount of wealth from Qinghai. Just as Qin Yun was lost in thought planning the future development of the divine nation, a captain of the divine soldiers in training noticed him and called out, "Lord Divine." Upon hearing the voice, the divine soldiers did not stop their training. This is because they cannot interrupt their training tasks at will unless ordered to stop. Qin Yun nodded gently and said, "You all continue, don't mind me." Yes. The lightning dispersed, and Qin Yun appeared at a certain shore of Apaya. In front of him, in an open space, a giant red hexagonal dinosaur-shaped salamander was firmly pinned to the ground by a sea tower stone nail, weak and unable to move at all. Surrounding it were several divine soldiers wearing protective suits, carrying a large canister and standing guard. Inside the canister was an adsorption spray made from activated carbon, silica gel, and other adsorbents, specifically designed to eliminate toxins and poisonous gases. Lord God, Azura and the others have been waiting for a long time. Last night, they had already brought back all the loot from Punk Hazard to the Land of Gods, including artificial devil fruits and research materials on SAD, several artificial devil fruits, jewelry, gold, and berries, among other things. Of course, there was also this slime waiting for Qin Yun's visit. The salamander fruit, with its hexagonal dinosaur form, could only be considered average. It allowed the user to transform into a salamander and gain a high regenerative ability. The secreted mucus and other components also contain toxins, making it suitable for those strong and physical techniques, providing considerable endurance and killing power. Well, are you ready? The antidote and the gas dispersal spray are all prepared. Even if an accident occurs, this place is empty and has a unique terrain that is an excellent windless area, so it won't cause any damage to the Land of Gods. Qin Yun glanced at the crowd, no longer hesitating. White lightning coiled around his pitch-black wrist as he took a few steps forward and ruthlessly grabbed the slime. Failed. Qin Yun frowned. What was going on? The slime had already lost consciousness and should be lying motionless. Could it still have some remnants of awareness? Bang! Bang! Two loving big hands fiercely struck the slime's head, causing two comically large bumps to appear on the already fainted slime's head. Qin Yun hesitated for a moment and once again thrust the white thunder into the slime's body, but still failed. Try. Attack the slime, attack the slime. He even used the Conqueror's Haki. The nearby Azura and other priests and divine weapons all took several steps back, lowering their heads, fearing to provoke Qin Yun at that moment. Finally, after multiple attempts of striking and using the Conqueror's Haki, he still failed. Qin Yun was not discouraged and began to think about the many possibilities of failure. Since he started his experiments, the only effect that White Thunder had demonstrated so far was the ability to plunder the fruit powers from unconscious people or animals. He had not yet tried with other entities like plants or inanimate objects. Now, for the first time, attempting to plunder from an inanimate object. Even if it was unconscious, as Qin Yun believed, his White Thunder was still unable to plunder. There was another unknown situation. When he came to the pirate world and killed Enel, he did not know how to use White Thunder. So how did he acquire the power of the Rumble fruit? Was the birth of White Thunder a result of his development of the Rumble fruit's powers? Or did he inherently possess it? If White Thunder was developed from the Rumble fruit, then the reason he obtained the power of thunder might be a gift from the goddess who brought him to the pirate world. The gift could possibly be the temporal power that brought him to the pirate world to kill Enel, which then inadvertently absorbed the power of thunder into his body. It might also be the result of one of the 3 beams of light directly sent by that goddess. As for trying to extract the Rumble fruit to test the situation, that was impossible. If White Thunder was truly developed from the Rumble fruit, wouldn't that put him in danger? In that case, the moment White Thunder extracted the Rumble fruit, he would lose control over White Thunder due to the loss of the thunder power, and then the Rumble fruit would escape and be reborn. If White Thunder was a gift from that goddess, then his development of White Thunder probably hadn't reached its limit yet. As for the origin of White Thunder, he would likely not be able to obtain an answer for the time being and could only continue to explore. Returning to the current dilemma, why couldn't he plunder the salamander power from the slime? In Qin Yun's understanding, after a fruit power is consumed by a person or an animal, it alters their genetic factors and other microscopic entities. The green blood of artificial devil fruits should not differ much from true devil fruits. But do inanimate objects truly possess these microscopic entities? After acquiring the devil power, what governs them? Their consciousness and intelligence. Could it be the devil that he removed with White Thunder? These answers would likely need to be researched by the scientific team he would lead in the future. For now, he could only speculate a conclusion that would convince himself. Inanimate objects, after obtaining devil powers, are governed by the devil within the devil fruit. Once they are born, the consciousness of the devil would be endlessly active. The reason the slime in front of him was not moving was that the consciousness of the devil was still in an active state. This was why he could not use White Thunder to plunder the salamander fruit power. As for how to eliminate the devil's consciousness, he currently had no means to do so. Fortunately, the devil fruits that people in this world fed to inanimate objects were relatively inferior animal-type devil fruits. Perhaps only animal types could be consumed. Even if he couldn't obtain these abilities, Qin Yun wouldn't be too affected. After giving the slime a slap unrelated to any grudges, Qin Yun waved his hand speechlessly and instructed, "All right, let's leave it at that. You guys lock it up and bind it with sea prism stone." "Yes, Lord God," Shura quickly replied. He had followed Qin Yun for many years. Even without seeing the presence of White Thunder, he knew what he was doing. The other unaware divine soldiers thought Qin Yun was upset and had come here to give the slime a good beating. They hurried to get ready, preparing to descend to the blue sea as Dressrosa was approaching soon. After saying that, Qin Yun transformed into a flash of lightning and disappeared. Yes, Shura sighed in relief, realizing that Qin Yun was not angry, which was enough. You guys dragged the slime to the prison using armament hockey. Yes. Upon receiving the order, the divine soldiers began to get busy. Below the kingdom of God, there were clouds created by Nami obscuring the view. It was practically impossible for an ordinary person to see the kingdom of God through the heavy clouds over the sea. However, Violetta, who had consumed the stare fruit, might be an exception. Her stare power could assist her in performing X-ray vision and long-distance sight. She could also read minds and see what targets in her field of vision were thinking at that moment. One very interesting point was that the stare fruit could not read memories, but Violetta could allow others to read her memories. Currently, Qin Yun could not remember whether Violetta could use both X-ray vision and long-distance sight simultaneously. If she could, then his kingdom of God could have already been discovered by her. This would mean that he was an open card for Doflamingo. All the combat power and movements of his subordinates would be captured by Violetta. According to the data, Violetta's long-distance sight could perform observations within a radius of 4,000 kilometers for million meters centered on herself. Isn't that outrageous? Regardless, Qin Yun needed to eliminate this point of Violetta first. Without this eye, the casualty rate of his subordinates would drop significantly. This would make Doflamingo truly defensive and passive. Time flowed leisurely, and soon it was noon. In the open area at the edge of the kingdom of God, the priests and divine soldiers stood ready. Qin Yun lazily sat on the throne, surveying the crowd, while Robin was in front of him reading out their battle plan. He and Robin had been inseparable these past few days. The battle plan had been verbally communicated between him and Robin, often discussed heatedly. This battle plan, born out of their verbal sparring, was not written down to prevent Violet from discovering its contents. The battle plan is complete. At this moment, Robin finally finished recounting the details of the plan. It was actually quite simple. Qin Yun would be the first to arrive at Dressrosa. Once he dealt with Violet, he would issue the divine judgment as a signal for the kingdom of God to attack. My lord, we can start now. Robin teased Qin Yun casually, her charming gaze revealing no signs of pre-battle tension. All right. Qin Yun lightly smiled and twirled her hair a couple of times before transforming into lightning, flickering uncertainly as he rushed towards Dressrosa, ultimately materializing as a bolt of lightning searching for Violet in the sky. Dressrosa was constantly within his observation range, and he detected that the executives of the Don Quixote family were all steadfastly holding their positions, preventing any sudden appearance of enemies. There were no Navy warships present at the port, and there were no Navy forces on the island. Could it be that Doflamingo did not use his connections to summon an admiral? In fact, Doflamingo had tried to do so after their conversation yesterday, but was turned down. Right now, the Navy was in chaos, urgently gathering elite forces from around the world to prepare for the impending major incident, the Paramount War, leaving no time to pay attention to Doflamingo. After all, no one could predict when Dressrosa would be attacked, and the Navy had no extra manpower to waste. Found it, and the location is not far from him. Qin Yun's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he struck towards the position where Violet was located. On the Lover's Avenue, one could often see many couples walking side by side. The Dressrosa Kingdom is known for its love, passion, and the Toy Kingdom. The people here are very passionate. If anyone dares to betray love, they might even resort to the terrifying act of assassinating each other. It is uncertain what kind of ethical melodrama will unfold when Sugar's devil fruit ability is lifted and those connected to these toys remember everything. In front of a certain commercial street, Violet walked lightly alongside the art devil fruit user, Jorah. The two occasionally paused at the stalls and clothing stores on either side. Both of them, along with Sugar, were part of the special abilities unit of the Treble Army. Sugar was protected by Treble and kept in the dark, while the two of them could roam freely outside. Oh ho ho, Violet-chan. How do I look in this outfit? Jorah, despite her age and somewhat plump figure, was incredibly narcissistic. She often misinterpreted what others said to her as compliments on her unparalleled beauty. Not bad, Violet said, covering her mouth and uttering insincere words without changing her expression. Boss, pack this up for me. Yes. A middle-aged man with a bully-able appearance responded obsequiously, quickly wrapping up the clothes Jorah pointed out and handing them to her. Jorah forced a grim smile and beckoned Violet to leave the clothing store. Let's go, Violet-chan. We need to patrol the port. Okay, Violet quickly replied, closely following Jorah's pace. As for spending berries, that's a joke. Now that they are pirates, how could they possibly part with their capital? The Don Quixote family is not a pirate family that plays house. Don't you see that even Ace, who appeared very polite, would never pay a single cent after dining in any restaurant, sneaking away happily after enjoying meal after meal of free food? He only learned etiquette from Aquino to set an example for Luffy after Sabo died. Just as the two of them had just exited the clothing store and walked a few steps, an extremely blinding flash of lightning suddenly appeared. What? Lightning illuminates all. Under the strong light, Jorah and Violet instinctively closed their eyes. Especially Violet, whose marrow fruit made her particularly sensitive to bright light, fearing it would damage her eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Ah. The sounds of falling to the ground echoed continuously, seemingly mixed with Jorah's painful cries and the hissing sounds of electrical leakage. Qin Yun chuckled lightly and raised his hand to extract Xiao La's art fruit ability. Considering that in the pirate world, anyone could come back to life after suffering severe injuries, he kindly pierced Xiao La's abdomen with lightning, ensuring that he was as dead as could be. The next moment, he waved his hand and tossed Xiao La into a nearby alley, storing the power of the art fruit among the fruits in his storage room. This fruit allows the user's imagination and inspiration to materialize. It can emit a transparent smoke resembling clouds from the palm or the head, and anything it touches will turn into the artwork imagined by the user. The potential of this fruit is extremely high. Only someone with artistic talent can truly showcase the power of this devil fruit. Coincidentally, one of his divine consorts fits this description and, interestingly, has not consumed a devil fruit. Indeed, she is Marianu, known as the Golden Week. Qin Yun reached out again, extending his hand toward Violet's forearm, intending to abduct her directly. As for why he didn't knock her out as well, it was simply his wicked curiosity to see Violet's fearful expression, with tears like pear blossoms. Meanwhile, Violet seemed to have regained her composure. After rubbing her eyes, she opened them in confusion and saw the tragic scene on the street where her lover was. In front of her, there was only Qin Yun, while Jorah's figure had disappeared without a trace. Only a few pools of blood at Jorah's original position seemed to narrate Jorah's fate. Further back, people were fainted from the mental shock of the Conqueror's hockey. Looking at Qin Yun's outstretched hand towards her, she hurriedly stepped back and exclaimed, "What do you want to do?" But how could her speed of evasion match Qin Yun's grasp? Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Yun had already seized her delicate little hands. With a slight exertion, Violet's hands were firmly locked behind her back. This position forced Violet to arch her slender waist, showcasing her graceful figure. She wore a dress similar to the one she had on when she appeared among the pirates, a pink and red mixed dress. A small pink flower adorned her head, and her curvy figure, with a well-defined front and back, was unlike that of ordinary people. Her long, wavy, dark brown hair cascaded casually down her waist, and their posture allowed Qin Yun to catch a whiff of the violet-like fragrance of her hair, while her light brown pupils trembled slightly from the pain in her delicate hands. Unfortunately, this captivating and heart-wrenching scene could only be fully appreciated by Qin Yun. Seeing things unfold so smoothly, even Qin Yun couldn't help but murmur to himself, surprised at how easy it was to capture Violet. Violet hurriedly cried out in a delicate voice, "I've seen your bounty notice. You are the divine Emperor Qin Yun, right? Don't kill me, I won't resist." The reason for her fear was that, in the midst of being forcibly turned around, she had caught a glimpse of Jorah's bloodied and lifeless body in the distance. "Oh, you recognized me, huh? Not resisting is good. I like pretty girls who obediently listen." Qin Yun could tell that her words were not just a delaying tactic. He gently released her hand, wrapped his large arm around her delicate waist, and flew up directly. In fact, resistance was not bad. It could bring a uniquely delightful pleasure to the mischievous Qin Yun. As expected, Violet did not resist at all. In fact, fearing she might fall, she actively leaned closer to his chest. The moment had come. Qin Yun, sensing the colors of the surroundings, randomly chose a hapless member of the Don Quixote family who had been raised as a girl by Jorah, Dellinger. A brilliant bolt of lightning shot from Qin Yun's wrist into the sky and then thundered towards Dellinger, who was dining with others at the Dressrosa port. The thick pillar of lightning resembled a supersized barbecue skewer, piercing through the ground alongside Dellinger and his surrounding lackeys. First, the dazzling lightning attracted the attention of everyone in Dressrosa, followed by a deafening explosion. The spot where the lightning struck was too close to the sea. After penetrating the ground, it exploded in the seawater, creating a surge of hot waves. Within a few breaths, it surged into the harbor, accompanied by screams. As panic quickly spread, even though Dellinger was a fish man, he probably wouldn't survive such an attack. After all, this was not 2 years later. He was still too young now. High above at 5,000 meters, the people of the kingdom of God, who had been waiting for a long time, brightened their eyes, and Robin calmly ordered, "Let's go. Attack Dressrosa." Oh, Violet, the exiled princess of the Dressrosa kingdom, Rebecca's aunt, with an astonishingly eye-catching figure and impressive dance skills, could provide the protagonist with plenty of joyful moments. Accompanied by the cheers of the divine soldiers, Nami personally controlled the floating cloud to descend rapidly. In the Dressrosa palace, Doflamingo stood up abruptly upon hearing the thunderous explosion. His expression darkened as he gazed at the smoke rising from the distant port, softly murmuring, "Violet." After leaving a clone behind, he flew towards the port with a grim face. The forces of the Riku kingdom, hiding in the flower fields, also heard the sound. After a brief discussion, the captain of the Riku kingdom's self-defense army, Taigu Riapani, decided to send his subordinates to the port to investigate the situation. Meanwhile, Cyrus, the unicorn toy soldier in another part of the flower field, did not take any action, as he still needed to protect his daughter, Rebecca. The swordsman of the bullfighting arena, known as Riku Dold III, keenly observed his surroundings. He was determined to seek revenge. And perhaps only upon seeing a glimmer of hope for revenge would his eyes shine again. Back to Qin Yun, he flew with Violet, holding her small waist, to a spacious high-rise building. The view here was open, and perhaps he could save some searching time with Violet's ability to see. After landing, Qin Yun still did not let go of her. He leaned close to Violet's ear and softly asked, "Violet, can you tell me where the sugar of the Don Quixote family and the princess of the Dondadak kingdom are?" Qin Yun's actions made Violet's ears visibly turn pink, and she secretly muttered to herself, "Humph, I'm not small at all." The reputation of the lustful god Emperor Qin Yun is indeed not just a rumor thrown out by the Navy. I thought it was just gossip. After all, the photo on this bounty notice is so imposing. It looks like it was taken specifically to showcase a pose. If she had previously chosen to pin her hopes of destroying the Don Quixote family on Qin Yun, wouldn't that mean she would have to sacrifice herself too? She had planned to wait for Qin Yun to arrive and first ascertain his intentions. Thinking of this, she sighed softly. In the end, she couldn't hold on to her precious, after all. Although she didn't understand why Doflamingo had not touched her after she was forced to join the Don Quixote family. Now, she had previously speculated that it was because Doflamingo valued her Mera Nomi ability and was afraid she might take her own life. Hence he didn't dare to harm her. The real reason was Doflamingo, as a former celestial dragon, considered his life precious and looked down on these mundane women. Now, she still retained her most precious possession, so perhaps she could receive some corresponding attention from Qin Yun. Moreover, Qin Yun had already invaded deep into Dressrosa, with things having developed to this point. No, this matter was never something she could have controlled from the beginning. In just a few breaths, Violet's mind had envisioned her future, truly worthy of being a Mera, a Nomi user. She looks far ahead. When Qin Yun saw Violet's ears twitch and her rosy cheeks, he knew she was shy. He wasn't in a hurry. While waiting for Violet to return to reality, he admired her water-like eyes that resembled autumn waves. Finally, Violet gently grasped Qin Yun's collar with one hand, while her other hand formed a circle with her fingertips touching at her left eye. After observing her surroundings, she indeed found traces of sugar, but she still hadn't spotted Manchiri. She carefully recalled every place in Dressrosa, thinking of all the spots she had explored in her youth, before finally coming up with a possibility. That was the depths of the palace chapel, a place she had never seen before. Sure enough, the aggrieved expression of Manchiri appeared in her eyes. "Manchiri, so you were here?" She let out a sigh of relief and responded in a soft yet contrasting voice. "Gomen nasai. Sorry to keep you waiting." Sugar was being guarded by the highest-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family, Torpol, and was currently in the underground factory of the bullfighting arena. Seemingly a bit awkwardly restrained by Qin Yun, she let out a soft hum and continued. "Manchiri is alone, imprisoned in a small room deep in the chapel of the palace." "Oh, doesn't Manchiri have anyone from Doflamingo watching over her?" Qin Yun was not surprised by her betrayal of Doflamingo. Instead, he was more interested in her alluring expression. "No, generally speaking, Doflamingo would hum in the palace. You actually..." "Not bad at all." Qin Yun smiled and let her go. Violetta's various shy reactions undoubtedly indicated that she was very unfamiliar and unaccustomed to his touch. These reactions could not be faked, as no matter how one pretended, flaws would inevitably appear. In a shy state, the charm in her eyes was different. With his rich experience and keen insight, if he still couldn't see that Violetta was his little treasure worth cherishing, then he would have captured so many divine maidens for nothing. However, to win Violetta's heart, and for him to hold a significance in her heart that surpasses her once beloved former Dressrosa kingdom, he would need more means. Afterward, Qin Yun first glanced at the king's heights, then turned to look at the bullfighting arena. Which one should he go after first, sugar or mancherry? Both of their devil fruits were of a bug-level existence. The most famous was sugar's hobby fruit, which could turn any being touched by the user into a toy, regardless of whether the target was conscious. It could also erase all memories of the target from others in the world. However, tangible records like photos, written documents, and statues would not disappear. A contract could also be established, making the toy unable to act freely based on its own thoughts and obey commands. Yet, the toy would retain its consciousness, emotions, and memories from its previous life, permanently turning into a toy while the user's consciousness was awake. Later, WT felt that the fruit's ability was too bug-like and started to enhance hockey. Thus, the following comical scene occurred. Rational discussions. Everyone's viewpoints were correct. After all, whether hockey or fruit abilities, which is stronger between characters, is ultimately a matter of WT's wording. Right? Law. Big Mom and Kaido's hockey is too strong. With the Op no Mi, can't move them. Then Kid could use his magnetic powers on the strong hockey Big Mom, turning her into a magnet. And Law could use his fruit ability to stab her with a sword. He first said that Big Mom's strong hockey was unaffected, but then used the fruit ability to influence the strong hockey Big Mom. This contradiction was also invincible. Then there was the time Law fought Blackbeard. Law, the fruit ability cannot affect excessive hockey. Then he broke the transformation effect of the sickness fruit and turned back into a man. There were too many contradictions. Returning to the hobby fruit, Sugar could influence people like Bell Pepper and Cavendish without being shaken off by their hockey. So let's assume their hockey wasn't strong enough. As for what level of hockey is required, that would need a warrior to sacrifice themselves to try. The healing fruit, on the other hand, plays a more auxiliary role. Its ability is simple and brutal, capable of healing all injuries and ailments of living beings. It can even restore everything to its original state at the cost of consuming lifespan through the power of restoration. If old powerhouses like Whitebeard and Red-Haired Shanks knew about this devil fruit, they would probably stop at nothing to obtain it. Choosing between the two, for Qin Yun, the healing power was certainly more important. Once he obtained the healing power, his endurance would reach a terrifying level. So, he would go after Mancherry first. Qin Yun was calm and composed. He waved to the still shy Violetta and gently said, "Let's go, Violetta. Use your power of glaring to take me to the King's Heights to find Mancherry." Violetta sighed. The path was one she chose. A combination of both active and passive choices, and she could only walk it to the end. "Okay," she said, stepping forward and willingly placing her delicate body into Qin Yun's embrace. Her small action made Qin Yun's lips curl into a smile. He wrapped his left arm around her waist while his right hand scooped her up, carrying her in a princess hold as they flew towards the King's Heights. Indeed, according to logic, Violetta was once the princess of Dressrosa, and Qin Yun was holding a real princess. Of course, among his divine consorts, there are also quite a few princesses like Vivi and Shirahoshi. Taking advantage of their flight, Violetta saw a rare opportunity and hurriedly asked in a low voice, "Qin Yun, what is your purpose for coming to Dressrosa?" This question was extremely important to her. Her greatest hope was that Qin Yun had a vendetta against Doflamingo, that he had come solely to eliminate Doflamingo's influence and then leave Dressrosa. If that were the case, her father, Ricadold, would reclaim the throne, and her country would be restored. In the original timeline, she had fulfilled her wish. However, it seemed she did not realize why she had the audacity to ask Qin Yun a question. Was it just because she was a ferocious adult? Qin Yun frowned and coldly replied, pretending to be displeased. "Oh, what is wrong? You haven't forgotten that you're a prisoner now, have you? Want to know my purpose? Is it to continue showing your loyalty to Don Quixote Doflamingo?" Violetta's pupils constricted, and the blush on her face faded due to his words. She hurriedly explained the situation, confessing her identity. "No. To be honest, I was once the princess of the Dressrosa Kingdom." Seeing that Qin Yun's expression remained unchanged, Violetta thought he didn't believe her. "You have to believe me. I swear I'm not lying. 8 years ago, Doflamingo came to this country and used the string fruit to control my father, King Riku, which led to the slaughter of our citizens. Doflamingo acted as a hero to stop him, while seizing control of this place. Qin Yun obviously knew all of this. In his tangled web of power, it clearly illustrated one truth. Without strength, one is guilty from the start. Doflamingo thought my string fruit ability was quite impressive, so he let me go, and I took this opportunity to save my father's life. And then what? What does sharing these old stories matter if I trust you? I still know Doflamingo's brainwashing methods. Who knows what your true stance is now? Violetta was left speechless by Qin Yun's words. If swearing could convince others, how many people in the world would end up bankrupt from being deceived? Why would I believe you? There is no need to believe you. All of this is irrelevant to me. Right now, you just need to be a good prisoner and follow my orders. If what you said is true, as a former princess, you must hate Doflamingo for invading your country, right? Just behave and don't try anything funny, and Doflamingo's rule will naturally crumble today. I understand. Violetta replied helplessly, lowering her voice. At this point, she realized that she could not get the answer she wanted from Qin Yun. She could only pray that the development of events would move toward her inner desires. Thus, Violetta was forcibly cut off from the topic, blushing as she flew along in Qin Yun's manly embrace. When they were close to the palace, Violetta finally calmed her emotions and quietly said, "The chapel is on the upper levels of the palace, and there are no windows inside. The only way to reach it is through the main entrance of the palace, the south gate. No need. Just point out the direction where Mancheri is located." With the ability of the door fruit, Qin Yun faced no obstacles wherever he went. Violetta was momentarily stunned, inwardly thinking, Qin Yun wouldn't he be planning to break in violently, would he? The thunder fruit can indeed do that. My home wouldn't he be destroyed like this, right? Despite her reluctance, she had no choice but to follow Qin Yun's orders, raising one hand in an okay gesture in front of her. After confirming Mancheri's location, she extended her pinky finger and pointed to a wall, saying, "Right there?" But there are assassins from the Don Quixote family moving behind the wall. Your fruit ability is indeed useful. Even the pose for using it is so cute. Listening to Qin Yun's flirtatious words and his domineering actions toward her. Even though Qin Yun had previously denied her with cold words, Violetta was completely certain that he was interested in her. She thought for a moment and decided to show her charm. If she could captivate Qin Yun, perhaps her anticipated outcome could be achieved through another means. Violetta smiled sweetly, lifting the hand that was gripping Qin Yun's collar along with her other hand, intimately wrapping her arms around his neck. She slightly tilted her head, revealing her alluring white neck, her captivating autumn-like eyes slowly gazing into Qin Yun's eyes as if they could speak, especially her rosy, delicate lips, which seemed to invite Qin Yun to accidentally lean down and capture that little cutie. "Thank you for the compliment, Lord Qin Yun." Qin Yun was taken aback for a moment. He had just unconsciously praised Violet, hadn't he? Why did she react so strongly? Her posture, full of seductive emotions, was as if she wanted to present herself to him completely. Something unusual must have a hidden agenda. But Qin Yun wasn't a Sigma male, so he naturally wouldn't reject such a little enchantress who came to his door. "My lord, you." He squeezed Violet's slim waist and gently comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, Violet. We have plenty of time to get to know each other in the future." Violet's voice was soft and delicate, like a feeble beauty, softly humming. It made Qin Yun want to tease her, but now wasn't the right time. As they engaged in their passionate conversation, they unknowingly arrived at the location Violet had indicated. Qin Yun did not hesitate and waved his hand to create a small door 2 people wide in the wall here. What is going on? Floating into the door, there were indeed small minions from the Don Quixote family around. 10 million volts, lightning chain. Qin Yun didn't even glance at them, directly letting the electric current surge beneath his feet and spread to them. XN screams quickly rang out as Qin Yun continued to fly deeper into the palace. However, Violet's attention was not here. Her gaze was fixed on the wall door that Qin Yun had opened, and she muttered to herself, "Is this a phantom beast? No. Isn't Qin Yun an echo fruit user? Can he really consume multiple devil fruits?" To be fair, her intuition was quite accurate. With a smooth passage, Qin Yun quickly flew with Violet to the front hall of the palace chapel. The space here was high and profound, with a towering dome adorned with golden decorations and murals depicting religious content. The ground was laid with a soft red carpet that extended to the statue above, surrounded by exquisite floral decorations, giving it a stylish appearance. "Is this the chapel? Violet, is Mancheri still behind?" Qin Yun asked the woman in his arms as he flew inward. "Yes, right behind. There's a wooden door there. And inside, there's a prison built specifically for the little people, and Mancheri is inside." "I see." After flying for a few more breaths, the two of them reached a dark passage. However, there were quite a few minions hidden there guarding Mancheri. The lightning emitted by Qin Yun dispelled the darkness, attracting everyone's attention. "Who is it?" There was no answer, only the crackling of Qin Yun's lightning. With each crackle, a small minion was struck down. their souls ascending as their bodies fell. Eventually, Qin Yun stopped in front of a wooden door, and Violetta softly said, "It's right here." The creaking door was pushed open, and Qin Yun's lightning illuminated the dim room. A series of sorrowful sobs echoed in the void, the lament of Manshili. Crack! Yeah. The brilliant thunder struck down several guards who turned to look outside the door. The sudden flash of lightning caused Manshili to stop crying and exclaim loudly. Qin Yun turned his gaze towards the sound and saw a small arched prison cell built into the wall, with only a few thin iron bars standing at the entrance as a barrier. The next moment, a delicate and pitiful little face appeared at the cell door, curiously peering out at the world beyond. Qin Yun raised the corner of his mouth slightly. The princess of the Dongda kingdom? She should be the easiest to deceive and capture. Are you Manshili? Don't worry. I'm the world's #1 good person. And it was your father who begged me to come and rescue you. Wow. You are actually the world's #1 good person. Thank you so much, Wu. I can finally leave here. Manshili's delicate and whiny voice was full of trust in Qin Yun's words. This is not because Qin Yun is using a cheat he forgot to turn off, but because the small people are naturally inclined to easily believe others. Manshili was imprisoned and exploited by Doflamingo, also because King Ganxiao of the Dongda kingdom trusted Doflamingo too easily. Ganxiao believed that the king of the Liku family, who had shown them years of kindness, had gone mad and harmed his people, which led him to get close to the Don Quixote family. As a result, over 500 of their people, including Manshili, were enslaved by Doflamingo. For such a gullible race to survive until now without being exterminated is quite remarkable. Qin Yun gently set Violet down and walked straight to the prison door. With a wave of his hand, the door opened with a sound. He extended his right hand and said softly, "Come out, Manshili." Manshili nodded with emotion, wanting to jump into Qin Yun's arms. However, her calves suddenly lost strength, and she slipped and fell to the ground. This was not due to her clumsiness. In fact, the small folk were generally very agile, known as fairies. Manshili's situation was a result of sitting in the prison for a long time and not having enough to eat. Qin Yun casually reached out and firmly grabbed her. Phew, that was close. I'm sorry for the trouble. Thank you, kind Oni-chan. Manshili let out a sigh of relief and politely thanked him again. Qin Yun felt the texture in his hand. The 20-centimeter Manshili felt like a tiny toy. Her petite and delicate body made him unable to resist gently poking her little face and princess dress with his thumb. Hey, kind sir, please don't poke my face. It feels so uncomfortable. Manshili's distressed whimpers had no effect, only making the curious Qin Yun more interested. Imsuri, Manshili, I've always been very curious about your little race. Can you endure it a bit longer and satisfy my curiosity? Qin Yun's expression was very sincere. As the princess of the minor clan, could Manshili possibly refuse his small request? Well, if it were the request of a great benefactor, of course she could. However, could you be a little gentler? I'm most afraid of physical pain. Manshili hesitated for a moment, but still pitifully agreed to Qin Yun's request. Qin Yun's earnest feelings are so genuine that even Violet can't tell whether he is deceiving Manshili or truly interested in the little people. At this moment, as a prisoner, she struggles to protect herself and naturally doesn't dare to say much to intervene, lest she attract Qin Yun's fiery attacks. Qin Yun didn't go too far. He just casually fiddled with Manshili's front and back a couple of times before letting her go. After all, he would have plenty of time to discuss the mysteries of human and little people's evolution with Manshili in the future. Now he was certain that the little people were different from the toys he used to play with. This real touch and tenderness were something that artificial creations could hardly achieve. Manshili had long golden hair styled into 2 braids, adorned with 2 flowers. From behind, it looked like a huge double ponytail occupying her petite body. One unfortunate thing was that all little people had a pointy little nose like the previous Borky, which ruined that impulsive beauty. Manshili, the princess of the little people, with a kind and gentle personality combined with her petite body, was quite endearing. That pointy little nose wasn't a problem. It would be smoothed away the moment she saw Nokigao. Fortunately, he had Nokigao, the divine consort, who could use her smoothing power to make their little pointy noses delicate and refined. The existence of the smoothing power might just be to make up for Qin Yun's regrets and enhance his experience. Is it done? Manshili asked when she saw Qin Yun stop moving. Done. How strange. I thought you would hurt me. I didn't expect that poking my face would feel like a massage instead. So comfortable. Manshili's face was filled with a joyful smile, seemingly reminiscing about the previous sensation. Boom, boom. At that moment, a thundering sound came from outside. Even the royal high ground, where Qin Yun was located, was affected. Forced to shake, Qin Yun collected his emotions and asked, "Violet, what's happening outside?" "Let me check," Violet said as she placed her hand in front of her eyes, activating her observation ability. After glancing in several directions multiple times, she replied, "A group of winged humans is fighting against members of the Don Quixote family." The loud noise earlier must have come from the high-ranking officer, Pika, who is currently wrestling with a Spinosaurus. Spinosaurus? That means Ashura and Pika are fighting. Also, Doflamingo is on his way from the port to the Smile Factory. That's about it. We should go find Sugar. Mancherry, can you lend me your healing fruit abilities? It would help me a lot. This way, I can rescue the remaining little human companions. Mancherry's eyes lit up. She had long wanted to rid herself of this healing fruit power. It was precisely because of it that she had been imprisoned by Doflamingo, exploited and used. If Qin Yun could take away her devil fruit powers and help other people, she would be more than happy. The truth was that without the power to protect the treasure, it would only attract greedy eyes and plunder. Really? How should I cooperate with you? Mancherry's eyes were filled with anticipation. It's simple, just let me knock you out, and you can have a good sleep. Violet said, instinctively covering her mouth and widening her eyes. Qin Yun wants to take away the ability of the healing fruit? Can she hear this? If she witnesses Qin Yun stealing the fruit's ability, won't she be killed to silence her? In that case, come on. Be a little gentler when you knock me out. I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. As soon as she finished speaking, Manchueli fell into a sweet dream. Her strength was too weak. With just a light burst of Qin Yun's Conqueror's Haki, she was knocked unconscious. Thus, the healing fruit. It has already become his possession. With it, why would he need to learn any medical skills? Even the ship's doctor of the Pirate King, Kuroka's, and the Witch Doctor, Kureha, the most top-notch medical practitioners in the pirate world, would probably feel inferior when they see the effects of the healing power. Even regrowing severed limbs is possible, although it requires a certain amount of lifespan. Reviving from a drop of blood is too outrageous. I wonder if it can be achieved. Perhaps he could also compare with the Phoenix Marco to see whose healing ability is superior. Qin Yun's mind moved, and he pinched Manchueli, inserting the white thunder into her delicate body, mercilessly draining her fruit ability. After a few breaths, a refreshing and tingling sensation spread throughout his body. This feeling was almost comparable to the positive feedback he received from the divine consorts when chatting with them in the divine palace, in places where Qin Yun was unaware. The hidden and visible injuries on his body, even the small bite marks left by unknown creatures, were healed. At this moment, he was at his peak. Even if the divine consorts opened their small mouths together, softly whispering his name and calling for his return, he would remain unafraid. Perhaps this was the confidence boost that the healing fruit brought him. What a wonderful feeling it was. With future divine consorts by his side, Qin Yun paid attention to maintaining his image, restraining himself, and not letting out his signature wild laughter after integrating into this world. The enhancement brought to him by this healing fruit was definitely not as simple as 4+1. Although the Azure Dragon fruit provided him with coveted attack power, defense power, and recovery power, it still couldn't allow Qin Yun to perform sit-ups like those under the Nika Halo. Now, even if he removed the power of the Azure Dragon fruit, the recovery power from the healing fruit alone was enough to make him an indestructible little cockroach, able to do sit-ups alongside Nika and others. Violet couldn't see the white thunder and had no idea that Qin Yun had already plundered Manchueli's healing fruit. She was still feeling anxious. Qin Yun calmed his inner excitement and pulled Manchueli into his arms. He took the initiative to wrap his arms around Violet's waist and said lightly, "Let's go, Violet. We're heading to the bullfighting arena." The moment Qin Yun touched her waist, Violet's delicate body trembled slightly. She forced a bitter smile and murmured, "What exactly do you plan to do with me? Are you going to silence me after using me? Huh? Why would you think that? Do you think I would let you go and let you die? Then I know your secret. You're a paramecia user, right? I heard what you said to Manchueli earlier. You can also steal other people's devil fruits. Oh, and then? Huh? Everyone knows that a person can only consume one devil fruit in their lifetime. Now that I know your secret about having multiple powers, won't you kill me to keep me quiet?" Qin Yun chuckled lightly. Violet's thoughts were indeed not wrong. Normally, if he lacked strength and exposed the secret of being a multiple devil fruit user, he would undoubtedly eliminate all those who knew. But what could Violet or anyone else do if they found out? He had never concealed the fact that he was a multiple devil fruit user. Those who were curious about the secrets of multiple devil fruits could come find him if they had the guts. Even if they were lucky enough to find him without sufficient strength, it would only be a death sentence. Those with certain strength were mostly seasoned individuals who understood that knowing about his abilities would not lead them to easily make enemies. He had showcased the powers of thunder and float in front of Carp, who had fought against the Golden Line multiple times and would definitely recognize them. It was just unclear why Carp hadn't disclosed this information. Silencing was a must, but it didn't necessarily have to be through killing. Violet, I am a deity from the kingdom of heaven, and those fighting outside against the Don Quixote family are all my capable subordinates. Qin Yun leaned closer to Violet, trying to make his voice sound gentle and approachable. As long as your body and mind obey me, after we spend a few days together, I can grant you the identity of a divine consort from the heavenly kingdom. Violet repeated a couple of times, roughly understanding Qin Yun's meaning. She let out a sigh of relief, clinging to Qin Yun's shoulder, and replied softly, I understand. That's good to know. Qin Yun lowered his head and lightly savored the fragrance of the violet flowers, the fragrant aroma rushing into his nostrils. The scent was sweet and pleasant, reminiscent of licorice, yet not overly strong, wonderful, indescribably wonderful. With a flash of lightning, Qin Yun darted towards the palace. Violet seemed to be murmuring, or perhaps exclaiming, bringing him joy as if he were flying with a companion. Just as Qin Yun returned to the palace corridor from the path he had come, several piercing sounds appeared on one side of the corridor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 colored threads. Qin Yun glanced around, surprised by this weak attack. He didn't even need to dodge. He directly embraced Violetta, raised his hand, and unleashed a bolt of lightning that shattered the fierce 5 strands. In the distance, Doflamingo, wearing sunglasses and sporting his signature smile, could be seen. Upon closer inspection, one could actually notice the stiffness in his demeanor. This was a clone created by Doflamingo using his devil fruit ability. Be careful. He's very strong. Violetta explained just in time. Huh. No wonder the attack was so weak. It turns out he just left a string clone in the palace. Doflamingo was not in the palace. He had sensed it long before, while flying out of the palace towards Dressrosa Port. The string clone he created could use all of his techniques, but only when the original was nearby could it speak and exert its full power. Since we encountered him, let us take care of it. Qin Yun protected Violet behind him, opened his mouth wide, and took a deep breath. Then, he aimed at Doflamingo's string clone and unleashed a pillar of flames. The dragon roared with evil fire. Super Strike Whip. The string clone acted instinctively, attacking the intruder without any human control. The scorching pillar of flames collided with the white strings resembling a giant whip. It only held for an instant before the pillar of flames engulfed the white strings along with the string clone, turning them into wisps of black smoke that dissipated into the air. The string clone feared the scorching flames. Was there a problem? No problem. Without Doflamingo's control, the string clone was too weak, as if it had already been decapitated by Cyrus. Before Qin Yun could say anything, Violet proactively stepped into his embrace, whispering, the bullfighting arena is located on the west side of the King's Heights, in a very prominent position, easily visible. Qin Yun nodded and flew westward while holding her. Inside the Mile Factory, 500 little people were still planting smile fruits. They were deceived by the lies of the Don Quixote family, hoping to cure Princess Manchery. The factory manager, Queen, who had passionately kissed Frankie in the original storyline, was leisurely enjoying the services of the little people. Outside the Smile Factory, however, it was a different scene. Gaydaz bit his lip and rolled his eyes, shouting, warriors kill. Let their blood nourish our new territory with magnificent vitality. Move swiftly and protect all our equipment stored here. We must slaughter them all before they can cause widespread destruction. Where is Lord Seigneur? Hurry and save us. Lord Seigneur, come out. Several ladies dressed lightly and showing off their assets cried out. They often mingled with Seigneur, relying on the perverted Seigneur for their livelihood. It seemed they heard the ladies' cries for help, as Seigneur swam out from the right wall of the Smile Factory in a freestyle manner, landing gracefully on the ground, causing the ladies to cheer. He was a superhuman with a water fruit ability, able to turn the ground or walls into liquid and move freely within or through them. His displayed abilities were more akin to those of a swimming fruit. Seigneur was fat, wearing a pink baby hat and sucking on a pacifier. This perverted image would certainly attract attention on the street. You prepared quite well, coming here with so many people without making a sound. Gaydaz glanced at him indifferently, then opened his arms and shouted, the Lord of the Gods is right behind us to protect us. Warriors, send these heretics to eternal peace. Oh, the next moment, Gaydaz transformed into a black horse, leading the charge of war. This scene was not unique. On Lover's Avenue, Mahabais, a ton press fruit user from the Diamante Army's fighting group, was engaged in a heated battle with the large-tongued dog, Shadley, and the rabbit Elm. They were in a close-quarters brawl, a highly entertaining scene. but it did not take place in the bullfighting arena, not far to the northeast of the King's Heights. The Pika Army Special Forces were fighting against the priests. In the unreachable sky, Nami, Vivi, Robin, and Perona, several combat-capable divine maidens, were surveying the situation from the clouds, waiting for the right moment to act. They were surrounded by a circle of negative spirits, which could be described as invincible defense. Pika used the stone power to merge into the stone giant to fight, resembling an unshakable turtle shell. Shura did not rush to determine the winner against him. He found that battling with his Spinosaurus form could significantly increase his proficiency. The continuous explosions sounded as Gladiolus used the bomb power to create explosive force on the ground, while Gloria countered with spring power. Biafro, with lesser strength, could only rotate his body on the edge, occasionally charging towards the warriors. Unbeknownst to him, he had already caught Nami's attention and was about to be struck down by lightning. The island where the Dressrosa Kingdom was located was surrounded by a ring of huge rocks, with only a gap leading to Greenbit Island and a smaller rocky area serving as the port. Here, bombarded by the judgment of the gods, the rocks were blown apart, enlarging the port's opening. A robust soldier, who had survived the waves, staggered towards the island, but was unexpectedly overshadowed by a tall figure. He. Doflamingo fixed his gaze on the massive gap at the coast and coldly said, "What happened here?" The soldier was startled, and upon seeing Doflamingo, quickly replied, "Young master, I only saw a gigantic light beam fall from the sky. We couldn't react in time before it attacked us." Light beam? Doflamingo, who had come out of boredom just from hearing the explosions, had not seen the lightning beam. His expression darkened as he questioned, "Where's Dringer?" "Maybe in that big hole." "The big hole?" Doflamingo no longer paid attention to him and quickly jumped towards where Dringer had been. Meanwhile, in the sea outside the port, Jinbi, Aladdin, and other members of the Sun Pirates formed a circle, each striking a strange pose as if gathering something. Around them, the seawater swirled, centering on them, resembling a massive underwater whirlpool. The next moment, their eyes flashed as they all looked at Jinbi, who nodded and shouted, "Now is the time." Fishman karate, water burst, ocean current over the shoulder throw. They each embraced a swirling water column, spinning counterclockwise. The water in the sea surged, and within a few breaths, a massive whirlpool appeared on the surface. This sudden scene was instantly noticed by Doflamingo, who had just arrived at the port. He was startled and instinctively stopped, beginning to retreat, as if welcoming his arrival. A massive ocean current was suddenly hurled from the center of the whirlpool towards the sky of Dressrosa. "This is..." Doflamingo's eyes widened. Although this water column was not aimed at him, he still wove a protective shield with his string powers. Spider's nest. The enormous ocean current surged fiercely, only stopping when it reached several hundred meters in the air before exploding with a roar. This location was the center of Dressrosa, King's Heights. The exploding seawater split into tiny droplets that scattered across the entire area of Dressrosa. This scene resembled rain falling from the sky of Dressrosa. No, it was like seawater raining down. If someone who had eaten a devil fruit accidentally came into contact with the seawater, they would be blessed. Especially in the midst of battle, if they suddenly became weak and exhausted. One could only imagine what would happen. Surely, those who had eaten a devil fruit knew. Jinbi, Aladdin, and the other fishmen surfaced with wide grins, seeing the results of their efforts, their smiles even more pronounced. "Captain Jinbi, we did it!" The fishmen cheered with grins. At that moment, one fishman spotted Doflamingo and muttered in disbelief, "Is that Doflamingo? What's he doing here? Is he waiting for us?" When did his strength reach this level? Doflamingo frowned and thickened his defensive net, transforming it into a shape similar to an umbrella, connected to the back of his neck. Considering that these strings might soften when encountering seawater, he thoughtfully covered the string umbrella with armament hockey. After completing his defense, he gloomily stared at the fishmen in the water and said harshly, "Sea Hero Jinbi, how could you be here? What have you done? Are you aware of the consequences of attacking me, a fellow warlord?" Ho. I'm truly sorry, Doflamingo. Recently, Fishman Island and Fishman Island have been thriving, and Jinbi is also quite happy, working harder for Qin Yun. I'm just doing some minor duties. What? Jinbei's response did not satisfy Doflamingo, who questioned him. What do you mean by your responsibilities? Who are you working for? The world government? Sorry, although you will know the truth of everything later. This truth should not come from my mouth. Jinbei. Doflamingo's veins bulged as he unleashed his conqueror's haki towards the fishmen. However, most of the remaining members of the Sun Pirates were elites, and Jinbei could remain unfazed even under Charlotte Lean's conqueror's haki. So how could he be intimidated by mere Doflamingo? Spiro, a member of the Sun Pirates, suggested with a sinister look, Captain Jinbei, why don't we just leave Doflamingo here? This initial strike on Dressrosa might earn you that reward from Lord Qin Yun. Jinbei paused, quickly realizing what he was referring to. They had learned about it during their sparring with Qin Yun's priests. The priests were granted the power of devil fruits by Qin Yun through special means, allowing them to be unafraid of the sea's power. Each of them carried sea prism stone weapons, but were unaffected by them. The thing Spiro mentioned was indeed the devil fruit power without side effects. He waved his hand and quietly replied, "Forget it, we just joined them. And this is not the right time to stick our necks out and become targets, risking unnecessary trouble." Seeing that they were ignoring him, Doflamingo raised his arm without hesitation and crossed it down towards Jinbei. Drop the rope line. Without Jinbei having to act, the fishmen on either side waved their hands, conjuring a wave to block Doflamingo's attack. "Hey, Jinbei, what are you mumbling about? Have you reached the point where you can ignore me?" But on the other hand, since they encountered Doflamingo, a fight was inevitable. Jinbei's expression turned serious, and his tone sounded extremely earnest. The fishmen heard this, and all revealed fierce grins as they swam towards Doflamingo. The battle between Doflamingo and Fishman Jinbei against the Sun Pirates was about to erupt. In the bullfighting arena, Diamante sat in the viewing platform above, where two gladiators were fiercely competing in the arena. Just then, a loud noise echoed from the sky, and seawater began to pour down like rain. Diamante was taken aback, not realizing that the falling water was seawater, and he got drenched. A feeling of weakness surged through him as he weakly murmured, "What is going on? This isn't rain. This is seawater. How can seawater appear in the sky?" Before he could give orders, servants from the Don Quixote family hurried over to hold an umbrella for him, shielding him from the sea rain. After a while, he regained his strength and raised his iron cape over his head to resist the encroaching seawater. "Forget it. I'll wait for Doflamingo to notify me. What is important now is who will win between these two in the arena. Who will be the best material for toys?" In the underground factory of the bullfighting arena, everyone watched the fierce battle between two gladiators on the screen. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Sugar, Treble, and Baby 5, who had been waiting here for a long time to create new toys. A spark of electricity flickered on the screen before it lost its image. "What is going on?" Treble, with a runny nose, showed a curious expression like a 3-year-old child. Sugar pouted her little face in displeasure and began to shout, "Hurry up and call someone to fix it." They were just about to reach a critical moment, and I was so into it. Then she started eating her grapes, which she never seemed to let go of. "Hey, speaking of which, why does it seem like no one is moving outside?" Treble tilted his head curiously, as if he sensed something was off. It was exactly when they needed people, yet no one was around at this moment. Baby 5 seemed to have triggered some special mechanism, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the two, excitedly saying, "I think I heard someone needs help. What do you need me to do?" "Fix the screen." Sugar immediately made her request. "Okay." Baby 5 jumped in front of the screen and quickly dismantled it, starting to repair it with clattering sounds. Treble then curiously left Sugar's side and walked to the door to see what the family members outside were doing, as he couldn't hear a single sound. Just as he opened the door, a large hand rapidly enlarged in his vision, moving too fast for him to react. Bang! The loud thud of his head hitting the ground and the crackling of electricity drew Baby 5 and Sugar's attention. They turned to see Treble being held by a man and forcefully slammed to the ground, his body shaking as if enduring a strong electric shock. Even the flowing slime he used to pretend to be fat was evaporated by the high temperature of the electricity, revealing his weak and emaciated form. "Treble!" Sugar cried out in alarm, taking a small step back as if facing a great enemy. Baby 5's face turned serious, but her hands continued to work on the screen, the clattering sounds becoming particularly jarring in Sugar's ears. "Ah, I seem to have arrived at quite a dangerous place." The person was Qin Yun, who waved his hand as white lightning surged, ruthlessly stealing Treble's sticky fruit and storing it in the storage room. Immediately after, he kicked the critically injured Treble away. Whoosh! Treble traced a dark trajectory through the air before crashing into the wall, embedding himself deeply into it. Treble, his fate unknown. Is Treble dead? Sugar widened her eyes, having consumed the toy fruit, her external appearance frozen in her youthful form, but she was actually already 20 years old. However, only she knew her psychological age. If Qin Yun wanted to know, he would have to discuss this curious matter with her in depth. Baby 5 seemed to have little reaction to Treble's plight. She swiftly appeared in front of Sugar, her arms transforming into missile launchers, pointing at Qin Yun. It seemed that if Qin Yun intended to harm Sugar, she would mercilessly fire a barrage. Qin Yun entered the room at a steady pace, revealing the elegant Violet behind him. Violet, have you betrayed the young master? Sugar incredulously questioned as soon as she saw Violet. Betrayal? Oomph. Violet scoffed and replied, I have never been under Don Quixote da Flamingo. Qin Yun interjected, don't get excited. We are not enemies. Baby 5, I need you to put down your weapon for us to coexist peacefully. Okay? You. Sugar was about to say something reprimanding when she noticed something was off with Baby 5 ahead. Am I needed? You just said you need me, right? Baby 5's demeanor changed completely. She obeyed the command and put away her weapon, her previous serious expression replaced by one of anticipation and longing. Qin Yun curled the corner of his mouth, waved his hand, and beckoned her over, seductively saying yes, yes, yes. I need you more than anyone else. Come to my side. Here you can enjoy endless need and fill the emptiness in your heart. Hey, Baby 5, he's lying to you, don't believe him. Sugar quickly intervened as she sensed the situation was going wrong. I need you too. The conflicting needs seemed to short-circuit Baby 5's brain, leaving her unsure of which need to address first. You're Sugar? Qin Yun looked at the cute girl in front of him, wearing a crown and a bear hood, with great interest. Oh no, this is bad. Sugar was startled. She had been too focused on worrying about Tory Pole and Baby 5. What about herself? She was just a weakling too. Violet had already been subdued by him, so he must know about her abilities. Wouldn't T that means she couldn't even play the pity card? Stop mumbling to yourself. Don't worry, I'll 1T let you off easily. If you perform well, I might even give you a little less punishment later. Lightning flashed, and Qin Yun instantly appeared behind Sugar. So fast. How could Sugar's small, delicate body withstand his powerful strike? So, Qin Yun merely gently pressed his sturdy sea-stone stick against her lower back, causing her frail body to collapse weakly onto the ground. What do you want to do to me? Let me go. Oh, it seems you still have potential to be a little demoness. Qin Yun grabbed her 2 tender little arms and pulled them behind her back, with a click, gently putting on the sea tower stone handcuffs for her. Now, it's the cute little Sugar's captive segment, Baby 5. Right now, I'm the winner here and the one who needs you the most. So what do you think? Do you know whose orders you need to follow? I understand. Baby 5 replied in a sweet voice, seemingly very excited, but secretly feeling quite pleased inside. I am needed again. Come behind me and give my shoulder muscles a massage. Okay. Baby 5's eyes lit up, and she happily ran to Qin Yun's back, starting to massage his shoulders with her little hands. To be honest, she happened to be wearing a maid outfit, and the white frills on her head swayed back and forth like waves, seemingly expressing her joyful mood at that moment. Qin Yun thought for a moment. The candy's playful fruit could not be taken away yet. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient for him to handle those toys later. Once everything settles down, he would gather the toys together for concentrated destruction, arrangement, or disposal. He is not some savior. So far, most of the creatures turned into toys by the candy are desperate fighters who earn money in the gladiatorial arena. And these people are of no use to the future development of his country. There are also some rebels against Doflamingo's rule, fiercely loyal to the Liku monarchy. This part depends on the situation. If they surrender to Violet, they might be able to spare their lives. The remaining existence consists of various professions, especially scientists, who would have a chance of survival. Baby 5. With black long hair, a sweet appearance, always dressed in a maid outfit, she yearns to be needed by others. As long as she is needed, she cannot refuse anyone. The best way to deal with her is to make her obediently stay in the shrine. Sugar, always holding grapes. A bug-level existence that makes anyone who touches her foolish. Monet's younger sister, currently just a scheming little lowly in her 20s. How should he bully her? Once Sugar is captured, the potential threat disappears. Next comes the real clash of swords in the open. Big brother, let me go, I'm still just a child. Sugar cried with tears streaming down her face, her small, delicate body exuding a weak and powerless breath that made her feel exceedingly uncomfortable. She pretended to cry pitifully. Although she knew this would be of no use, what if Qin Yun let her go in a moment of carelessness? It wouldn't hurt to try. What? A child? I'm talking about you, you little brat. No, you're my precious treasure. Without a crucial key like you, how can I pry open your sister Monet's heart defenses? He knew that Monet only pretended not to care about Sugar. She said that to lower Qin Yun's determination to capture Sugar, making him think that she wouldn't easily submit. If it came to letting her and Sugar die for Doflamingo, she might not even know what choice to make. The same goes for Sugar. The sisters had relied on each other since childhood, and their bond had reached a level of mutual understanding. Even if they were taken in by Doflamingo, the one who occupied the most space in their hearts was still each other. Monet, you took my sister away? When did this happen? Sugar exclaimed incredulously. In her impression, Monet had just left Dressrosa to carry out a simple and safe mission. You must be lying to me, right? Sugar's understanding of her importance to Doflamingo is definitely not as simple as she imagines. Why was Monet sent out to separate from her for a mission? It's simple. Both Doflamingo and Monet issued orders to her at the same time. For Sugar, Monet, who has been with her day and night and shares blood ties, has a greater influence on her. No matter how confident Doflamingo is in his brainwashing methods, he would not miss any possibility of influencing Sugar's will. Prolonged separation would reduce Sugar's dependence on Monet and increase her sense of belonging to the family of Don Quixote. In this way, if something really happened to Monet, Sugar wouldn't be devastated by her departure because she still has these family members from the Don Quixote family. Just yesterday, don't worry, I haven't done anything to your sister yet. Do you want to see her? Qin Yun chuckled lightly, snapping out a humiliating photo of Monet in a comatose state, allowing him to manipulate her. Look, isn't this your sister Monet? It's well known that pictures can't be edited, he. The moment Sugar saw Monet posed in such a humiliating manner, the fury in her eyes was about to erupt. Her little face turned bright red as she glared fiercely at Qin Yun. Even though she was bound by sea stone, it was clear she was struggling in anger. You let my sister go. If there's anything, come at me. Just you? Qin Yun looked her up and down with a hint of disdain, curling his lips as he muttered, nutritionally insufficient, underdeveloped, and your face is all chubby from consuming too many grapes every day. In short, you seem unable to replace Monet. That's because of the devil fruit. Sugar instinctively retorted, caught up in Qin Yun's words. Your sister is much better. Her figure is so graceful, as if she has a magnet attached to her. Even I can't help but linger, reluctant to take my eyes off her. Qin Yun continued to tease her. You're driving me crazy. Seeing Qin Yun's antics, Sugar was truly infuriated, almost out of breath. She fell silent for a moment, then looked up pitifully, her eyes filled with tears as she pleaded. Please let my sister go. I'll do anything you want. Oh, finally learned to adjust your attitude? Qin Yun shook his head, feeling as if he were toying with a child. Let's see how you perform later. If you can truly sacrifice everything for your sister, then I might consider letting her go and giving her a perfect ending. Let her go. That's impossible. A perfect ending? Of course, it means becoming his treasure. Really? Sugar's little eyes were full of hope. Now, she could only believe Qin Yun's words. I'll be obedient. Just don't hurt my sister. Sugar realized she currently had no right to ask Qin Yun to spare Monet, and could only think of ways to prevent him from touching her sister. She had to save her sister, not letting Qin Yun succeed, even if it meant sacrificing herself. No matter what, she was willing to give everything for it. Those with a guilty conscience couldn't wait to condemn Qin Yun's wickedness upon seeing these scenes. But someone as loving, noble, kind, and intelligent as Qin Yun was likely already looking forward to seeing how Sugar would change after losing her childishness. Would she become a 20-year-old adult woman? Or would they need to wait? Of course, waiting was not an option. Let us not forget the familiar fruit. In the scene, only Violet seemed out of place, like an outsider. She was baffled, wondering why Sugar and Baby 5 had surrendered so easily. She didn't realize that Qin Yun hadn't even had the chance to launch an attack on her. She had already overthought and self-conquered herself in Qin Yun's game. Putting aside their identities and positions, she was actually the one most likely to hand over her head the fastest. Violet, you hold Sugar. Qin Yun's command awakened Violet's wandering thoughts. She instinctively revealed a bright smile, stirring Qin Yun's heart. All right. Qin Yun nodded, lifted Sugar's nape, and handed her to Violet. Sugar's little feet swung back and forth, flailing adorably due to being off the ground and her weakness. This caught Qin Yun's attention. Sugar was only wearing a pair of slippers secured with red straps, and her tiny feet were exposed, looking as precious as white jade. Of course, Qin Yun was not someone with strange preferences. He simply noticed her little feet moving around after lifting her by the nape, which inevitably drew his gaze. A tugging force interrupted Qin Yun's momentary distraction. Huh? Who was trying to take Sugar from me? Qin Yun looked up and saw, oh, Violet, then it's all right. Violet took the Sugar and held it in her arms, a small little one, standing together with Qin Yun and Baby 5. It felt like a warm and harmonious family of 3 with a close maid. All right, Baby 5, stop the massage, we should go. Qin Yun finished speaking, and with a glance, gestured to Violet, who then understood and gently leaned her head into his embrace. Qin Yun smiled brightly and turned to embrace Baby 5 on the other side. Eek! Baby 5 exclaimed, awkwardly murmuring, Mr. Qin Yun, this doesn't seem to be what you need. Oh, is that so? It's simple, just add it, right? Baby 5, I need you to obediently lean in my arms and listen to me. Baby 5's face flushed, Clearly, there had been someone who proposed to her before. So why did she show such a shy demeanor? In fact, her personality had been like this since childhood. Whether it was borrowing money, proposals, or for sales, she would think of herself as needed and accept, often falling victim to scams. Fortunately, she was a member of the Don Quixote family and under Doflamingo's protection. She had only been scammed into a debt of 98 million berries and had subscribed to as many as 50 newspapers. Those who proposed to her, as soon as they uttered the proposal, didn't even manage to appear beside Baby 5 to take her hostage before they were immediately eliminated by Doflamingo's men assigned to watch over her. The reputation of the Don Quixote pirates was well known, and these suitors were quite foolish. They dared to provoke Doflamingo's wrath. However, the foolish ones were ultimately in the minority. Not to mention, Doflamingo's protection was very comprehensive. After all, Baby 5 had joined the Don Quixote family since she was young. Even though she had this trait of being easily scammed because she felt needed, they had never grown tired of her and had not given up on her. They even regarded her as an excellent tool for executing tasks. All of this indicates that the reason Baby 5 showed a shy demeanor was that she was still an untouched pure flower. Qin Yun nodded and flew up, embracing on both sides. With the help of the power of the door, he flew straight up into the sky. Any obstacles he encountered turned into a door that he easily pushed open. Wait a minute. Someone asked where Qin Yun's flying carpet went and why he wasn't using it. Qin Yun could only show an expression that was hard to describe. Soon, they arrived at a room with a higher level of humidity. Violet sensed something was wrong and quickly used her power to look up, only to find a vast expanse of seawater above. She warned, wait, if we go up like this, we'll end up in the seawater surrounding the bullfighting arena. No worries, it's just seawater. It can't reach us. Qin Yun shook his head, showing no concern. Violet was taken aback by his confident tone. Did Qin Yun have some means she didn't know about? She widened her eyes, fixated on the top, unwilling to miss any detail. When they reached the last layer of the ceiling, Qin Yun opened it, producing a barely noticeable creaking sound. Instead of the seawater pouring down as it should have when the door opened, it seemed to avoid Qin Yun and the others like it was fleeing from plague. They maintained their momentum and quickly ascended. What? The seawater is actively avoiding us? Baby 5's eyes sparkled with curiosity as they quickly turned to Qin Yun. She hated seawater the most because she was a weapon fruit user, and contact with seawater would weaken her. What kind of ability could achieve such an outrageous feat? Violet could hardly believe her eyes. If it weren't for the incredibly real feeling that Qin Yun gave her, she would have doubted whether she was dreaming. Qin Yun had already anticipated their astonished expressions and was not affected in the slightest. The many fighting fish underwater in the bullfighting arena were not happy about this. As soon as they saw these outsiders, they became furious, as if something important had been taken from them, and charged at Qin Yun with their fierce horns. A flash of red light flickered in Qin Yun's eyes as he instantly figured out the positions of some fighting fish. These fighting fish would attack him after a few breaths. He widened his eyes, accumulating a radiant blue light, and made a precise sweep around him. 30 million volts of electric vision were intimidating. The scorching lightning beam was like a sharp, unmatched cutting laser, easily severing everything in its path. Due to the angle, many unfortunate spectators watching the gladiators fight also fell victim to it. Among them were both audience members and gladiators about to take the stage. Whoosh! The water surface was divided into two parts, and Qin Yun, along with the three women, slipped into the sky through the gap, standing midair. The temporary rain created by Jinbei had stopped, so there was no need for Qin Yun to use any means to shield the three women from the rain. What's going on? Was there a performance arranged for me today? Diamante murmured, but he quickly spotted Qin Yun's familiar face and the three women he was holding, and his expression turned serious. Isn't he the one that Doflamingo noticed? Things seem to be getting out of hand. Is this an unexpected visitor? The live announcer at the bullfighting arena, Gaz, was dumbfounded, but his good professional training allowed him to quickly assign an identity to Qin Yun. Who are they? How dare they interrupt the gladiators match? The rules of the bullfighting arena cannot be trampled on. Where's the Thunder Soldier team? Get them out of here. A bunch of fools. It's obvious this is a strong person, making such raucous mockery. Do they want to meet the Pirate King? The audience was noisy, and adhering to the principle of enjoying the spectacle without concern for trouble, many people shouted arrogantly, "Oh, it's really lively here. Is this place a significant source of revenue for Dressrosa?" Qin Yun's indifferent voice made the scene exceptionally quiet. Anyone with a bit of perception could sense the lofty disregard for life reflected in Qin Yun's eyes. "Baby 5, Violet Sugar, what are you doing? Did this kid take you hostage?" Diamante shouted, tugging at his clown face, but unexpectedly, only Sugar gave him a silent eye roll. Qin Yun ignored him and looked around. Continuing, however, it seems that the quality of the people here needs to be improved. To dare to speak disrespectfully to a strong person, you must be prepared to face death. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yun, along with the three women, stood on the stage in the center of the arena. The two sword fighters who were dueling sensed the danger and hurriedly fled to a corner of the stage to huddle together, watching Qin Yun and the others warily. Qin Yun raised his hand, and a bolt of thunder energy was ready to burst forth in his grasp. He grinned, his gaze fixed on certain individuals in the audience as if they were already dead. Wait, what is he going to do? Run. Zing. 20 million volts of lightning streaked through. That bolt of thunder seemed to have a mind of its own, instantly unleashing multiple strikes of lightning. It locked onto all those who had just provoked him, piercing them from various tricky angles one by one. The lightning exploded, flesh and blood separated. Looking at the lightning that had pierced through their chests, everyone's eyes were filled with a blank white, leaving only lingering regret and resentment. The screams lasted only a few breaths before the gasps of other spectators filled the air. How dare he attack the audience? Isn't he afraid of the vengeance from the Don Quixote family? Everyone thought of this question immediately, but no one dared to voice it now, because those who loved to talk had mostly perished under the recent thunderstorm. I say, you few, how dare you ignore me? A fierce glint flashed in Diamante's eyes as he jumped from the high platform into the ring. As the guardian of the bullfighting arena and a hero, he loved to maintain order in the arena with a display of power. Seeing this, Violet timely explained, he is Diamante, the highest-ranking official of the Don Quixote family. Qin Yun nodded slightly. This kid really dares to come down. He cast a disdainful glance at Diamante and casually said, so you think you're quite brave, huh? Since you said that, I'll just accept it. Diamante chuckled, seemingly unaware of Qin Yun's sarcasm, and thought he was being complimented, instinctively blurting out his catchphrase. Qin Yun tugged at the corner of his mouth and said no more. He threw the remaining thunderbolt in his hand towards Diamante, the lightning's trajectory weaving into a beautiful flower in the air. Diamante chuckled lightly and mocked, useless. He pulled back, and the cloak that billowed in the wind shielded him, fluttering unpredictably in front of him. With a thought, the cloak was solidified into an indestructible wall of steel. The dazzling lightning struck the cloak as if it had returned home, freely circulating and, in an instant, transferred to Diamante, causing him to grunt repeatedly. Ugh! Diamante felt troubled. He was so used to defending with a steel cloak that he didn't immediately think about the fact that steel could conduct electricity. TSK. Are you serious about using steel to defend against lightning? Qin Yun's lightning flashed, and in an instant, he appeared above Diamante, a large foot mercilessly smashing down. Diamante, your favorite lightning has arrived. Diamante endured the spasms in his body and looked in the direction of the sound, panicking and attempting to roll to the side. However, with a body over 5 meters tall, he seemed to have lost control under the influence of the electric current. He could only watch helplessly as the jumping lightning loomed larger in his eyes until the blinding light forced him to shut them. But once he closed his eyes, he might never be able to open them again. Bang! Qin Yun's lightning kick landed precisely and elegantly on Diamante's head, embedding him forcefully into the arena, leaving his life uncertain. Diamante was easily defeated. Was Qin Yun too strong, or was Diamante too weak? Generally speaking, as one of the highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family and the leader of the fighting group, people would always think he was a powerful presence. In fact, he was just as weak as Torpol, a fragile weakling. Oh no, he was slightly stronger than Torpol. It's hard to imagine that the arrogant and domineering Diamante was someone who couldn't even use the two-color hockey. His life card stated that he could use two-color hockey. But what's the difference between having it and not having it? Without hockey, his fruit ability must be strong, right? What? The flamboyant fruit? Attacking and defending with iron products? Zoro shook his head. It was too easy to cut. Even Cyrus, who came from a gang background, could defeat Diamante with his broken leg. Don't think Cyrus is strong. He is also a weakling who can't use hockey. He might know observation hockey, as Rebecca had just awakened it while in the Colosseum, and he might have mentioned it while teaching her swordsmanship. So what if he has an undefeated record of 3,000 matches in the Colosseum? Dressrosa is just a small country, probably not even having 100,000 people. In such a small place, is a record of defeating 3,000 domestic opponents really impressive? However, he was just a small-time thug without background or a mentor. To be able to grow this strong solely through his humble beginnings and self-exploration is already quite remarkable. Qin Yun bent down and scooped, while white thunder greedily surged into Diamante's body, roaming freely and capturing, plundering his flare fruit powers. How should the flare fruit be developed? A faint aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air at the wrong time. Everyone in the arena was engulfed in a fear of not knowing what to do. Did Diamante really die like this? Doflamingo won't let us go. We must leave Dressrosa quickly. A loud commotion erupted in the arena, but no one dared to openly blame Qin Yun anymore. The deaths of those who had spoken disrespectfully around them were still fresh in their minds. Qin Yun glanced around indifferently, and the silence in the arena returned. No one dared to lift their heads, only daring to glance at Qin Yun's feet with their peripheral vision, hoping for his departure. Above, the announcer Gaz was crouching timidly with his big backside, hiding under the broadcasting platform, afraid of being noticed by Qin Yun, the god of death. Violet walked slowly in front of Qin Yun, holding sugar, her gentle smile becoming more natural. Diamante had died so easily. She had already mentally sentenced the Don Quixote family to death. Baby 5 was mimicking her, wide-eyed and pressing against him on the other side, her small hands reaching up to Qin Yun's chest to straighten his collar. Qin Yun nodded and asked, Violet, is Doflamingo still at the port? With a useful tool like Violet, there was no need for him to go through the trouble of using observation hockey indiscriminately. Violet activated her ability and looked towards the port, only to find it completely empty. She continued to search inward, and after a few breaths, she finally located Doflamingo. She let out a small "oh" and replied, Found him. He's not at the port anymore. He's gone to the shopping street. There's also a group of fishmen chasing after him, but Doflamingo is holding a civilian, so the fishmen seem to be hesitant. Oh, those fishmen must be Jinbei and his crew. I didn't expect them to get into a fight. Qin Yun thought for a moment and decided to send away the 3 girls he had on hand before dealing with Doflamingo. Just in case this guy goes berserk and hurts someone, that would be bad. He held Violetta and Sugar in his arms and was about to pick up Baby 5 when a brilliant idea suddenly struck him. Baby 5, I need you to turn into a whip and wrap around my waist. A whip? All right, I'm needed again. As a user of the weapon fruit, Baby 5 easily transformed into a whip. She twirled around and changed into a long whip adorned with maid attire. After darting around Qin Yun for a bit, she firmly wrapped herself around him. Qin Yun curiously explored the long whip, while Baby 5 gently hummed and awkwardly swayed the whip, mumbling, Don't do that. It makes me feel so itchy. It's interesting, this weapon fruit might be able to develop some fun things. For example, Baby 5 could transform into an electromagnetic cannon and ruthlessly destroy island after island. Qin Yun shook his head, deciding to wait until he had time to research Baby 5's fruit abilities together. After locking onto a cloud in the sky, Qin Yun led the 3 women towards Nami's direction. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the bullfighting arena, a hooded swordsman looked complexly at Violet and Qin Yun. He was the former king of Dressrosa, Riku Dole III, who was now disguised as Ricky. His expression was dark, and he murmured barely audible words. Scarlet Violet. The reign of the sea created by Jinbei and the Sun Pirates was not in vain. The owner of the Smile Factory had changed, and Gidaz was stationed there with a group of divine soldiers. The little people continued their hard work, and without Qin Yun's orders. Gidaz had no intention of interfering with their labor. Quain and Senior were tightly bound together face to face with sea stone chains by Gidaz's wicked interest. Senior was the first victim of the sea rain. He had been swimming while trying to negotiate with Gidaz, but unexpectedly got drenched by the rain. Soon after, he felt weak, ambushed by Gidaz, and collapsed to the ground dizzy. He still couldn't understand why. As a fellow devil fruit user, he felt weak while Gidaz seemed unaffected. Could this rain really distinguish between enemies and allies? On Lover's Avenue, Mahabais was also easily taken down by a Shadley under the influence of the seawater, pinned to the ground with sea stone penetrating his body. The poor old man Rao Ji, with his teammate down, found himself outnumbered and was beaten by Shadley and Ohm to the point of questioning his life. Even using the ultimate technique of the Earth Elder Fist, the battle defense fist was futile, and he helplessly shouted, Young master, I tried my best. Subsequently, Rao Ji was sent to the afterlife by the 2 excited priests. Not far northeast of the King's Heights, Biafra was first drenched by seawater and then directly hit by Nami's Oni-chan power. The unfortunate Biafra was electrocuted into unconsciousness, his consciousness drifting away, while Vivi used her sand power to bind him in place. Gladius was also covered in sand. He had been turned into a fool by the seawater combined with a spring attack from Gloria, and beneath his mask, he had a distorted expression with his tongue hanging out. Pika was still struggling fiercely under everyone's attack, his subordinates all slain by the divine soldiers, and his sharp, angry roars were nothing but impotent fury. Damn, You invaders, I will bury you all in the rocks. Although his words were fierce, paired with his sharp, thin voice that didn't match his physique, it only made people want to laugh. Ha ha ha, did you hear that? His voice is so funny. Gloria bounced around, increasing her taunts in an attempt to anger Pika and affect his dwindling sanity. Ha ha ha. The laughter of the divine soldiers was like sharp knives, ruthlessly cutting into Pika's insecure heart. He roared, swinging the stone giant's arm towards the densest part of the crowd. The divine soldiers nimbly dodged and quickly gathered around the stone giant's arm, tightly holding onto it, wrestling with Pika. Everyone, join in. Just then, a swirling sandstorm suddenly enveloped Pika, sweeping away nearby rocks and houses. Within the sandstorm, a clump of sand seemed out of place, directly focusing on the stone giant's back and eventually attaching itself to it. Vivi smirked, pressing her right hand against the stone giant, internally shouting, "Sand, erosion cycle." Not being a family means not entering the same door. Even the name of her technique was similar to Qin Yun's style. An invisible wave rapidly transmitted to the stone giant, causing Pika to pause momentarily. Why did it feel like the stone giant was trembling? Nanny. Pika was taken aback and hurriedly tried to increase the input of his stone powers to stabilize the stone giant's form. However, he realized it was too late. In the next moment, his enormous rock giant was also dissolved into sand. Cloud, wind rising. Immediately after, Nami waved her hand. A chaotic gale swept across the battlefield, blowing the sand around Pika far away to prevent him from reconstituting the sand into rock. Unfortunately, Pika's stone fruit was a paramecia-type fruit that could only assimilate the rocks it touched. It couldn't create rocks out of thin air. Negative ghost. While Pika was still in shock, not knowing what had happened, he was pierced through by Perona's negative ghost. He crashed to the ground, muttering regretfully, "I'm really sorry. A little rooster like me that makes strange sounds shouldn't waste Don Quixote family's food." Taking advantage of his illness to take his life, Gloria's legs transformed into springs. And with a bang, she jumped high into the sky. She wielded a sea stone nail and fell from above, forcefully stabbing it into Pika's left chest, pinning him down. Feeling weak, the divine soldiers cackled and placed sea stone handcuffs on him. Cuff him, cuff them all. Well done, came the praise as Qin Yun, with baby 5 tied around his waist and holding Violet and Sugar in his arms, floated in the air. He exchanged glances with Vivi and then flew onto Nami's floating cloud. Oni-chan, how come you have time to come to your little sister? Nami was already used to seeing the two girls wrapped by Qin Yun and even had the mood to tease him. Send them over so you can get to know each other. Qin Yun smiled and set down Violet and Sugar. He then approached Nami, Robin, Perona, and Vivi, who had just flown back, to show his affection. 3. Robin glanced at Violet and Sugar and questioned. Yes, and her too. Qin Yun flicked the whip at his waist and commanded, Baby 5, I need you to transform back. Okay. Baby 5 spun around and transformed into human form, surprising the girls. What is this? I am a weapon fruit user, capable of transforming into various weapons. I see. After Violet and Sugar greeted her, Vivi curiously looked at Sugar. So you are the lowly girl that Oni-chan mentioned who doesn't grow up ahem. Qin Yun pretended to be displeased and patted her shoulder, causing Vivi to pout. In any case, you all pay attention. Once I take her fruit away, there will be nothing to fear. Take away? Are you going to kill me? Sugar was startled, blinking her big eyes pitifully, seeking sympathy from everyone. Haha, yes, you're about to leave this world. Perona stepped forward, pinching Sugar's chubby little face and conjuring a few ghosts to scare her. The effect was remarkable. Sugar turned pale and became even weaker. Robin chuckled softly and reassured her. Don't worry, we won't kill you. Perhaps after taking away your devil fruit, you can shed this childish form and grow up to be an adult. Stop scaring her. It would be bad if she fainted. She is very timid. Qin Yun shook his head. Perona really liked to scare people, especially him. He often got startled awake by Perona when he was still in a daze in the morning. Fortunately, he had extraordinary courage and was not afraid of these tricks. The battle here is almost over. You all take your people to occupy the King's Heights, and I'll go capture the fleeing Doflamingo. Okay. Qin Yun nodded, and the lightning dispersed, flickering down to the ground. The white lightning in his hand operated, sequentially plundering the devil fruits of Buffalo, Gladiolus, and Pika, sending them to meet Don Quixote, Doflamingo's father. Among these 3 devil fruits, only the spin fruit was slightly less impressive. The bomb fruit was next, similar in function to Mr. 5's bomb fruit from Baroque Works, and at least its lethality was quite good. The stone fruit was the best, suitable for agile and dexterous users. Creating a giant rock giant and diving into it was akin to piloting a Gundam. If Haki was strong enough to cover the entire rock giant, its power would surely be considerable. Dressrosa, Commercial Street. Parasite line. Doflamingo had a forced evil smile on his face. He never expected that the usually simple-looking Jinbe would turn out to be so strong. But this dog thief seemed to have received some kind of boost on the sea, striking with no restraint. It made his blood boil. He was injured and couldn't win, so he had no choice but to flee to the island. However, even on the island, he found that he couldn't deal with Jinbe. This made him furious, and he no longer entangled himself with the Sun Pirates. It wasn't until he was chased to the Commercial Street that he relied on the power of the civilians to make Jinbe and the others dare not act rashly. Jinbe, just leave. How could someone as righteous as you possibly be my opponent? Doflamingo. Jinbe frowned, unsure of what to say. The chivalry in his heart made him reluctant to see innocent lives perish, and the mermaid on his back forced him to act. He could only endure here with Doflamingo. Captain Jinbe. The other members of the Sun Pirates were indifferent to human life and death. However, considering Jinbe's attitude, they did not act recklessly. He. If you don't want to leave, then let's start the slaughter. Doflamingo spread his arms wide, his fingers plucking at the parasite line as if playing a melody. What is wrong with my body? Let me go. What is wrong with my hands? Damn it. My body moved. I'm not playing anymore. The civilians controlled by Doflamingo picked up all available sharp weapons from the ground, frantically charging at the Sun Pirates, slashing left and right. You are too despicable, Doflamingo. He. What a delightful compliment. Fishman Karate, super small vortex fist. Jinbe jumped into the crowd, assuming a Fishman Karate stance, and struck out with minimal force. A faint shockwave immediately acted on the people, pushing them away to the outskirts of the battlefield. Useless. Jinbe, I can control too many civilians. Doflamingo's smile grew increasingly sinister, just about to mock him when a voice from the sky interrupted. Using your own citizens to threaten your enemies? How boring. Who is it? Doflamingo looked up and saw Qin Yun descending slowly. Qin Yun? His anger surged instantly, and he shouted, So, it's you. All the chaos in Dressrosa is orchestrated by you, isn't it? What kind of grudge do you have against me to target me relentlessly? Don't even mention Bellamy. He was just an excuse for your attack. You found out. But so what? This world is constantly playing out the iron rule of big fish eating small fish, and small fish eating shrimp. As long as you are still in this world, you will inevitably be caught in an endless vortex of disputes. Qin Yun's mocking smile caused veins to bulge on Doflamingo's forehead. He raised his hand to grasp at the air, his gaze indifferent as he pronounced Doflamingo's fate for today. What I am doing is merely bringing your future failure to the present. You really dare to say that. Do you know what the consequences of defeating me are? Doflamingo seemed to be infuriated to the point of laughter by Qin Yun's words. I am the Joker of the Dark World, controlling various industries around the world, including slavery, arms, drug trafficking, and even devil fruits. All the authoritative figures in the underground society of the New World have dealings with me, and even the dreams of the Emperor Kaido rely on my assistance. Once the Dark World loses me, the entire world will fall into chaos, and the people will suffer. Can you withstand their wrath? Do you dare to provoke the tiger whiskers of Emperor Kaido? Qin Yun let out a sneer, non-committal to his words. The Dark World? Just a bunch of scum in the sewers. People struggling to survive? Doflamingo, you think too highly of yourself. Besides, what does that have to do with me? As long as the kingdom I lead is not affected, that's enough. Others? Why should I care if the floods are overwhelming? As for the Yonko Kaido, I will eventually drag him down from that position. Doflamingo, seeing Qin Yun's resolute expression, realized that the other party was definitely a reckless rookie who was not afraid of tigers, too naive in his thinking. Truly, talking big without fearing a slip of the tongue. You are too innocent. Having never seen Kaido's might, you simply do not understand what the title Yonko means. Really? Qin Yun shook his head, realizing that it was precisely because Doflamingo viewed Kaido as too formidable and feared him that his own strength could not reach a higher level. After all, his heart had already determined the height he could achieve. Doflamingo, surrender already. Everyone from the Don Quixote family has been defeated, and now you are just a lonely outcast. Do you think I'll surrender? Absolutely impossible. Let's see the real skill beneath my hands. Doflamingo spread his hands, revealing an extremely dense mass of threads. With such a quantity, he must have been building up power since he first halted. He threw it to the ground, and before the dense bundle of threads even touched the surface, it exploded open. Countless threads erupted like a volcanic eruption, continuously shooting into the air. When they reached a high point, they scattered all at once, raining down around Dressrosa like a meteor shower. Birdcage, 30 million volts. Thunderstorm. With a wave of Qin Yun's hand, there was a thunderous sound, and the thunderstorm struck the dense mass of lines, instantly destroying and incinerating it. Doflamingo's birdcage was left with only a sparse few lines, insufficient to pose a threat to the people inside the cage. Do you want to compete with me in speed? He bullet line. Qin Yun slightly tilted his head, easily dodging Doflamingo's attack. What speed are you talking about? No matter how fast you are, how can you break through the layers of defense around me? With a flick of Doflamingo's fingers, more civilians gathered around him. They formed layers of protection, with no gaps even above. Oh, is this your alliance? It's utterly boring. How could Qin Yun be hindered in his slaughter by mere innocent people? If they want to blame someone, they should blame their control by Doflamingo. After all, he is the true culprit behind the deaths of the innocent people. If he hides among the crowd, isn't there nowhere to hide? Was Lion's greatest fear? Fire. Qin Yun transformed into a dragon human form, taking a deep breath as a scorching aura gathered in his mouth. How could he have this form? How is it possible? Ignoring Doflamingo's fear, Qin Yun finished his preparation and opened his mouth to spray. A thick yellow fire pillar shot out from his mouth, quickly forming a considerable force heading towards Doflamingo. Divine Dragon's small flame. Doflamingo's expression changed drastically, thinking, not bro. I thought you cared for the civilians like Jinbei. In a hurry, he tapped his toes, and the awakened power of the string fruit spread around him. The ground transformed into threads that rose from the earth, forming a fireproof line in front of him enhanced with armament hockey. Shield white line. The civilians he used to block the disaster were pierced by the threads, their screams echoing one after another. The yellow fire pillar crashed into the shield white line, stopping it for just a breath before being effortlessly burned and flattened. But that one breath was enough for Doflamingo to dodge to the side, brushing against the edge of the yellow fire pillar. How could you and Jinbei get along while disregarding the lives of civilians? Qin Yun did not respond. A red light flickered in his eyes as he swung his dragon tail down fiercely onto the path that Doflamingo would inevitably take. Doflamingo's heart tightened as the white line of chaotic wave spiraled up from beneath his feet, striking the dragon tail. However, the power of the two seemed to be on different levels. The dark dragon tail, crackling with electric light, wrapped in armament hockey, continually expanded in Doflamingo's eyes, and he, along with the chaotic waves, was smashed into the thread-like ground beneath him. ZZZ, the current on the dragon tail, seemed endless, continuously injected into Doflamingo's body. In no time, there was no sign of life beneath the dragon tail. This overwhelming state was entirely within Qin Yun's expectations. It should be known that during this time, he had not been idle. Ever since capturing the 3 heavyweight divine consorts, Nami, Robin, and Vivi, he had been able to enjoy pleasant interactions and conversations with them as long as they were around. Through their mutual efforts, their relationship had taken a qualitative leap. In such a warm atmosphere, Qin Yun greatly benefited. Even the speed of his physical enhancement had made incredible progress. The strengthening of his physique was more reflected in his stamina and armament hockey. To this day, his stamina was sufficient for him to battle those from the Divine Palace for 7 days and nights without falling. The strength of his armament hockey was no longer at the level where it was exhausted after a brief encounter with Beckman. He estimated that he had nearly reached the peak level of the 7 warlords, surpassing even Doflamingo to some extent. Of course, he definitely could not compare to Mihawk. At present, his combat methods were varied, and with few nature-type enemies, the use of armament hockey was limited. However, when combined with his floating ability, he could achieve good results. In the later stages of top-level battles, everyone relied on their devil fruit abilities and conqueror's hockey. The only use of armament hockey was for hardening the body for defense. Moreover, as an embodiment of lightning, his speed was so fast that no one could effectively attack him. Qin Yun currently needs to obtain a more powerful fruit ability and figure out the tricks of the conqueror's hockey. Still, the same saying applies. Rational discussion. Everyone's viewpoints are valid. In terms of the power system and character combat strength, which is stronger is still a matter of WT's words. In fact, even the conqueror's hockey may not remain dominant in the end. After all, who knows if WT will add more settings? For example, adding a super shockwave of conqueror's hockey that concentrates all conqueror's hockey into an explosion that could affect the entire world. The statement that hockey surpasses everything is just a battle line, merely the opinion of Kaido, a loser. It would be more fitting coming from Shanks or Roger. While Blackbeard still believes that the power of the devil fruit surpasses everything. After Kaido said this, he was knocked out by Luffy, who had awakened Nika. Luffy's victory over Kaido mainly relied on Nika, right? Surely no one truly believes that just having recently learned Haki can defeat Kaido, who has been proficient in Haki for many years. When mentioning Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world, what comes to mind? Isn't it the power of the Tremor fruit, which Sengoku proclaimed could destroy the world? What about Kaido, who is hailed as the strongest creature? Isn't that title reliant on the devil fruit? Law even said that sufficiently strong Haki can negate the effects of devil fruit powers. So if he uses his fruit ability to affect Big Mom, isn't he just slapping himself in the face? One can't say that Big Mom's Haki is insufficient, right? These words are those of characters in the pirate world and cannot be considered WT's setting, unless he specifically writes in the narration that Haki is superior to devil fruit powers, technological abilities, and other power systems. Ultimately, what truly surpasses everything are the people who wield power, or rather, the story that WT wants to present. Whatever he says is impressive, and the combat strength collapsed from the beginning when Shanks had his arm bitten off by a small near-sea king. Haki, devil fruits, martial arts, swordsmanship, and even technological abilities are all offensive means in this world. Regardless of the aspect, with enough training and development, one can rank among the top powerhouses. Returning to Qin Yun, he retracted his dragon tail and transformed back into human form, looking expressionlessly at the fallen Doflamingo. Doflamingo's supreme sunglasses were shattered beyond recognition. Jinbei, who was watching the battle, saw that it had come to a close and ordered the fishmen to approach and cuff Doflamingo with sea stone handcuffs. Heart pacemaker. Threads intertwined and wrapped around Doflamingo's body, attempting to repair his severely injured form. But during this time, the sea stone handcuffs in the hands of the fishmen did not give him that opportunity. With a click of the sea stone cuffs, Doflamingo became obedient. The power of the threads within him was suppressed, but it was enough for him to regain consciousness. He hoarsely proclaimed, "The world has been deceived by you, Qin Yun. You are not the thunder fruit user, but an unknown mythical beast." Qin Yun smirked slightly and said calmly, "Who knows?" Doflamingo sighed, his tone filled with helplessness. At this point, is he still unwilling to tell me the answer? It makes sense. The victor takes all, while the defeated have no rights. What a pity. With your abilities, you should have obtained a better devil fruit, so as not to waste your talent. You have achieved the string fruit. But the string fruit cannot help you reach the pinnacle of combat power. He, Doflamingo, smiled bitterly and fell silent. He certainly knew that the string fruit was ultimately lacking in some respects. But at that time, he was eager to obtain the power to change everything. And the options were too limited. Take him back to the land of gods and keep a close watch on him. After Qin Yun gave the order, he shook his head with a sense of boredom. The moment they clashed, he sensed that Don Quixote Doflamingo seemed to have been injured by Jinbei, giving him an unexpected advantage that made his already certain victory even easier. Qin Yun raised his hand and dialed the phone worm of Shura, calmly ordering, "Shura, after dealing with the Don Quixote family, immediately control all the people in Dressrosa, confiscate their communication devices, and send them to the base of the King's Heights." "Yes, Lord God." As the light of Pogar dissipated, Qin Yun vanished from the spot. The King's Heights had already been taken over by the divine soldiers led by Shura and other divine officials. The members of the Don Quixote family were either wiped out or had surrendered without resistance, raising their hands in defeat. Inside the palace, Nami, Vivi, and other divine maidens were chatting happily with Violet and Baby 5. What were they talking about? Suddenly, a voice interrupted the laughter of the women. They turned to see Qin Yun, who had appeared and picked up Perona. "You scared me. Let go of me, you annoying big brother." Perona fell shy under the gaze of the other women, so she kept wriggling her body, trying to struggle free from Qin Yun's embrace. Qin Yun smiled slightly and gently touched Perona's delicate pink face. She seemed to have triggered some kind of switch, trembling for a moment. Then, like a doll, she remained motionless in his embrace. "Perona, I've been honest. Please let me go. Be gentle." Nami was the first to react, pouting in response. "What are you talking about?" "I can't tell you. It's just some topics we women discuss." "Oh." Qin Yun leaned back in Perona's original seat, while Perona sat beside him. "I know even if you don't say it." "Oomph. Why ask then?" Vivi pouted, but her body moved to tidy up Qin Yun's collar from behind him. Qin Yun had heard their conversation from afar. It was nothing more than them instilling some facts about how great and powerful he was to Violet and the others. After chatting for a while, Robin closed the book about the history of Dressrosa in her hands and exclaimed, "The former rulers of this country, the Don Quixote family, are actually celestial dragons now." Does that mean Doflamingo is? The girls also looked surprised, Celestial dragons are the privileged class that controls the world government, possessing all privileges. Any topic about them is incredibly explosive. Don't worry, Doflamingo has a foolish father who voluntarily gave up his identity as a celestial dragon. They're no longer celestial dragons. Qin Yun was not surprised at all. He had known about this long ago. The only regret was that Doflamingo's mother died too early. Ahem, Qin Yun meant no other harm. He was just lamenting Doflamingo's tragic background. Nanny, Doflamingo looked quite intelligent. So how could his father be so naive? Can one really survive after giving up the identity of a celestial dragon? At least Doflamingo survived. Next, Qin Yun accompanied Perona and the other girls to play a little house game, and then the phone bug on the distant table finally rang. Baloo Baloo Boga. Lord God, all the communication devices in Dressrosa have either been confiscated or connected by us. Good. The citizens of Dressrosa have gathered in the square beneath the King's Heights. Along the way, we also captured some rebels and brought them to the scene. Read the prepared notice. I will be watching from above. Yes, Boga. Violet had been paying attention to Qin Yun's movements. Seeing this situation, she hesitated to speak. Let's go. We'll go to the edge of King's Heights. Qin Yun didn't team mind Violet's actions and called the girls to follow him to watch the excitement. Okay, Perona finally gained her freedom. She flashed and hid beside Robin, clinging to her arm, afraid that Qin Yun would be too rough. In this state, even Robin couldn't help but chuckle, pitying her weak physique. Amidst the laughter, they arrived at the edge of King's Heights, where looking down, they could see the entire square below. At this moment, Shura stood straight on a high platform, gazing at the bustling crowd below. He poked the loudspeaker phone bug in front of him and said loudly, "Citizens of Dressrosa, congratulations on escaping the rule of the pirate family, the Don Quixote family. From now on, this will no longer be a pirate nation, but a country illuminated by the glory of Lord God. You need not worry about being exploited or oppressed by the Don Quixote family anymore. As long as you obediently follow the will of Lord God, Dressrosa will eventually move towards glory. The fairy tale will also come to an end. The fairies, that is, the Donadada tribe, will no longer plunder your wealth at will. You can confidently walk in the streets, holding things without fear of being robbed." That's a lie. How could the fairies be the Donadada tribe? The fairies are clearly our guardian deities. What? The fairies are actually the Donadada tribe? Isn't that a natural phenomenon? I felt something was wrong long ago. When my things were stolen by the fairies, I distinctly felt a powerful force, and people around me were gloating at the time. Shura's earlier words did not cause much of a reaction. After all, these people had no strength to resist the will of their rulers. But when they heard that the fairies were actually the Donadada tribe, they all burst into enthusiastic cheers. It makes sense. No one wants to walk happily down the street only to be robbed of their wealth by a fairy, right? Moreover, these fairies may not all be from the Donadada tribe. There are definitely some who are taking advantage of the chaos. Since 700 years ago, the residents of the island, under the propaganda of the Liku tribe, have believed in the existence and legends of fairies. They even regarded fairies as the guardians of this place, and considered the acts of stealing and robbing by fairies as pranks. The protection of the Liku tribe forced the island residents to not care at all. Why would they act this way? Don't they know this is wrong? It turns out that after the Liku tribe became the new royal family of Dressrosa, they wanted to apologize to the common people on behalf of the former royal family, the Don Quixote family. Isn't that ridiculous? To take the blame of the previous dynasty upon themselves to apologize is quite something. Under the signal from the divine soldiers, the scene quieted down again, and Shura began to arrange for the future of Dressrosa. But the more they listened to these words, the more uncomfortable certain people in the crowd felt, until the sound of clashing from the outskirts of the crowd broke the silence. Who is it? Shura was forced to stop and looked into the distance. However, in less than a moment, the culprit disturbing the notification conference was brought to the front of the communication platform. It was Taiga Lepant. Some people in the crowd recognized the name of the culprit and gasped in disbelief. Isn't he the captain of the Liku Royal Army? How is he still alive? Even Violet, who was watching the live broadcast from above, covered her mouth in shock and murmured, "How could it be him?" A flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes, but she resolutely approached Qin Yun, wrapped her small hands around his arm, and rubbed against him as if seeking a favor. Then coquettishly asked, "Qin Yun, I know him. He protected me during that catastrophe 8 years ago. Can I go down and say a few words to him? He definitely won't cause any trouble. Please, I'm begging you." Oh, he is indeed an inconsequential character. Qin Yun lifted his left arm and found it filled with tender reluctance to part, still wanting to explore the intoxicating depths. So he smiled and agreed, saying, Seeing you so obedient, clever, and generous, I'll spare him this time and let you say a few words. Oh, thank you so much. I will definitely do my best to repay you later. Violet sighed in relief, raised her radiant face, and sent him a grateful kiss. Qin Yun calmly accepted it, and after pecking at each other lightly, was about to send her down when he noticed the commotion in the arena. Don't rush to thank me yet. Look at this kid. It seems he's attracted some important figures. What? Violet exclaimed, hurriedly stopping her actions and looking down. She saw Taiga Leponte being pulled down to his knees in front of the high platform where Shuro was, and a figure wearing a hood stepped forward, jumping to Taiga Leponte and shouting loudly, "Let him go. The consequences of Leponte's recklessness I will bear." Shuro scoffed, waving his hand dismissively, and the divine soldiers understood and moved forward to subdue this show-off. "Who are you?" Taiga Leponte asked in confusion. The figure removed the hood, ignoring the shock of those around, and loudly proclaimed, "I'm the former king of Dressrosa, Liku Dold III. With such an identity, is he qualified to take the blame for Leponte? What? It's actually King Liku? He's still alive?" The detestable King Liku still has the face to appear. Shuro looked with a strange expression, wondering why this guy seemed a bit slow-witted. Is he courting death? Stupid. What do you mean taking the blame? You're all guilty. Unable to atone for your own sins, how can you take the blame for others? Don't joke around. Shuro's mocking gaze caused King Liku's expression to change drastically. Why was the situation developing differently from what he had anticipated? Divine soldiers, take them down for me. Await the judgment of the divine. Yes. The divine soldiers surged forward, and King Liku knew they were numerous and powerful, and any resistance was futile, so he could only helplessly be bound by chains. Father! At that moment, a mournful cry came from the sky. Everyone turned to look and saw Violet and Qin Yun. It turned out that Violet couldn't sit still upon seeing King Liku's appearance. After signing a series of unequal treaties with Qin Yun, she was playfully embraced by him as they flew down. Seeing this, Shuro led the divine soldiers and shouted respectfully, "Divine Lord, the holy virtue is magnificent, thunder shakes the seas, grace is widespread, and teaching spread throughout the world." Qin Yun landed with Violet and nodded in response, commanding, "Well done, let them go." The soldiers released King Riku and Taku Lupant. The citizens of Dressrosa had no say in the matter and could only wait quietly for the situation to develop. At this moment, their misunderstanding with King Riku had not been resolved, and they still believed he was the same foolish ruler as before. Princess Violet. Taku Lupant couldn't believe his eyes. He thought Violet had unfortunately perished in this coup. "You've worked hard, Violet." King Riku appeared more remorseful. When Doflamingo took his Dressrosa kingdom, it was Violet who bore humiliation and worked for the Don Quixote family to help him survive. Now, it was her presence that saved them once again. After Qin Yun let go of Violet, she looked at him gratefully and quickly stepped forward to persuade Captain Taiga Leponte. "If you still recognize me as your princess, then do not resist the new ruler here." This, Taiga Leponte sighed and said firmly, "Princess Violet, how can this be? The restoration of the Liku clan as a subject. How can I easily give up?" Stubborn. Ashura pouted, feeling that Taiga Leponte was too overconfident. Violet shook her head in disappointment and turned to ask King Liku, "Father, do you think the same?" "Aye." King Liku raised his eyes and saw the crowd looking at him with rage. Did he really have a chance to ascend the throne again? Who rules Dressrosa does not concern me. As long as the people of Dressrosa can live in peace and happiness, that is enough. Can the person beside you do all this? Your Majesty, you. Taiga Leponte was stunned. The subjects were ready to fight to the death. Why is His Majesty surrendering? King Liku, how dare you say such things? Don't be hypocritical. King Liku's words instead incited outrage, and the crowd looked at him with even more disdain. Violet thought to herself that it was a disaster. This was not the place to talk. She turned back and looked at Qin Yun with a pleading, pitiful gaze. Qin Yun nodded, beckoning Azura and the others to continue, then waved his hand using the power of floating to bring Violet and King Rika back to the palace hall. As for Taiga Leponte, he had no say in the matter, so he was obediently taken to prison. The divine soldiers on both sides of the palace greeted Qin Yun, and only then did Violet feel at ease to start talking with King Riku. In fact, Violet also wanted her father to regain the throne. However, Qin Yun's actions confirmed that he was not simply here to defeat Don Quixote Doflamingo. He also intended to take Dressrosa for himself. The current situation was different from the Don Quixote family's power grab. Qin Yun's approach was actually avenging the Riku family, and he had no grievances with them. Upon realizing this, she quickly made a decision. She would sacrifice everything to win Qin Yun's favor, hoping he would agree to clear her father's unjust grievances. If she could marry Qin Yun, share joy with him, and then conceive a baby, their child could become the ruler of Dressrosa. For her and the Riku royal family, this would be a continuation of their family's rule, wouldn't it? Facing Violet's open-hearted conversation, Qin Yun naturally would not refuse. It posed no harm to him and would easily grant him a beautiful princess who would fully devote herself to him. Why not? So when Violet told King Riku that their child would become the ruler of Dressrosa, he assured her with great comfort that he would not harbor any rebellious intentions. King Riku had no sons, only 2 daughters. His eldest daughter, Scarlet, had gone missing during the turmoil and was likely killed. His second daughter, Violet, was filial and understanding, so the throne would inevitably be inherited by Violet and her child. Now, as fate intertwined, the future seemed to be returning to the direction he had envisioned. His current concern was to see his eldest daughter's child, Rebecca, and ensure she lived a good life. He had heard that she was struggling due to her status. Qin Yun saw that they had opened up the conversation and said casually, "You haven't seen each other for many years, and now that father and daughter are reunited, you must have a lot to talk about. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Violet quickly responded softly, "You can go ahead and take care of your business. Don't mind us." The king of Liku also echoed in agreement. Qin Yun nodded, took 2 steps, and gave a glance to the divine soldiers on both sides. With the divine soldiers supervising here, he wasn't afraid of King Likuku suddenly coming up with any tricks. He strolled back to the women, and by this time, the Azura had almost finished the notification conference. After Qin Yun briefly instructed the women, a flash of lightning appeared, and he left the spot. Among the people summoned by Shura, he did not see Rebecca's figure, probably because she was hiding with Cyrus. How could he not see Rebecca today? Whether it was her special identity, her strong and likable character, or her stunning beauty, he would not let her go even if just one of these aspects remained. Speaking of which, as the daughter of Scarlet, she could also be considered a princess of a fallen kingdom. How many princesses has he encountered today? Violet, Mancheri, it should be the 3rd one. He could gather the princesses and have a pleasant chat in the rooms they preferred. In fact, Qin Yun could use Violet's help to pursue Rebecca, which would significantly lower the difficulty. But that would be too unfair to Violet. She would have to persuade herself and overcome her mental barrier. After all, her relationship with Rebecca was very special, and putting too much pressure on her could lead to a rebellious mindset. If he intervened, she would be forced to cross that barrier, and her resistance would not be as strong. Violet could still console herself that Qin Yun was unaware of their relationship, and this happy ending was not something she created with her own hands. In the flower field, Qin Yun was surrounded by flickering lightning, spreading his observation-He around, with waves of electromagnetic signals radiating outward. Now, Qin Yun resembled a human radar. Any area that his observation-He could not detect would be ruthlessly swept by the electromagnetic field, scanning all living beings. Finally, in a small house, Qin Yun's electromagnetic waves detected a tense and petite figure. Without hesitation, with a flash of lightning, Qin Yun appeared in front of the house. The surrounding plants were thriving, indicating that someone was regularly tending to them. The fragrant scent of flowers enveloped the small house, creating a warm home atmosphere. It seemed that Cyrus, as a father, had fulfilled his responsibilities towards Rebecca, who had lost her mother. As Qin Yun walked in, he shouted into the house, "Is anyone there? Join the kingdom of God now, and there are various benefits to enjoy." No one replied. Qin Yun smirked and used the power of the door to push it open from the side of the house, where he saw the toy soldier, Cyrus, attempting to ambush him at the front door. "Hello, what are you doing with that toy gun over there, Mr. Toy? You're not trying to ambush me, are you, Nanny?" Cyrus was startled. What the heck? Which good person doesn't he enter through the front door? Cyrus's expression turned serious as he aimed the toy gun at Qin Yun and questioned, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into my home? Even if I shoot you, I won't be held accountable." "Oh, really?" Qin Yun's figure suddenly disappeared, and Cyrus's expression changed drastically. Without looking back, he violently swung the toy gun in his hand backward. But it was still too late. An overwhelming force came from behind his head. The sensation felt like an animal's tail, and the ground kept enlarging in his eyes. With a bang, he had an intimate encounter with the ground. That said, don't you know that the hostility in your heart shouldn't be casually revealed to the strong? An electric current surged, and Cyrus's toy body was incredibly fragile. In just a few breaths, he lost consciousness and fell into a stupor from the shock. Qin Yun retracted the dragon tail and walked forward. The sound of his footsteps creaking on the wooden floor made Rebecca, who was hiding in the underground passage, extremely nervous. She dared to take only small breaths, and if Qin Yun saw her, he would surely praise her, saying, "So cute. Mr. Soldier, you'll be fine, right?" Rebecca was waiting for the signal agreed upon with Cyrus. Should she run away or come back? There were corresponding terms for both. Unfortunately, Qin Yun was too fast. Cyrus was still in shock and got stunned, losing control of his body. "Found you, Rebecca." Qin Yun stomped his foot on the ground, and a door created by the power of the door was opened by his stomp. He easily slipped inside. The light from the outside simultaneously entered the underground passage, and Rebecca's eyes lit up. Following the light, she stared blankly and murmured, "How did you get down here? Don't worry about the details, Rebecca. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you now." Qin Yun's words were still as rigorous as ever. He waved his hand, signaling Rebecca to come closer to him. Seeing this, Rebecca became even more frightened, but the space here was narrow and cramped, and there was no way for her to escape. "Who are you? Where's Mr. Soldier? As for me, to be precise, I am your great benefactor, the one who avenges your mother's death. The toy soldier up there isn't very obedient, so I had to let him sleep for a while." "Great benefactor? Avenging my mother? Do you know my mom?" Upon hearing news of Scarlet, Rebecca even ignored the situation with Mr. Soldier. Qin Yun nodded. He was quite familiar with Violet, and it just needed some time for them to get to know each other better. By deduction, he also knew Scarlet. "Your mother is Scarlet. 8 years ago, she was killed by Diamante from the Don Quixote family. You must know these old stories better than I do, and just a moment ago, I personally avenged you by killing Diamante." "Really?" Rebecca was somewhat incredulous. For years, she had been learning swordsmanship with the soldier for the sake of revenge. Now, someone was telling her that her revenge had been taken before she even had a chance to act? "It's true. If you don't believe me, I can show you a photo, or even take you to Diamante's corpse." Looking into Qin Yun's sincere eyes, Rebecca believed his words. After all, he had suddenly appeared right in front of her, and even the soldier couldn't stop him. Such extraordinary strength didn't require deceit. At that moment, she had nothing to lose. So what reason would he have to deceive her? Poor Rebecca, since her childhood, had hardly any opportunity to see the outside world, resulting in her rarely encountering other girls and not knowing how stunningly beautiful she was. "I believe you, but you came here specifically to find me. It can't just be to tell me this news." Despite the overwhelming joy of avenging her great grievance, Rebecca remained composed and rationally speculated about Qin Yun's purpose. "This isn't the place to talk. Come with me, Rebecca. I'll take you upstairs." Rebecca nodded. If he wanted to harm her, she had no strength to resist. Strength. Every moment reminded her of its importance. She walked firmly to Qin Yun's side, and he gently wrapped his arm around her waist. In a flash, they arrived in her room. Before Qin Yun put Rebecca on her small bed, she did not sit down as he instructed. Instead, she walked over to Cyrus's side, forcefully pulled his toy body embedded in the ground out, and gently placed him on a nearby chair. Qin Yun nodded. He, who always considered himself supreme, liked these kind-hearted and grateful people the most. It would be best if everyone in the world were like this. In that case, his rule would be incredibly stable. After settling Cyrus, Rebecca lightly walked back to Qin Yun's side, sat on her small bed, and whispered, "Sorry to keep you waiting." She did not blame Qin Yun for being so harsh on the soldier. She only secretly reproached herself, wishing she could be stronger. "It's all right. I can wait for this little while," he replied. Qin Yun replied with a smile, then took out a memory shell from the storage room and projected the gruesome death of Diamante into the void. Rebecca couldn't quite believe it. "Indeed, he's the one who killed your mother, Scarlet. The Don Quixote family he belongs to has also been wiped out, dead and injured." Looking at this scene, Rebecca finally couldn't hold back. She covered her mouth, struggling to suppress the mournful sounds escaping her lips. However, the redness in her eyes and the large tears within them were beyond her control, and tears streamed down her face. A daughter sheds tears not lightly, only because the time of sorrow has not yet come. Qin Yun knew that Rebecca would eventually face the reckoning of her great hatred, and he couldn't miss such an opportunity for emotional exchange and growth. He immediately moved closer to Rebecca and held her in his arms. Rebecca did not resist Qin Yun's actions. Instead, she looked up at him with gratitude and then threw herself into his embrace. Seeing this, Qin Yun gently said, "Cry, cry. From now on, I will always be by your side, protecting you and loving you on behalf of your mother, giving you that endless family love." A husband's love can also be considered family love, right? Hearing Qin Yun's words that felt like he was not treating her as an outsider, Rebecca's crying paused for a moment, as if she was stunned. In the next moment, she seemed to understand something. She released her small hand that had been covering her mouth and clutched tightly at Qin Yun's collar, beginning to cry out loud. At this moment, Rebecca had too many emotions that needed to be released, and the hatred that had built up in her heart had been driving her forward. Having lost her target for revenge, she needed companionship even more to help her navigate the confusion of losing her objective. Her cries echoed continuously, gradually decreasing in volume, lasting for a long time, until Rebecca was utterly exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. Watching the trembling eyelashes at the corners of Rebecca's eyes, Qin Yun knew he couldn't leave yet. He needed to guard the lovely and pitiable Rebecca closely. He hoped that the days of companionship with Rebecca would give him the opportunity to infuse her with vibrant energy that would make her shine. Time flew by quickly, and soon it was night. Qin Yun and Rebecca were tightly embraced, cuddling on her small bed. The first to wake up was not Rebecca or Cyrus, but the long unconscious Manshili in Qin Yun's arms. Where is this? Manshili could only feel the boundless darkness around her, her small body still restrained, and a strong sense of weakness constantly overwhelmed her. Rebecca had beautiful long pink hair, was the niece of Violet, and also a deposed princess. She felt immense gratitude towards Qin Yun for avenging her mother's death, and under Qin Yun's initiative, this gratitude would turn into her offering herself in return. As soon as Manshili moved, Qin Yun noticed it. He gently moved his large hand that was resting on Rebecca and slipped under the covers, pulling Manshili out into his embrace. The dim light did not hinder the brightness in Manshili's eyes. Upon seeing Qin Yun, she happily exclaimed, "It's the good person. Did you succeed?" Qin Yun nodded and whispered, "It's successful. But keep it down. There are people sleeping nearby." As long as it's successful, Manshili sighed in relief. With the root cause of her being captured gone, she no longer feared being watched by ill-intentioned people. Despite her weakened body, Manshili curiously looked at Rebecca, just in time to meet Rebecca's soft, adorable eyes that had just opened. "Eh," Rebecca exclaimed in surprise. "This is..." Qin Yun casually turned on the lights in the room and introduced, "She is the princess of the small human race, Manshuri. She has been captured by the Don Quixote family for many years and has suffered greatly. I believe she can become a good friend of yours." Rebecca nodded, and after exchanging names with Manshuri, she suddenly realized they didn't know Qin Yun's name. So, they both looked at Qin Yun with curious eyes and asked, "What about you?" "My name is Qin Yun." Qin Yun understood, and, as the light shone on Manshuri's face, he noticed something was off. Manshuri looked very tired and appeared quite weak. He had been so focused on enjoying the healing fruit that he forgot about the aftereffects of the fruit's plundering. But now didn't seem like the right time to give Manshuri a shot to treat the aftereffects. After the two women chatted for a while, Qin Yun saw that it was almost time and suggested, "Manshuri, your body isn't fully recovered yet. You should continue to rest for a while." "Okay," Manshuri nodded, and the feeling of weakness in her body persisted at a certain level and simply wouldn't dissipate. Qin Yun's conqueror's hockey struck at Manshuli, and the poor Manshuli obediently fainted in Rebecca's arms, where he caught her and held her close again. Now, it was back to his world with Rebecca. After a few breaths of silence, Rebecca asked her lingering question, "Oni-chan, did you come here just to tell me this news?" "Of course not." Qin Yun shook his head, revealing his true intentions. "I avenge your mother's death and will fulfill your inner desires, making you strong. Most importantly, I want to receive a reward from you." "Thank you, Oni-chan. You're so kind to help me avenge such a great wrong and are willing to help me become stronger." Rebecca's eyes were filled with gratitude, and she also knew that there's no free lunch in this world. Everything has a hidden price. She was willing to give everything for the kindness Qin Yun had shown her, even if it meant working like a slave to repay him. "It is only right to repay, Oni-chan, but I am just a destitute, despised princess of a fallen nation. I really don't know how to repay you. The way to repay me is very simple. Just agree to marry me and be my divine consort." Qin Yun raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Rebecca is a grateful and kind girl, and now she has become his treasure. At this moment, someone might ask, "How old is Rebecca?" Here, I will reply uniformly. She is over 18, and all the female protagonists in this book are legal flowers of the age of 18. Huh. Rebecca was startled, seemingly not expecting Qin Yun to suddenly say something so significant. She instinctively asked why. Qin Yun thought for a moment and decided to showcase his excellent quality of speaking appropriately to different audiences, switching to his big bluffing mode. "Now that I have become the new ruler of Dressrosa, initially it was to better conquer Dressrosa. If I were to marry you, who possesses the identity of the fallen princess of Dressrosa's former dynasty, it would surely make my rule more stable. But this purpose was shattered the moment I laid eyes on you. Your beautifully lively and adorable gaze tells me that I desire your favor even more. I would not hesitate to obtain a ruined Dressrosa just to win your affection." Qin Yun's gaze was incredibly eager, filled with a sincerity that seemed capable of melting Rebecca. This was not due to her special identity, but because of the exceptional qualities that made her lovable and heart-wrenching. Upon hearing this, Rebecca became even more embarrassed, nervously wringing her small hands and mumbling, "I'm not as good as you say. You can doubt my abilities, but you must never doubt my judgment, Rebecca. Your kindness and beauty are beyond what words can describe. I believe you." The more Rebecca was praised, the more embarrassed she became, shyly turning her head away. Her small hands flailed up and down beside her face, trying to cool her cheeks that felt like they were burning. "So, you're not willing to agree to my excessive request?" Cyrus, who was in a coma, thought, "Good kid, you know your request is unreasonable. You knocked out my father-in-law and are trying to woo my precious daughter right in front of me." No, it was just that the statement was too sudden, and I felt a bit at a loss. Rebecca's voice was soft and sweet, easily stirring Qin Yun's desires, tempting him to bully her. But he didn't do that. Instead, he gently sought Rebecca's opinion. "So what do you think?" As for me, Rebecca turned to meet Qin Yun's gaze for a moment before quickly lowering her head. However, her increasingly flushed cheeks seemed to express her youthful shyness. "If it's Onaikan, then I can." Qin Yun then smiled and said softly, "Rebecca, it's good that you can agree to this on your own. This way, you can accept my care for you with peace of mind. Whether you say I am seeking repayment for kindness or that I am using violence and coercion, it doesn't matter. Rebecca, from the moment I met you, I knew that I would never let you go, no matter what. I understand now, Oni-chan." Qin Yun nodded and, the next moment, a fragrance lingered between his nostrils. It wasn't a perfume that Rebecca used, but rather the natural scent of a young girl. Oni-chan, if you're good, I'll hug you for a little while." "Okay." After a while, Rebecca noticed that Qin Yun still hadn't put her down and quietly asked, "Aren't we just hugging for a little while?" She had never experienced such an awkward feeling before, but this sensation only made her body feel hot. It seemed quite comfortable. Could this be what it feels like to like someone? Qin Yun chuckled lightly and teased, "You really are obedient, Rebecca. I can't help but want to eat you up right now." "Huh? Eat me?" Rebecca's small head still didn't understand what this phrase meant. Qin Yun did not explain. After taking a deep breath of the unique fragrance on Rebecca, he finally set her down from his lap. "Let's go. I'll take you to my country to eat something delicious." Dressrosa was in a state of disrepair, and the palace was no exception. They couldn't openly serve meals yet. It would take a few more days to restore the previous grandeur. "What about Mr. Soldier? Can I still see him?" Rebecca was not overwhelmed by the changes brought to her by Qin Yun and was still thinking about the one who raised her, Cyrus. "Of course you can see him." Qin Yun thought for a moment, took out a thunder token and a voice shell, and instructed, "Here, this is the voice shell. You can record what you want to say to him. Just tell him that you have gone to become a princess with the new ruler of Dressrosa. And not to worry, you can take the thunder token I left behind to find a job at the palace." Rebecca saw that he had made thorough arrangements, so she took the token and placed it on the table in front of Cyrus. Then she began to softly and gently speak to the voice shell, giving her instructions, and finally placed the voice shell together with the token. After doing all this, Rebecca expressed her desire to go to Scarlet's grave to pay her respects. Qin Yun had no reason not to, and he lifted her waist and flew into the sky. Guided by Rebecca, they quickly reached their destination. In the rush, he hadn't brought any offerings, but fortunately, there were flowers everywhere to pick and present. After a brief, emotional outpouring from Rebecca, she reluctantly followed Qin Yun back to the Divine Palace. Nami, Robin, and the others had already returned to the palace, and upon seeing Qin Yun bring back another beautiful girl, they eagerly pulled him aside to ask questions. Violet, Sugar, and Baby 5 were still in the Dressrosa Palace. Without Qin Yun's orders, Nami and the others didn't dare to easily bring anyone to the sky. After all, with Sugar being a dangerous element, they feared disrupting Qin Yun's plans. This also avoided the awkward situation of Rebecca meeting Violet earlier than expected. Once everyone got acquainted, Qin Yun and Rebecca went to the main hall to dine with the Divine Maidens. During the meal, Qin Yun took out Mansherry from his pocket and awakened her. "Is this what the little people look like?" The girls curiously stared at Mansherry in Qin Yun's hand. It was obvious that her identity in the future would be significant since she was brought here by him. Even the large beauties like Shirahoshi and Charlie had been taken in by Qin Yun, and for the petite Mansherry, they were left with nothing but curiosity. What methods will Qin Yun use to marry Manchueli? "Oh, I'm so tired." Manchueli slowly woke up, and upon realizing her surroundings, shyly held onto Qin Yun's thumb. "Don't be afraid, Manchueli, they are very nice people, all my wives." "What?" Manchueli was first surprised, then nodded as she filled in the blanks in her mind. "It makes sense. A great kind person like him should have many wives." She then curiously looked at the other women, and at the same time, A gurgling sound came from her stomach. Nami smiled knowingly and lifted a cake towards Manchu-Ali's mouth. You must be hungry. Eat something first, and we can chat later. Manchu-Ali, influenced by Nami's smile, happily greeted the other women and began to eat in front of Qin Yun. By the way, no Kigo, help her massage her little nose. Qin Yun gave no Kigo a meaningful glance. Let me take care of that. No Kigo gladly accepted the task and gently stroked Manchu-Ali's little face with her smooth hand, leaving her confused. After a breath, the perfect, flawless little princess appeared. Well, after this, you have to admit, Manchu-Ali looks just like a delicate porcelain doll. The other women curiously leaned in to observe Manchu-Ali, secretly praising no Kigo for becoming more skilled in her smooth techniques. Huh, what happened? Manchu-Ali seemed unaware of the changes on her little face. It makes sense, little people are often dazed. If Qin Yun and the others didn't mention it, who knows when Manchu-Ali would discover it? It's fine, you can keep eating. Seeing this, Manchu-Ali touched her little belly and continued to take small bites of the big cake in front of her. After being full, Manchu-Ali and Rebecca became much more familiar with the other women. But even after eating well, Manchu-Ali still felt weak in her body. Qin Yun knew he couldn't let her suffer like this any longer. So, after instructing the other women to take good care of Rebecca, he took Manchu-Ali to a palace. Manchu-Ali was completely clueless as he led her away, not knowing what would happen next. After placing Manchu-Ali on the soft couch in the inner chamber, Qin Yun began his persuasion. Manchu-Ali, don't you feel very weak right now? Yeah, what's happening to me? Manchu-Ali blinked her innocent little eyes. If an ordinary person saw this, they would likely feel a strong sense of guilt in their hearts. This symptom is caused by losing the devil fruit, and you need my treatment to return to normal. Is that so? Then can you help me with the treatment? Of course, but the method of treatment is a bit special and requires your full cooperation. Moreover, you need to agree to become my divine consort for me to treat you. Otherwise, my identity isn't quite suitable. Qin Yun's eyes flickered with hesitation, entanglement, and reluctance, as if he had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. His acting skills could be described as truly worthy of an Oscar, and it would be a shame if he didn't star in some action movies. Huh, divine consort? Manchu-Ali seemed to not fully understand the implication. So Qin Yun had to explain, it means becoming my wife, just like the group of sisters you saw earlier. Can I really become the wife of a great benefactor? Manchu-Ali's focus seemed to deviate from what Qin Yun had anticipated, but that wasn't important. Yes, it's not just saving you, it's also saving me. While gaining your abilities, I have also suffered considerable injury and need your help to heal. As Qin Yun said this, he also covered his lower abdomen, as if that was the source of his pain. Manchu-Ali, would you be willing to become my divine consort and heal my wounds for both me and yourself? I am willing. Of course, I am willing to heal the wounds of a great benefactor. Manchu-Ali's gaze was incredibly firm. It seemed like a tremendous honor for her. Qin Yun gently patted Manchu-Ali's head with relief. Next, he was going to use the ability he had just obtained to treat the aftereffect of the devil fruit deprivation for Manchu-Ali. Damn, Qin Yun. Is it really okay for you to deceive a little girl who looks at you with complete trust? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Qin Yun, it hurts. It hurts so much. But so what? At least, Manchu-Ali's future is bright. Isn't it? If a person spends their whole life in sweetness, even if the foundation of this sweetness is merely an illusion, as long as the illusion doesn't collapse before they die, then the sweetness enveloping them is truly sweet. Just like that famous saying goes, if a hypocrite can pretend for a lifetime, then they're a true gentleman. Time flies, and before he knew it, an hour had passed. Manchu-Ali's weakness had improved, but she had just recovered from her illness and needed to rest well. Thus, under Qin Yun's comfort, she fell into a deep sleep. Friends of friends who have interacted with the little people know that although they are not very tall, their strength far exceeds that of ordinary humans, so their recovery should be quick. Therefore, Qin Yun tidied up his mood and returned to his temple. At this time, in his temple, only a few divine concubines were still happily chatting. After all, Rebecca had just arrived and was understanding, so they naturally wanted her to feel their care. As soon as he entered, the proud little demon Perona grabbed Rebecca's hand, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Yun with her small eyes, and began to speak in a teasing manner. Isn't this the Lord who plays the groom every night? Why did you only come now? You really made the new sister wait for so long. If you don't come soon, I might have to send you a negative ghost while you're having fun with them. No, it's not me. Hearing the new sister, Rebecca couldn't help but realize she had been framed. She was so flustered that she couldn't even speak clearly. She never expected that Perona, who looked cute, could be so cruel, pulling her into the mess with just one sentence. Qin Yun chuckled silently. Is this girl blaming him for only starting a fire but not putting it out at the Dressrosa Palace today? Coming at him with such sarcastic remarks. It seems she wants to learn a lesson. How dare you speak to your husband like that? Perona. Rebecca, you mustn't learn from her bad behavior. In a flash of lightning, Qin Yun appeared next to Perona and gave her 2 light taps on the head, which made her pout adorably. The other women watched their playful banter with smiles. Am I wrong? Qin Yun saw that she was unconvinced and, helplessly, decided to let her go for the time being. He still had important matters to attend to. If you have the guts, stay here today and wait for me to finish dealing with Rebecca's entanglement. Let's see how I handle you. Come on, ha ha ha. Qin Yun finally rubbed her little face one last time and then snatched Rebecca from her hands, his gentle gaze sweeping over the other girls. Without saying much, he took Rebecca's hand and returned to his room. Inside, the room had been specially arranged by the angels in warm tones, with a faint fragrance wafting through the air to create a pleasant atmosphere. It was designed to provide an interesting and comfortable ambience for the 2 soon-to-be wed lovers. Rebecca seemed to know what was about to happen, as she made no resistance while being led by Qin Yun. She simply kept her head down, leaning against Qin Yun's back, lost in her thoughts. Qin Yun could only see her inner tension and shyness from her increasingly flushed cheeks and her gently trembling pink ears. Qin Yun smiled brightly as he placed a warm drink on a nearby chair. He extended his index finger to lift Rebecca's shy chin, allowing their eyes to meet. Rebecca, are you ready? From now on, you will become my true wife, the divine consort. Oni-chan, I'm not afraid. I'm ready. Rebecca's small face was filled with seriousness. Even though she had spent little time with Qin Yun, she realized that this man before her would be the key to changing her destiny. Without hesitation, after chatting with Rebecca for a while, Qin Yun shared a glass of red wine with her, symbolizing their bond. One should not blame Qin Yun for being too eager. The reason he was so quick to confirm his relationship with Rebecca was that he truly liked her very much. Of course, there was more to it than that. He had a plan. That was to win Rebecca over early and make Violet, this special charm, the bystander in this relationship. This way, it would help him eliminate the entanglement and barrier in the hearts of the 2 women, ultimately leading them to reluctantly accept the outcome created by Qin Yun. At that time, it would surely be interesting to see how the 2 women, caught in his grasp, would react to wanting to give their husband to each other while realizing that the decision was not in their hands. Joyful moments always slip away like water between fingers. Impossible to grasp, quietly passing in the blink of an eye. Until late at night, Perona was still angrily waiting for something in the temple. While Qin Yun and Rebecca were having a pleasant conversation, he didn't forget to prepare some gifts that girls like for her. The next morning, thanks to Qin Yun's pampering, Rebecca didn't even need to leave her room to give orders. Angels brought her nutritious specialty delicacies. Qin Yun quietly entered Marianu's room and saw a small bulge on the bed. Without thinking, he pounced on it. However, the small bulge was flattened by him, revealing an empty scene inside. Just then, Marianu, who had just finished brushing her teeth in a nearby small room, heard the noise. Holding a towel and wiping her mouth, she peeked in and said expressionlessly, "Oni-chan, what are you doing?" Qin Yun coughed lightly and quietly tidied up her bed, muttering to herself, "I just want to give you a surprise." "Surprise?" More like a scare. Marianu pouted, then went back to put away the towel. After that, she obediently sat in Qin Yun's lap and mumbled, "What do you want with me so early in the morning? You're not going to ask me to draw something for you, are you?" Qin Yun chuckled. "Can't I come to find you if there's nothing going on?" Marianu's disdainful gaze left Qin Yun feeling helpless. She gave him a hard push, and he stumbled into a nearby chair. After they chatted softly for a while, Qin Yun finally said seriously, "That's enough. Let's leave it at that. I have a secondary purpose for coming this time." Marianu's soft and tender gaze made Qin Yun feel affectionate. But he knew the importance of the matter, so it was better to discuss business first. Ding 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 ding. "What do you think this is?" Looking at the fruit in Qin Yun's hand, which had a special pattern, Marianu helplessly took a bite of the rice cracker in her hand and said softly, "It's a devil fruit. Are you giving this to me?" "Of course. It's called the art fruit, and it will complement your ability to control others' emotions through the colors on your palette. I believe that after you gain the power of art, your combat strength will increase significantly." Art fruit. Marianu's eyes widened in surprise. The name immediately resonated with her, seeing that she had no intention of resisting. Qin Yun smiled and grasped the power of art, channeling it through her small hand into her petite and charming body. A few breaths later, Marianu's eyes lit up. She jumped off the soft couch, grabbed a brush from the table, and began to paint around her in a dragon flying and phoenix dancing style. The transparent smoke formed by the power of art burst forth from her brush, and everything that came into contact with the smoke began to twist and change. The smoke rushed towards him, and Qin Yun's alarm bells went off, startling him. Why wasn't this girl being cautious around others? He flickered like lightning to avoid the smoke. In reality, he was overthinking. The smoke was directed towards the wall behind him and the soft couch. In the next moment, Marianu's room transformed dramatically into a colorful ocean. Everything in the room changed according to her desires. The space in the room seemed to expand, with the soft couch turning into an enormous bed and the table enlarging, filled with colorful fairy cakes. This was just the tip of the iceberg of the power of art. What brilliance would it unleash in battle? Only time would tell when she took to the battlefield. As she looked around at everything, Marianu's joy reached its peak. Not good at expressing her feelings, she could only show her gratitude to Qin Yun in a way that he liked. Qin Yun gladly accepted all her rewards, such as Marianu personally preparing a delicious meal for him. In fact, there is another devil fruit that is very compatible with Marianu, which is the pin fruit of Kanjuro. However, their appearance is still a long way off, so there is no need to wait. After playing and having fun with Marianu for a while, Qin Yun went to the palace. This time, he intended to truly win over the charming beauty, Monet. He had not fulfilled his promise to Monet. He had promised to meet her the next day after dealing with Doflamingo. But yesterday, he was too engrossed in Rebecca's beauty, enjoying sweet conversations with her. However, it must be said that Rebecca is really wonderful. She is both obedient and proactive, listening earnestly to everything he says. Stepping into the main hall, the angels on both sides stepped forward to greet him, reporting on Monet's situation. Lord God, the young lady Monet has been very well behaved these past few days, not making any noise, and very gentle. Is this her true nature, or has she already prepared to submit? Qin Yun does not need to know this answer. In any case, Monet cannot escape his grasp. Entering the inner hall, Monet is leaning by the window, gazing melancholically at the scenery outside. Due to the specially made sea-tower stone anklet on her foot, she appears weak and feeble. This scene is exactly the sick beauty style that Qin Yun likes, and combined with the atmosphere of the beautiful woman admiring the scenery, it instantly elevates his expectations for Monet. Miss Monet, Doflamingo has already been defeated by me. He and his few family members have been locked up in prison. Even your sister Sugar has been restrained by sea-tower stone handcuffs and has fallen into my hands. I wonder what you are considering at this moment. Hearing this magnetic voice, Monet is taken aback. She had just thought that the footsteps were from angels. She glanced back at Qin Yun, then turned her head away with vacant eyes. Qin Yun sat down in the chair opposite her and continued, "What? Do you think you can escape all of this by not speaking? Or is your silent refusal your answer?" "No, that's not it," Monet instinctively retorted. "Then what is it?" Qin Yun waved his hand and swept across the table, revealing two photos. One showed Doflamingo's miserable grin in defeat, and the other captured the weak gaze of Sugar, shackled by sea stone handcuffs. These two significant images deeply pierced Monet's heart. One was the benefactor who saved her and her sister from peril. The other was the one she vowed to protect until her lovely sister matured and was of suitable age to marry and live a happy life. Monet seemed stunned, her small mouth slightly open and alluring, unsure of what to say. If you haven't truly seen Doflamingo's tragic end and your sister's pitiful little eyes, you would never believe any of this, would you? Come on, let me take you to the prison to see Doflamingo, to dress Rosa, to meet your seemingly young and mischievous sister. No, that's not necessary. I'm willing to exchange my surrender for a chance at survival for the young master. Monet looked very calm. She had imagined the worst outcome countless times over the past 2 days. Coupled with the angels conveying how good Qin Yun was, she was deeply influenced by them. But more importantly, she was in a situation where she had no choice. However, she seemed to have forgotten what Qin Yun had said to her before leaving. "He, young master, it seems you still can't distinguish your position clearly." Qin Yun shook his head, standing up with an expression neither sad nor happy, and walked towards the door. "Fine, you can honestly be a little divine concubine here. I won't kill Doflamingo for now, but as for what comes next, that will depend on your performance." "Wait, where are you going?" Monet sensed something was off. Shouldn't the situation be that after her surrender, Qin Yun eagerly wanted to become a family with her? Why did he suddenly turn his back and leave? Qin Yun's footsteps continued, further ringing the alarm bell in Monet's heart. "Right now, you haven't positioned yourself properly, and I can't muster any interest. Just so happens, your sister is soft and cute. I'm not bound to you, so I'll try my knife on her first." Monet was taken aback, and she dared not maintain her attitude any longer. The weakness brought by the sea tower stone seemed to vanish as she instantly flashed in front of Qin Yun. However, her speed was too fast, causing her to kneel on the ground. She couldn't care to stand up, maintaining that posture while looking up at Qin Yun. Her delicate hands tightly grasped his thigh, pleading anxiously, "No, no. Please spare her. She's still a child. If you want to do something, come at me." She racked her brains, trying to think where things went wrong, as Qin Yun's words flashed through her mind. The answer was obvious. It was that word young master that made him change his attitude. A child? Have you ever seen a child in their 20s? Monet choked on her words. She knew this wasn't the main point. "I know I was wrong. I beg you, Divine Lord, no, Master, please forgive me this time." Master? That title sounds quite nice. Let your enemy gradually fall into your schemes, ultimately being forced to lower their stance, pitifully kneeling on the ground, calling you Master. Next, she would not resist at all, even starting to humbly agree to all your demands. This feeling, TSK, is indeed quite fulfilling. Oh, where did you go wrong? Qin Yun did not move forward, but began to take a keen interest in observing her current submissive posture. Monet sighed softly in her heart and respectfully said, "I shouldn't have referred to Doflamingo as young master." Seeing Qin Yun's expression unchanged, Monet knew she hadn't done enough. Gritting her teeth, she coquettishly pleaded, "Master, I really know I was wrong. Why don't you just unleash all your anger on Monet? As long as you're not angry, you can make Monet do anything. Now you know to please me. Or were you all along?" Seeing Qin Yun's tone soften, Monet sighed in relief. She stood up, suppressing her weakness, bent her body, and actively tugged at Qin Yun's sleeve, pulling him toward the room, and continued to increase her strength. "Master brother, let us go inside. Don't think about those bad things. My sister is so small. How can she be half as sensible as I am? And I will never resist. I will obediently accept Master brother's harsh punishment." Qin Yun secretly thought to herself, as expected, that Doflamingo's status in Monet's heart was certainly not as high as Sugar's. What she said earlier about being willing to die for Doflamingo with her sister was merely to stop him from further pursuing her. At that time, his threat using Sugar was ineffective because Sugar was not in his hands. Now that Sugar has been captured, all he has to do is show a slight interest in Sugar, and Monet will have no choice but to comply and be at his mercy. Without resistance, Qin Yun allowed Monet to pull her into the room. The angels outside could tell that things were settled and kindly closed the door for them. Inside the room, Qin Yun pretended to be helpless as Monet pushed her onto a nearby chair. Seeing Monet sitting there in a daze, not making any moves, she couldn't help but urge, "What's wrong? At this point, are you still hesitating? If that's the case, then let's forget it. Don't, my master, I won't." Such words. Qin Yun's expression brightened for a moment. He stood up, removed her C-Tower stone ankle ring, and ordered her to sit on another chair. Monet sat down in a daze. Qin Yun poured 2 glasses of red wine and calmly declared, "Drink this cup of wine, and you'll be mine. Do you understand?" "I understand." Qin Yun went to great lengths, using both Doflamingo's life as leverage and the cuteness of Sugar as a threat. For 2 purposes. First, to make Monet understand for whom she would live in the future. Second, to temper her little temper, making her more obedient and aware of who truly held the dominant position. After a few hours, the sun leisurely climbed to the highest point in the sky. Monet, suppressing her mental fatigue, presented her delicate and charming face with a flattering expression. Her small hands carefully massaged the man's thigh in front of her. In her presence, Qin Yun appeared quite comfortable. He leaned back against a soft cushion, his large hand constantly kneading Monet's small face. After resting for a while, Qin Yun struggled to sit up. Seeing this, the angels quickly walked to his side and helped him put on a coat. "All right, Monet, that's enough. You're tired too. You can sleep here for a while." "No, master, don't go. I can keep you company for a little longer." Monet nervously crawled forward. Her eyes filled with anticipation, but her small hands dared not pull on Qin Yun's clothes. Qin Yun smiled and casually comforted, "Don't worry, little cutie. I know what you're afraid of. Your sister will be taken care of by me, and as for what happens next, you know, her fate depends entirely on your performance." "Yes, master. I will definitely perform well from now on and strive to gain your forgiveness as soon as possible." Monet sighed in relief. She had used all her strength and applied the technique she had just learned, and finally, it had yielded some results. Qin Yun nodded, saying no more, as the lightning dissipated and vanished from the spot. Seeing this, Monet respectfully waited for a while, and when it felt about right, he slumped exhaustedly into the chair. The angels nearby shook their heads and approached to cover her with a garment. Perhaps I might think Qin Yun too despicable, wondering how he could treat such a beautiful girl this way. The truth is, Qin Yun could indeed employ any means necessary. whether they be righteous or dark. As long as they achieve the ultimate goal, they're all valid methods. It must be clear that Qin Yun has never been a good person. Moreover, in the face of the enemies blocking his path,